Yeah.
Yours are just, peculiar to you.
Yes, they are. They're very peculiar. Your average person doesn't have these, but then again, I don't have the average person's responsibilities either. We are now just streaming. I just turned on the stream now, so let's see if we're matching up with the studio. Gonna go over to studio and see how things are going. And of course, I encourage everyone to respond. We do have an excellent connection according to the studio. And when I look at the live stream, we have what's considered good bandwidth. So all the lights are green, so to speak. And I'm going to ask Aristides and Peter to speak into the mic and see if they register on the online broadcasting software. So, dear Peter, say hello.
Hello. Let me know if you can hear me on the online broadcasting software. And if T-Tank Barry, he says loud and clear.
Excellent.
I don't know if that means me too. Mm-hmm. And Aristides, wait till Aristides speaks and let us know if you can hear all three of us.
Excellent.
Hello, and I hope everything is going well for you guys and for everyone.
Yes, as well as can be, considering just my normal stresses with life. Yeah. I'm going to ask Aristides a favor later on in the show about the Lipitor C that Brendan Zogit originally purchased for me a while ago, and I realize how integral that is to my supplementation, and I'll work with Aristides on that. Sometime during the show we'll set something up or talk about it, see if that's possible. As well, I will now, as a matter of fact, just before I forget, remind me later to give credit to all of these wonderful people who have made contributions. And of course, there's no new contributions of particular note. There may be one or two, and I'll mention them later. I'm just counting what's in my wallet compared to what we have in my PayPal account, so we can figure out what amount we're going to try and raise over the next few episodes, because the end of the month is coming up on us before we know it. T-Tank Barry says, good evening, loud and clear, brother. Eric Cradle says, you sound great. Hit the like button. Thank you so much, Eric Cradle. You're always very good with this. T-Tank Barry, of course, is indispensable. T-Tank Barry says, Peter clear, Aristides clear, in two separate statements. Excellent. Okay, we've already got 7 concurrent viewers. By the way, Brendan Zogit took a look into other sources in terms of hits on my channel and found 750,000 hits. So the one thing that you have to understand about the YouTube display is that it's meaningless. The YouTube display is meaningless. There's nothing on it that it conveys that's at all reflective of anything. So this is, of course, more cumulative, but it shows that in the source that you looked at.
It's tremendous.
Yeah.
It's I had no idea we're more listened to and more popular than we realized.
Yes, and when Brendan is able to come on, I'll try and have him again put some more details behind that. He gave them last time, but last episode I was still dealing with, of course, the repercussions of that health impact, and I've been impacted in my health again just by the enormous just stresses and strains of dealing with the responsibilities that I had to with the last few days. Now, I do want Heather Holman to know, if she's listening, that she is on my mind constantly. I definitely want to get this birthday thing to her. A poem that I wrote is dedicated to her on today's episode. So the episode itself is dedicated to her along with the poem. And so I do want her to just review that, look at that, open the text box, and that's one poem I wrote for her. The other poem I wrote for her, I'm going to transliterate into cursive writing, which I will send to her in the mail as soon as possible. If not this morning, by that I mean Monday morning, then Tuesday morning, more likely Tuesday morning, just for the sake of my health with how it's been impacted with all of the stresses that I've dealt with. I basically have a stress cold at this point, and it developed from, there's such a thing as positive stress, of course, And what I've experienced was eustress. It's from eudaimonia, which is the Greek term, the ancient Greek term, looked at daemons in a positive as well as negative sense, that there were positive daemons as well as negative daemons. Hence the term spirits is how it got Christianized when they began to speak about alcohol, because alcohol gave Christians a lift, a boost, a euphoria. So instead of calling them positive demons, Christians called it spirits. But the ancient Greeks knew them more by eudaimons, or positive daemons. So there is what's called eustress from like eugenics, like good genes, as opposed to dysgenics, which would be bad breeding or downbreeding. So dysfunction means dysfunctional, the opposite of eufunction or quite functional, optimally functioning. So it was a eustressful experience, but nevertheless, it takes its toll and it leaves you exhausted. So I do want people to know the general situation that happened. Let's see if I can access a PDF here. And I'll probably put this PDF into the chat twice, if I can access it at all. Let's see if hitting this will kind of provide a historical background. But basically, let me see, that doesn't seem to do it. So I'll look it up later. But what I will try and do is also put up some images in our private text box, which maybe Aristides or somebody can figure out a way to get these to people, or I'll just try and tell people where to go. I mean, the one thing that you can look up is basically the 4th floor under the dome of the rotunda on-site San Francisco Center's Westfield Mall on 835 through 865 Market Street at 6th and Market in San Francisco is historic. It's this incredible building that they held the inaugural, the first ever National Pride Prom Day at. Now, there was all kinds of just intricate things involved with this that I really can't explain. My son takes care of some of the logistics that get us into these situations. But this was a 21 plus event, 21 plus years, meaning it's for adults only. But it started between 9 to 11 p.m. Last night. Theoretically, it really started 8. Basically, the Blood Boys were arranged to provide some services such as just some catering. And this enabled them to get a look at what this kind of adult lifestyle is like. And maybe in some cases convince them, not that that was the intention, but it's such a shock, such an assault on the senses, that it might cause some of them to change their idea of whether or not they want to continue with that form of lifestyle when they graduate, so to speak, when they turn 18, and basically leave the estates at that point, albeit with, of course, a very good head start in life. And, of course, there's some maintenance of communications thereafter, etc. The alumni don't lose contact. All that being said, however, if any one of these kids got molested or inseminated, my head is on a platter. So that was just, you can imagine the stress. No describing the environment. The tragedy of the situation is that you're dealing with this place that theoretically, in theory, even though it's been there for hundreds of years, it was essentially rebuilt the way it looks in basic form after the great earthquake and fire of San Francisco. So we're talking the gold rush days. But the somehow, due to the purchase by a certain affiliate group, this is why I have a PDF on it, they're basically, the shareholders and stockholders officially reopened it in 2006. Now, by that time, I was full-blown, of course, involved with care provision for my parents in the last years of their lives, literally the last years of my father's life. 2006 was the year before he died. So it was too stressful for me to have been at their grand reopening. But then after a incredible surge of popularity and then a number of things hitting the economy of San Francisco, beyond just COVID, a lunatic idea to stop all car traffic from going into the financial district of San Francisco and turn it into like a European city-style bicycle paradise, just destroyed San Francisco's economy in the financial district area. So that is, they don't know what's going to happen to this building. So that inaugural Pride prom night, the reason why it was so important for the Blood Boys to see it is because that building could very well be demolished by next year. And you're talking about something that's been there for hundreds of years at this point, and they just might take it all down because nobody knows what to do with it. Nobody can afford it. It's like has the capacity, which until COVID, it was doing fairly good business. Of course, it got hit by the Amazon .bomb revolution, where everybody's buying everything online. If you look at the architecture in the place, it is unbelievable. It's one of the wonders of the world, literally. It's just nobody builds buildings like this anymore. And it's impossible to describe. And all I can say is that when we got there early, before the event was really getting underway, so that I could take the kids on a tour of the building, I just wanted to break down and cry. It's just all the memories I had of youth, of going there. And of course, it's one of the few places where I could go where, when I had the money, could purchase high quality clothing for men or women. And it's all empty. It's all empty. It's just indescribably heartbreaking. There's nothing in there. And it's just because everybody buys everything online now. Nobody goes into shopping centers. They're all stuck at home. And COVID was the nail in the coffin. Beyond that, our mayoress, London Breed, has this idea that she might turn it into a soccer stadium or something crazy like that. But nobody's buying. Nobody's obviously. I did what I could. Of course, I kept all the boys safe and got them home in one piece. And but then, of course, had an escort, which is, of course, that's what you see in the thumbnail of. There's both myself and my escort in our prom outfits. So we were dressed up for the prom, and when I came home, I could finally back to the Estates. Enjoy myself, and obviously who the hell wants to come home from that? So by the way, for those of you who don't notice, I'll just bring to your attention this escort is Asian, and therefore after intimacy with myself, she manifests the Yamasaki syndrome. So the Kawasaki syndrome, excuse me. Yamasaki is the architect of who built the Twin Towers, and he also built the National Record Center in St. Louis, Missouri, which housed all of the military records that was built to self-destruct. So Kawasaki syndrome, like the motorcycle. No wonder I want to forget it, because people always confuse it with the motorcycle, and then they don't know where to look, or they claim that when they look up Kawasaki syndrome, all they find are motorcycles or some bullshit like that.
It's named after that guy?
It's named after the doctor. No, the Kawasaki syndrome's named after the doctor who identified it around
Not
the architect. Not the architect, no. Yeah, the architect's name is Yamasaki. The doctor's name was Kawasaki. And I was one of the reasons he discovered Kawasaki syndrome. As a matter of fact, he discovered Kawasaki syndrome, or isolated it, the year before I was born, but was able to use my case as one of the examples for proving its existence, and isolating various aspects of the syndrome. So Kawasaki syndrome is, of course, red irises. And this girl was not born with them. She's not born with Kawasaki syndrome. It's almost exclusively Japanese. She's not Japanese. She actually is a number of different Asian bloodlines converge in her. She's hybridized, but she's not pure Japanese. And so, but she has enough in her where it manifests after I'm physically intimate with her. She manifests the Kawasaki syndrome symptoms, which other than that are harmless. And again, this has to do with the nanoplasma, impacting my sperm and impacting the transference of symptoms from myself that are congenital, meaning they cannot be transmitted. It's something that's supposed to be just exclusive to myself, but can be transmitted because I have the nanoplasma, and that impacts my sperm and transmissibility. I begin to transmit things that should not be transmissible. But other than the visual impact, they're harmless in terms of symptoms. Certainly my son displays them simply because of all the sex I had with him when he was a girl, before the sexual affirmation surgery. And it is something that then remanifests periodically in different people, usually outbreaks at times of stress or various other physical stressors, sometimes illness, sometimes certain drugs can bring them out, these symptoms. But at any rate, as you can see, she clearly manifests Kawasaki syndrome. My own Kawasaki syndrome is also quite evident if you look closely, but it's mostly hidden by my hair. So other than that, yeah, we were dressed for the prom, and we were exhausted at that point because I did have her help me. I enlisted her help in making certain that nobody was molesting the Blood Boys while they were providing some catering services throughout the night. And I, of course, had to hover over them and, yes, intervene a number of times from people who got too touchy-feely or gropey or rapey. And believe me, in that environment, yeah, that was going on all night. So again, it was supposed to be for only 3 hours. And the terrifying thing was we had an FBI warning that there would be a terrorist attack, of course, because everybody hates gays and they were coming down to San Francisco to massacre everybody. And so that was just outrageous. And
who was coming down?
Various militias. The FBI gave no specifics other than we've received, basically, as far as they could describe it, an infinite amount of threats. So many they didn't even bother to tabulate them after a point. Just that the threats have been just so numerous that they were certain that there would be a massacre. Basically, that would made sense when, as I said, on Father's Day weekend, the massacres across the United States were just outrageous. As I said, at this point, the body count is about 80 people were murdered and 400 hospitalized by gunshots. I mean, full automatic mass shooting, auto fire massacres that took place all over the United States on Father's Day. I have no idea why this is not in the news.
Also, this gay agenda to kill these people, this is something we don't hear. Yet the media comes off as so pro LGBTQ plus. You know, why aren't they telling this? It's
outrageous to me. Yeah, it's
just disingenuous.
Yes.
In other words, they're not. You know, this would outrage many people. Perhaps there's many people also, and I didn't think of this until I said it, that would want to get on board, you know.
that may be what media is afraid of. It could very well be that media is afraid of encouraging people to basically start following up on these sorts of activities. And and believe me, throughout the night, there were gunshots and there were explosions throughout the night in area. So it sounded like various gang battles were going on throughout the night. A lot of this was fireworks, but a lot of it was not. And so it was definitely just getting the lads home alive and in one piece was an accomplishment as far as I was concerned. But you can imagine the stresses involved. And again, it was something that, of course, you could understand why we had to do what we had to do. This was an opportunity they very well might never have again. I'll try and take a look at some of the photographs and start loading them up now of the place we were in. Again, see if the PDF uploads, and I'll take a look at this. But maybe I should just wait till I come back. So here we are. This file would have a number of them. And it's a pity I can't do this easier. But, you know, I'll wait till I come back and do this. So what we'll do now is ask our man Aristides to introduce the responsibilities of our listeners. And as listeners, you do have responsibilities. We need your help. We need your help in a manner more than just financial contributions. We need your upvotes and subscriptions. And I'll leave that to Aristides to describe as to why. We're just under constant assault. And obviously, they screw with the numbers. And the numbers of people who are listening are far above and beyond what are ever on display. Brendan Zogate can again bring that up if he's able to join us tonight during Roundtable. He may well have a very busy month next month, and everybody, of course, maintain him in thought and prayer. Other than that, of course, I'm going to just kind of leave it to these gentlemen for the next, I'll just say 15 minutes to give myself, so I don't stress myself out, but in reality, I'll probably be back in 10. So, but these gentlemen, you're in good hands with them. Douglas Mark says, hey, everyone, I hope everyone is doing good. Thank you. Certainly as well as possible. And definitely, again, people could just look at the photograph in thumbnail of live stream tonight and understand why I had no desire to come home at all. But aside from that, all right then, Aristides, take it away and then segue it to Dear Peter, and I'll be back within 10 to 15. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Yep. Okay. As Douglas is saying, we need your help with upvotes for the program as soon as possible, as many as possible, because certain bad actors out there will put downvotes, perhaps a lot of them using bots, that Douglas says are filtered out later. But in the meantime, while the program is going, it prevents it from showing up on searches and popularity, display for popularity, merit, and stuff like that. Like the little previews you usually see where it recommends you things, trying to keep it off of that. So please hit the thumbs up right away. And also slide over and make sure you're subscribed and turn on the little bell icon for notifications to be notified. What time we show up, but especially if we get cut off, we got to restart. That's a good notification, as it usually takes some time to restart. And as far as the upvotes, you can do multiple upvotes. I believe to upvote at all, you need a YouTube account, as far as I can see. And once you make one, you can go in your account settings. For me, it's under Switch account. You can make subordinate channel identities, because people, it's like, just make different channels for different things. And you can make other channel identities and they can upvote separately. So that would be appreciated if you're that ambitious. But if you're going to communicate with us in the chat, please just use your main identity and not some revolving string of blank channels, because blank channels are often suspicious. Use them to upvote, though, please, and then introduce yourself with your main profile. So I think that's it. Am I forgetting anything, Peter? Or
I don't think so. Thank you.
Right.
Thank you for that. I want you to hold on here. I'm going to ask you some questions, but
okay.
First I want to say that when Douglas returns, I'm going to reveal some information that was brought to my attention about the tunnels beneath the Buchech Mountains, near the Sphinx. Which,
I'll email. We'll save most of that for when he comes back. That does look very interesting.
Yes.
Tell people how they can subscribe to Time Travel Research.
Yes, you can go to my website, timetraveleducationcenter.com, where you can get sign up. Just give your email and you can get 7 free videos which explain that time travel, the theory of time travel, does not violate the basic laws of mathematics or physics. This is something your average or even your so-called more advanced physicist doesn't understand, including this guy they parade all around, Niels Tyson or whatever his name is.
Neil deGrasse Tyson. Yeah. Him and Michio Kaku, but they're mostly.
Well, is not even,
Yeah.
So,
They're personalities for public relations purposes and public indoctrination purposes, if you're going to go that far.
Exactly. So anyway, you can go there, and if you're interested in getting any of Skybooks or seeing what we have offered at Skybooks, you can go to skybooks.usa.com. Now, what I want to ask you, how long have you been helping and assisting with these transmissions? And by the way, it's very much appreciated by both Doug and myself.
Sure. Actively helping out, I believe it was, I was brought in at that time temporarily. Somehow I got stuck here when you went on your annual trip.
Okay, so that was a year ago.
Yeah, coming up on a year. Yeah.
Okay, so since you've, and I guess you've gotten more into the Douglas Dietrich psyche or psychology than since you've been participating.
Sure. I mean, it's a large and sometimes a little bit daunting place, but yes.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, because you know, Aristides, for those of you who don't know, has been with me since I started, my newsletter, and I've met him a couple of times. He got to meet David Anderson as well in 2010. But I was going to ask you, since you've been listening to Douglas or absorbing his information, how much is, I guess, what you'd call your conspiracy IQ or conspiracy quotient changed?
Mm-hmm. Well, I was fairly inclined in that direction, but I think just the sheer amount of information that he gives that really helps to fill out the picture. A lot of people know, just have a sense, something's up out there, something is amiss out there, but don't really have, and then it's like, how do you really get credible and very self-consistent information about that? And I think he really helps to fill that out. I don't think anyone can convince somebody of something. Like, you have to be ready, but if you are ready, he certainly offers just an amazing amount of information and background. So
yes, he opens so many corridors and cans of worms that that you wouldn't even normally think are
sure
to be reckoned with.
And even just the historical perspective, even if you're not gonna attribute everything to conspiracy, just the vast historical information. I mean, just so much I never knew before about military history and world history and Asian history and all this. It really helps you put it together.
Yeah, it is overwhelming and daunting, and certainly putting the book together requires so much painstaking work just to get it down to and even people who listen to him. Yeah, well, I hear this, but there's so much information, and then he's just bam, 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 bam. He just rattles it off.
Yeah.
And
yeah. We put the links to, I have them handy, to his two books, the book you both did, and the vampirology book. Let's see. In the chat.
Excellent.
Yep.
Excellent.
So please, consider purchasing them if you'd like.
Yeah, the Roswell Deception is a very, very important book, very interesting book. And of course, I don't know if that took me 2 years. I think it took me 2 years to put together. I don't remember. I've certainly been working on this current one for 2 years. Mm-hmm. And it's, I just finished my newsletter, which is gonna go out to subscribers by the end of the week, because it has to be printed, and it'll go out to my paid subscribers of the website. It'll go out to them in a few days. But I finished that. Some of it has been more or less discussed on this show. it involves so much of the stuff we've talked about with Israel, with the robot dogs.
Yeah.
Now ablaze, and
Yeah.
ablazing Gaza with.
Yeah.
And
I saw another video of China showcasing its robot dogs with just a assault rifle mounted on them. But of course, a lot of what I think I just briefly looked at some comments, and the guys, like, you could see the guys remote controlling, it wasn't completely autonomous, but they just like to make a good show of things, but they happen to.
And so I YouTube is so, it gets so personalized, because if you watch a video on a subject, it starts feeding you more of that subject. And I've looked at, many channels or alternative channels covering the war in Israel. It's no longer just in Gaza either. And you even have to wonder about them. But obviously, there are people, and it seems like most of the people doing the news on YouTube, whether it's sort of a quote unquote authentic channel or just some guy with a camera, and sometimes they're a mixture in between. They seem to be, most of the videos I get are showing Israel to be in great trouble politically, militarily. And I was going to ask Douglas where all of this rocket power from Hezbollah is coming in the north. And the answer they kind of gave, they said, well, it's coming from Iran. They're supplying. It's like an infinite supply of, a seemingly infinite supply of weaponry. They might also have some help from the Soviet Union, although Douglas might dispute that. He might not. I don't know, because the Soviet Union could be playing one side off the other. I really don't know. Douglas has said several times that 1/3 of the people in Israel speak Russian. And you can find a website on that. You'll find other more, quote, official websites might say it's less than that. But there are websites that say 1/3 of the population in Israel claims to speak fluent Russian. So those are.
I thought I had something on the Hezbollah weapons. It might be, or is that Hezbollah, or I'm looking at it now. It might be getting stuff from Iran. I'm looking for a link I had saved.
I mean, that would be the most logical source. You never know. It might be coming from some company in the United States that,
right. Yeah, or people will buy stuff up, a third party and re-broker them.
In other words, there's no shortage of outrage that takes place in the war markets, or like, Douglas had discovered that, ISIS was a company operating out of Arizona. And then, of course, the public, or I should say the public, I'd say the media apparatus, meaning YouTube and all that, will then, all of a sudden shift gears. It's like a movement in football. You're going to go, your defense is doing this. Okay, we're going to position ourselves this way. And this happens routinely. Now, what do you think of what Brendan Zogat said about our numbers being far, I think he said 750,000?
Yeah, that could be. I don't know if there was a spot where it might only be viewable to people who've got the key to the channel, but overall views. And even if there's only a few people listening to the live, the current live, he's got a whole body of stuff there that over time people are pinging all of those, it just keeps aggregating. So it could be that there is really a great amount of things. Some of them are just, somebody clicks, somehow clicks on it for a second. I was like, what the heck is this? And
But still, even if that's
still.
cumulative and Candy has clicks, it's phenomenal. That 750,000 people.
Yeah, even with the knockdown factor, so to speak, that's great.
Exactly. So, I am, just by my very nature, I'm more, when I get into big numbers or something like that, as a Capricorn, I become, I don't get excited. I become cautious. Like, who's listening? How many people? Why are they listening? Do I want them listening? Do I want to be talking to them?
Right.
Because, if you get too much attention, there's a price that goes with that. It's not necessarily bad, but at the very least, it creates more work for one to do, and more responsibility, more this, that, and the other thing. So, that's just my only consideration about that.
Yeah.
And go ahead.
Yeah, sure. But I mean, if you get big at anything, there's going to be, there's eventually going to be some things you run into, even if you're not Douglas Dietrich. But.
Well, yes, and I've always, just in my own work, I've always considered it a badge of honor and how I've been avoided by so many platforms, or blacklisted or whatever it is. But there's also a certain comfort in it, because you just don't have to deal with all this bullshit, which isn't. I mean, I can't tell you how many times I've gone to speak at some place, and you glad hand everybody that's there, and you just have to hold your tongue about what you know about somebody, because it doesn't do you any good, And, and I think
right. There's certainly the art of knowing when to not say something is certainly.
It doesn't do any good, but it tells me why I don't fit in.
Yeah.
In so much of this stuff that goes on,
mm-hmm.
for various and sundry reasons. And I think the most probably amazing one was my encounter with Stanton Friedman twice at Mary Sutherland's Sci-Fi Cafe, and I had said something to him about. He says, David Lewis Anderson? He knew exactly what I was talking about. Yeah. And I think I gave him a video on Journeys into Time. And somehow, this is not something I have at my beck and call every week or month. I have very little communication with David. But at that time, I emailed him straight from Wisconsin and said, Stanton Friedman, because Stanton Friedman had been posting shit about David Lewis Anderson, or, and they had his Wikipedia taken down. They had the World Genesis Foundation, which, he founded, that helped sponsor Atlanticron, where I go to, which I'm a board member. They had that taken off. They were saying it was a false organization, didn't exist. This is what,
right.
And of course, what got it back on was all the kids in Romania complaining about that. You're full of crap. And they put the World Genesis Foundation on. They took David off the Wikipedia. They took me off as well. I did not have a big profile. I had a mention, but they nixed that as well. And, it's like, I once tried to put up a Wikipedia page on myself because it's beneficial. And, they send back something like, well, go get a signed autograph from Steven Spielberg or something like this. It's just like, it's just,
Right.
you end up working for them and jumping through hoops for Wikipedia, which is nothing but snot-nosed responses.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Wikipedia, it's handy if you kind of want the standard take on things. It's very easy to.
It gives you links. It really gives you a profile, which really helps broadcast your message out there.
Yeah.
Like if Douglas Trick was on Wikipedia, oh boy.
Yeah, but right, he won't. He won't be. I mean, it's not done by like people. Just people can go on and edit stuff.
Well, it's not. It's very politically sensitive at certain points of reference. Joe Matheny was able to get himself on Wikipedia because he knows so many tech people. I'm not working with him anymore, but he probably could have gotten me on there, but I can tell you it would have taken a lot of effort because he said he got all sorts of shit from working with me. Just constant barrage of, why are you working this guy? He was in Scientology, and just the Scientology would just trigger them. Yeah. Even though I hadn't been in Scientology for years, it just trigger the hell out of people.
Yeah. How's he doing? Do you still talk to him?
No. He's got a Wikipedia page, or not a Wikipedia. He does have a Wikipedia page. He's got a website. Okay. And he's, kind of doing his thing. We were always kind of like two Capricorns up on our respective mountains, talking to each other from our respective mountains. That's just the sign of Capricorn. But he served me very well.
Yeah.
And
I've got I believe I've got it right here, the Ong's Hat book.
Yeah, the Ong's Hat book, which I've given him back all the rights for that. I think he'd like to do something with media, but even with all of his resources, trying to get something done in the world of media is very challenging. Even if you're working on something that's non-controversial, just trying to wade your way through the morass of Hollywood politics. I liked what Henry Kissinger's son once said. He went out to Hollywood to work on something or to do something, and he was introduced to the world of Hollywood. And he goes, "Oh, I get it." He goes, "Oh, this is like Washington D.C. with palm trees." That I thought it was a very interesting comment. It's just a different type of politics. So much for that. I saw some guy. Douglas would go off on this. He was representing, I guess, talking about anti-Semitism. First, I saw Elon Musk interviewed. This guy. I don't know the website or whatever, but he was Jewish, if not Israeli. He's talking about fighting anti-Semitism, and he interviewed Elon Musk. And Elon Musk said, he says, I've been rather naive. I don't run into anti-Semitism. And he says that's because, I don't know if he said a quarter or more percentage of the people he interfaces with are Jewish, he says.
Yeah.
So he says, in my circles, he says, anti-Semitism just doesn't exist. There's no reason for it to exist in these circles. And he even said he's not Jewish, but he's an aspiring Jew.
Yeah, right.
It was kind of a joke.
Something like that.
I think he meant it as a joke. But just that he's very
there's stuff to dig up. There's stuff to dig up on him. He's very well connected with all
Okay,
that.
I'm back. Yeah, continue,
I was just
Aristides.
talking about
No,
I was just talking about Elon Musk. I saw an interview with him where saying that he doesn't encounter anti-Semitism, and he's been rather naive on this subject because and he joked about being an aspiring Jew, but he said that he doesn't encounter it, but because he's so aligned with Putin,
Mm-hmm.
and he's so aligned with apparently Israel.
Yes.
What's the? Yeah, it's just and this anyway. This guy was interviewing or just showing the interview. He wasn't interviewing, and this guy was Jewish. I don't know that he was Israeli. I don't know. No, he was talking about fighting anti-Semitism, and the one thing that Musk said is, and this is interesting, he said he got to see all the videos on the October 7th massacre, and he quickly qualified that. Well, not all of them, but many, if not most. And he said the one thing he said that he saw was the this is paraphrased, not the example, unbridled joy. Unbridled is a paraphrase. Joy was not. Just joy of killing innocent children and innocent women. In other words, killing them and just having sheer joy. Now, I don't know that any videos like that have been released to the public. And my first, red flag in that interview was, well, if there are those videos, can we please see them?
Thank you.
Not necessarily the disgusting killing of somebody, but the unbridled joy. Now, that I can't qualify that. I can't take somebody's word, especially somebody like him, but it wouldn't matter who it was, unless I see the video. They're telling me there is a video of these people with unbridled joy. Now, and then of course then he does say one thing that's very cogent, and he says for somebody to have that, they have to be, severely indoctrinated. So then you have to question who's severely indoctrinating them, and the discussion should be about who's severely indoctrinating them, more than it should be about whether they're Hamas or whether they're Israelis or whether it's a combination of the two. It's just like this is he's talking about just mind control of allegations that people have pure unbridled joy. Then the guy who's putting out the video says, how this is evil and that these people have to be taught who God is. He gives a misidentification of Hitler, that Hitler believing in the Übermensch, the Germans believing in the Übermensch as their God. He didn't really qualify the Nordic gods, but and I don't think most of the Germans really knew about the Übermensch. But in any case, it's like this education process has to take place, according to him, to teach people what God is. Now, this is very problematic because it's this underlying tacit assumption that your religion is right because it says so. And this is a very fundamental basic for antagonism in war, that your God is right. As Evander Holyfield, the boxer, the great boxer, said to Mike Tyson before he defeated him, I think it was the second time, and Tyson had become a Muslim, Holyfield said, my God's going to defeat your God, which is, of course, he meant it very seriously, because Evander Holyfield is a devout Christian. That's not why he won the fight. He won the fight because he's a superior fighter and in superior condition. And he also cheats with his head, butting his head. I think he still would have won the fight. And this is why Tyson bit off his ear.
Ooh.
But, and you know, there was a headline in the New York Post, and the New York Post was notorious for its headlines. This is the time that bin Laden had been creating a ruckus. It's a time when Bill Clinton was caught lying before Congress. And it was a time when Donald Trump had been, you know, fooling around with Marla Maples instead of his wife at the time, Ivanka. And it said in the headline of the New York Post, and it had pictures of him, bin Laden, and it had Clinton been lying, Trump been cheating, and Tyson was been biting.
Yes.
Been biting. But that's just some comic relief. So anyway, this guy is basically has this delightful, from his perspective, assumption that, you know, people need to be educated on what God is. And whether you're right or not, it's like he's imposing his religion and his will. And this is the whole problem with the Palestinian issue. They've been imposing themselves on Palestine. Now, whether or not that's right, you don't even have to argue whether it's right. It's a formula for conflict. And you're going to have conflict because, you know, it's this hubris. It's hubris. And if you look up the etymology of Hebrew, hubris, it does tie back to Hebrew. The word hubris, which is, you know, just to have basically extreme arrogance of opinion. In fact, Joe Matheny, we were just talking about him, he told me that when he explained his whole meta machine, his synchronicity generator, and he programmed John D into it, you know, professors would, because he interacted with a lot of academics, would accuse him of hubris. They would even, like, they were not intellectually capable of processing what he had to say. Just like hubris. Like, in other words, his intelligence was off the charts compared to theirs. They can't. You know, it goes back to the old stories of Columbus, which I don't know that are true. But, you know, in other words, well, the world isn't round, it's flat.
Yeah, that's all bullshit, of course. Everybody knew the world was round, or certainly the educated people did at the time that Columbus did what he did. But continue, yes.
Well, he was positioned as the great, you know, revolutionary.
Yes.
The renegade of his time. But, yeah, so anyway, I will, that was just sort of a, you know, I was just talking about the impact of, you know, all these people that Brendan Zogan has referred to when we were sort of jawing over that. But now, I guess I can go into the heart of what I wanted to talk about. I don't know how long I'm going to go into it. But first I will preface it. Well, this is interesting. I met with a lady yesterday who's been a friend of mine for over a year. She's Romanian, and she found me. She lives in Brooklyn. I won't say her profession because she doesn't like to talk about her profession, although it's a very, you know, I guess what you call ethical educated people.
Not that I personally would hold it against her if it were not, but go on.
I'm just stating she does not like to talk about it, because if she does, people will look at her like say, suppose she was a hairdresser, which she's not. Oh, can you cut my hair? Oh, can you look at my hair? Or she's a design consultant. Oh, can you look? How do I look? In my clothes? This. No. Anyway, she doesn't like to be identified with her profession. Anyway, she found me, whatever, and she I don't even remember how she made contact with me, but she did, and she was, I guess she told me she was from Timisoara, which is the extreme westernmost city in Transylvania, right next to Hungary. It's in the border of Hungary. And I got talking to her a little bit more, and she says, well, I'm really from Arad. I said, well, I know where Arad is. She just didn't think I'd know where Arad is. Arad is to the north. The only reason I know about Arad, well, I've known about Arad, I've never been there. But it's on the border, and it's where one of the scoutmasters lives, and one of my friends from Atlanticron lives, and I've known a few people from Arad, A-R-A-D. So I knew, I don't know the town, but I knew where she was from. And we've met quite a few times, and she wanted to see me before I go to Romania. And she sent me some information which sort of cinched the deal. But what's interesting about her is, like, she never heard of the Solomonari before she met me or heard of what I'm doing.
Wow.
She didn't heard of him because I've introduced many. In fact, I introduced the head Freemason of Romania into the Solomonari. He'd never heard of him.
Jesus.
And he looked into it, he says, this is true. This is not a legend. It is true. So I kind of like educated him about something. And he's got a lot of profound knowledge and many books. He's quite, I guess what you'd say, established throughout Europe. He also sits on the Council for the Knights of Malta. And he's not Catholic. He's by special dispensation he's allowed to be there because they want a representative from Romania. But anyway, so she, I'm prowling around Romania looking for whatever I'm looking for.
I like that.
Secret clues of Romania, the Solomonari, the whole experience. She's looking through the streets of Brooklyn on what did she call these things? I would call it graffiti.
Interesting.
She never used the word graffiti, but she said, what did she call them? Markers. Something markers.
Interesting. Some kind of probably a almost technical term for them. By the way, you're going to hear a noise. I apologize for that. The noise is going to be that horrible sound that's made whenever we basically try and upload something onto the Skype. Oh shit, it may not work. So you won't hear it now. You'll hear it later. So later on there will be that lightsaber bong bong in about 10-ish minutes. So anyhow, continue, please. Just wanted to give you a forewarning.
Street markers. She called them street markers.
Interesting. Okay, yeah.
Street markers. And, it's like, she shows me some street marker, and it's like, to me, it's like, why are you looking at the crap that people write?
It's that is what's always gotten me, is that people come from all over the world to photograph that shit, and they consider it some kind of tribal art, urban tribalism, some kind of art that...
There was... See, this is one of the things Giuliani did. He cleaned up a lot of that stuff. You'd see graffiti all over.
Yeah.
And it was, subway artists and whatnot that were just, it was just the raw...
Taggers. The actual name for them is taggers. It's more, I prefer that to graffiti artists. But go on, yes.
Anyway, but this is what she wanted to show me these things, and she showed me all over these cement. You know, like how when somebody pours cement and they write their initials in it, or their name in it.
Yeah.
She was going through and showing me all over the town where the words heaven has been written into the cement. Heaven. And here, and I don't know how she has the
wherewithal,
aptitude or perception to see this. It's like heaven, heaven, heaven. The more I, flowed with her on this, I then began to ask questions. I said, well, do you have any idea who does this? No. I said, well, maybe when they pour cement any place, you should be looking for him. You should find out where they're pouring cement and wait for him to appear.
right?
And she said she didn't really want to do that. I mean, she meets him by happenstance. She'd like, well, we assume it's a him, meet him. But he's like communicating heaven. And it is very interesting. The more this went on, and the more I communicated to her, it's for the first time. And this is the first, because she's very much into fixing problems with the environment, getting people not to use plastic bags. She calls herself the environmental comedian. She's not really that funny.
Well, she's Romanian. How could she be? But go on.
She's trying to be funny. But she's trying to get people. So I took her to this coffee place, and she starts talking to the people about not using cups, doing this and doing the right thing, and she starts engaging them. Whereas if this was a situation where, say, I was with Paula and I started talking to people like that, she'd say, don't bother them, don't bother them, don't bother them.
Right, I can imagine that. Yeah.
Yeah, and I frankly wouldn't blame her. I didn't tell her not to bother these people. I was skeptical of her approaching them. But whatever, this is what she does. And I think she gets a lot more tread in Brooklyn. Now, I hadn't been in Brooklyn in a long time. And I used to go there every week, and when I was doing Qigong. And this is in Bedford-Stuyvesant. It's an area that this class I would go to was in Bedford-Stuyvesant, which is not necessarily, it was at one time considered the most dangerous areas of Brooklyn. It's like Malcolm X Boulevard runs right through there.
Wow.
This was in an area that wasn't that far away, but it was an area that I never really walked around. And it really helps to know a few words of Spanish, I have to say. And I guess after a while, and we were sitting at a sidewalk cafe, then I started to see a lot more white people come out of the works, young white people, but not a lot of them. It was mostly Hispanic. And plenty of black people, but mostly Hispanic, I would say. And, Asians, some Asians.
What kind of Asian? East Asian or the Oriental side?
It wasn't the Indians.
Okay.
Okay. The Indians used to be in, was it Jackson Heights? And then the Pakistanians started moving in, so a lot of the Indians have come out to Long Island.
Okay.
But anyway, I like my daughter when she was in, primary school. She had one of the girls that went to school was a Pakistani, and we were talking about food because my daughter was raised on Indian food. Not that her mother cooked it, but we would go to Indian restaurants, and my daughter just grew up learning Indian food, liking it. And anyway, one of her little friends was over with a Pakistani, And somehow we got in contact with the food, and I said, well, it's basically the same thing as Indian. She says, no, they stole it from us.
Of course. Oh, of course. By the way, you're going to hear that noise now. I'll just press the enter button, just a forewarning with that. And so there you go. That was painless as possible. So that was 7 images. But
One
continue.
or two doesn't matter.
Yeah.
What happens when it starts going off like a bullet?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like it's like, somebody's communicating to me on Skype, and it's like, boom, boom, boom. But anyway,
No, it's horrible.
So-
Yes.
no, it's like, so anyway, I'm talking about this Romanian lady in Brooklyn, and
Yeah.
And
The
she
cement.
talked about her cause for fixing the environment, fixing the planet. It's very much a part of her heart, and it's really like you can talk to her about this, that, or the other thing, but this is her passion.
Mm-hmm.
And so you can't move her off her passion. So anyway, but then she said one thing to me. It finally registered.
Mm-hmm.
Finally registered. And I told her, I said, now this is a selling point. And her theme is heaven on earth. It's a beautiful theme. So you want to take your environment, and she's in an environment there that's very challenging because, you're walking by and you see all these stacks of garbage on the street. We were at Broadway and Flushing in Brooklyn, in that general area, and Graham Street, which she would call, her pronunciation was so irritating. She's saying it's where Graham Street starts. I said, well, what is this? I can't find the street. Oh, Graham. Graham. It's Graham. So told her to work on that pronunciation.
Yeah.
She speaks with a much thicker accent than Paula.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But anyway, so heaven on earth, I think this is beautiful. If you think of putting heaven on earth, that should be a theme for everybody in life. She also liked the idea, she learned from reading my stuff, that heaven is not necessarily up on a cloud. It can be in the inner earth as well. And the heaven on earth is like a gate. She was insistent on giving me some items to bring to Atlanticron to do a raffle to give as gifts. And she is insistent on giving me some gifts. One of them was a incredible thermos. It's an incredible thermos. Like she says, I don't like to give away cheap stuff. So it's just this thermos that's very easy to drink out of. It doesn't leak. You can screw it, or you can drink out of it and screw it, or not. It's just a perfect. And then there's a hook you can put it on your belt loop. It was the best thermos I've ever seen. I think it was great. Yeah. So she gave me a thermos, and I used it today for football. And then she gave me all of these bags. Sort of a tote bag. And this tote bag is a high quality bag. It's not plastic, but because she's abhors plastic, she says, this way you can fold up this bag. It doesn't weigh anything. It's the size of a baseball, but it doesn't weigh anything. And you can just loop it into your belt loop. And then when you go to the store, if you're just buying a bag of groceries, you can put it all in there. Now, if you're going to do serious grocery shopping with 3 or 4 bags, that's a different issue. But anyway, so I think it says she has something written on it about the earth. And so she gave me these 18 bags, which I've got to fit into my luggage, and which will be a bit of a challenge. They're not that, it doesn't take up that much space and give away. She's really creating this dynamic that she wants me to take to Romania. And she gave me, but I really like the idea of creating heaven on earth. That she really sold me on that. That, not intentionally, me being more a marketing person, oh, that's the tagline you got to use, heaven on earth, create heaven on earth. And that's what every one of us needs to do or wants to do or should want to do if we're going to make our life on earth better, be a representative. If you can think of a feng shui garden, that's, you know, a little microcosm of heaven on earth. But she also gave me something which was very interesting. It was I think an original authentic tarot deck from made in 1970s. She found it at some store. She bought, and she wanted me to give a reading. She said, I don't know if you do this. Can you give me a reading? Of course I did. I gave her a mini reading, which was a very positive reading on what she's doing. But it's a French deck. It was in French, which wasn't too hard to read, because it's kind of obvious what the words say. So she gave me a very nice present there, and I connected with her on a deeper level. But I said, how would you like to come on the show?
Cool.
She said she would be willing to do that. She's got to get her Skype up and working. She hasn't been on Skype in a long time, but she said she would do that, which surprised me because she's often so mysterious. You know, she's mysterious. Romanians, and especially her, they fit right into this. I'm so mysterious.
Oh, of course.
They're not all like that. But whatever. Every soul is blessed. So we I'll try and get her on at one point or another.
Good.
But sort of what enabled me to execute the meeting, because I wasn't so sure I, could find the time. What really, there were two things that really made it desirable. I'd finished my newsletter and I needed a break. So that was good.
Right.
I needed a break. But she had sent me, this is really what sealed the deal. She had sent me an email. And this is a story that ties to the great mysterious underground of the Buchej Mountains. Now, I will, in the context of this story, I will explain some of the geography. I hope I don't, because I haven't really gotten a chance to totally get my teeth into this, because it requires some more translation from her. She only translated part of it. And I sent the video, anybody who wants it, but it's in Romanian and there's no subtitles. Now, this story sort of starts with Emperor Justinian, who was a Roman emperor who built, I believe he was in the Eastern Roman Empire, was he not, Douglas?
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. He built a monastery. It says Saint Ekaterina. Now, spelled E-S-C, this is Katerina, but they have an E-C. H-A Tarina.
Right.
Ekaterina, Ekaterina, Katerina. It's Katerina. Okay, so Justinian built this monastery, Saint Ekaterina, but he used Ghetto Daci for that. Now, Ghetto Daci means Romanians. Daci is Dacians. Geto is the Gete people, which are the forefathers of the Celtic people. But they come from Romania. He used these people because they were known for being very good at building fortresses, and they were also good warriors. Now, what I would say is that these people from Romania were good warriors because they had no choice. They were fighting off Mongol hordes for hundreds of years. So by the time it comes around to this, they're still in fighting mode as a culture. Fortresses, they build fortresses. So all of these Romanians came with their families and stayed there for hundreds of years to defend this monastery. Now, this monastery, God, where is it? I think she said it was in Egypt. It's in Egypt. But anyway, it says that this monastery was the second largest Christian library in the world after the Vatican. In 1533, a Romanian monk was the head of the monastery. He was Romanian and part of the Orthodox Church. And he is the one who started a holy mission, which the most famous saint of Romania, I don't know if he's officially declared a saint, I don't know if they have saints in that church, Arsenie Boca became part of 400 years later. So this Romanian monk started a holy mission which embraced Arsenie Boca 400 years later. Now, I'm going to explain a bit about who Arsenie Boca is. Arsenie Boca first appears in the Transylvania Sunrise book because Radu writes that his mentor, Cezar Brad, was brought to Arsenie Boca. And Arsenie Boca had great powers. He could read people. He could read their future. I did a whole, I think, forward to him in the book, Mystery of Egypt, because Cezar Brad had been brought to him, and he told Cezar Brad that Romania would be a focal point in world affairs. In other words, he was predicting what would be found in the Wuchedge Mountains, vis-a-vis the book that he writes about with the holographic projection. He didn't name specifics, he just said, and that Cezar Brad would play a role. Now, at the same time, Arsenie Boca had to be moved around. He kept getting transferred to different monasteries because Ceausescu, he had too much power. The people loved him too much. He had quite a reputation. And as much as he was opposed by Ceausescu would come to him for readings. And the final reading was, you better change your ways or, you're going to meet your end.
Yes.
And he didn't listen.
No.
So anyway, that's who Arsenie Boca is. And of course, I actually visited his grave on August 12th, 2013. It was the day after I met Paula. And the night I lectured to her stepmother's school. And it was, I'll tell you what happened. You go in and you put your name in this book. I don't have to. You put your name in this book and you get in line to go to Arsenie Boca's grave. Well, I was about that in line for about 45 minutes. And everybody goes up, and it's like a big wooden or cement cross. and people are going up there and doing the sign of the cross and kissing the cross, whatever they do. You know, they spend about a minute. And I went up there and I just put my hands, I made a chi ball in front of the cross and just sat there for, nobody bothered me, nobody said anything. And of course there's nuns who are supervising, you know, making sure you don't stay too long, that you don't do anything wrong. Then I noticed, I said, boy, there's this bench right there. I didn't even have to wait in line. I could just go sit in this bench. So I went and sat on the bench and just sat there and soaked in the energy. Meanwhile, my Freemason friend, who followed us all the way up, he says, go to the grotto. You must go to the grotto. The energy in the grotto. There's a grotto behind there. I never got to see the grotto, but I'm sitting there, and then I stand up, and I begin to do just some very basic qigong, just like lifting my hands. I'm not bothering anybody. And the nun looks at me and freaks out. She points to the gate, and I don't know Romanian very well.
Well, that's universal language.
She says, "Acolo la porta." That means there's the door. I knew what she meant. There's the door. And I walked out. I said, okay, I'm not going to upset these people. I walked out, and then I saw my psychiatrist friend who had followed us up as well. And he's outside, and I tell him what happened. He says, oh, this is just a racket. Look at all this. It's just a money-making enterprise. Because, you know, you donate when you come in. And, of course, that was my experience. Now, when I went to lecture to Tamarinda's class, I talked to them, and it was translated. And she told me, and I think, and this is going through a translator because her English wasn't so good at the time. And she said that, and she's picking up on this psychically. She says, because I told them what had happened. She says, those nuns have spent the whole day, you know, clearing the energy, recovering, you know, like the energy was too much for them, what I did. Like I upset the equilibrium of their mindset.
Yeah.
Like, in other words, they didn't necessarily, you know, chase me down, you know, like a torch mob in Frankenstein movie. They didn't do that. But I apparently, according to what she said, I created a profound energetic impact, which discombobulated their energy fields. So I said, you know, I'll, you know, it's not really. And I was the one who recommended we go there as part of the tour with Vonda Osman. You know, I said, let's go check this out. And, you know, so the whole, you know, we all went there in the bus. And it was I guess what you'd call a bit of a religious excursion. So anyway, that's Arseny Boca, my encountering with Arseny Boca. I've kind of left him alone after that experience. Nothing against him. I did, well, anyway. So this is in 1681. This Romanian ruler, Mihai Condaciucino, left with his family on a trip to Palestine and Sinai. They went to this monastery. They stayed there for 3 months. And when he was about to leave, one of the monks told him, this Romanian ruler, who was at this monastery that was housed by Romanians, that this person, and that is really hard to pronounce this. Joachim Palahul discovered 40 gold tablets that the Getic Dacians brought with them when they built the monastery in the year 500. Now, this is saying that Justinian was about that time. So they brought these gold tablets with them. According to this, Joachim Palahul discovered 40 tablets that the Romanians brought with them when they built the monastery in around 500 AD. He said to this Romanian ruler of 1681, Mihai Contucicino, your mission is to take them back to the Romanian land, these golden tablets, and leave them to a generation and to another until they will be translated. In other words, find a way to translate them from the Geto-Dox language. Now, the only person I can think of that I know who might be able to deal with that language is Paula's stepmother, now that I think about it. Because she understands German, she understands Romanian, and it's that sort of combination of those two. This is how the Goths language. Goth, the word Goth is, and if you look up the history of the Goths, well, we don't know that it's all been lost. Goth, Gotha is a word like jete. Gotha, jete. It's the same thing. So the history of the Goths is really the Romanian people. And it has nothing to do with wearing black weirdo outfits. That's a fashion trend, which can or cannot look interesting. Depends on the, depends on a lot of things. But anyway, so Mihai accepts the mission and takes them back to Romania in 1684. But no one knows how to translate them. After 5 years of going to Europe to study, this Romanian builds the Sinaia monastery and gives the tablets to the monastery. Now, so you understand, Sinaia is the first place I ever went to in Romania. When I arrived in Romania the first time with Tantra Bensko, I was greeted at the baggage claim by, I forget his name, but he was from Atlanticron. He was very friendly. He grabbed me. I mean, I never saw him again in my life. Oh, David said he's part of the family. What's the family? What's this mean? It means he's just part of Atlanticron. And so he puts me on the phone with David, and David welcomes me to Romania. And I think he put me on the phone with Serene Rapanovich, who greets me, and he's going to be my sponsor. And then, between the two of them, they have a driver lined up for us. And the driver gives me a bunch of money because I can pay for all the stuff we're supposed to pay for. And David says, you're going to be going to Sinaia. Sinaia is known as the gateway to Transylvania. It's not actually in Transylvania, but Sinaia is, if you go a couple hours north of Bucharest, it's kind of where, it's a resort city, mountain city. It's very beautiful. It's where the Carpathians began going from east to west to north, south to north. And it's a beautiful city. I walked quite through it. Palace Castle, where we were taken eventually. So we were driving all night because our rooms were sold out, and we were driving around the middle of the night. That's a whole nother story. But so Sinaia, and then we ended up staying in Sinaia. I got to walk through it a lot. So it was my first city in Romania. Now, and I had to learn how to take the bus to, a few miles north to Busteni, is where you get on the Sphinx from. So it's in the neighborhood of the Sphinx, general neighborhood. So this monastery, now monasteries are a dime a dozen in Romania. There's so many. He gives the tablets to this monastery. I don't know where the Sinaia monastery is. I have been to, many different sites around there. Now, there is a monastery that I've gone to, not really gone inside. I don't think it's the same one. I'm sure it's not. It's the one by Yalomita, where you go into this cave by the Pestero Hotel. I'm sure that's not the same monastery, because that's not Sinaia, number one. That's Yalomita. So Sinaia has a different monastery. So anyway, so he builds this monastery, this Mihai guy, this ruler of Romania, and gives the tablets to the monastery. Doesn't say he keeps them, he gives them to the monastery. Decades later, while the construction of Peles Castle went on. Now, Peles Castle is where I first ran into my first Solomonari. Prince Pele Carol lived at Sinaia Monastery. Carol is one of the families that inherited the mantle of the Romanian royalty. Carol, Romanian royalty. It says that while the construction of the Peles Castle, which was going to be the summer president of the royal family, summer home of the royal family, Principale Carol lived at the Sinaia Monastery, while he was supervising the work at the castle. He was given the tablets and asked to continue the sacred mission. So this went into the sacred royal family of Romania. I'm not sure it's the real royal family. It might be a kind of a substitute royal family, but whatever it was. It says, fast forward in May 1927, and he later abdicated. This is what started this meme that Prince Charles was going to become the king of
Romania.
Yeah. Which was just fluff. It never happened. Fast forward in May 1927, the tablets are given to Principessa Elena. She is giving them to specialists. And they were finally translated in 1933 by the historians at the Denmark Royal Court. Elena tells the Prime Minister, I.G. Duca, what the tablets say. Now, I could maybe get more traction by looking up all these different people, but a few days later, after she gives these tells the Prime Minister what they say, before the Prime Minister got to tell the Romanian politicians, he was murdered. Now, this is where the traction gets interesting. You go, we got a murder. And I'm going to digress. I mentioned football today. I won my 4th Super Bowl ring. I'm the only player to have 4 Super Bowl rings in our league.
Wow.
My secret is not to play in the game, which I did not. In fact, I didn't play. I played one play in the playoff game before that. The reason I really didn't play because I'm kind of hurt. I got a jammed finger and I've got some plantar fasciitis going on, which I will be, fastidiously working on to fix. But my secret is I don't play in the games, and then we win. And in point of fact, they really don't need me. Yet I feel and I'm treated like a full contributing member because I constantly giving my 2 cents to what's doing. You're not doing this, you're doing this, and they listen to me. How much they execute what I say, but they always appreciate what I say. They listen to me. So it makes me feel like, I got my 4th Super Bowl ring. But what I was going to say, our quarterback, who's very talented, he was missing way too much. In fact, the only reason we won both games is because one of the players intercepted a conversion on both games that made the difference. You intercept the point after touchdown. If it was, because we couldn't make a conversion point to save our lives. So we got an extra 2 points in both games, which enabled us to win. But a quarterback was just, he wasn't striking. And then on a defensive play, he collided with this guy who caught the ball right on the goal line. And I would have called it a touchdown for their team, but I wasn't the referee. I'm just a spectator, or not a spectator, I'm on the team. And I had a neutral guy watching that, and he called it a touchdown. But before, there was all of this ensuing argument, and Jay, our quarterback, when he stopped this guy at the goal line, he got hurt. They both went down. They were down for like 5 minutes.
Oh.
And it was hard to tell which one were hurt worst. I mean, they were just. And then when Justin, the opposing team, got up, everybody clapped. And somehow, I was like, I put up the touchdown sign for their team, but it didn't stick. The touchdown didn't stick. By the time, and they didn't have it videoed, by the time it was done, they said it was unnecessary roughness on our quarterbacks who was playing cornerback. Unnecessary roughness. They gave him half the distance to the goal. They made another play, and they didn't make it, so they didn't score. But our quarterback had drawn blood in the incident. Like his nose was bloody, not horribly bloody. And I said, there it goes. They drew blood. We're going to get it. We're going to get it. And then a few plays later, he threw this long touchdown pass, which eventually led to the game winning. I said, the point was he drew blood.
Right.
And when you draw blood, sometimes that makes a difference. And I recognized it immediately. I said, oh boy, drew blood. It's like, and I don't think he made another damn mistake. The game was mostly over by that, but I don't think he made a mistake again after that happened.
Okay.
Anyway, so I'm saying now we have in this story, we have a murder. There's a certain, I don't want to say cachet, but it's like where things become meaningful.
Yes.
One of the most, I'm going to digress again. One of the most exciting sporting events I ever saw was, as I say, my friend won tickets to closed circuit fight on TV, closed circuit TV in Madison Square Garden. Only time I was there, was it Tommy Hearns and Marvin Hagler. And when they rang that bell, the fighters just went at each other like two animals, like I'd never seen in any fight before. The crowd was equally raucous. You could not hear a word that any commentator said. It was just noise, and people are just watching this like two mad, crazy people going at each other. And finally, Marvin Hagler, at one point they had to stop the fight because he got bloodied. And when he saw the blood, that he had blood struck, he just became a ferocious bull and went on to win the fight and knocked out Tommy Hearns in 3 rounds. And it was 3 rounds of fighting, but it was like you were tired. It was like you'd been watching it for 45 minutes. I never saw so much time compressed into a fight.
Oh.
My point here is, blood it can really trigger. Now here we have a murder. Okay, so this Romanian, he's going to tell the Romanian politicians, but he dies after he hears this from Elena, who had them translated. After a few years, Elena, who had the tablets translated, meets Arseny Boca. And knowing she had to go into exile, I don't know why she had to go into exile, but I would assume it's because they knew that she was the source of the translation. Not the translator, but the one responsible for it. Mm-hmm. So she gives the details of this holy mission to Arseny Boca. This is interesting. Now, he's some character that I can relate to. Like, if you were to mention a bunch of rock musicians that I'd never heard of, and then you mentioned Paul McCartney and John Lennon, I could relate to them because I've heard of them. Whereas many of the modern day rock musicians I might not have ever heard of. Arseny Boc is like, he's got some teeth to him. I've got some experience with him. He's a real character that I have some experience with. That's all I can say. So she gives him this mission about the holy, these translated tablets. We can assume that he gave her the tablets. She gave him the tablets. It says the documentary, which I put in the email, says that in the last years of life, Arseny Boc retires to Sinai. And by the way, Sinai is the same thing as Sinai, like Mount Sinai. And they say it's named after Mount Sinai, but you can make a case that Mount Sinai was named after Sinai, just like Sumeria was named after Samaria. It's not like Romania was taking these names, and Tartara, whatever it was called, are taking these names. They're just like little hamlets. Sinai is not, but you know, it's like they don't need to make up names after the Holy Land or after the Mideast. They don't need to. It's not like America calling New York after York, England. It's not the same thing. But anyway, so when Arseny Boc retires to Sinai, that move is connected to what the tablets say. So the tablets, you know, persuade him to move to Sinai, which is, as the crow flies, not very far away from the Buchej Mountains. Not very far away at all. After then, then my friend Nora says, I stopped listening because I think this comes in the next episode. She's going to finish.
Okay.
But it was said that the tablets were talking about secret tunnels at Sinai that are a portal to another world, and that Arseny Boc accessed them. And this is why he moved there in his final years, to live and to die. One of the ladies in the royal family connected to Arseny Boc is Maika Alexandra from Pennsylvania. They also say that Arseny Boc was doing astral projection. Witnesses said he did it. For instance, he was seen at his mother's funeral while in fact he was incarcerated. I can translate more to you when we meet, or someone in Romania. She says, I think there's 3 episodes to do it. So basically, the Arseny Boc's death could have been connected to this too. So this is a point of reference. I might have actually been told this story before a long time ago, but it didn't register. Anyway, this is the story, and so Radu, when he writes, has a certain respect and regard for Romanian Orthodoxy, which many, if not most, Romanians do. It's I said, stereotype them. First they'll give up their smoking, which is not easy. Then they're drinking. Then the Orthodox Church. And the last thing they'll give up is hating gypsies.
Yes.
So, but the Orthodox Church is really bound into their psyche. And I can't say that it's not related to being under communism, because it only strengthened the people's resolve to be in a godless society. But it had to be very kept secret. And when you're living such a hopeless life, to cling to. But it's also, Romanians are very visceral. It's part of their beauty. Their energy is very visceral. Whether you like them or not, their energy is visceral. And I find, most of them very likable, very genuine. So that's why this woman, she's just viscerally wants to get people to stop using plastic and to, and so then we're walking around and she starts running into people she knows, saying, this person gave me that, and if this person first, dismissed me, and then he came up and apologized for what she was doing. He realized he wasn't doing the wrong thing by using plastic or whatnot. And you would have gotten a kick out of this, Douglas. I first get there and I park in this lot that's behind a Key Food grocery store. And I said, I've got to use, I told her I've got to use the restroom. She said, yeah, well, I think you can go to that store. So we go around, she waits outside, and I go into this huge store. It's a huge supermarket. And it's like so damn busy.
Right.
It's like Brooklyn is so busy, so crowded. Even though it's like it's so restful to live in Long Island in the suburbs compared to there.
Right.
I don't think San Francisco at its worst could be this busy. And as busy as it is, it's not like there's 50 people on the sidewalk. It's just this constant, and all this cement and all this, and it's just not, it's not very restful. It never felt dangerous. Even though many times I was the only white person on the block. It never felt dangerous. But so I go into the restroom, or not the restroom, in the grocery store, find out, and then found some guy who didn't speak English, and he directed me. He didn't know how to say 11. At the end of 11 is the bathroom, a very small bathroom. So I'm waiting in line to use the bathroom, and this guy. And I just immediately have this rapport with this black guy, and we're talking, and I say, "Use the bathroom." No. And it's like, and he's just talking, and I don't know what I said to him, but he started saying something about being from Fort Hamilton. I said, "Oh, Fort Hamilton." I said, "I've been there. That's an incredible view of the city." Maria Deandra took me to Fort Hamilton once. I was on a TV show that she was hosting with her and her husband at the time. I don't know if her husband was there, but I think I was with Paul, maybe. But anyway, she took me and showed me this beautiful view of Fort Hamilton from, I think it was, in just a beautiful view of the city. Beautiful view of the city. And so I knew what he was talking about. And he says, I go to the, what did he call it? He says, I was talking about the prices of something. He said, "Oh God, it was a store." And I said, "You mean the PX?" He goes, "No, not the PX." He said, "There's some store. It's like a non-profit distribution center at the base. Things are cheap, cheaper than the PX." He said. So
weird.
Yeah, it was weird. Yeah, but I mean, the rapport between me and him was incredible. I don't know if it was because of he was in the military or what, or he was just very friendly, and we had a nice communication. And other than that, people are just kind of in their New York fog. I mean, I wasn't looking, talk to anybody really. So anyway, that was kind of a weird experience with that guy. But this. So this whole idea of these tablets are telling of some sort of politically sensitive secret that could take out a prime minister. Take him out. Just have him murdered. Now, you can say that he was murdered because he revealed this great secret, or it could be kind of a quote-unquote coincidence, an energetic thing. Like our quarterback today getting blood drawn, and he gets up and acts like, the quarterback he's capable of.
Mm-hmm.
One of the stupidest things quarterbacks in our league can do is we don't have a 2-minute warning, we have a 1-minute warning. And I've seen this too many times, is the quarterback will have the lead with the 1 minute left, and he's got to run down the clock.
Mm-hmm.
And the clock stops in 1 minute on a dropped pass. So instead of just throwing a 5-yard pass and having the guy run it and let the clock run, he'll try some long pass or semi-long pass. It'll get missed. The clock will stop, and they'll end up losing the ball, and the other team will get it and score on it. I've seen this so many times. It's just outrageously mental mismanagement. And of course, after our quarterback drew blood, he didn't miss a trick.
Right.
He even threw a long pass which connected, and that's what helped secure us the game, because we would have had to give it over if we didn't. We couldn't have run down the clock that far. But in any case, a murder. So in other words, it's like, well, blood was drawn. He got up and did the right thing. It can also be the wrong thing. So this guy was murdered because he was informed what the tablets mean. Like, you can look at this as being like really serious, and you can look at it as being corny, because I will run across people, many different people, who are victims of conspiracy, targeted individuals, and I've met quite a few, and they will have the heebie-jeebies about something that I could care less about.
Right. Yeah.
And not that I devalue it. Like, say, you were very concerned when that guy showed up outside your door to kill you.
Yeah.
You were worried about me.
Yes.
I was never worried about me. I don't, deny for a second that story happened. But it's not the energy field I was in. I wasn't having somebody come after me. Right. They're coming after you because you're the target, not me.
Understood.
And I understood that, but yet, nevertheless, I do take the warning seriously. I say, okay, I'm not going to discount the fact that I'm going to have at least my orange alert on.
Right.
I don't need to go into full panic mode. But so anyway, when sometimes what will affect one person will not affect another person. Right. But when this guy gets murdered, coincidentally with finding out this information, it could have, number one, overwhelmed him. We also have the story in Radu's Secret Parchment where when this Professor Constantine, who's a very real character, who did disappear, discovers these golden tunnels, the Securitate freaks out. They just freak out, and they order all these cement trucks to block it. But the cement trucks, there's all sorts of problems. The truck they go crazy, the cement drivers. So the Securitate has to cement it up themselves, according to the story. And then Professor Constantine disappears. But Cesar Brad gets a short conference with him before he leaves, and this becomes the high point of Romanian national security for a long time. What this report that Cesar Brad had about this access to these golden tunnels. And what I would say about access to those golden tunnels, and the question becomes, is where does reality mix with semi-reality? or alternative reality. And access is by invitation only. There are tunnels of gold beneath there. To the extent they are like as described by Radu, I can't say. But this is something I'm going to share with everybody that's a very interesting astrological teaching and reference point. And if you don't like astrology, it's an archetypal reference point. Because before the outer planets were discovered, and by the outer planets, I mean Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto, there were 7 planets / luminaries. And they call the sun and the moon luminaries because they're not officially planets, but they're major luminaries. Those 7 planets would be / luminaries would be Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn. That's 5 planets, and the sun and the moon make 2 luminaries. Manly Peep Hall has a whole tape on it's a 90-minute tape on the interrelation between the numbers 5 and 7 and how the numbers 5 and 7 appear so much. And he says, we have 5 planets and 2 luminaries. That's 5 and 7. And that was what astrology was that was the solar system until the discovery of Uranus, or Herschel, they like to call it Herschel, in whenever that was, 17 or 1800s, I think it was 1700s. And then later they discovered Neptune and finally Pluto. So, but you see, Saturn is the planet of structure, and it's the planet of boundaries. So Saturn, like if you're getting too big for your britches, Saturn will bring you back down to your limitations. Or as the Clint Eastwood movie says, a man has to know his limitations. You can't, like one of the reasons I have, got this plantar fasciitis is because when I try and hype up my running, body doesn't want to go, like it's not like I'm 25. It's resisting me working out heavily. It doesn't want me to. So I have to cut it back and figure out another way to do it. Anyway, the 5 and the 7. So Saturn, these outer planets. Now, when you go further out, you get to Uranus, which is just unbridled creativity, and you get to Neptune. Neptune is spirituality. It rules Pisces. It rules the collective unconscious. It's everything. It's everything that's out there. It's unlimited. It's your full, open acceptance of everything. And it's actually a much higher octave than Saturn. It's higher. It's the higher octave of Venus because it's the spiritual aspect. Now, where people run afoul with Neptune, they can be deceived. They can be deceived by the grand spiritual vision. It's like if you see a movie about Shangri-La or Shambhala and they're messing around with the Sherpas and there's all this, they think they're going to paradise and they're freezing their asses off in the snow. They get delusional. They get delusional. This is the problem with Scientology. People get delusions of grandeur. And they say, oh, I'm on the road to Shambhala. Meanwhile, their personal reality and independence is being eroded because the delusion has more power than the reality. One of the reasons I was not fouled up by any of this in terms of my whole life is because I have Saturn and Neptune conjunct, relatively close together in the second house of Libra. Libra, it's resources. Libra represents balance, the scales. And Saturn is exalted in Libra, which means I have the ideal position with that to be a judge. You know, because I could see Saturn is the karma, but it's balance there, so I can be very non-prejudiced. You know, even if it doesn't agree with my personal view, I can stand outside of that. But Neptune is, so both of these planets are resources to me. They're in my house of resources. So it means that Saturn can, you know, be balanced with Neptune. It can balance the illusion with the reality. And I remember one of the first things I discovered when I got to the Apollo was there was, you know, one has an idealistic view, and then there's a very pragmatic reality. And that the way one survives in an environment is to be pragmatic, not to abandon the ideal, but you had to be pragmatic, and they're two different realities. You know, the pragmatic reality and the ideal reality.
Yes.
And one just has to be pragmatic and distinguish between the two, and not necessarily reject pragmatism, which can be very tempting if one has a holier than thou attitude. Like, you know, I'm not going to associate with you know, Catholics because I'm a Jew, or I'm not going to associate with Jews because I'm a Catholic, rather than just, you know, who cares? Just get down and do business. It's not about religion. It's about interacting with another person for whatever reason one is going to interact with. So these outer planets are outside the boundaries of what you would call normal pragmatism. Saturn and the inner planets are like your day-to-day reality. So when you go out to evaluate where Neptune, Uranus, and Pluto are in your particular chart, or what they're particular doing, it's a different context. But Saturn puts the boundaries, and Saturn will say, you know, you don't need to go into excessive spirituality, whether it be today or for your whole life. And that's what happens with many people who, you know, discover arguably too late in life in Scientology. They have to come back and be pragmatic and get real jobs and live what they would call real lives.
Yeah.
And they tend to reject the Neptunian ideal that Hubbard put forth, the vision, the spiritual. And but most of them would say they got a pragmatic benefit of learning how to function better in life. Some of them do really well because of the, I guess what you call highly compressed situations they were put into. Some of them are, but you know, all sorts of people are different. But anyway, you know, Saturn brings you back to reality. In the cases of Radu Sinamar, he paints some incredibly visionary situations of you know, going to the inner earth and meeting this whole civilization of different people who are cooperating there is just, joy and harmony there. But it's like, well, where does Neptune, or where does Saturn bring one down to pragmatism? Like, I talked to my friend Serene Rapanovich many years ago about certain things. Now, when I first got there, he told me that Radu Sinamar was in Romanian intelligence. He told me that. I don't know how he knew that, but he's in the government. I don't know if he knows that from scuttlebutt or what. Years later, when I was talking about something, he was dismissive of some of the stuff. He's not even reading it because it just sounds so farcical to him. Now, keep in mind, this is a man who started a camp, science fiction camp. He has roots in science fiction. And he's very open, but it's like, he's very pragmatic. So, it just got, I guess, even the stories got a little too airheaded for his liking. Certainly for whatever his day in and day out bread and butter is. But the realities that he's writing about have to be brought into a pragmatic framework to be of any use to anybody. And of course, they have been, when my friend Jojo read these books, they changed her life.
Wow.
Really give her inspiration, because it creates a whole new paradigm of what is out there. Now, in the case of Preston Nichols, he was painting very exotic realities and coming up with theories, ideas, circumstances that nobody would come up with. They were out of left field, but there was a certain amount of coherency to them. And then there was a very real coherency, which I was able to focus on with regards to the conspiracy to keep all this stuff silent. It's like in the actual overturning of the closure of the camp and get it opened up. That was all direct result of me and Preston at Camp Hero. But it's kind of an unspoken acknowledgement. But as they say, the time travel stuff was really far out. But then David Anderson comes along, and that's the Saturnian reality of time travel, which is what is time is Saturn. It's chronos. It's control of time. It's boundaries. It's boundaries. So you get a very strong pragmatic angle. But part of the pragmatic angle associated with David Anderson is influenced by the planet Pluto, which is secrecy and control. And that becomes another issue in itself. So I was just giving a little bit of an astrology lesson there between the relationship between Saturn, which is time, it's restriction, and of course time is a restriction. It's a boundary. We only have so long to live in a life. And Saturn also rules agriculture. Now, what's the key ingredient in agriculture is time. You've got to plant a seed, you got to let it grow, and then it's something you can harvest. And that's why Saturn is the planet of karma, or harvesting. What you sow, you will reap. That's exactly what happens in karma. If you're sowing seeds of bad intent, you will reap the consequences. On the opposite, like my friend is trying to save the planet, she gets back positive vibes and feedback. And she tells me heaven on earth. I go, wow, this is a nice thing to integrate into your life. put heaven on earth, because there's a lot of people right now in the Mideast that are either living or perpetrating hell on earth. And, this is not what we want, or not what we should want. Now, I'll go back to the Romanian thing, Douglas, but I want to go back to something that I didn't, I don't think you were here when I addressed it, about the unbridled joy these people were getting in killing innocents. You weren't here for that, were you?
I heard that. Yes, Trump making that comment, and as you said,
What? Trump made that comment.
Oh,
Said
no.
Trump? It wasn't Trump who made that comment. No.
Oh, who was it?
No, it was Musk.
Oh, Musk said this.
Elon Musk. Trump was. I didn't discuss Trump.
Okay.
No, Elon Musk said that. The joy. He saw videos of this great joy in these
Yeah,
alleged.
and
Hamas.
where is he seeing these videos? So good, go on. Yeah.
Yeah, well, without going into, the veracity of that, which is of course questionable, what is this unbridled joy? It's like somebody's having joy on this, whether it's Hamas or whether it's Mossad or whether it's Elon Musk himself.
That's who I would suspect. Yes.
Well, I don't know, but it's like, this is like such. Now, you've probably been around people that were crazy enough to get off on that.
Mm-hmm.
You've probably even seen some of it, like WkEND,
Yes, of course.
So it's like, I don't know. I don't know if you have any. I guess I should just ask you if you have any comment on that.
Well, here's what I would say is that if somebody were to have any idea of what it was like to exist every day as a Palestinian, even prior October 7th of yesteryear, they would understand the displays of joy that may exist. Now, I know for a fact I've only seen one example of footage like that, and that's where this one woman who was traveled from Germany, probably of Jewish descent, but might not have been, because there's plenty of Germans who go to these raves and these festivals in Israel to try and prove that they're not Judeophobic and that they're there to support Israel's right to exist. And it would be a double statement where they would go to support the peaceniks in Israel, which people like Netanyahu and the majority of these reactionary Israelis would consider race traitors who are participating in that particular rave that got hit the hardest, which of course adds to the suspicion of all the places for Hamas to attack. Why would they attack their friends, the people who are trying to say we need peace with the Palestinians? Well, of course they wouldn't. The Israelis would. And that's exactly what happened, because as I pointed out before, there's plenty of evidence of Israeli military rounds being used, all kinds of ordnance that Hamas doesn't even have access to, but the Israeli military gets issued, that were found at the rave site of massacre, where the people were all torn apart, and the Israelis thereafter exploited their deaths by recreating a kind of a reenactment ground where they took even the machine-gunned outhouses and porta-johns and reestablished them as they had fallen in either on site or in another site where they established kind of like the Massacre Memorial Museum for that rave party, all while gloating over the fact that they killed what they considered a bunch of race traitors to stiffen the resolve of everyone else in Israel, in which they succeeded, for all the reasons I pointed out before. There's no one in Israel, demographically or statistically. Obviously, there's going to be exceptions, but they're so rare as to statistically not register. But basically, everyone in Israel is pro-genocidal against the Palestinians. Effectively, all of the protests, again, to educate people who haven't heard this before, any new listeners, all the protests that are taking place in Israel are because they feel that Netanyahu's a chicken shit who's not killing enough Palestinians. That's what they're protesting. That, and the only other thing they're protesting is the way he's handling the hostages, because of course he's doing nothing for the hostages and he doesn't care. The Israelis care about the hostages, but aside from caring about the hostages, they want every Palestinian on earth to be wiped out, to be killed, to be slaughtered, and they're quite vocal about this. So when it comes to the joy, if you were a Palestinian living under Israeli occupation for the past several generations, you would understand why the example of the one footage where I saw it was this German woman coming down to be at the rave, and she basically had her skull split open, and so she was lying there dying in the flatbed of a truck while these Palestinian guys were laughing and dancing around her. That's the only example of something like that I saw. But if you were, again, and that's highly suspect simply because, like I said, why would the Palestinians attack the only people seeking peace in Israel with them? It doesn't make any sense. So even that footage is questionable. And again...
Well, I got something more here. This is very interesting.
Okay, do you want me to complete my thought, or do you want to throw that in first?
Go ahead.
So, again, just so people understand, all the NRA, the National Rifle Association, has for generations pointed to Israel as their idea of heaven on earth, because they constantly insist that the Israelis are a firearms nation where everybody owns their personal firearm for self-defense, which is quite true. And we know that over the past several years that the Israeli gun licensing has gone up astronomically, exponentially. So gun sales have been going up the past few years, starting with COVID. Everybody in America started buying guns, and so did everybody in Israel. So in effect, demographically, statistically, every household in Israel has a gun. So in terms of the firearms capacity the average Israeli citizen has, what happened on October 7th should be impossible. It's certainly impossible without a lot of fighting back. And yet there's not a single iota, not a single data byte of footage of anyone firing any return rounds. Nobody shows up with a gun anywhere. Where were all the fucking guns that all these people own? You're going to tell me that no one had a goddamn gun, but they're able to film, quote unquote, terrorists chopping off babies' heads? And nobody fires back once? There's not a single report of anyone firing back. It makes no sense. The whole thing is a joke. But again, just to clarify and finalize the thought, if you understood the experience Palestinians have living in an open-air concentration camp for generations, if any of them are dancing around joyfully over dead women or dead Israeli babies, I could do nothing but agree with them. I could understand where they're coming from. I could understand why. And they have every right to. Because the Israelis massacre them anytime they want. And the Israelis do it with impunity. And they laugh. And they dance. Just like they did when the Twin Towers collapsed and all the Israelis danced. Fuck the Jew. Fuck them. They deserve not one iota of sympathy. They have nothing but laughter and scorn for anyone else's pain and suffering because they think only theirs is what matters. Fuck them. And with that, I give it back to Peter.
Now, thank you for that. What's interesting here, now, because I watched this thing, and Ben Shapiro was the guy who was interviewing Elon Musk. He was not the guy with the video that was commenting. He was the guy who was doing the video was showing a interview with Elon Musk and Ben Shapiro. But there's now, see, this is the weird thing, because I looked up Elon Musk footage of October 7th. This is from Wikipedia. There is a film called Bearing Witness to the October 7th Massacre, produced by IDF Spokesperson's Unit. Release date 2023. Private screenings only. Running time 47 minutes. Country Israel. So there is a film on the October Massacre, but you can't see it. Now, this is fascinating. just from a rhetorical standpoint, politically, bearing witness to the October 7th massacre, also officially called the atrocity film or the film of horrors in Hebrew, is a compilation of the IDF spokesperson's unit of raw footage from the 2023 Hamas attack on Israel. Now, it's a compilation, and when you think of spokesperson units, we're talking about Office of War Information.
Yes.
So it's immediately going to be for the purposes of the military involved. Whether it's true or not, it's for the military purpose. The film includes footage captured from body cameras worn by Hamas militants on October 7th and contains scenes of extreme violence recorded during and after the incursion. Now, Israeli officials have held screenings of the film for national and international journalists, foreign diplomats, and Hollywood executives to garner support and to deflect criticism of Israelis' actions in Gaza. I would be very curious as to why they don't release it to everybody so they could get more support.
Absolutely.
The film has generated controversy, with some criticizing plans to publicly release the footage over concerns it would be psychologically harmful.
Oh my.
Now, background. A series of coordinated attacks conducted by the Palestinian Islamist militant group Hamas from the Gaza Strip onto bordering areas in Israel commenced on Saturday, 7 October 2023, initiating the 2023 Israeli-Hamas war. Hamas and other Palestinian armed groups named the attacks Operation Al-Aqsa Flood, while they are referred to in Israel as Black Saturday and the Simchat Torah massacre. The attacks began in the morning with a rocket barrage of at least 3,000 rockets launched against Israel and vehicle transported and powered paraglider incursions into its territory. Palestinian militants breached the Gaza-Israel barrier, targeting civilians for killing in neighboring Israeli communities and attacking military bases. In a single day, more than 1,000 Israel civilians and more than 350 Israeli soldiers and police were killed in nearby towns, kibbutzim, military bases, and at a music festival near Riyadh.
Yeah.
Approximately 200 Israeli civilians and soldiers were taken as hostages to the Gaza Strip, of which the number of kidnapped children is estimated to be 30. At least 44 nations have condemned Hamas, labeling the attacks as terrorism. The day was described by media outlets and politicians as the bloodiest in Israel's history and the deadliest for Jews since the Holocaust. The 47 minutes video was produced by the IDF spokesperson unit from footage retrieved partly from the body cameras of Hamas militants who carried out October 7th attacks. The video shows images of the attack, including scenes of murder and mutilation of the bodies of Israeli civilians and some foreign workers. The footage contains graphic content such as burned bodies, including a burnt baby, civilians shot in homes, cars in public spaces, the beheading of a body, bodies thrown in dumpsters, soldiers killed at military bases, and female hostages being pulled by the hair while being kidnapped. Other footage was taken on mobile phones by civilians as they tried to escape and by first responders after the attack. Some militants wore fatigues to resemble Israeli army uniforms. Or were dressed like police. Militants carried radios and zip ties to subdue and transport captives.
Now, what they mean to say is that there were Israeli soldiers and police who were conducting the acts.
Well, that gives you a window into, the counter-argument, and a very plausible counter-argument. Some militants wore fatigues to resemble Israeli army uniforms. Now, why would they do that?
Thank you.
Unless they wanted you to think that it was the Israeli army doing it. But why would they go to that bother? Because they're also ostensibly attacking with all these drones and stuff like this. There was an assault on Israel. Now, we also know that there was extensive plans that the Mossad had and didn't act on it.
Yes, yes.
This is not disputed. So this is like, wow. I mean, this is the first time I've seen a conventional source saying that some militants were dressed like Israeli soldiers or police.
Yes. Now, one could make the counter argument, and by the way, I've gotten some questions in the my emails. People are asking, what about concealed carry? No, there's no such rule for concealed carry in Israel because they allow open carry. There's no need for concealed carry, though I'm sure police who are undercover or intelligence agents have certain permits that allow concealed carry. But most everybody in Israel openly displays their firearms. I mean, this was, again, the NRA trope or meme was showing Israelis walking into ice cream stores, young girls with machine guns slung over their backs buying ice cream. So Israelis could just walk on the street without any question with weapons on open display. Where were all these weapons? Which theoretically, according to the NRA, and they amassed quite compelling evidence, reams and reams of it, that, mass shootings don't happen in Israel, even though everyone carries guns. And the reason mass shootings don't happen is because all the good people have guns. That was the NRA argument, which was why they said Israel is the model nation. So when it comes to what else Peter is presenting, a counter argument or a devil's advocacy argument would easily be thrown out by somebody defending the Israelis. An apologist for Israel would say, the Hamas is dressing in police uniforms or soldiers' uniforms to fool their victims. In other words, similar to guys doing this all the time. There's all kinds of guys in the United States who will, this is why it's against the law, to dress as a police officer or to act as a police officer. Just so people understand, the adult world is a million shades of gray. So during Halloween or a costume ball, or some examples that we saw last night at the National Pride Day's inaugural prom, we've got this kind of some people dressing in police outfits. And you can do that so long as you do not start giving people orders, falsely detaining people, or basically using your position as someone disguised as a police officer to abuse that power and begin to masquerade what they call impersonating an officer, which is against the law. You can dress as one, you cannot impersonate one. But many people will dress as one and impersonate an officer so they can rape women. They will stop women in a car and basically take advantage of that to rape them because the woman stops because they look like a police officer to them. This is quite common. But for the Hamas to be doing this, as Peter has pointed out, there's no point to that tactic because they're launching an all-out attack where everyone knows they're under attack. There's a bunch of people running around with rags on their heads and face masks, ski masks and Kalashnikovs, and they're blowing everything up. There's no point for someone to, I'll get dressed as an Israeli soldier or a police officer and cause some further mayhem and misdirect the ambulance or something like that. You can understand, maybe in a few tactical situations, you could say, maybe that's why they did it, etc. But no, it's when you look at it in the further context of what I've said, and there's other, of course, credible sources where they've talked about rounds of ammunition that only Israeli forces use and are regularly issued. Some of this heavy ordnance. By that, we're talking about like tank rounds, where obviously Israeli tanks had fired into the rave party, that sort of thing. These are like heavy ordnance that Hamas simply could not use, let alone have access to. And if you were to go with the argument that they did this for tactical reasons, we have to think seriously. Where would Hamas get the uniforms? Where would Hamas get the police officer uniforms, the Israeli soldiers' uniforms? It's not like Hamas regularly kills Israeli soldiers or Israeli policemen. Where would they get them? A costume shop? I mean, be serious. How would they have access to this sort of uniform? You'd have to basically either with help from Mossad, which could easily supply them with such, or the Israeli forces themselves were involved. More likely both. With that, we turn it back to Peter. Yes, go on.
Well, this is a very good questions. Like, yeah, where would they get this? And this is the problem with showing the footage. It's going to raise more of these
questions. It will raise more questions. Thank you.
Now, it says the militants, according to the footage, moved through towns for hours without security forces present.
Yeah, how's that?
Odd in itself. In footage taken by civilians, the attackers are seen suddenly emerging at a music festival, sending panicked revelers fleeing across fields amidst cries and moans of the injured. At one military base, militants killed desk staff before seizing their assault rifles.
And how did they do that? Imagine that. You hit a military base. You hit a military base and you seize their assault rifles. And these people aren't firing back?
Yeah, it's pretty lame. In one segment, security camera footage shows Hamas militants killing a man using a grenade. Following this act, the militants are seen retrieving beverages from a refrigerator while the man's children are screaming and crying. Okay.
Can't blame them for getting the beverages. I'd raid the fridge too. That's thirsty work, but go on.
In another scene, young female soldiers are huddled as a militant entered and began firing. The assailants are seen stopping vehicles to drag out and execute occupants and stealing cell phones and belongings from the dead and dying. Civilians are reportedly in shock, were filmed being pulled by their hair into militant trucks bound for Gaza. The militants are reportedly videotaped themselves pulling a dead soldier's body from a car, which young man stomped on. A young woman was filmed after being hauled from a car trunk and driven off while surrounded by a crowd. Screenings. Israeli officials held private screenings of the graphic footage for influential audiences, requiring agreements to not publish or share any footage from the film and prohibiting recording devices. After the film was shown to members of the Knesset in Israel, the content deeply disturbed some attendees. Screenings have been held for Israeli Knesset members, as well as foreign journalists and diplomats in Israel and at Israel consulates worldwide. Screenings for Hollywood figures was also arranged by Israeli-American filmmaker Guy Nativ and Israeli actress Gal Gadot, taking place in Los Angeles and New York. In November, Elon Musk viewed the film in a private screening while he visited Israel to view the damage caused by the 7 October attacks after he posted a slew of anti-Semitic remarks on Twitter. Now that's interesting. He was brought into Israel to own up. I didn't know, because he was saying he doesn't believe in anti-Semitic. He never hears anti-Semitic. So now we're saying he posted anti-Semitic. It sounds like he was brought to task. 40 members of the U.S. Senate from both political parties attended a screening of the film in the U.S. Capitol on 29 November. As they exited, most attendees who were visibly affected by what they saw said nothing to reporters outside. Almost 200 people, including Harvard College Dean Rakesh Khurana and hedge fund billionaire Bill Ackman, attended a screening of the film at Harvard University on 4 December. The screening, organized by Harvard Chabad Rabbi Hershey Zarshi, was the first screening on a university campus. Now, is Rakesh Khurana, is that the one who got kicked out of Harvard?
I don't. The name is new to me, so it's not the one that I'm, that I would know of.
Okay. After facing controversy stemming from the 2023 United States Congress hearing on anti-Semitism, MIT President Sally Kornbluth, MIT Corporation Chairman Mark Gorenberg, and 40 others attended a December 19th screening hosted by Chabad House of MIT. According to Kornbluth, she faced pressure from some faculty and members of the school administration to cancel the screening. Kornbluth was to date the highest-ranking official in American academia to attend the screening. On On May 17th, 2024, this is just a month ago, a private screening was to be held by sales agent WkEND Films for a small group of Hollywood figures attending the Cannes Film Festival. The invitation to the screening featured a warning about the graphic footage and stated that participants would receive the location of the screening only a few days prior for security reasons. Boy, I mean, this is overdoing the security, in my opinion. It's just a film.
Yeah, but the whole thing about Elon Musk, understand that Israel's Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, he basically went to personally visit Elon Musk here in San Francisco during his trip to the United States before he even went to visit President Biden. He came to San Francisco before he went to Washington, D.C., and he said, I want to see the man who runs the United States, not the motherfucker who's his puppet. That's what he said. He said that on record. And he said, that's why I'm seeing Elon Musk. And so he went to San Francisco first, saw Elon Musk, and just, and Biden still sucked his dick after that. If I were the president of the United States, I would have had him deported. But Biden, of course, is a Jew fuck. And as I said, they're all Jew fucks. And so the idea of Elon Musk being anti-Semitic, when he puts on a yarmulke and goes to the Wailing Wall, that's absurd. That guy is as much of a Jew fuck as Joe Biden. And they're all genocidal maniacs who want to help the Jews carry out their genocide of us all, ultimately. So everything they're saying about, if he's brought to task, it's because basically he's got a bunch of shall we say, anti-Israelites or Judeophobes on his site, X, that he permits. He allows them to publish, and that acts as a steam valve where he's doing the Jews a favor. But remember, his biggest supporters are Ben Shapiro. The hard-right demagogue Ben Shapiro has always covered for Elon Musk. So does, of course, the rest of the ADL, the Anti-Defamation League, and all the rest of them. They even though Musk says he's going to sue them, they cover for him and have specifically said that, he's one of the greatest Gentiles. It's pure madness, but if you want to know why, even though Elon Musk endorses these European fascist movements, including a lot of these German neo-Nazis, the reality is all of these movements are sponsored by Israel and Russia because the Israelis consider the far right to be their next of kin. It was David Duke who personally said Netanyahu's son is his best buddy. And Netanyahu, of course, has shown up putting these neo-Nazi kind of memes and tropes in his website, saying that, there's this Jewish conspiracy, and by that they're referring to George Soros. So George Soros is liberal, he's pro-Palestinian, he's anti-genocide, so he's the kind of Jew they portray as the conspiratorial Jew, and he's the bad Jew, and all the right wing is united against him, but they're considered to be brothers in the struggle for Zionist supremacy. This is why the right winger, the so-called Trump of the tropics of Argentina, the president of Argentina, went to visit Israel and again put on a yarmulke, knelt before the Wailing Wall while wearing a Nazi armband. And before him it was Bolsonaro. And of course all the Jews supported these guys, and these guys were saying, remember, the original Nazism of the 1930s is a left-wing movement. A left-wing movement. Not right, but left. They've redefined it all in their topsy-turvy.
That's so asinine. It's so asinine.
Yes. So back to Peter, but this goes to show you the insanity of what we're contending with. These people are in circles. They have pretzel logic. Their ideology is a pretzel. But at this point, when they asked the Argentinian president, how can you claim to be a Nazi and a pro-Jewish person? And he said, because we've come to recognize the Jews are the master race. So understand that these neo-Nazis think the Jews are the master race. That's, and of course, they're aligned with Putin, and They've swept the European elections, and that's the situation we're dealing with. This is the madness. But back to Peter again. Yes.
So delightfully convoluted.
Yes.
So now, to get back to the invitation to the Cannes Film Festival was you'd only received notice a few days prior for security reasons. However, an hour before the screening at the venue, later revealed to be the exclusive Hotel Miltage, attendees were informed that the screening had been called off. The co-founders of the West End Film stated this was done after receiving an order from the Israeli Defense Forces, citing a security threat, although they were not given additional details about it. Controversy. Within Israel, there was debate around publicly releasing the graphic footage. Proponents, such as Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, argued the brutal images would rally international backing for Israel's cause by offering incontrovertible evidence of Hamas atrocities. They contend it is vital for the world to witness these horrific crimes firsthand. However, opponents, such as mental health experts, raised concerns about further traumatizing a population still reeling from the attacks, and warned the film's impact would quickly fade from the news cycle. Well, who cares if it fades from the news cycle?
I doubt that.
Right? It's about traumatizing the population. It's like Los Angeles screenings were protected by local police. Now, what the, this is going to certainly shock people, but then the problem really becomes is the questions it generates. And, certain people might just be influenced like they are about these Holocaust survivors you're supposed to donate money to.
Yes, to keep from starving, yes.
Yeah. But this is why the hell don't the rich Jews take care of them?
Yes, thank you.
It's not like it's that much money.
Thank you.
To keep people from starving.
Yeah.
Take the millions of dollars that were paid from the German reparations and
Yes.
Well, where are reparations supposed to go?
Yes, yeah, go on.
Not milking more people.
Yes, thank you. But no, they exploit it. They exploit it. But this is I find it extremely hard to believe that Netanyahu would be supporting the release of this footage or the circulation of it, except if he were to somehow just be thinking that the public would be overwhelmed by the violence of the imagery so as not to ask obvious questions, which could always be true because people, of course, were overwhelmed by Pearl Harbor because of the way the government spun it. And nobody asked any of the vital questions. So nobody asked what was Bill Halsey and his carrier, the Enterprise, doing all the time that Pearl Harbor was being attacked. And they were supposed to be in area playing war games. How did they not respond? Which, of course, they never did. It's a terrible... I could go on and on, obviously. But the public never asked that because the public is too stupid. You can't count on the public to ask anything. But then again, this was in the days before the internet. So when it comes to today's world, however, you can silence the internet. Any part of the internet that you try to silence, you can easily do it. When it comes to, say, for instance, what Netanyahu's point might be in releasing the film, just blind them with the brutality of what they see. If anyone does start asking questions, all he needs to do is what he's always does, just call him an anti-Semite. He'll just say, oh, those are anti-Semites, which is what he does with anybody who questions anything he says. By the way, for whoever thinks I'm exaggerating or being pithy in that regard, that's not the case. It's truly, even Jewish people have observed that is the tactic of Netanyahu and that he overuses it to the point of rendering it pointless. He renders the very meaning of anti-Semitism, quote unquote, which I've argued with that term before and I don't use it myself. But whatever meaning it might have, and it is meaningless because it means anti-Semitic peoples, and Arabs are Semitic. So if you're really saying you're anti-Semitic, you mean you're also anti-Arab as well as anti-Jewish. But and besides, Arabs are almost all anti-Semitic, whereas many Jews are not Semitic at all, ethnically. So there you have that. That's the term is an abuse. It's an abuse when it's used. So just don't use it. But he uses it overmuch, and that's been judged by many Jews, not just myself. But when it comes to his point and what he might want to do is just overwhelm everybody with the imagery and then call out anybody who asks any questions as quote-unquote anti-Semitic, and that's probably his strategy if that's the way he's thinking. As for the psychologists or other people saying this would hurt people, that's preposterous. The one thing I can give you as another example, 2 examples. Once you have something, you can milk it till it dies. With the Americans, all throughout World War II, the Americans kept saying, oh, remember Pearl Harbor. And they kept saying, this is revenge for Pearl Harbor. Whenever you see some YouTube video come up about something about World War II in the Pacific, it's always revenge for Pearl Harbor. They'll say that about the Battle of Midway. They'll say that about taking out Admiral Yamamoto. They'll say that about the atomic bombs. And with each of these cases, they'll say, this was for Pearl Harbor. I mean, as far as the Americans were concerned, they just took Pearl Harbor and they ran with that as if it were their religion. That was their new religion, was this Pearl Harbor. The new religion of genocide, that this entire race needs to be exterminated because of what they misunderstood about Pearl Harbor, or didn't understand at all. Again, you need to read our book, The Roswell Deception, to get all of the details, certainly all the pertinent details, so that you have a better working comprehension than you did before. When it came to 9/11, the Americans could easily have gone back into that mode and said, fuck the Muslims. Because easily, if they had shown the footage of 9/11, the real footage, which was just bodies everywhere, which New Yorkers had to deal with. New Yorkers were like taking their baby carriages out for their morning stroll, where mothers with their babies were putting their babies in the morning walk, and they'd put them in a carriage and they'd walk past all these piles of rubble that just had human legs and arms and heads sticking out. And all of this was filmed. Whenever anybody tried to upload it on the internet, the government would scrub it immediately. Just immediately. And all this was because President Bush Jr. said, we can't have people conduct any hate attacks on the Muslims. We love our Muslims. Instead of saying that this was a war against Islam, he said that, we're going to attack, Iraq and Afghanistan, even though all the attacks sourced from Saudi Arabia and Israel and had nothing to do with Iraq and Afghanistan. But the one thing he didn't want was any attack against Muslims back home. So in order to fight Islamophobia, you saw nothing of 9/11. All the people who jumped out so they could just die by jumping out a window rather than burning alive. All the other people that died on the ground when everything fell from the sky and hit them. The woman who burned alive when jet fuel landed on her and she just burned alive in front of the camera. All of that was scrubbed off the internet and you'll never find it. All of this because they don't want you going out and killing any Muslim. A Muslim has far more rights in America than any other American on earth. If you're a fucking Muslim and you can strap on a suicide bomb sack, you can have all those sticks of dynamite sticking out where people can see them, yeah, you can try this. Believe me, it'll work. Go to the airport and try and get on a plane. They'll wave you through. And if you don't believe me, all history proves it. Everybody who was taken out on a plane, the underwear bomber, the shoe bomber, all of them were taken out by the passengers on the plane. Not a single goddamn one was stopped or even checked by the people, TSA personnel. Because when they went there, the TSA personnel said, oh, get in line. And they said, you're Islamophobic. And so TSA said, go on through. We won't check you. And people were even pointing at him saying, look, that guy looks like he's a pregnant woman. He's probably carrying a bomb. and TSA would shut them up and say, if you're Islamophobic, we'll arrest you. And so that's how the shoe bomber got on with a gut like a pregnant woman's. That's how the fucking underwear bomber got on looking like he had a strapped-on dildo, like he had the horse's cock from Satan himself. And they walked on, just swaggering. And TSA said, go on by. Go on by. Because if you're a Muslim, you can literally get away with murder in the United States. Because President Bush said, they're our sacred cow. Don't touch the Muslims, because he was in bed with the House of Saud. So, Muslims, Jews, here's a case for arguing anti-Semitism. In this case, yeah. But of course, most of these Muslims aren't even Arabs. They're not even Semitic. They're fucking Pakistanis and Bangladeshis and these real shithole nations where they got nothing to lose. And of course, the families get paid off by the Arabs of the House of Saud and all the rest of this shit. So when you take a look at the situation, a pox on both their houses, the Muslims and the Jews. Instead, we get stuck with fucking Bush Jr., who, like I said, when every other plane was grounded, including military aircraft during 9/11, he made certain that the flights were still flying to get bin Laden's family out of Boston so they wouldn't all be lynched to death. Here we are. Pentagon's been attacked. Trans-American pyramids targeted. That's where Pennsylvania flight was headed. You've got the towers collapsing. And this motherfucker, all he can think of is, what can I do to help the bin Ladens? So, anyhow, back to Peter with that. Yeah.
Well, this has really been an interesting thread. And the other thing about Netanyahu is he may not actually believe this. He may just be saying that to put out a PR point that this footage is really, he wants it to be shown, when in fact he doesn't want it to be shown.
Yes, thank you.
Because it's going to bring up issues, and this seems to be the most strong card they have in their hand in terms of what you would call evidence. And of course, when you're hiding the evidence, it casts doubt upon the evidence.
Yes, and as well it should.
Yeah. This is who and what we live with in these crazy times, and it's just it's astounding just by asking a couple of questions, because I never looked up any of this before, but yeah, and then I want to look up Elon Musk's anti-Semitic remarks.
Probably chicken shit stuff, I'm sure.
Well, I saw him say, well, I don't do it. Okay, this is interesting. There's quite a bit on it.
I'm sure. The guy, probably he likes the controversy. It's like he surrounds himself with it because he's like, it's free ads, free advertising.
It says Elon Musk called an anti-Semitic post on the platform The Actual Truth. It stemmed from an ex-user's post that claimed Jews, quote, have been pushing the exact kind of dialectical hatred against whites that they claim to want people to stop using against them, unquote. Musk responded, you have said the actual truth, while also criticizing the ADL. The ADL unjustly attacks the majority of the West, despite the majority of the West supporting the Jewish people in Israel. This is because they cannot, by their own tenets, criticize the minority groups who are their primary threat. It sounds like a...
It's just word salads.
Yeah, now, it says, Musk apologized for a recent anti-Semitic post on X while speaking at a conference Wednesday night. He added a crude denunciation of advertisers that have since withdrawn from the platform. The advertising exodus this month amounts to blackmail, Musk said, warning that the loss of ad revenue would ultimately result in the closure of X. Musk used an expletive while addressing companies that removed advertisements from the social media platform. I don't want them to advertise, he says. If someone is going to blackmail me with advertising money, go F yourself. I remember hearing him say that.
Yeah, just brilliant marketing. I mean, I hope everyone senses my sarcasm when I say that, but go on. Oh.
Yeah, he's
an idiot, yes.
Yeah. Why Elon Musk is accused of anti-Semitism and what it means for X. This is December 1st. Well, this is a paywall. You see.
Paywalls really, they really drive the point home that information is not free. That everything the internet was supposed to exist for, the free exchange of information, that's all bullshit. And you have to buy it. You have to pay. If you want to...
It's not worth buying most of this stuff.
Yeah, true. Yeah. Well said.
Like, why, for the past several days, Elon Musk has been engaging in a very strange feud with a leading Jewish anti-hate group. This is written in September 6th of last year, before the incident. In a series of posts on X, Musk reportedly blamed the ADL for a 60% decline in the site's revenue, alleging a coordinated effort by the group, which monitors extremism, to push advertisers away from Twitter after Musk purchased it last year. Since the acquisition, the ADL has been trying to kill this platform by falsely accusing it and me of being anti-Semitic. To clear our platform's name on the matter of anti-Semitism, it looks like we have no choice but to file a defamation lawsuit against the Anti-Defamation League. Oh, the irony. One should take Musk's threats against the ADL about as seriously as his proposal for a cage match against Mark Zuckerberg. Criticized Twitter for its permissive content moderation policies, but the legal standard for defamation is dauntingly high. There's no good evidence that the ADL or any other nonprofit is largely responsible for Twitter's ad woes, which mostly have been caused by the owner's own erratic behavior.
Thank you. Yeah. I like how they say erratic. They should just say insane, but go on.
Well, I think, yeah, whatever. It's like he was kissing Jewish asses there. Yeah. It all sounds like some sort of weird orchestration of media.
Yeah, it's like these guys are sharing each other's pantyhose, people. Musk and Netanyahu and Ben Shapiro, they all share each other's pantyhose, and they're trying to make it look like they're somehow at odds. It's absurd.
Yeah, so that's about that. I think we covered some interesting territory tonight. And there's so many weak links in what's going on in Israel for Israel. But there's also, they have an awfully powerful network. And if I was their opponent, I would not count them out because they have a lot of resource. Where they seem weakest at is what you would call public sentiment or public support. They don't seem to have a lot of that.
Anymore, at least. You give them enough rope and they hang themselves with it. They still have far too much, and it's all the people in power.
They don't have support from most countries. They do have support from the United States, from most of the Congress. They have allies in the media. So I just don't think. Well, as they say, they shouldn't be underestimated.
Oh, of course not.
And
Never.
I want to say something I noticed in football today. It's very interesting. It was a playoff tournament today, and one of the teams showed up bright and early. They had the first game, the Jets. They were all in uniform. They showed up. I mean, it was all of them there, and they were like, for the season, I think they were like 2-8. They won 2 and lost 8. We had about 3 games with them. We had a very close game with them. We lost one time to them. But and the other team didn't show up at all. The captain didn't show up. That was really weird.
Wow.
So they won by forfeit.
Oh.
But I said, look at these guys. They had a better team than their record, and they beat us once. I said, we should take these guys very seriously because they were all there. They had a lot of team spirit, a lot of cooperation, and my team didn't really get what I said. I said, these guys are for real because they're there. They're not bad athletes, but they had so many. We didn't have a lot of substitutes. So we played them, and they almost beat us. In fact, they were ahead of us. What was it, 20-6 at one point? And we beat them. I mean, but it was rather a lot of good circumstance. But the fact is, when a team is organized, and it's said, a small team organized can beat a more powerful opponent.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
One thing Israel has on its side going for it is tremendous loyalty and organization from those who believe in their cause. I remember a guy in Scientology. He wasn't really a friend, but I knew him. He was a public Scientologist. He was Jewish, and he was completely willing and dedicated to go support Israel and fight for Israel, just because he was Jewish.
Right.
There was no big deal going on at the time, but he believed and supported it with his heart because that's who he identified with.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't find that kind of loyalty in a lot of situations. But Israel has a lot of people who are loyal, and whether they're misguided or not is irrelevant. It's their personal choice because of either the way they've been indoctrinated or the way they believe. So I don't know where all of this is headed, except that there's a lot more truth that needs to be ferreted out and uncovered. And astrologically, they have a lot of challenges. A tremendous amount of challenges.
Good.
And the astrologer who comments on this, Lori Lothian, she constantly has to mince her words and not talk, not just about that, but about vaccinations and stuff. If she says certain things, she'll get tagged or quote unquote fined, not fined, but you be sanctioned.
Well, ultimately, your channel will be taken down. That's what they did to bases, which, of course, deservedly, it happened to Miles Johnston. I mean, if anyone deserved to have his channel taken down, it was him and Henrik Palmgren. But in the case of bases with Miles Johnston, it was anti-vax propaganda.
Is Palmgren down?
Oh, God, he's been down forever. Yeah, Henrik Palmgren got taken down years ago, and that was because he went full all-out militant white supremacist and just advocated genocide of non-white peoples. I mean, once you get to that point,
I can also tell you, we'll talk about this privately sometime.
Yeah.
It's not crucial that we talk about it right now, but there are very politically sensitive issues that, that concern our work.
Yeah.
That concern you more than me in terms of our work.
Yes.
Where there's political stuff that is brewing.
Yes.
That will affect, geopolitics.
Yes.
And, stuff. But stuff I don't even want to say because
I understand.
It's stuff that I've just recently considered. I said, this could equal this, could equal this, could equal this, and it just could, create a lot of potential situations, which, all things considered, probably wouldn't be any worse than you've been enduring.
Right. I get it. Yes.
Yeah, it just might bigger. It's just that it might involve more people and more drama.
Yes.
But with that, I will retire for the night, and want to remind people to donate to Douglas. You can go to douglasdietrich.com, upper right-hand corner, yellow button. You can make a case for, what support you need this month. We're getting near the end of the month.
Thank you.
Thank you to those who do support. And I'll get back to working on the book.
Excellent. And I want you to know, dear Peter, Brendan is still involved with his work right now, but hopefully he can join us maybe sometime towards the end of the opening hours on Wednesday, which will be here before anybody knows it, and kind of explain to you the numbers that he was, where he was sourcing those numbers from, give you an idea of that. And that would be deeply appreciated. Aside from that, we love you dearly, and of course, we have always the same sentiment to share, which is blessed be thy slumber and sweet be thy dreams. And all right, we'll be seeing you Wednesday. Okay.
Okay. Good night, everybody.
Okay. Good night for now. That's Peter Moon, SkyBooksUSA.com. And with that, we're going to call on the usual suspects. Let's see who shows up to attend, and I'll press all the buttons. And, of course, I've been pressing buttons all night, politically, emotionally.
Certainly press everyone once. Everyone.
Thank you.
Yes. You could say you discriminate.
Thank you.
With everybody.
Thank you. Yes. Yes, thank you. True enough. If only the majority of people would understand that. Yes, instead they personalize everything.
Yeah. That's a true leader. When you don't press any buttons, that's that's when you have problems.
Oh, yes, true. Thank you. I mean, why even bother if you're not going to press some buttons? But again, if you do so, at least press them, equally. At least do so equally, so that... Okay, so we've called on Troy Bellamy, who never shows up on the list. Heather Holman, how could I forget? Make certain to press her button. Okay, and all right, that sounds a bit obscene, but okay, now that I've done that. The other people involved, okay, gonna scroll down, and most of the other people just show up on the list, so here we are. Nemo Albano, of course, George Knight. It's George Knight's night. And he should be joining us throughout the night if he can pull off what he wanted to. Amanda Ute says she's away, but I always press her anyway. Real Tech Geek, Jennifer Hawkins, both of her accounts. And let's see now, who else? Samuel Romero, of course. All right. Where's Victoria Lauren Hobbs? Here, let me see. Did she disappear or something? Let's see now. Victoria. Did I press her already? Or Victoria? There we are. Victoria Hobbs. Okay, and
Yeah, I don't think Victoria joined. She was talking about some interesting things, but I'll have to let her fill you in.
whoa, wait, I'm sorry, what happened?
Stuff she's been up to, but I'd rather her speak of it.
Okay. I look
Anything
forward.
bad. It sounded
Okay.
like very positive experiences, but hopefully she can
Share them.
fill us in at some point.
Excellent. Good. Yes, of course, Victoria, if by all means. All right, let's press that add button and see who joins us. Poor dear Jennifer Hawkins says unavailable. Nemo says unavailable. Brendan has joined us. Yes, Brendan has joined us. And so, Brendan, did you hear what I said to Peter? Hopefully on Wednesday, which will be here before we know it, you'll be able to join us towards the end of the opening hour, so you can tell Peter what you told me about all of those views. He says, I'm not availed yet. Laugh out loud. Understood. But he's with us, but unable to speak for a while yet. And
He does his best. He really, honestly does.
Yeah.
He does come through the best he can.
Yes, about my channel. That's correct. Where it was like,
or just even appearing like he does. I know his sound isn't always good. Like, considering what he's dealing with, he really does. He really does his best. He does a great job.
Yes, and so yes, thank you. And so it's just he and I and you. So I will stick with you until he comes on. Once he comes on, I'll certainly take my break. And says he's having technical difficulties. Oh, that fucking sucks.
Yeah, let's give it a few and see what happens. If you can do a few, right?
Minutes, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, you can hang for a few, right? Okay.
Oh, yeah. No. Last time I had to leave right away because of reasons I'll be happy to share privately.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes.
Checking it wasn't that urgent.
Yeah. No. Thank you for checking. No, that's very considerate. I appreciate that. Heather Holman has joined us. So Heather, honey, oh my God. So what I did was I've written 2 poems for you. I've published the one electronically here on this episode, where everyone I hope will access it. And the other one I'm trying to transliterate. By that I mean turn into handwriting, write it out cursively on some high quality rice paper. And then I will send that to you next day mail. I was going to do that on Saturday, and then I received a call I had to take. So I took that call, and that killed the opportunity to do that because the post office closed at 3 p.m. that day, and I had to take that call. So I will.
That's okay. It's a thought that counts.
Well, that's cute. So either
it's true.
Thank you. No, I appreciate that profoundly. So either this morning or Tuesday at the latest, and we'll just say Tuesday just to make certain that I have the maximum amount of time. Tuesday I will mail it out next day, so you should get it Wednesday or Thursday. But because
that's so sweet. I love the one that you posted though. That's everything. You're so sweet.
Thank you.
That's so nice.
And
no one's ever done that for me.
Oh, bless you. Well, honey, you certainly deserve it. You deserve much more than that. And I will, of course, be sending something along aside from the poem, which I hope you will frame. That's why I put it on quality rice paper, so you can do that.
How could I not? Yeah.
Yes, and so I know you value such things. You are a person who respects paper creations and the like. I'll send a little something else as well.
Yeah, I was just gonna say we got something. I don't know if you read Chinese or not, but for the birthday, I also got another. It's a newspaper or something from China.
Oh wow.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I don't know, it's got some anime on it on the front. I'll put a picture up and so you can see it. But it says on the back Lust News, so it might be like a shoddy ad section or something.
Oh man, or it might be like their version of gossip, like a gossip column.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah, that's
You'll have to tell me if you know.
Yeah. Okay, just scan some images of it. I'll take a look at it as soon as I find an opportunity.
For sure.
Yeah, and so aside from that, my dearest Heather, how did I see that you called me on your birthday.
I was so touched by that. It's so sweet of you to even remember. I had a perfect day, everything that I could possibly want or dream of.
Oh, wonderful.
Completely, and it's fully complete.
Yes. Oh,
Yeah, thank you, Douglas.
and wonderful. And as always, I was so honored to meet Vinny the other day. He's always welcome to come on and speak for a few moments if he wishes.
Right now he's gutting out his mining room. You know, he was a door gunner.
Yeah, okay. On a helicopter. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so he's gutting out his mining room, you said? His
mining room. We have an extra room, and it used to be my bedroom, but I decided to give it to him to be an office.
Okay.
And he does all of his crypto stuff in there.
Oh, okay. So he goes mining on crypto. Oh my God.
Yeah. Well, we're kind of having a little transition, and now we're doing some other things. So we're not mining crypto as much as we are accessibilizing the AI, because there's AIs running out of it now.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Probably have a whole virtual world in there if I thought about it.
Wow.
If I had a headset, a VR headset.
Yeah. Oh my God. That's so is he really into this AI virtuality stuff?
He's into computers.
Mm-hmm.
You know, making things work.
Mm-hmm. Amazing. And
he is.
Yeah.
Hey Douglas, how are you?
Hey Vinny, always so glad to have you on for the moments you can spend. Yeah.
Oh, no problem. Thank you for that. Heather was very touched and she was very excited, so I appreciate that. And no, what we're doing is we're using compute power to train AI models now.
Oh, wow.
So instead of actually mining crypto, because it's sort of a lost art with what we're doing, or it's just lost. There's no money in it.
Yeah.
So now we're using. I'm using my compute power and I'm selling it to people that are using lots of it to train AI models. So hopefully the AI won't take me over. Hopefully they'll be my friends. That's what nice to my cat too. Same thing. My cat and AI are probably connected somehow, and they're going to own me one day. So I'm just trying to get a houseboy job.
I get it. I get it. Yes. Better to be a pet than to be cattle. Yes.
Right.
Yeah, for sure.
Don't want to be a miner when the AI takes over.
Especially me, because I'm not the most responsible pet owner.
Yes, that's fine. So long as you're adorable, a charismatic pet can get away with being irresponsible. So that was Vinny, and Semper Fidelis to our man. And so what was that, Heather? What was that you just said?
Oh, I said he's already owned, but he just doesn't know.
Oh,
by the cat, I mean.
Yes. No, it's so true. It is so true. The cats are they're so sinister. They've taken over planet Earth. And yes, Brooke Gibson was saying that I'm much too paranoid about cats, and she says that I watched that film at too young an age about cats versus dogs, where the dogs are trying to rescue the world from the cats, and yeah, it's she just doesn't get it. It's nothing to do with being paranoid about cats. I acknowledge the fact that they took over the planet already, but definitely we've got to do something to make people aware of, well, the fact that they are predators, and they kill everything, and they are having a significant impact on the environment, especially in terms of wiping out bird life. So we have to get their population under control, most certainly. And yeah.
Good point.
Yes.
Evil pugs.
Yes.
Pugs are a benevolent creature.
Yes.
And cats are just like them, except they're always up to nefarious and evil things.
Yes. Yes.
We used to have a pug, yeah.
Yes, that's true. Yes, pugs are adorable. And of course they have those sinus problems because their noses are so short, and they're sniffling all the time. And they were bred to have a more...
Oh, he was just more of a grunter.
Yeah, there we are. Grunting, yes.
Yeah, he was blind and deaf, and he could actually still catch flies with his mouth.
Amazing.
Being blind and deaf.
Oh my God, that smell, that sense of... Yeah, oh my God. How did you wind up with a deaf blind pug? How did you even know he was deaf? How can you tell when a dog is deaf?
Well, here's the thing. He wasn't always blind and deaf. I had him for 16 years.
I see.
So he passed about 3 years ago. We were up at the cabin. It was beautiful. And I was going to take him and have him put down. He'd never had problems, and I really didn't want to.
Yeah.
So, and they said, well, you can drop off and pick him up. And I said, nope, we're not going to do that. So the next day, all of a sudden, me and Heather were sitting out there. It started to rain up in the pines, and we knew he was going, and he just pulled a Superman. Literally, his front legs went out, his back legs went out, and he
said goodbye.
He said goodbye. And so an hour later, I was following, strict Jewish protocol, and I had him in the ground,
oh, wow.
with rocks over him outside the cabin.
24 hours, yeah.
That's amazing.
So, but he was 16 years. He was my best friend and traveled with me throughout the country and everything else. So it was. So now we have a black cat, which is sort of pug-like, but definitely more evil.
Evil.
I just couldn't get another pug.
I understand. No,
Yeah,
no.
they have the same ears. That's about it. They have the same ears.
Yes, incredible. And that's such a touching
Yeah, but
story.
he was deaf and blind as he got older.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So I understand now. That makes sense. That makes sense. And but how did you ascertain he was deaf? He was no longer responsive to your calls?
Oh yeah, he couldn't hear anything. We'd have him hunt bacon, and he'd step on the bacon, and he'd be smelling it on his feet, and
You can't really smell it because, like you said, the short nose. And no, he was a great dog. He was Pugsley Adams in the early days, and at the end, he still carried it with dignity and everything else. And
Wow.
can't ask for more of a pet.
And like you
I
said,
think there was some transference there.
right. You buried him within 24 hours. It was right there on site where he died. Then in that property.
Because the cabin's an acre and a half, and so I got there and I didn't know what else to do, and that's how I handled my grief for that. I knew he was going, but he'd gone through a lot with me, and vice versa, and he was always a sweet animal. So yeah, I dug the hole and got him in the ground, and then grabbed a bunch of big rocks and threw him in the back of the ATV trailer and buried him. And he was good for about 2 years because of the bears and stuff. But I guess Heather went up there the last time, and they have something was able to get in it, so now his headstone is a skull, which is sort of strange but weird. But
Wow.
Yeah, I found his skull, like someone like thrown it out of the hole.
Oh wow.
Something.
That's incredible. Oh my God. What would there be to dig for after 2 years? You would think there'd be nothing
I don't know.
to even smell after 2 years.
Well, I don't know, some critter could have wanted that to be their little hole or their hideout,
And the
'cause it
winters
wasn't.
are very rough. They are very rough. It's national forest, basically. There's some houses there that are but surrounded national forest, and they forage for anything.
Right.
And but he had a good life, and he was with us. And even I didn't have to put him down. He just did his own Superman. I swear, Heather was there, and he put his front legs out, his back legs out, and pulled his Superman and went to wherever he's going.
Yes. Well, that's so touching. Really heartbreaking. Honestly, I can imagine crying like a baby. There's such a bonding with such innocent creatures. They are unconditionally loving. And that's what makes them so
I
important.
loved Winston.
Definitely,
Yeah.
unlike the cats, which are always conniving.
Yes. Yes.
Everything.
Yes.
He's gone.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, Vinny.
Yeah, thank you, Doug.
Yes, Semper Fidelis to him. And so, Heather, dear lady, thank you so much for joining us tonight. And hopefully you'll be with us as long as you wish. And we're going to, of course, hopefully be joined by George Knight later. It's supposed to be his night to start talking once he arrives. But, of course, we'll see who else arrives during the night. Aside from that, Brendan Zogit, is everything okay there, Brendan? Let's see if he's able to. Okay, so here we are. What I'm going to do is I'm going to
Yes, everything's all right with myself.
Oh, good. Are you able to join us? Yes, we hear you. Are you able to join us now?
Yeah, briefly.
Briefly? Like how? Oh, yes. This is so cute. This is incredibly cute. This looks like somebody drew these figures over it. Did you draw these, Heather?
Yeah. No, somebody drew it, and it's probably somebody famous. We got this as it was framed, and it's from 2020. I don't know what to interpret from it. I'll try to take a clearer picture, a scan, and maybe you can make sense of it all.
Oh yeah,
somehow.
No, that's fine. I'll just take a look through it, and
I can't see it.
Oh, it's in the text box. You
You got the whole newspaper.
Like I
there,
said,
it
I'm
looks
having
like.
technical issues here.
Yeah. Well,
it's okay.
but Brendan, so do I have time to take 10 minutes to refresh myself or what?
Sure.
Oh, okay. So
I'm gonna keep it low key.
Oh, okay.
Because I have some people staying here.
I see. I understand. So, but definitely. So I'll be gone for about 10 minutes, maybe a little longer at the most. I'm just giving people fair warning. But Brendan Zogit, Heather Holman, and Aristides have got this.
Yeah.
And
I'm here. Here, what is it? Semper Fi, do
And
or
then,
die.
and then I was going to tell you something. I was
Yes.
going to tell you something, Doug, privately.
Yeah.
Okay, no,
But I
definitely.
might
I
as
want to
well-
call you privately. So,
Might as well just tell you.
you think it's safe or okay to do that?
Yeah.
You
fine.
want to tell me now or wait till I get back?
Well, I'll just tell you later. It's
Okay,
I mean,
okay,
it's nothing.
Okay.
It's just I was just going to announce my
Uh-huh.
my once yearly summer sabbatical
Okay. Oh my gosh.
to go back to Pitcairn Island.
Oh, right. God, we always miss you when that happens. Jesus, I hate that. This is like you are such an integral part of the program, and people adore having you with us. And
I appreciate that, but
yeah. And so
right.
okay.
But, I mean,
Go on.
I've taken over your program to let you go on vacation, so
Yes, that's true. That is true. He has done this. He has done this. It is true. And these were interesting episodes.
and we kept it going. I mean, we kept it going.
Yeah, that was was Brandon Young semi-stable back then? Was he on it, or was it somebody else you had with you?
No, it was actually like me and the Griffin brothers.
Yeah,
And
okay,
it
that's
was
right.
also
Yeah.
Mr. White. What was his name? Coyote, quote unquote, whatever that guy's name.
Fuck, I can't even remember that guy. Who was that guy?
Justin, the Canadian.
Justin White. Oh, that poor son of a bitch. Yeah.
The Canadian,
Jesus
yeah.
Christ. He went.
I guess we won't go into what you told him. You said he looked like the Joker, and he got all butthurt. So
Yeah. He looked like Joaquin Phoenix. Joaquin Phoenix.
Yeah.
He looked like the wreck Joker, the Joker that's all everybody's kicking his ass Joker. Yes. Poor son of a bitch.
yeah,
Yes.
he never recovered from that.
Yeah. Oh, there was a lot of things he didn't recover from. By the way, just so people understand, I have nothing against Justin White, but he really just crawled away, and it was like so sad. And I have no idea what's happened to him. It's just that he is very fragile. And I mean, like, really, health-wise and everything is the feeling I get. So Heather Holman,
he was like living with his parents and
his mother. He was
just kind of just smoking.
Yeah,
He's,
they
like,
were just
doing
smoking
hashish
pot
all the
together.
time and
It
all
was
that
like,
stuff,
they were just smoking pot together, and he was also really heavy drinker. So it was like, but a lot of drinking, a lot of pot. But basically, his terrifying apex in life was coming where his mother was older and more fragile, and it was to the point where he quit his job because he was afraid he was going to bring COVID home to her and kill her with COVID. I mean, that's extreme. That's extreme. So he had this extreme dependence or codependency. He was coda with his mother, and what he would do is nightly he would smoke pot with her, and they would play checkers or something like that, chess or checkers or cards or something. And so this was like his life, and he couldn't imagine what it would be like should something happen to her. And but of course, what would happen? He'd inherit the place out in the middle of bumfuck nowhere, and there was a lot of acreage to it. So it's not like he was going to be homeless, but he truly was emotionally codependent on her. And so it's like, I don't know what happened. So Heather came back and then left again. So that was cute. But okay, so Aristides.
Jairam.
Yeah. And forgive me.
Heather.
Oh yeah, yes.
For her birthday.
Oh, right. Which, hope you hear that, Heather, and do come back
Hare
for...
Krishna.
Yeah. Yes, Hare Krishna. I know that. Yeah.
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama.
That's funny.
Rama Rama,
Oh,
Hare
man.
Hare.
If I tried to sing
That was only for Heather. No one, I don't usually do that.
Yes, thank you. So, Heather, he did that so well. Did you
Maha
hear him to do that? Heather, did you hear Brendan do that?
No.
Do it again.
No, what happened?
Do it again, Brendan. Do it
Hare
again.
Hare.
Come on, you did
I
better
was just
than
doing
that.
the Maha Mantra.
Yeah.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare.
Hare Rama,
Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Yeah, that's the Maha
All
Mantra.
glory to Srila Prabhupada. Jai.
Yes.
So, kids.
Yeah, Jai Guru Deva.
Yeah, so listeners, we got these wonderful people here. They've got you covered. I'll be back in about 10-ish, 15 minutes at the absolute most. And I'm going to, just refresh myself, take a bunch of supplements, and I'll be back. Okay, I'm going mute now.
Probably for the best. Yeah, so Doug probably needs a bunch of supplements at this point, I'm sure.
He needs a lot all the time. But somehow he makes it.
But I mean, his condition is really stable considering all he's been through.
Yeah, absolutely.
The nanoplasma works wonders.
Yeah, it's
apparently.
awesome. I mean, it's awesome. He's doing awesome.
Well, I wouldn't say awesome. I mean,
Yeah. And hey,
maybe after all these years,
trying to keep it peppy
I don't
here.
think it was worth it.
Yeah. Hey, just trying to keep trying to keep positive,
Sure.
man.
So what is the vacation that you're going on?
It's not a vacation. It's just my summer sabbatical from teaching.
Nice.
So it happens yearly. That's all.
Where's it going to go? Where are you going again?
I refer to it as Pitcairn Island, but it's the most remote island on Earth.
Sweet.
But it remains to be seen where I'm going to go. Like I could go east, I could go west, I could go
up,
southwest.
You could go down. Right.
Well, I don't want to go down per se, but.
Do you go at the same time every year?
No, there's various travels I can do, but I mean, sometimes I just stay home. It's just depends.
Do you hibernate in the winter, or do you also have a winter sabbatical?
No, not necessarily.
Okay.
It just depends. I mean, it just depends. Like, it's mainly just
It's good to have that freedom.
Yeah, I mean, no criticism to Douglas, but I mean, I don't get paid, so not regularly anyway, so I could just do whatever. But
well, you're definitely appreciated, I'm sure. I know,
Yeah, definitely. But I mean, overall, like, everything's good with myself. How have you been?
Oh no, sorry about that,
your
guys.
solar return?
Yeah, my solar return was fantastic.
Yeah, nothing.
Yeah, awesomeness, and it's so
And
convenient.
Aristides, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm here, man. How are you?
Situation normal. I'm just checking in.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Hanging pretty good here.
I think it's an extra because my birthday is on the solstice, so I get buy an extra day because there's no darkness at the Tropic of Cancer. So I get like an extra 24 hours in there without there being darkness. So technically, you buy a day somehow for free.
Yeah, interesting. So you have, let's see, you have the. Let me check your star signature.
Okay.
Your sun is your sun's Gemini, Adra.
Yeah.
First
yeah.
Yeah.
Moon is in Capricorn, I think.
That depends on your birth time. I don't have access to that, but yeah. So I'm just going by sun. Vedic sun sign, you're Adra. So I mean, that's a very powerful sign. So it makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah, I was born on a good time, I think, because
it's Orion.
It's funny how on my birthday.
It's Orion.
Yeah, everything is perfect on my birthday. Nothing ever goes wrong. Everything always goes right. And it's the only day of the year that things always go right and nothing goes wrong.
That's interesting. Very interesting.
Yeah, it's just like all my dreams come true. Everything catches up from the whole year of just crap or whatever. Yeah.
Wow, that's really good news. Yeah. No, it makes sense though.
Yeah.
Yeah, Adra is a very yeah.
So if I told you my birth time, would you be able to interpret more, or would things make more sense?
I can give you a whole Vedic chart if you just have location and time and year, but I don't recommend.
How much do you charge for that
on air?
Yeah, I know.
I mean,
I
can just do a very basic. I could just do it for free if it's just basic psychological overview.
It doesn't take too much time.
No, it just takes a moment. I don't do in-depth stuff. I just do like beginner stuff.
Yeah,
but,
I understand.
I mean, I don't mind.
So you need those four.
But I don't recommend
those four
giving
pieces
it out
of information.
on
Is the birthplace, the birth time,
and location.
My birth date, and the location. Okay.
Yeah. Date, time, location.
Thank you. Awesome. When's Aristides'
Like, have you ever
birthday?
had your Vedic chart done?
I had it done a while ago, but and then they just sent me a whole bunch of page after page of your house is in this, your this is in that, it didn't really analyze everything into
you need an interpreter unless you're really nerdy about it. Yeah.
Yeah.
But for me, the best thing for people as far as benefit. The most beneficial thing is just nakshatra. Like if you know your nakshatra, your moon or ascendant, that will clear up many things. So, yeah.
I wonder why that is.
Because nakshatra is like the main. So nakshatras are the 27 lunar mansions, and there are these. So it takes the 12 signs, which are 30 degrees each, and it divides them into 27 or sometimes 28, depending on the system. But 27 is enough. So you divide it by 27 and you get 13 degrees, 20 minutes per sign. So then you split. Oh. So you split each. Yeah. So 2.5 nakshatras fit into each sign. Rashi. Each Rashi, which is the regular zodiac sign. So you see how that works? So this is all based on a 360 circle, like of the celestial circle, 360 degrees. You know, so the nakshatras are very important. Yeah, because each day the moon has a 28-day cycle. So every 24 hours the moon goes into another nakshatra. So that's why the ancients on leap year? Spent. What's up?
What happens on leap year?
Nothing happens on leap year. Is just a mathematical adjustment for the Gregorian calendar. So, but if you're going by Panchang, like nothing changes because it's 5,000 years old of the same thing. It's a 5,000-year-old calendar that can predict eclipses and everything completely accurately with Vedic mathematics.
Is there a point where it comes back to its beginning and it starts over again, like everything the same?
No, it runs. But it runs off cycles, so it's not the same as. It's
like
not
you
running
guys.
off
There's
of
the cycle.
Not just yugas, but like processions. Like it just goes by sign. So every 2,500 years, there's a different sign that rules over the time period. So then it just starts over. Kind of like the Chinese zodiac. It's like. It just circles around.
Yeah.
You go through the 12.
I'm a water
12 animals. Yeah. Like an ox, which is just like Taurus. Like that's a.
Oh, really? Interesting.
Earth sign. It's an earth sign, fixed. It's a powerful earth sign. Yeah.
A water ox.
Water and earth. Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
Well, water plus earth is it's more unstable, but it's different. It's representing.
There it is. So. The truth comes out.
Yeah.
Right on.
Well, the ancient systems are all very practical. They're all very practical because it's just they went by elements, right? So the 5 elements, 4. It's actually 4 main because the 5th one is ether, so everything comes out of ether. But like even the normal 12, you start with Aries, which is fire. Then you go to earth, fire, earth. Then air sign, which is like Gemini, right? And then water sign, which is 4th sign.
And they're all good.
And then it repeats.
Right? They're all basically good. Yeah. There's no bad.
There are some that are tougher. There are some that are tougher than others, but yeah, it's not good or bad or evil or positive or.
Right. So what have you been
like
up to?
even like an exalted Jupiter could give you trouble. So like people always say, oh, exalted Jupiter can never give you trouble, but like there are situations where having that could be bad for like a being. Like it's so. These ancient systems were like it's like engineering or something. It's like there's layers to it. Like you have to add everything together for you to get a result.
That's just a farce then when someone says you're born under a bad sign, there is no bad sign really.
Yeah. Yeah, like
right.
Like the benefics or the debilitated stuff. I mean, it's just energy, right? It's just energies. So there's that. Like, yeah, the bad sign thing is just I wouldn't say it's a myth, but I mean, of course there are worse placements.
Yeah.
They're better, they're worse.
Yeah.
So you don't want
Always good.
there's some there are some signs that are very tough as well. Like, you know, certain nakshatras that are extremely, you know, especially in this day and age, they're more tough.
Yeah, I was gonna say like that Omen kid. You know, it wasn't his fault.
Yeah, but that story is a deeper. Yeah.
Something else.
It's like that being was from a different plane. It was like showing how they raise like a lower astral being into like earth plane. Yeah. So, but that's a whole different story. There's a lot of subtext to that I don't want to
Boundary.
Yeah. So, yeah.
I'm really good with people. It's just I'm not good at systems and understanding like the whole planetary system. It boggles my mind. I can't wrap my mind around how it actually all orchestrates and works together. I don't see us on a huge ball that's spinning, you know?
Yeah, it's
And all
not so
that.
simple. Yeah, it's not so simple.
Yeah, no.
Because even Einstein had to review or revise his system, right? Like even theory of relativity has been disproven at this point.
What did he have to revise? The MC square or?
I mean, that's just his relativity equation theory. It's like a theory, but he like basically there are things that disproved his theory, and he had agreed with it before he died. But they don't push that. They don't ever tell people about that. That's why they had to bring in quantum and all these other things to like prop up the relativity on stilts.
Yeah, Einstein's not like this end all be all of the universe, man. Like, come on.
Yeah, no, he even admitted that. He said that.
Hard life.
Someone asked him, "Oh, what is it like talking to, you know?" They were asking someone, "What is it like talking to the smartest man on earth or something?"
Yeah.
In reference to himself.
Yeah, go ask.
And he said, "Yeah, he was like, go ask Tesla." He's like, "I'm not even there."
Yeah, I agree. 100%.
But what
I
made,
agree 100%.
What made? Yeah, I mean, he admitted it, of course, because he knew better. Like, of course.
Right. Absolutely.
You know, there was just reasons why he was
so
more
haggard.
preferred. Yeah.
Yeah, he had a tough life, it seems like.
I mean, I don't think so. He had it. He had like lap of luxury. Are you talking about Tesla?
No. Einstein.
Einstein? Oh, I mean, no.
He just looked played. He was just like tore back.
I could tell, from what I can tell, Einstein had like a cushion. Like he was cool. He was chilling.
Oh,
I don't think he went through that much adversity.
If you ask me.
He could have. I just don't know the backstory too much. I don't know. But he started that, you know, that mad scientist aesthetic, right? Like his hair was crazy and
right, the Yahoo serious.
His tongue was sticking out, you know, like he's doing the tongue sticking out thing, you know, stuff like that.
Oh, I thought that was a Photoshop. That really was him with his tongue out?
No, that was a real photo.
Oh my gosh, I thought it was someone Photoshopped it.
No, that's like an actual photo.
I think it's great.
Yeah. So, but yeah, in regards to like Vedic astrology and stuff, I mean, that thing is huge. Like, but just basics like that would help people. Is just like learning your nakshatra and your general psychological makeup will assist over time.
Yeah. I want to hear from Aristides. How is your week going?
It's been going all right. Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Well, the price of housing isn't going up, and I don't know about the price of cars.
It's not.
That's ridiculous. The price of cars needs to go down.
Housing's been going up, you said?
No, it hasn't, I thought.
Oh, no. I feel like that's going to be a huge bubble that bursts.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, housing in general.
Well, everyone's going to be living in their expensive cars because they cost as much as houses almost.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't have a house, so.
Yeah, right. But
I don't plan on buying one either.
So much inflated real estate and like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Like, what is it? They say like some percentage of all the homes in America is like unoccupied. It's fairly significant, you know, and it's like.
It just costs too much.
Yeah. Why is
The
that?
people that can
though?
afford to have all the
So
unoccupied.
expensive. Yeah. It's like there's probably so many they can't give them away. It's like everybody just wants some convenience, like they don't want to take care of a property,
Yeah. Why doesn't
But they
someone come up with a concept that houses people in the empty houses?
Yeah.
Too bad Einstein's not here.
Yeah. Too bad.
I mean, he would be hard
could
pressed
figure- he
to
could figure
solve
it
any
out.
of that.
Yeah.
It's giving him too much credit. Yeah. I mean, Einstein was just he just he just helped with like physics and stuff, quote unquote. Physics, right? The one thing that's important about that is that Einstein did warn people about how the Germans were making a bomb, and had actually told like America and Britain, like, okay, they already have one. Like, there's like the story of like he was telling them that they had amassed enough deuterium to basically build as many bombs as they wanted. And I'm sure Doug could go into that more, of course.
And they haven't used them, right?
Yeah.
Are they still good?
No, they used many of them.
Oh.
Yeah. So Aristides, you know what I'm talking about, right? Though the original.
As far as what?
The original atom bomb.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, this
Yeah.
is a whole nother thing we can get into. Yeah.
So the original one seems pretty like almost like cute and like harmless in comparison.
I mean,
it's like
I wouldn't say that, but yeah.
bombs.
Yeah.
It's a little, because I don't think they're like H bombs anymore. Such a small like.
I mean, I don't think that
tonnage, and it's like
I don't think the hydrogen bombs were ever viable, personally. Otherwise, they would use them.
Yeah, I
hydrogen
think
bombs were not viable.
I think there's definitely hype around nukes. I can't say exactly what is not hype, but I know there's hype around it. You know what I mean?
Well, Doug's broke this.
Yeah.
The spell, quote unquote, of that.
Like that, just universally.
How useless they actually are.
Yeah, available and deployable.
I mean, even the Russians, they built quote unquote the biggest one ever, 200 megatons.
Yeah.
And it just,
yeah,
it was just useless as an ordnance. I mean, as a tactical weapon, it's useless.
Was it bigger than the? Was it the big one I heard of? Was the Tsar Bomba?
Yeah, it was the Tsar Bomba. Yeah,
the Tsar Bomba. Yeah.
Yeah, Tsar Bomba, but it's ineffective.
Yeah. Some sick amount of megatons. This was just like.
Yeah.
Right. That they quoted.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
So what I was thinking recently is that Russia is so big. Why do they want to own Ukraine if they've got so much land? I mean, it's the biggest country on the entire map. Most of the map is taken up by Russia. So why do they want more land and more territory?
Because it's more valuable than all the fucking wasteland that they have somehow.
It doesn't seem like an equal distribution of.
No, it's not. It's not
place.
equally. I guess not. No. Yeah, there's some other land that like you can't even like give away.
Yeah, Russia has plenty.
But, apparently, that one is very important
because Ukraine has some of the best farmland on earth.
Oh yeah,
the best soil,
black soil, the noble gas extraction.
Yeah, they have neon and resources.
Yeah,
but if you, I mean, pretty much
that big picture. Said it. Yeah, it was like a lot of the noble gas production goes over to Taiwan for producing chips because it's necessary. So it's kind of like a pipeline.
Yeah. That's why it's a strategic.
Yeah,
it's a strategic target. But when you see that big,
they never talk about
big like, Russian thing.
Mm-hmm. They never really talk about the chip stuff either. Like when they put all this like huffy puffy shit in the news, they never really bring up the chip war.
Of course not.
Yeah,
because then that would be telling truth. Like that's
right. Yeah. I mean, there's only so much truth.
Like, why are we making such a fuss about this one spot on Earth?
Yeah,
that's why. Yeah, exactly.
Right.
But the thing is, when you see that big picture of Russia or like the map, It's like 90% of it is completely frozen tundra.
Oh
It's not
yeah,
usable.
All the
I mean
time.
it's huge. I was just like,
And then the parts that are usable,
Yeah.
like Moscow and St. Petersburg, are frozen half the year. So
Right.
it's kind of like, yeah, they have territory, but it's not viable territory.
right. Yeah,
And then
sure.
the other parts that were viable broke off into republics,
Yeah,
later. So
right.
that's the situation.
I mean, yeah.
I think even
yeah.
now they only have one warm water port, and it's
It's insane because they have
Yeah.
access to like, well, so much. I was like, look at all the way from like right across from Japan. It's like Vladivostok or whatever. You know what I mean? Where that little, like they kind of
Yeah.
reach down the coast there. Douglas.
But Vladivostok is frozen as well.
Yeah,
like, all the
just
time.
talking about it can't be that frozen. It's like it's basically over to the side from
There's-
Japan. Not
check
even
out like a Google, like check out like a travel video, and you'll see
Yeah.
how lame it is.
Yeah, it probably is, but I mean, I'm just saying they have like sea coverage from there all the way around. Obviously, the whole north, and over the North Atlantic, and it's immense. Like the coverage.
They don't have much.
How much coverage and how somehow it's so worthless because it's like just all wasteland. Like, conquerors of the wasteland.
Okay, like let's see. Sevastopol is the only one they
Yeah.
have, and it's in the Black Sea. So there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's
That's why they want
if you're on those
control
seas
over
there,
that area.
Black Sea, etc. North Atlantic. That's they're not warm weather ports, but those are very strategic.
Yeah. No, yeah, I'm not saying they're not. Yeah. So that's interesting. But yeah, so they do have a lot of territory, but it's not viable.
Right. Yeah, it is insane.
I found some stuff about cats earlier. Let me see if I can bring them back up here.
What about them?
A brief history of traveling with cats. Just it's like this write-up about the history of traveling with cats. Like what cultures traveled with them and how different things happened.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Let's hear.
Okay. Yeah, tell us about. I couldn't imagine doing that, but go ahead and tell us about it.
Yeah, so they have evidence of paintings of cats on a leash seated near food, 1504 BC, in the tomb of May, this is ancient Greece, perhaps. Yeah, some Grecian. So they, how we see people with cats on leashes, like running around the forest or something on social media.
Yeah. 1500 BC.
There's like 5,000-year-old.
Right. They were still
we're talking 3,500 years ago.
30 years ago. Amazing.
Yeah. And then
cats have really had like the mind control for that long.
Yeah. the mind control. Yeah, it gets more intense. So
have cat mind control over people. Part of it's just toxoplasmosis, but they also have, I think, a psychological thing.
I mean, that's just the TP is not very much.
Right. I think some people are
if you're healthy, you can.
Yeah. I think for certain unhealthy people, they really have it. Like
the people with like TP, like toxoplasmosis, it's like those crazy cat ladies. Or they have like 100, they have like an absurd amount. And you're like, you don't understand.
It's fine. It doesn't mean like you just casually like cats that you have toxoplasmosis. But the chronic cat ladies are, where it's like.
And I think they did studies recently that it's not as prevalent as previously thought.
Okay. I hadn't seen that, but maybe not. True.
Yeah. Yeah, so let me see some of this info here. But anyways, when you go back into history, cats were very important. Like we've gone over the Egyptian connection. So the Egyptians actually had made it illegal to export domesticated cats. It says the earliest record of a domestic cat in Greece is from 500 BC. Just like that marble, there was also another marble carving of a cat challenging a dog. When Christianity came through, the cats were viewed differently because they were considered basically heresy because of their Egyptian association with divinity. So in 1233 AD, Pope Gregory IX issued the Bull Vox Roma, which linked cats, especially black cats, with Satan.
Yeah.
So
Where
we
was
know
it?
that whole trope. We know that.
Where did that take place?
In Rome, 1233 AD.
In Rome. Okay.
Yeah. So Pope Gregory IX.
So Rome declared
And
cats evil.
Not necessarily, but he's linking black cats with,
black cats.
you know, quote unquote Satan, which would
Yeah,
they would
okay.
just say like
Black-
a witch, right?
Black cat. All right, all right. Make a distinction here. The black cats.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. So you have that, but but despite their poor reputation, they kept plenty of rodent populations at bay. You know, while traveling abroad during that time. You know, so that's why they ended up spreading and migrating all over the world. Like I think every port city has cats at this point, like on Earth. You know.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
It's not pretty much. Yeah.
Oh
and,
yeah.
There are many stories about. Yeah.
I have friends that like cats a lot, so yeah, for sure.
Yes. Yeah. So there are stories about how Viking sailors took the cats with them on long journeys. You know, so Norse mythology has plenty of mythology associated with cats, in which the Vikings mirrored that respect for the cats. And Freya, who is one of the highest goddesses, you know, Freya, Frigg's Day, which is what Friday's named after, Freya's Day.
Right.
So Freya was considered the greatest of all goddesses, you know, which is Venus in the West. She employed two cats, Bigul and Tregul, to pull her chariot.
Okay. So I just returned to hear that. So
it became tradition among the Vikings. Yeah. Yes. So in her honor, it became tradition among the Vikings to gift a bride with cats. So there you go. So the Vikinger had respect with cats, and there was also something else like the red-headed cat, the ginger cats. They actually, the spawn point was from Scandinavian countries. So all red-headed or ginger cats come from these Scandinavian port cities, and they were spread by the Vikinger later. So that's fascinating. But yeah, Doug, we were going over a lot of different topics, and there was the one I wanted to bring up with you about how they give credit to Einstein for, he basically told everyone, like, the Germans have enough deuterium to make as many bombs as they want.
Yes.
And basically they have one already. So I just wanted clarification. Is that, I mean, there's a letter where he says they have a bomb.
Yes.
No one ever references that letter for some reason.
That is quite true. No, that's absolutely true. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. All right.
Yeah,
That's
I mean, and it was his letter that that basically put the fire under Roosevelt's ass, where they started their own nuclear program.
Right.
Yeah, that's so yeah, by all means, continue.
And people are still in denial, like, oh,
we
had the bomb first.
Matt,
right?
yeah, no,
It's so silly.
Yeah, and no, it's part of their.
By the time, basically, his conjecture was, if they already have stockpiles of deuterium, they've already refined the uranium. Like it's already too late, basically.
Yes.
That was what he told them or something.
No, quite true.
And deuterium, do we need to explain that? I don't think we need to.
No, well, feel free to. I mean, it doesn't hurt. You know, people are always anxious for new knowledge.
Yeah, so deuterium is H3O2. It is hydrogen-heavy water. It's also known as heavy water. It's a water with an extra hydrogen ion, atomically bonded to the H2O molecule. So I think every liter of water has like 2 molecules in it or something.
Something like that. Yeah.
Of this H3O2 deuterium. They call it deuterium.
And so something. It's heavier. It's water, but like heavier. Has extra particles.
Heavy water, quote unquote heavy water.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yes, you're all doing.
And it's needed. Basically, it's needed to refine uranium into radioactive uranium, which I don't remember the isotope at the moment, but that's what it was used for.
So. Okay. keep talking because, of course, I'm not. I'm just here to finish my Coke and then, my Coca-Cola liquid, just so people understand. And my nose is
no
running.
problem. I have
more. Yeah, please go on. Yeah, my nose is running. I don't want people to hear me blow it.
Post-nasal drip.
Yes.
Drip. Okay.
Yes. No, it's like How did you? What? I'm sorry. How did you know about this? Did I tell you about this, or what happened that you knew about this?
No, let's just say I could just guess.
Okay.
It's a good guess.
Oh, right. Yes, of course. Yeah. Right. Understood. Okay. Got it. Yes.
Deviated septum.
Yes, the deviated septum, which they proved by the imaging. Yes, everything you predicted was true. Yes.
Yeah. So I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah.
Yes.
Just keep up the vitamin C, I guess.
Yes.
So when the First World War broke out, cats found favor among the soldiers who kept them for pest control, as well as company on the battlefield. An estimated 500,000 cats served on warships, in the trenches, and etc. And then, of course, there's people that say that they're mascots for these Canadian units and all this jazz. There's some kind of story about Winston Churchill who had a cat named Blackie, which just kind of goes to, that's no doubt. That's what they called everyone that looked like that. The large black cat with white marks. He was later renamed Churchill. So this is a cat that was, serving in World War II, quote unquote, according to this article. So apparently the Russian Navy sent its first cat on a long-range voyage to the Syrian coast in May of the year this article was written. So apparently they're going back to the Stone Ages by bringing cats on their boats, I guess. Typical Russians.
Yeah.
So, and then there's a photo of Blackie, quote unquote, with Churchill.
Right.
That's sweet. He's like petting it. It looks like a nice cat.
Yeah. There are a lot of cool stories about cats on like seafaring vessels and stuff.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they basically needed them. They didn't have a choice because of the rats. Otherwise, if you have rats, then you like lose all of your, that thing.
They will.
Your stores. They eat all your stores.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting to look at them as like a working animal.
Yes.
Like you'd have a hunting dog or something, and it's like you would hunt because did it to eat. It's like you had to kill the rats, or they'd like fucking contaminate your boat.
Right. And the funny thing about cats is like I feel like they, like you can't like order them around. They're very strange like that.
Oh yeah. Yeah, they have that cat autonomy.
Yeah. So there's a lot of stuff going on here. But I still think the leash thing is really cheesy,
Yeah.
It's just
cats on a leash.
I can't back that. Yeah.
Cats on a leash is just weird.
And there's this weird thing with like a lot of the modern people where they say you have like you're an irresponsible cat owner if you if you don't keep it as an indoor cat. And I mean, I think that's pretty whack.
No, I've had cats that went out.
That's pretty wacky because I mean, I've kept indoor cats just out of necessity, but they don't like it. It's not their choice.
It can be done, but like, it doesn't really fulfill their like full nature.
No. So it's just bonkers. And they say it's like you owe them protection or something, but like they, there's a reason they have 9 lives. So it's just like that. So I just thought it was just a little something we can talk about to counter Doug's anti-cat agenda or whatever he had.
Right. Yeah.
Well, see, cats can talk and dogs can talk too, but they just came together and they realized hey, we need them. We're not going to talk, so we don't have to pay taxes, and we don't have to pay for our food or rent.
That's funny.
Yeah, it's
sweet.
true. I believe that.
Yeah, I mean, but they could just live in nature. I don't think they need anyone. Like, there's a funny story of up here in the foothills. It became like a national news story, but there was this these people owned a donkey, right? And it was like their pet, you know. I forgot what its name was, like Bill or something. And they ended up losing, like it ran away from their house, right? And after 5 years, it came back, but or it was discovered. Basically, it didn't come back. It was discovered in a pack of elk. So it was the alpha in this pack of elk that was it was like living in the wild for like 5 or 6 years.
Yeah, there are these animals that are like adopted by like wild versions.
Yeah, in nature. So it lived fine. But if you were to ask like one of those people, those like keyboard warrior internet people, they'd be like, that's abuse, you know, like letting it run away and live in the wild. It's like, well, that's what it wanted to do. And even the owners, like when someone told them, hey, look, we found your donkey, it's living, you know, it's living outside, the owner said, well, we're just going to leave him out there because that's what he wants to do. It's nothing. Like, we're not going to go capture him after that. Like, you know, he
It's a
did
free
what
country.
You know, yeah, it did what it wanted to do. Yeah, just leave it out there. So, yeah. So that was the story of that.
Dogs are not carnivores, but cats are.
Cats are more obligate carnivores than dogs are. That's true.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, cats can be vegetarian as well. There's like a Buddhist. There are Buddhist cats.
If so, not as easily as dogs, presumably.
Yeah, true. I mean, dogs could eat anything, really, literally anything, and survive. Yeah.
So the cat would eat the elk, and I mean, in theory or in actuality, the cat would eat the elk if it was dead.
Well, the coolest part about that story with the donkey that ran away and lived with the elk is that the hunter that discovered the donkey with the pack of elk, he said that there was like a fresh carcass of a mountain lion nearby the pack. So the donkey was like aggressive enough to ward off attacks from mountain lions and succeed in the offensive attack. So I thought that was fascinating. That's why the donkey was like, that's why the elk liked the donkey, because it was like defending them, you know. Anytime like a predator would get close, it would just go berserk. Yeah. They're very good guardians of livestock. Yeah. Actually. People don't realize that. They're very territorial. And they'll definitely attack anyone that's not welcome. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah, a few people know that. They become aggressive.
Really?
Yeah. They're territorial. Like even when we were in high school, my friends and I.
Donkeys are that badass, huh?
They are. We used to call it a guard ass. It was like, if you would go near his pen, like, and the horses wouldn't be bothered, but the second he would see you, it would just be game on. You would hear him like do the donkey sound and start stomping and kicking at the fence. Like, if you come near this fence, like, I'm just going to kick you in the face. Like, so they're very strong when they want to protect something. So that was it's very important too. Yeah. That's why, like, you know,
I mean, the reputation
they're always in that
of a donkey is like, it's not as flighty as a horse. Like, it's like very stubborn. It may not be the strongest, but it's the fucking stubbornness.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, it won't stop. Like, a horse will run away after a while.
Yeah.
If something's attacking it.
What good is
the donkey will just kill it.
And what good is 1,500 pounds of rippling muscle if you're just going to be like scared and run away? Right? Exactly. Yeah. Donkey.
Yeah, horses are they're like the wind, you know?
Yeah. The
donkey
will quick. Will just tough it out, man. He will tough anything out. That's like the donkey.
Yeah. So imagine like a domesticated one, like living with like in the wild for 6 years.
He'll never run the fastest or haul it the fastest, but like he'll be one standing at the end while, like, you know.
And he's like murking like full-size mountain lions. The hunter said the mountain lion was a full-size mountain lion. Yeah. So I'm watching this this Korean video of a Buddhist cat. So it won't eat meat. Like, it's a completely Buddhist cat.
Yes, I remember that.
Eat, like,
that was
food.
And remember the asshole who kept denying it? I don't believe it was Jambo the
Yeah, who
Reese
was that?
Monkey.
Who was that
Jambo the Reese Monkey. That's who it was.
Yeah, what an asshole.
Yeah, he's yes, such a piece of shit. And he had all his cats died on him because, of course, he kept calling they're the canaries in the birdcage for all the shit he was drawing
Right.
up. Yeah, from the nether regions and shit.
Exactly.
Yeah. So I'll be right back. I'm going to rinse
Yeah, all the
taste.
lower astral entities and shit.
Thank you.
So
Thank you.
yeah, carry on.
Yeah.
Carry
Okay.
on.
I'll be back in a few minutes.
Yeah, so I'm
you guys have
watching-
got this.
All right. Yeah. What are you
I'm
doing,
watching
man?
the video of this. Who? Me?
Oh, well,
Or
I
Doug?
don't know. Yeah, well, I guess Doug was left. I was asking what he was doing, but what are you
So
doing?
I'm watching the video of Heital the cat. He's a Buddhist cat. And then they give him like a smorgasbord of food.
Yeah.
It's like there's like a chicken wing, there's like a fish, and then a can of cat food.
Yeah.
And the cat like runs away from, like, it smells all of them and then runs away and goes and starts eating grass, and then it, like, when the monks eat their food, it'll come up and like eat rice with the monks. So like they're not like forcing it on it. It's like it actually converted to Buddhism. Like this cat like actually converted, and it's wearing like a mala. Like its collar is like a mala bead, like 108.
Yeah.
Like it's sweet. It's really cute.
Yeah, it's
I
cute.
don't know, I thought it was
It's
cool.
cute. Yeah, it's cute.
But it, like, I mean, it's like some kind of reincarnated creature because it's like
Right.
completely Buddhist. Like, and it sits in front of the statue and just meditates all day.
Yeah.
Like they have it on camera.
Yeah, right. Definitely exceptional, but it's cute.
Yeah.
Could be, right?
Yeah.
Could be it, right? Exactly, like a different like spirit or something. It's like, oh, I
I mean,
got,
it's definitely not.
yeah.
It's definitely not
Yeah,
a
yeah.
casual, entity.
You're right. No, I got right. I just got accident.
Like it actually
Carbonated.
meditates.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like it sits like on the altar and like does like the bodhisattva pose in front of the statues.
All right.
Meditates all day.
Yeah.
So this is real
reincarnated
OG.
Entity, right?
Yeah. Hmm. Yeah. So I thought that was sweet, but I mean, it definitely is vegetarian, like by its own choice.
Soul recycled planet.
Right.
People
Exactly. Yeah.
realize how
Right.
lucky that human birth is.
Soul recycling. It's a big question, isn't it?
Yeah, well, that would
mean,
include cats. What
Transmutation
did that
of the soul
bodhisattva
is like
do?
that's a fact. I mean,
Right.
Transmutation of the soul. Yeah, it's eternal. The soul is eternal.
I mean, it's like there's no question that that's what happens. It's just only modern people are in denial of that.
About reincarnation.
Like,
Yeah, well, but
Yeah.
they don't realize
I mean, it's clear.
that to have a human birth is like amazing. You don't want to pass up this chance to escape.
super
Do you think
important.
they can
It's
escape
super
the cycle? Yeah.
and that's up to the being. It's not
Yeah.
like it's not like the
Or-
Matrix where you just take the pill.
The
Like,
wheel
you
is
have
that
to do something.
the wheel of samsara? Is that? Am I thinking of
Yeah.
the right thing?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the only thing that would make sense
It's-
of all
it's
that
like
is
the
if this
above.
was the
It's called like the above chakra. There's
chakra.
like seven levels. The Bhav chakra with like the yama behind
what-
it, like devouring.
Yeah, you said before, like, what is the highest loka? But you never mentioned Krishna loka. No one ever mentions Krishna loka. They think that the highest one is some other loka.
No, I did mention Krishna Lok.
You did? Yeah,
Mhm.
people think that the top of the mountain of loka
Yeah.
is something else.
Yeah. No, there's. I mean, yeah. No, the highest realm. Yeah, it's there. I mean, I mentioned it before.
Yeah, and that's just
Yeah.
the one that you can't come back from.
Yeah, I mean, there's Svarog. There's like many. There's many, but there's like the top one, the Vishnu's realm. It's called Vishnu's realm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's got Shiva loka.
No, Shiv Lok is actually at the bottom. Like
Oh.
he upholds like everything. Yeah, that's why like when Brahma and Vishnu like they first come across Shiv, like he comes like out of a pillar like this massive pillar, and they like chase the pillar to the very top of the multiverse, and then Shiv walks out. So he's like, his entrance is pretty epic. He had a pretty epic Vaikuntha.
Have you been learning about this your whole life?
So Vaikuntha is what?
Have you been learning about this your whole life? Because it seems like the amount of information that you retain about it is like a lifelong process of information to me anyways, because I don't even know half of the things that you know. And I've been practicing it for a long time and learning.
I do think Brendan
some of it's like past life stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
What was that?
I do think
I
Brendan
appreciate it.
has wisdom beyond his age. I do think that.
For sure. I don't know
Yeah,
where this person comes from. Love you and we adore you.
I appreciate that, but I came across like Bhagavad Gita like in high school and stuff, so I had some time to like go through it. But so you have Vaikuntha. That's what I was talking about before. So it's Vishnu's eternal and supreme abode beyond the material universe, called Vaikuntha, also known as Paramdhamma, the realm of eternal bliss and happiness. It's the final or the highest place of liberated souls who have attained moksha. It's beyond the material universe. Yeah, it's called Vaikuntha. Like, so like Vishnu has like the top spot for sure. So Vishnu's other abode within the material universe is Kshira Sagara, the ocean of milk. There's also a place where he reclines on the Anatshish, Shishnag, king of the serpent deities. So everyone knows that image of Vishnu, right? With the serpent heads behind him. That's one of the places where he can chill, So, yeah. And then the avatars also come through.
The way it was described by Prabhupada is that it's a Vaikuntha is a planetary system, right?
Sure.
It's Vishnu's own planet, like outside of it, like way out. Like it's not an easy place to get to. Like it's like the final of this like whole Brahman, like it's like the final spot. Like before you're like fully liberated, it's like you're there. It's like beyond heaven. It's like even higher than heaven. There's like stuff that's like past heaven, which is funny because in the West, heaven's like the highest, right? Like everyone's like, oh, gotta get to heaven.
Right.
Well, there's like, there's like more than heaven. Like it's like past that. Like more chill, like more nice and more chill than heaven even.
Yeah.
Like the highest aspect of like peace, love, brilliance. There's like a spot that's there. Like that's even more than
Describe
that.
it how all the desire trees and the cows frolic and play, and it's just beautiful all the time.
Yeah, it's like always spring. Like it's always nice in spring, and you don't have to struggle. There's no suffering. Like imagine like completely no suffering and like 100% bliss.
I want it to be always like spring or fall, and whatever religion that is that guarantees that, like I'm a part of it.
Yeah, that's what heaven is like. It's like a place where you don't have to struggle. Like you don't have to eat.
Yeah,
all
nobody
the time.
has BO even.
What is that?
Yeah. Nobody's feet smell funny, or nobody has BO. There's nothing corrupted at all. Yeah.
No, everything's like.
I put a little thing in the chat box for you about Vaikuntha.
Yeah, Vaikuntha. Yeah.
Yeah, Vaikuntha.
And
they're all effulgent. They're all self-effulgent. So there is no sun. They just light up the way everywhere they go, their own way.
Yeah, it's like past the sun. Like,
yeah.
That's what's funny is like the sun. You can get past the sun too. But that's why like the Vedic thing is fun. Like the ancient stuff. Like, got to go past the sun into the real light. Like the sun's just like a projection of like that. Like pure light. It's like, so that's the fun part. So the real goal, that's why the Egyptians were talking, the sun with wings and stuff, like you go above the sun. Like Ra, that's why I like Ra.
Wow, that is a very widespread, like ancient symbol, the sun with wings.
Yeah. So that's like if you're transcending the sun, like you're past the sun. You go through the sun and all that jazz. Yeah. So that's what the Egyptians were about.
I'm sharing with your favorite Vaikunta picture.
And let me pull it up so I can see.
Oh no, I accidentally put the wrong thing again. I'm sorry. Let me fix that. It's the Suras coming down, I think, from the family that lives in Vaikunta or the.
Oh, wait a second. This is your chart?
Yeah,
oh, I
that's
didn't realize
my thing.
you already.
I didn't do it right because I.
Sorry, I didn't see that earlier. We could have just went into that.
Yeah.
But are you okay with
I'm
doing
fine.
it on air?
I'm fine with that. I'm fine with anything that you choose to talk about.
Well, I'm saying like you're cool with me telling your Vedic chart. Like,
oh
you're
yeah,
cool with that?
yeah, I'd love that.
Oh, okay.
That'd be awesome for my birthday. Thank you.
Yeah, solar return.
Yeah. Let's hear it. I'm open to everything.
Well, just we can just continue the conversation while I do the pancham. It's just gonna take a second to like the maths.
Yeah.
The kundali, like we have to do the kundali, so it's gonna take a second here.
Okay. Yeah.
If there are aliens, it's cats. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For sure.
They're dragons. I mean, they're not like they're not exactly physical.
I don't know. They don't mess around. I know that.
Yeah, this Vaikunth stuff you're getting, like, it's very detailed. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's just the AI rendition of what Vaikunta is.
Oh, that's why it's so wonky.
Yeah.
Yeah. Billions and millions of miles in size. No, I mean, like Vishnu doesn't need all that. He's just chilling. I mean, it could be expansive, but it's not necessarily expansive, right? Let me just so I'm calculating right now. We're calculating your situation here.
That's fine.
Just
I
to
think
give you.
When Prabhupada came here in the 60s and people were all taking acid, I think that they really had a different kind of envision. And when Prabhupada brought this knowledge to the West, how they interpret it, I mean, they would, who knows? I wasn't there, but all that LSD, it really brought them to another planet for sure.
Oh yeah, I mean, the entheogens helped in a sense. Like, it can help break you out of like the material matrix, where everyone's stuck in this, like everything's 3D, right?
Yeah.
Like that could definitely break you out of it, but it's not necessary. Like there's a reason why those things are in creation, like the mushrooms or whatever, the cactus that makes you trip out, like the DMT's in like whatever tree bark. Right? So it's there for a reason.
Okay, so tell us about this cactus that I can trip off of. Yes.
Mezcal.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, mezcal is the mix, right? It's the mixture of it.
Yes. And how did we get on this delightful topic?
We're talking about Vaikunth. It's the highest. It's the highest plane in the multiverse.
Okay.
It's a Vishnu's abode. So we were talking about Vishnu's abode. Yeah. And what's beyond? It's like beyond heaven. Like there's even, that's what's fun about it. There's like stuff even beyond heaven. Like in the West, people, right?
Yes, they're limited.
Like heaven's the highest, right? Like everyone's like gotta get to heaven, right? Like all these people, but there's stuff like beyond heaven too. So
yes, that's right.
That's the cool part.
Yeah. Indeed.
That makes it fun.
It does.
That's what makes it fun.
It does. Now, in the cosmological levels and play. Oh, continue, please. I think you're doing great. You're doing great. We're holding good numbers.
No, carry on. I was gonna go for her Vedic chart, Miss.
Oh no, I want to hear that. Yes, no, definitely, and this is important. One of the greatest birthday gifts we can give to Heather Holman is a good Vedic reading, and so I don't want to distract you from that. In the meantime, Aristides, please provide us some insights while he tends to that.
Okay, yeah, I second that. That's a fantastic idea. That'd be a great birthday gift for her.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
And
right.
So
I've always wanted.
What else did you want to know?
Yeah. Oh, I just want everyone to know that I'll try and give some credit to some people who have contributed more recently. And one of them has, of course, been Heather Holman with the $33 that she contributed because of the 33rd degree parallel. I believe that was the amount, and I can always look back at
Well,
it to
I
check.
think it was the $35 that they charge you for Comcast now. That's what I was thinking of.
That too, yeah, shit. Fuck, yeah, that starts this month. Next month. Go.
The affordable connectivity, right?
Yes, because they've done away with the affordable connectivity. I mean, think of all the money they're giving to Israel. Just a pittance of that could have funded the affordable connectivity program.
Or perhaps everybody's internet. Period.
Yeah. Thank you. Yes, we could have free internet for everybody if we just stopped all that shit to Israel. Because affordable connectivity was just a pittance.
There you go, people. There's
and
the
Ukraine.
carrot on the stick for you.
Yeah.
There's the carrot on the stick.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, it's funny because all these people are complaining, oh, inflation, and oh, we have to pay for this. It's like, but they never want to take away money from ISIS, Ra, and L. It's like so cheesy.
Oh my God, yes. And no need for any.
Meanwhile, people like Ben Ship and JP and all those people are like multimillionaires. Yeah. So they don't care.
Yeah.
No,
it's true.
It's just cheesy.
No, it's true. It's not cheesy. Doesn't do it justice, dude. It's disgraceful. It's unacceptable. Unacceptable is a good word. Honestly, this is the stuff of revolutions. Such being said, then we got to be a little careful. But even then,
they can go to Russia.
Yes,
just chill with them.
Yeah, thank you.
Sit in the Star Trek chair that they put JP in when he was recovering.
Yes.
Quote,
thank you.
Whatever drugs he was on.
Yes, thank you. And again, we don't need to be crypto here. Let's talk about Jordan Peterson as the piece of shit that he is. And, let's talk about
don't want to be conscious.
Israel as the shithole that it is. Literally.
Trust me, I don't hold back.
Dude, you're already blacklisted. You're already blacklisted.
But it has nothing to do with being on air. It's just my local region.
I get what you're saying. Okay. Oh, delightful.
Trust me, I wouldn't hold back.
Normally.
I didn't need to.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. Okay. And
but then
Jordan doing it on state property for years at this point.
Yes, true. Yes. What was that, Aristides?
Yeah. Jordan Peterson, what a fucking joke.
Thank you. Oh my God, he's disgusting. I can't believe Peter Moon's watching him these days. I'm watching Jordan Peterson.
Put him out there. Yeah, you feel like you're edgy.
What did you guys were mentioning me earlier? Did you guys need something from me?
Yes, we were trying to get you to jump.
Because Peter Moon couldn't even pronounce my name. I mean, not that I'm not offended. I'm just saying.
Yeah, what else is new? No, we needed you on to explain to Peter what it was about those numbers so that he could understand where you sourced that from and put that into perspective for him. And so we're hoping
I can do it on air here, and then I'll forward you the link. How about that?
No, that's fine. But what I mean is, what I'd like you to do is on Wednesday, if you're able to jump on sometime during the opening hours and share it directly with Peter. That's important to me rather than my, knowing it. And it's important because the opening hours are when we have the most listeners, because people are helping. How would I say it? Let's just put it this way. People tune in because they have work the next morning, and they turn into the opening hours because it helps them go to sleep. So always good to come on during that time.
So that way they can wake up. They can wake up for the good parts.
Yes.
That's when they can make.
I mean, they can wake up for the more interesting parts than before.
Yes, that's right. Yes. So George Knight has joined us.
It's like a 2-for-1. It's like a 2-for-1 deal.
It is. And so, dear George, welcome aboard. And we've got the rest of the night with you, right?
We do. A good 7 hours or so.
Excellent.
Wonderful.
Yeah, so do me a favor and just be patient. I don't know if Brendan needs us to kind of burn bandwidth while he does this. Brendan, do you want us to burn bandwidth while you dedicate your full attention to doing this for Heather?
No, I can just do it now. It's already calculated. Everyth's calculated.
Oh, okay, good. Then share that.
If she wants me to reveal it, I can reveal it.
Okay. So let's ask her, Heather, is this something you want revealed publicly, or is it something that you'd rather
yes,
talk to?
Zoltar, reveal this information.
Yeah. So as per your Vedic, what's called the Kundali, or
But by the way, George Knight says happy birthday,
native.
Heather. So Heather, just so you know it, George Knight said happy birthday to you in the text box, just so you know it.
Thank you.
Yes.
No, happy birthday. Yes.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Yes. So, yes, proceed, dear Brendan. Yes.
So seeing your Lagna chart already, I can see there's like, there's a lot of good placements, and the planets are very interesting. There's a large conjunction in your 12th, Venus, K2, Saturn, Sun. So that's a very heavy, but it's typical for people that are born in America. We tend to have a lot of heavy conjunctions because we're just cursed, just by dint of location. And I'm not being facetious.
Oh, man.
I've had other Vedic astrologers say that many people in America have heavily conjuncted charts.
Oh, man.
So it's definitely cosmic while we're trapped in this evil shit.
It's believable. It's believable.
Yeah. Oh, my God.
I mean, it's beyond believable. It's like, what's the word for it? It's provable.
Yeah. It's in other words, what you're telling us is America is literally in a bad place.
Or not necessarily. It's just the spirits that are forced here we've done something.
There we are. There we are. Fuck.
Because typically, when a Vedic astrologer sees a chart and there's there's heavy conjunctions in like a single house. Yeah. That means some past life stuff. Yeah. But not to say it's bad. I mean, I'm sure mine. I do have actually similar to yours, Heather. This kind of heavy 12th house activity. But like I said, it's all energy. It's not evil or anything. Like, you can't take it negatively. Okay. So, but let's see here. Hey, are you still there, Heather? You're good.
Heather?
I am on the edge of my seat. Yes, I am.
Yes.
Oh, good. Perfect. So your ascendant will be in 4th sign, which is like the sign of cow cat, the crab. In the West, we call it the crab. So, but your nakshatra is going to be here, Pushya. So you have Pushya as your ascendant. So Pushya is the sign of the wish-fulfilling cow. It's a very benefic sign. It's a very fast sign, but it's smack dab in the middle of the galactic milk of the cosmos. So it's in 4th sign, which is the crab, sign of the crab. It's actually the nebula inside of that sign, and it's a very strong point. So let me reference some of my literature on this. Just give me a second
milk,
here.
the cosmic milk is soma, right?
It's beyond that. So the first cow that came from. So when there was the churning of the ocean, the Asuras versus the Devas, right? So one of the things that came out of the churning of the ocean, so the poison came out first, and then Lord Shiv imbibed the poison, and that's why his throat turned blue, and he that was the original Christ. He took on the sins of everyone and stopped the poison from contaminating the universe. So that was so Shiv was the original Christ figure in that sense. He stopped the poison from
from being poisoned.
From anyone else having to deal with it, right?
Yes. From poisoning the rest of us. Yes. Go on. Yeah.
Yeah, from poisoning the whole multiverse. Yeah. So then when the churning of the ocean happened, this was a whole backstory of the Devas versus the Asuras, the demons versus the angels. But they churned the ocean, and what came out before the nectar of immortality was a bunch of different things came out. But one of the things was this it's called Cum-1ST, the wish-fulfilling cow. So it was like the first, like one of the first cows, like the very exalted cow.
The first
and
cow
she could-
ever.
Yeah, the first one, but she was also the most powerful. Like you can ask it for anything, and it can produce anything from its like udders.
All
So,
right.
like, you can ask it for like gold, silver.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's be respectful to it. Like,
Yeah.
It's like a real entity, like it's an actual being. So that's what this push this sign represents. You know. So
Yeah.
it's everyone, you've heard wish fulfilling cow before, like that whole concept.
No, I never have. I've heard of
about the trees.
Yeah, I've heard of the goose that laid the golden eggs is the closest I can think of. But go on.
Yeah, so it's similar. It's very similar, and it's
Seems better.
Similar.
Seems better than that.
Yeah, she's much better. She can manifest an entire army,
Wow.
basically. Yeah.
Cool.
So, yeah.
Yeah, I'll take a cow that like make silver all day because it's really a better currency than gold. Because gold, like, you realize how tiny of a piece of gold you have to like buy a sandwich.
Yes.
Right. So silver is good because it's
more practical. Yes.
Yeah, it's in between. It's like
Yes.
I mean, they literally used to make her coins out of silver, but things changed.
Yes.
They used to mean something. They used to mean,
Yes. So
yeah, I mean, there's a lot I can say about this sign, but basically you're ruled by Pushya.
Okay.
So.
All right. So she's ruled by the cosmic cow. Heather.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah. Yeah. So, cows provide their milk to others unselfishly, including their own offspring. They're also the universal symbol of motherhood, especially in ancient societies. They're considered the holiest amongst all animals. Fertility, productivity, they're related to the earth on a material plane, and earth is often equated with a cow in ancient legends. This sign is also intimately connected with the sign Taurus, even though it's in a different house. But because the moon is exalted in Taurus, et cetera, so it has a connection to that sign as well. It represents the power of the feminine goddess, which gives its energy to provide whatever is needed. The milk that comes from the cow's udders is represented in all things, such as life force, vitality, creativity. One can only give if one can produce, and this nakshatra relates to all kinds of productive forces. Its alternative symbol is the wheel. Its wheel signifies movement, especially the movement of time. So it's the motif of progress achieved in the course of time, which is also why this sign also has a very heavy Saturnian connection, which we'll find out later. It's so its main ruling deity is Moon, and then its sublord is Saturn, and then there's also like this Taurian connection because of the cow. So these nakshatras come in layers, So, and because it comes in fourth sign, it expresses the square-like aspects of its ruler Saturn, the number 4, relating to the fourth sign. And it also tries to take a balanced and even approach to things. It has sense of realism and sanity, et cetera, and its helpfulness is its primary concern. The natives are highly productive and work patiently toward goals. There's a sense of containment and safety inherent in this nakshatra. The only difference between this and another sign mentioned above is the shelter and safety arises from a trusting situation as opposed to secrecy.
That would make sense because it seems like no matter who it is, as long as the person's in my life, nothing bad ever happens to them.
Yes.
Wow.
So that's the protective aspect of this sign. Yeah. So
I always thought
Pushya
it was
is the
nothing,
most
nothing
loved.
of my doing.
No,
Naturally.
it's the energies. It's the natural energies of your ascendant. Yeah. Just working.
Awesome.
Yeah. So
More?
Pushya in its positive aspect is extremely nourishing. It's also the most loved and benign of all nakshatras, just like Punarvasu, which is the sign next to it. It loves life and expresses much content and vies for a sense of well-being, but it has the advantage of being able to manifest this to its fullness and expansiveness on the material plane due to its concrete nature of its ruler Saturn. These natives are generous and protective of the kith and kin. They're ever ready to lend a helping hand to those in the immediate community, but may fail to see the bigger picture. On a higher level, evolved souls under its influence will embrace the world as their family, nourishing the earth with their own talents, etc., etc. Your qualities of love, emotion, wholeness, calmness, soothingness, gentleness, richness, love. Yeah, there's a long list. It's a very benefic, and positive. Yeah, it's a very positive nakshatra. So I mean, there's many directions I could take with this, but like for example, here it describes like your appearance of someone who has this as an ascendant. It gives a fleshy, prominent features, chest, large chest, round face, lustrous.
Oh wow! Oh yeah.
Lustrous luster. Natives under its influence put on fat easily and are prone to bronchial disorders.
Oh wow!
But they have a liking for good food, comfort, and social enjoyment. And they surround themselves with material luxuries, etc., etc. Gentle, patient, docile, and attached to family, especially motherly figures, which you've spoken of, very fondly.
Yes.
This relates to the Brahma Vacharya Shakti, the power to harness the creative powers of the Brahma, the universal creator. Its symbolism has sacrificial offerings, etc., etc., where it re-emphasizes the priestly aspect of this sign, where one does rituals like Homa and Yagya, which are like fire rituals, in favor of celestial entities and divine powers in general. Its basic mode of functioning and your disposition is typically seen as a passive asterism, just like the image of the cow in our mind. Pushya has much more stable energy, functions without fuss. However, if occupied by afflicted planets, it can become lazy, listless, and paralyzing in its idealism. So, in which I don't see, it doesn't look like you have. You have a nice Mercury in that house, but it's
Does
not
it say
on
anything
your
about my
ascendant.
temperament?
Oh yeah, yeah, of course.
Oh, yeah.
You belong to the Kshatriya, or the warrior caste.
That's what it says?
Yeah. That's why you're with a warrior.
That's amazing because Vinny is a Kshatriya, he's a Punjabi, and he's a Kshatriya. So now that makes sense.
Yes.
So it's associated, its ruling deity, despite it having the other aspects, like first its fourth sign, so it's ruled by Moon, then its sublord is Saturn, but its ruling planet is actually Jupiter, because Jupiter is exalted here. So Brihaspati is like, is your, like, Jupiter's very benefic in that sense. So, yeah, it says, because the Kshatriya class is predominantly affected by Pitta, or fiery nature, the ancient seers ascribed Pitta humor to Pushya. They might have, however, had a more direct cognition of Pushya's relationship with digestive fire and its fiery pranic air. So this is where the nakshatras come in play, because if you just take the Western system, they'll just say, look, okay, your ascendant is moon sign, so you're watery. But these Vedic, the rishis that developed this system, they saw past all this and they said this is actually a fiery warrior, sign. So it's like you have to have a lot of knowledge to come to that conclusion, because if you just look at it on the surface, you're like, okay, moon is like a water sign, fourth sign's water. Like, it doesn't fit with just basic astrology. So there's like so many layers, right? So you're actually very fiery, which we know, I'm sure we know by now.
Yeah.
You definitely have a fire that's different. So, yeah. And so you have the fourth pada, which falls into Scorpio Navamsha, ruled by Mars. So it relates to the esoteric side of Pushya, which seeks connection with celestial beings in other worlds. It's the pada of mantra and ritual. In its negative aspect, most of Pushya's negative traits like dependency, victimization, bigotry find expression through this. Only unafflicted by Jupiter and Venus do well in this pada. So yeah, I know it's a lot of truth, but you don't necessarily need to take it to heart or be offended. That's just how it is. Because mine has a lot of truth bombs. Mine has a lot of truth bombs as well.
Yeah.
So it says all your professions that will be benefic for the sign are dairy industry, food and drink, politicians, caretakers, caterers, restaurants, clergy, nuns, priests, gurus, spiritual teachers, counselors, managers, hosts and hostesses, childcare experts, education, mothers, caring professions, artisans, business and creative activities, gardeners, making a living out of orthodoxy, traditionalism, or religious bigotry, or real estate agents as well fall under this sign.
Interesting.
And this sign's ruling places would be rivers, docks, reservoirs, fountains, pools, canals, public places, nests, homes, breweries, women's quarters, child care centers, aquariums, temples, laundromats, manors, government buildings like parliament, etc., and everything connected with the above professions. And you have an upward-looking nakshatra, which is naturally expansive. Planets placed in Pushya usually signify an increase, expansion, etc., etc. You don't have any planets, but it's just it's like because it's ruled by Jupiter, it can expand a lot of stuff. And the auspicious activities during when the moon is transiting would be partying, having celebrations, artistic activities, music, dancing, traveling, dealing with enemies. Enemies are at their weakest in Pushya and cannot cause you much harm. So this is just in general. If the moon is just transiting through this, there's a lot of mythological reasoning for this. You know, so purchasing pets, financial planning, cooking, food preparation, gardening. This is when the moon's transiting, by the way. Good for worshiping Mother Goddess energy, laying foundation stones, starting a construction, seeking help. But its inauspicious activities are marriage, so it's not good to get married under this nakshatra. And generally harsh, cruel.
That's why she didn't get married. Yeah, that's why she didn't get married recently. Interesting. So continue with that.
Well, it's actually only when the moon is there or some kind of place. Like if Venus is there during your marriage, it's probably not a good idea either.
Yeah, still probably not a good idea to take any chances.
No, definitely not. But so this is just your ascendant. We haven't even gotten to the moon. So I'm going to try and shorten it up a little bit and then just kind of go from there.
No need to make it too short. You don't need to make it too short. I mean, just take your time, go through with it. Yeah, go on. You want to be thorough.
Well, there's this whole backstory about like Vashishta and Kamanadu and all these, like, it's a really fun story though. Yeah. It's basically Vedic mythology.
Yeah. Well, you definitely want to do her justice. So continue.
Of course. Yeah. And in general, your like your positive colors, especially when the moon is transiting, would be white, yellow, orange, and golden shades. So that would increase the people who are benefiting from the positive energy of this nakshatra. So I don't know how do you resonate with those colors? White, yellow, orange, gold?
Yeah, gold and stuff.
Yeah. So according to Vahramitra, those with moon in Pushya, which you don't have, but this kind of still gives its general overview. They're lucky, learned, wealthy, ethical, and peaceful in nature. So then let's go to your moon here. Oh my gosh, this explains a lot.
Lay it to me gently, I guess.
So yeah, your moon is Aquarius, and it's actually Purva Bhadrapada. So Purva Bhadrapada is. So it's a very. It's basically Formalhaut in the celestial sphere. It's a star of the dark sorcerer the Black Sorcerer's star. And it's a very, it's a super Jupiterian, like the fierce aspect of Jupiter. It's like like there's this second aspect of Jupiter, the dark side of Jupiter, that people don't realize. It's a very tough, which is not negative. I'm not saying it's negative, but it's a very heavy sign for people nowadays. But so this kind of rules over your general psychology. You're more into like occult knowledge, more into the secrets of the universe, more into the blackness of the, the Shakti, the darkness of the universe. So that kind of tinges. So you have like this kind of balance going with, you have Pushya, a very benefic one, and then you have Purva Bhadrapada, a very deep nakshatra. So yeah, Purva Bhadrapada is your moon sign. So it's very interesting.
So is it like the other side of the mirror?
Yes. I would say so.
Okay.
Purva Bhadrapada is the culmination of Jupiterian energies. It's represented by this constellation of Pegasus. It is, in ancient Vedic seeing, it's considered to be the sleeping bed or the funeral cot. But Pegasus itself was seen as a bed. Alpha Pegasi and Beta Pegasi in the bright constellation of Pegasus near Aquarius and Pisces. So Purva Bhadrapada translates into the former one who possesses the luckiest feet. So that's a rough translation of its name. But this,
wow.
Yeah, so this nakshatra is very interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My daughter's an Aquarius.
Yes, so it's the depth of Aquarius. Like, this is the very deepest point of Aquarius. There's one word which could sum up this nakshatra. It would be diabolical, quote unquote.
All right.
A lot of the so-called negative human traits, paranoia, pessimism, debauchery, violence, hedonism, and this isn't you, this is just the nakshatra's energy. Macabre, deceit, cruelty, morbidity, etc., etc. But this nakshatra is mainly concerned with transformation. Those under the strong influence of this asterism have a huge task of witnessing and understanding the lower dark side without getting their hands dirty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Witnessing.
Yeah. Ramakrishna Paramahansa, the famous 19th century saint, who also has moon in Purva Bhadrapada, was devoted to Kali, the fierce goddess. The dark deity Kali, despite being fierce, is ultimately benevolent. This devotion helped him rise against all the negative Purva Bhadrapada characteristics. But many under this nakshatra's influence take to worshipping demonic and devilish deities to spoil their karma for many lives. Thus, we can see it is very important for the natives under this nakshatra to find the right thing to get devoted to from the very beginning. So that's where that's where the Vishnu aspect comes in.
I think my mom planned all of this. I think she planned this. Yeah.
She knew. She must have known. That's why she gave you Krishna.
I think she planned this
as a
my
basis.
Birth. Yeah.
Yeah. So, a good quality of this nakshatra is that it's very sincere and hardworking, even if its goals are not wholesome. It has tremendous perseverance and will go to any length to achieve its objective. Purva Bhadrapada natives end up engaging in bad karma because they are ready to do, quote unquote, just about anything to obtain these objectives. In a case study of mass murderers, homiciders, and genociders, it would be found...
Heather Holman comes out on top. Yeah, go on.
It would. I mean, it's not a blight against you at all. This is just the nature of the energy.
I love it.
Like,
I love it.
This is
I love it all.
interesting. So most of the people involved in these schemes would have some sort of strong connection with Purva Bhadrapada. This nakshatra relates to both the persecuted and the persecutor. More evolved souls usually use this nakshatra's energy to mortify themselves instead of others. All the sages, such as Vishwamitra, who underwent extreme penance, are basically utilizing this nakshatra's energy. Even in India today, one can see a lot of sadhus involved in these self-mutilation and mortification practices. A Purva Bhadrapada native is ready to stand on one foot for 10 years or even more if they are convinced that it is going to bring them a desired result.
What results do they seek? What results do they seek?
Because it's the maxed out Jupiterian. So if they, for example, if they know that penance will get them power in their next life, they're willing to do whatever.
Oh,
so,
man.
Yeah. So, yeah. Well, you have a much more different approach, Doug.
Yes.
Like with your nakshatra. Yeah. So you're more luxury oriented.
To say the least, yes.
Yes. So it says here, the reader may be surprised to know, I'm narrating what's being read here. Purva Bhadrapada natives cannot be distinguished from the rest. Just because they have a very strong capacity to fit in with contemporary structure, they are normal people within 9 to 5s. They speak and eat and dress like everyone else, and no one will ever suspect the kind of things they're up to in private. They are usually keep their idiosyncrasies and nefarious activities secret. The only way of spotting one is their high-strung nervous demeanor with an overtly serious look. They're the ones who snap their fingers first in any confrontational situation, but try to carry happy and look amicably in social gatherings. They are basically two-faced people, the kind who work normal day jobs, and in nights they're found in fetish clubs, etc.
All right.
Hanging their heads at heavy metal concerts, in entertaining macabre fantasies, practicing dark tantric rituals, plotting or carrying out violent activities. They are very susceptible to extreme views and end up being part of extremely fundamentalist groups.
That's our Heather. Yeah. Oh, man.
Party.
Yeah. I mean, fundamentalist partying. When she's not partying, she's damning us all to hell. Yes, yeah. I've seen her do it.
Not every Purva Bhadrapada person gives physical expression to negative energies. The more evolved souls learn to fight the battle between light and dark within their own mind and heart. A common everyday Purva Bhadrapada people, instead of being perpetrators, end up being victims. They are creative artists. They are often seen to be channeling its energies by implementing the dark side into their art, whether it be writing, music, or drama. They tend to oscillate between extremes. And then I won't go into too much detail because I don't want to expose like your private stuff. Basically,
I believe
no, I'm not being. I'm just trying to be,
discreet.
So I'm trying to be nice,
Well,
this is a lot of truth bombing.
Will you? I mean, of course, we all want to hear what it's safe to share or respectful to share. But will you be able to have a private session with her later?
Yeah, if she has more questions, yeah. If you have more questions, you can also just look these up.
Yeah,
but,
she says she'll pay you, but respond to her about that.
No, it's fine. But in a more general case, this is the ruling deity of this. So, Doug, I've spoke to you about this before because you have connections with PB as well.
Yes.
So it's an obscure ruling deity.
Okay.
With the name of Ajja Ekapada, which translates into the one-footed goat.
Ooh.
It's an alternative. This is the ruling deity of this sign, which carries a cosmic pun, the one-footed unborn one. It's a mysterious creature that is goat-headed. It's a monster with one leg who forms the entourage of Rudra, the fiercest form of Shiva. Surprisingly, Ajja Ekapada, the Vedic character, can easily be found on card number 15 in the Western Tarot deck. Anyone know what that is? The card is the devil card. It is supposed to signify the evil and dark side of life in general. The goat-headed creature carries much of the same meanings from the Vedic point of view, except the fact that the destruction and ruin it brings is actually divinely ordained. We can see that the name of this asterism relates directly to the one-footed deity. The sign Pisces symbolizes feet, and since the asterism has only one in Pisces, it can said to be only have 1 foot. Interesting that the one-footed deity has gained enormous prominence in the place and age of this world in the Kali Yuga. It is seen in all major important centers of Western civilization. All secret societies and brotherhoods like Freemason, Club of Rome, and Illuminati consider the goat god as their main deity, also known as Baphomet. So the ruling deity of this is that deity.
Wow.
So the one-footed goat. So if you see the picture, the photo, or whatever, the design of Baphomet, it is this Vedic god.
Interesting.
It's a black goat, correct?
Yeah, Baphomet, if you just look at Baphomet. Since our present day world is run by a secret elite group with strong connections with the above-mentioned secret society, it is not hard to understand why there is so much unnecessary violence and bloodshed being perpetuated on the planet. This Ajka can be seen as the ruling deity of all types of black magic. That is why individuals deeply influenced by this are attracted to the practice. An image representing the nakshatra, the reader can see, so you guys can't see this, but it's like narrating it, skulls and bones lying about, which is a form that is a secondary symbol, aka the skull and bones symbol, associated with danger, dangerous places, high voltage, pirates, etc., etc. But there's a secret order in the United States known as the Skull and Bones Society, which is prominent in all American, and American presidents have been members. All American presidents have been members. Not all of them. Wait a minute. It says prominent American presidents have been members. Finally, the supreme deity is actually Rudra, the fierce form of Shiv. This asterism carries the destructive aspect of Shiv in the same way as Ardra, which is your sun sign, by the way. You also have this other powerful Shiv energy. Yeah, Ardra. That's your sun. The difference is that Rudra represents the final dissolution on all planes, while Ardra is the chaotic destructive energy only operates in mental and emotional. As a result, this asterism can be much more cruel and merciless compared to Ardra. So, yeah, don't take offense to any of it. It's just, but here's the kicker. This is basically a purificatory energy. So this is its positive aspect, which people don't. People see it, oh my gosh, this is so evil, but there's a reason why the devil has this power, or these energies are there.
So is it like saying fuck around and find out energy?
Yeah. And I don't recommend anyone messing with PB. It's one of the most dangerous signs. But anyways,
the term PB is PB kind of like an acronym?
Purva Bhadrapada.
Okay.
It's an acronym. Yeah. Purva Bhadrapada.
Okay. Great. Thank you.
It says it's basically a purificatory energy. When the old has fallen into decay, it has to be destroyed for the new to take birth. The destructive fire of Rudra aimed to achieve that. On a more personal level, souls pay for their past through penance and retribution under the burning fires of this nakshatra. And I'll just tell you from my guru that the only solution for having this asterism is to bow to higher and divine.
Thank
That's
you.
The only.
Yes.
Because when, like, there's a backstory, like a cosmic. Hold on, let me drink something real quick.
Yeah. While you're drinking that, let me square something away with George Knight. George Knight, can you hear me? Come on for just a second. I just need to ascertain something before we go back.
Hello, Douglas.
Yes. Did you get my email? Make certain to retrieve my email that I sent you. You can review that while we're going through this. Heather Holman has just left, but hopefully she'll jump back on. George, the other thing is I left you a bunch of private messages in Skype as well. But review those and the email, and when we get started, all of that will be relevant to what we talk about, of course.
Yes, perfect.
Yeah, I'm going to go mute for a few minutes while our man Brendan continues to explain this. And yes, but are you ready to dive back into?
I didn't mean.
Yeah.
Well, I'm ready, but it's just the thing is, it's really tough to hear that,
I didn't find any. Well, I've come to terms.
I think Heather can handle it though.
Fuck yeah! Oh God, Heather is like Jesus Christ. Heather's like.
Sounds like she liked it, but.
Yeah, but then she dropped off. But it could be like she said, Skype's been an asshole.
Her,
Yes, like she said, Skype's been an asshole to her all night though, and she feels the need to recharge her phone and all that. So Heather, jump back on if you can. And
well, she said that just now.
No, it's further up. If you scroll back up, she
right.
was talking about it. That's why
so
she
I
kept.
just don't want to offend her.
She kept. Oh no! Come on! Are you serious? Jesus Christ! She revels in it.
Know.
She revels.
Yeah,
in
that
it.
is a good point.
Yeah, I mean, but
it's just this. Yeah. This placement is definitely
it's
interesting.
Yeah. So what she wrote here was, "I hope Skype stops being an asshole. My connection gets squarely, and I'm charging my backup phone." So it could be she has to switch to that or something. We might feel uncomfortable. She's typing now. Let's see what she says. See if she can jump back on with us, or whether she wants to. She says updating Skype. Oh shit! So Skype's starting to update on her, so let me heart that for her, and hopefully that works out. We might want to wait until we're sure she's back on before going back to this, and we might. And of course, before you take off for Pitcairn Island again, you might want to just arrange to speak to her privately about this as well, and that way you can go in depth in some of these more sensitive areas. And believe me, don't ever worry about offending her. She's beyond that. She's very mature. She's very spiritually mature, which makes me question.
No, I
I am certain, of course, that Michael Aquino read all this while he was, shall we say, interacting with her.
He knew about it because that's why he selected you, because you have Saturn in this sign.
Yes.
Which is the sign of Seth, or it's the planet of,
Yes.
You have a very strong placement. It makes you basically you would be pre-qualified to be a dark magician.
Right. Thank you.
For sure.
Thank you. And he must have felt the same.
Speaking of Doug, but
yes. Yeah. But did he feel that way about Heather or something similar?
Obviously he knew about it, because Moon is a very strong sign to have in there. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
And it seems like
my birthday had something to do with it.
Yeah.
There's no other reason why you guys all have that connection. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I'm sure, just like what the narration said, is that people that are doing those things on Earth have very strong placements in that sign. So no doubt he did as well.
That's right. That's right. Well, Heather's back with us, so
there's no other explanation.
Yeah. So continue on with what you feel is safe to share with us concerning Heather's chart, please.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah. No, the push is great. I mean, the Moon is also good. I mean, it's not bad. You're also currently you're in K2 Mahadasha, which is very strong. So that's like the greater time cycle. There are these dashas, which are the general planet that's ruling over your life at this moment, and so the current one is K2. So
and
that's why you have
that
a lot of cutting. Well, you're under K2 for a while.
Yeah, Kahastras or Kahastra, how do I say? Kshatriya is one who cuts. That's what the definition is.
Kshatriya is ruled by K2. Yeah, that's why. Yeah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Love it. Thank you.
So that's cool. And you have a lot of other interesting things going on here. You have let's see. You have Mars in Pisces and Uttar Bhadrapada. You have Mercury in 4th sign in Punarvasu, debilitated. You have Capricorn and Jupiter in Shravan. So that's interesting. Also debilitated. Then you have Venus in Gemini, which is friendly, which is a really good placement. You also have Saturn in Mrigashira, Gemini, which is also a very nice placement. So it looks like you have some interesting things going on. Then your K2 axis is Purvashada, or Sag, sorry, it's Sag to Purvashada is your Rahu, and Gemini to Adra is your K2. So that's because they operate on axes. So you have this, And then I can also give you the lesser planets if you are keen on that. Uranus, Neptune, Pluto. Yeah, your choice. It's a lot of info, so just
no, I don't want to take away from George's big night. See, get the pun, the night, the big night.
the night's night.
Yeah, George's big night.
I think he's probably just warming up with his bean juice, right?
Yes.
Yeah, but I've been waiting a long time for this. The 7 minutes isn't going to cut it, George. Every time you come on, we love
there's
you.
definitely a lot.
Yes, continue, Brandon.
There's a lot. I heard some cool things recently about the Vimanas and stuff that later became Digloka in this thing. They actually got that all from Vedic technology.
Also, Brendan, bring to George tonight's attention. George, were you aware that the Emperor and Empress of Japan are in Britain?
Yes. That our lady friend in the UK brought that to my attention over the weekend. So yeah, thank you.
Okay, excellent. So I'll provide a link in your private messages. In the meantime, continue, Brendan. Yes, go on. I mean, don't start all at once.
I mean, we did a lot of the really main stuff.
Okay.
Which basically clears up a lot of things with Heather's chart. Yeah, I think that's pretty clear.
Yeah.
You have a strong righteousness. You have this past life connection. You have a foundation of something higher. But then, due to karmic reasons, you are in the situation you're in. So, I mean, it's a very good, I think it's a good prognosis. I don't see the problem with it.
Wonderful. But
if you were to go to like a Jyotishi, like an Indian person, they would freak out. Like if they saw your chart, they'd freak out.
Yeah. Oh yeah. They sprinkle water.
Yeah.
When they come out.
You've had them look at you, huh?
No, once I was at the temple and I left emergency leaving because I got ridden with this illness. I started they burned. I don't know if it was the incense they were burning or what was happening. Or it could have been just the guy who was there doing the lecture, but I had to leave abruptly because I got violently ill. And the guy came out, one of the members came out, and he was pouring water over his feet at me.
So what does that tell you? He knew he used the feet because that was.
Well, he was
Pisces.
trying to be nice. He was trying to do me a favor and bless me with something that would help.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
But I'm saying the symbology of it. He knew that there was something wrong with the Pisces. And that's why he was washing his feet.
It was the wrong time to be
Pisces
there.
represents the feet.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's right.
And then they go outside and they pour water of the devotee or whatever. It's a pure devotee pours water over
Holy
his
water.
Water becomes something.
So they were doing a straight up exorcism on you.
Yes.
I know. That I know. I love them.
I mean, it's I'm not trying to be rude, but but I mean, anyone dealing with Doug is already tainted, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Astrologically.
Yeah. Well, I knew I had some special aspects, but something that I'd like to mention about the churning of the ocean.
Let's just say your CV is extensive for normal people.
Yes.
Your curriculum vitae is not normal.
I get that everywhere.
Doug gets what I'm saying.
No, absolutely.
So everything. You were saying what, Heather?
Oh, the churning of the oceans. I think that it's kind of a coincidence or cute that the churning of the ocean was done on the back of the turtle, and then that's why the turtle has imprints, and Douglas has those same imprints on his back at the bottom of the two little dimples.
Wait, how do you know that?
I just know. Am I correct? But that means something. Those two little dimples. It means you're of some bigger It means something.
There you have it. I will neither confirm nor deny.
It means your anointing. It shows your anointing because that turtle was like an incarnation of Krishna or something.
Kodama avatar. It's Vishnu's first incarnation.
Yeah. All right.
Should we do the churning of the ocean story? That one's always fun.
Churning of the Oceans is a great story. We could do it later.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the big one. It's a big one.
Yeah.
Churning of the ocean of milk. It's called the Samudra Manthan. So the Samudra Manthan is the origin of the elixir of life, the Amrita. It's elaborated from the Vishnu Purana. Yeah. So there you go.
So Amor Fari in Mexico, he says, "Thank you for your wisdom, Brendan. Deep and profound wisdom."
Yes.
How can you find someone's charts? Astrologically, with a birth date, and then of course he gives you his birthday, September 25th. I guess it wouldn't hurt just to let him know which sign that is in the Vedic sense. But
It
What
needs
year?
you need more detail.
Okay.
I don't like doing it publicly.
Thank you.
I made an exception for Heather.
We made an exception for
Thank
Heather
you.
because
It's the second best birthday present ever in my life.
Yes.
Yes, I appreciate that.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
Yes.
Okay. Yes.
Yes. But Heather, I do want you to contact him privately because there's a few things he needs to go over with you privately about that. That will, So make certain. Do you have each other's Skype?
Yeah, we have the Skype.
Okay.
But basically, the main remedial is bowing to higher and divine in any or serving. Any way you can.
Yes.
Submitting in a positive sense to, anything Krishna consciousness related will be super benefic, like any kind of seva or bowing to Ridra.
Just the most humble servant is a servant to everybody for Krishna.
Yes. And I would say even Maha Mantra would be extremely pacifying for anyone in that situation. But like you said, it's the benevolence, the grace of your mother gave you that ascendant of Pushya. So through her grace, you were able to have this.
She was so graceful.
Basically, the waters.
And she must have known all this because otherwise, divine. I don't think she could have left.
Oh, exactly. Yeah. And in fact, she may have even, planned it, or how do I say this nicely? She may have had to, do something to where you had some kind of assistance.
Yeah.
So she helped you out in the most extensive
parenting is
sense.
A sacrifice. That's all it is.
Yeah. So.
Amen. Thank you.
So that's very sweet.
Yes.
Very Harry Potter-esque.
Yes.
The power of love is what saved Harry Potter from the darkness. All those years.
Love is my secret weapon.
Yeah. Yes.
Yes. And
that's very beautiful and charming and stuff.
Yeah. And so this has been beautiful, and of course, so what you have, Heather, is my promise that on Tuesday morning at the latest, because I have to get up anyway and take care of some things, I will be mailing that out to you next day, and it'll be a few items, and yes, because of that, we'll try and raise about at least $200 over the next few episodes. And certainly in the last episode, we'll see if we need to raise anything else. But definitely, we'll try and raise at least $200 because of the next day mail is very expensive. And that will help recover that. And it's, other than that, it's amazing what money I have left considering the expenses this month. And Heather says, a favorable mention of the churning of the ocean. And of course, while she says, thank you, Brendan. Yes, there we are.
No problem.
Yeah, and so Brendan, is there anything you want to mention about your sabbatical, or do you want me to call you privately about that as soon as possible? Yeah, between now and Wednesday.
We can talk privately, but I just want to give you a heads up, because last time you were concerned that I disappeared.
Yeah, of course, yes. And well, you remember actually what the situation was. It was quite funny. Brooke.
It was like everything fell apart. Like they waited for me to leave, and then everything fell apart.
Yes. Well, that's how it works. Of course, that goes without saying. Corey Feldman, the joke. Heather, could you explain to us the significance of this meme? I'm not quite sure I understand.
No, that was he made that. Corey Feldman made that because people have been making so much fun of him, I guess, on his online presence that he just decided to make a joke out of it to kind of maybe eliminate any kind of bad reputation that it was causing.
I forget what he's infamous for.
That's his work. Corey Feldman posted that on his own.
He's a child actor.
Yeah.
Oh,
a victim of Hollywood.
Oh, right, poor son of a bitch. Yeah, that.
I forgot what he was in.
He's just, he's just rolling with the punches. It's,
Yeah.
Well, it's pretty. Self-harming to do this. But.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that
compared
looks
to what was happening with
masochism.
reputation. Just in general, he's trying to save face. I think.
Well, isn't it? What everyone's attacking?
It must be his programming or something.
Yeah, that's got to be it. It's self-sabotaging. Yeah. And so it's just horrible to see somebody do that to themselves. It's very painful.
In his defense, he went through.
You can't fire me. I quit.
Yeah. What's that, honey?
he's saying you can't fire me. I quit.
In a sense, yeah, in a sense, but it's kind of like, come on, no, it's beyond that. It's more like he's like bearing his.
He was in the Friday the 13th, the Gremlins, the Goonies, Stand By Me.
Yeah,
I think what it is that he can expose the people in Hollywood that need to be exposed, that no one is doing it, but he wants to do it, but he'll only do it for money. He's not going to give names, but he's claiming all these things, these horrible atrocities, but then he's not putting out the source of that problem, and I think that is what's catching up with him.
It's so fucking sad. It's so fucking sad.
Yeah, it is sad.
Yeah. So, George, you sound like you're somewhat familiar with the case. Tell us what you know about the case, please.
Oh, God. Yeah, I was just about to mention, obviously, Brendan brought up the movie The Goonies. In The Goonies, the Japanese boy also played in Indiana Jones. I think that's correct, isn't it, Brendan? If you could just look that up.
Yes.
Same
I can check it out.
Oh God! Yeah. He plays in Indiana Jones Short Round, the Chinese kid. He plays the Chinese kid, right?
The Chinese, that's it. Not the Japanese. Yeah, that's it, Douglas. Thank you.
But go on.
Just came back to memory.
K-Hugh Kwan.
That's his name. Yes,
and the Goonies. Temple of Doom, and the Goonies, etc.
Yeah. And then he disappeared, right? I mean, nobody wanted him as an Asian adult. It's like he came back and like I grew up, and they said, "Yeah, now you're an ugly Asian male, and nobody wants you as an adult. Get the fuck out of here."
Well, now he's a production assistant, quote unquote. Basically nothing.
Yeah, that means like fuck. That's like saying shit. That's like saying I'm an assistant nobody. It's just awful. Just awful. There's no words for that. I could claim I'm a production assistant. That's like, look, I produced my show. But these people assist me in it, like Aristides and Brendan. They're production assistants.
Production assistant. So what does that mean?
Yeah, I'm a production assistant.
Yes. God damn, thank God he's got a day job.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh shit! Oh, so the Corey Feldman thing is so tragic. He was one of the first people to talk about everybody getting it up the butt and doing satanic sacrifices and shit. And then of course he paid for that the rest of his fucking life. Poor motherfucker. And just fucking sad. But so George Knight, did you hear me the other night when I was bitching about the motherfucker who started the Sound of Freedom bullshit and the scandal involving him?
Oh no, I missed that part, Douglas. No, I do apologise. I did listen in very briefly on the that video that was that you came across on YouTube of the shooter, the mass shooting. So I did listen to that part the other day.
Oh, okay.
Whilst I was driving.
But were you able to review were you able to see it in action? Kind of.
Oh, what, the video itself?
Yeah.
Only the first clip, the first scene of it. Yeah, unfortunately, I haven't had much time to.
God, you've been busy.
But luckily I caught the context of what you were saying, so I understood. Okay. Yes.
Oh, so you heard me talking about it. You heard me talking about it too.
Yes, talking about it. Yes. So I clicked on it, watched the first few minutes, and then I just had to
get back to work.
That video.
Right.
Yes. Exactly. But it was interesting.
Yeah, but just so you know, the thing about Tim Ballard, and this is what's so disgusting about the whole affair, is basically what really exposes so much, and I would appreciate feedback from Aristides, Brendan, George Knight, and Heather, of course. By the way, I did call our friend Brooke Gibson just a few moments ago, and she woke up, and I told her to go back to sleep. So she's really asleep. And but I do want people to know she was the call I had to take the other day when I was going to sit down and write out that poem, transliterate it into rice paper so that I could mail it. And I had every intention of doing that on Saturday and getting to the post office before 3 p.m. But it was then that Brooke Gibson called, and I had to take that call because, I've been trying to call her forever, and she'd been generally non-responsive. But then otherwise, one time when I caught her, she said she'd call me back, and of course never did. And then she did appear on the show briefly. And then what happened was when she called me this time, I just had to take it because I know she's going through a lot. So I do want people to know that things are still very intensive for her. So she's, just maintain her in thought and prayer. And I promised her not to share anything until she came on. She was, she did express that she was going to come on tonight because she did want to talk with George and everything. But obviously that didn't happen. She fell asleep instead. And she probably needs that sleep. So, when I called her and she answered, at least I confirmed that she's, at home. And so I told her to go back to sleep. And I don't think she'll be joining us tonight unless somehow I disturbed her to the point where, she gets agitated and wakes up and then joins us later, which she's welcome to do. But, it was sad that she wasn't able to join us tonight because I also wanted her to talk about Kyle Rittenhouse being back in the news. And Brendan, I hope you'll forgive me, Brendan. It's Brooke has never seen you, and she said, I've got to know what Brendan looks like. And she said, because a lot of people say that
she has seen me.
She claims she's never seen you. She claims she's never seen you. Anyhow, she says,
that's the drugs.
Oh, by the way, I think I can share this much.
Be nice.
I think I can share this much. So the other night when she was on the show with us, and then we heard her kind of
saying I look like that nerd or something.
I said that. I said that. Yeah. I told her if you want to know what Brendan looks like, I said if you want to know what Brendan looks like, he looks kind of like Kyle Rittenhouse. I said so I'm sorry. I do feel bad.
You son of a bitch. You son of a bitch.
I do feel bad. I feel so bad. Anyhow,
come on. He has like a strabismus. Like he's got like a googly eye. What the fuck?
Oh, then I told her with of course.
Well, then you look like Short Round.
Sorry. I said with young Buddy Holly. He's a young Buddy Holly with the Buddy Holly glasses. Imagine Kyle Rittenhouse with the Buddy Holly glasses. I said, yeah. So I said, imagine Kyle Rittenhouse with the Buddy Holly glasses. She had so much fun with that. She was dying over that. I swear to God, she was diddling herself over that.
She was friends with me on Facebook. She saw the photos. I mean, I don't know.
I don't think she ever looked. I don't think a lot of people they just don't have that capacity to look, and. So our dear Heather says, I have to take a fee. I like that fee. I think she meant pee, but in Britain they'll say pass a penny is how they'll say it. So maybe she's conflating it. So she might be conflating pass a penny with taking a, so then she says taking a fee. I'll go for that. That's cute. At any rate, when I was talking
what exactly was my doppelganger back in the news for exactly? You didn't explain.
It was, he's abandoned.
His family's evicted.
Thank you. His mother and his sister are getting evicted, and he told them when they were begging him for money, "You've made so much money. Why don't you come save us?" And he said, "Why don't you go out and shoot your own motherfuckers, and then you can pay for your, says go out and shoot somebody yourself."
Wait, so he won't share his money
with his own mother and his own sister. Yeah. Oh, and you know what? Oh my God. Okay. I'll have to talk to you guys.
What if they were? I mean, I shouldn't defend him because then I don't want to jump to conclusions.
Just so everybody knows, Brendan Zoget and Kyle Rittenhouse are completely different people. They're like from different planets. Okay, they're just there is nothing alike about them whatsoever. And but I just had to dispel. Brooke keeps thinking of you as this very tall individual. I'm not saying you're short, but she was thinking you like basketball player tall. And she says he's got to be tall because he looks down on everybody, she said. And I said, and I do get this from a lot of women. They say,
I don't know why. I don't know why she has that feeling. And a lot of people say that to me. And I'm not actually like that.
Yeah,
they just get that. They feel like I have some kind of.
Here's what goes on, Brendan. You talk to the average person.
I'm actually quite tolerant to low lives.
Here's the problem. All these people get intimidated by you, They're intimidated by your intelligence, and so they automatically translate that as arrogance. Does that make sense? So
yeah, of course.
Yeah, so
but I never tried. I've been struggling with that for years. It's like I've never tried to like one up anybody.
Yeah, no, it's like that stupid.
Which is my issue.
Yeah, it's like that stupid Polish German lady was saying that you think you know everything. And that's what Brendan gets a lot of. Is that you think
she would say that.
Yeah,
no, she would say that to me. You are so arrogant. Yeah. And I'm like, no, it's just like. Or she would be like, I'd be like, yeah, this and this about the Third Reich, and she'd be like, how do you know? And I'm like, not trying to explain the whole
Did you ever tell her? Did you ever tell her I'm on speaking terms with the son of Adolf Hitler, bitch? You know, like, or there was just no point at that point.
Even if I told her, she'd be like, how do you know? You know, like she would just be arrogant. She would be arrogant about it.
Thank you. In other words, there's a pathological skepticism. After a certain point, skepticism is no longer healthy. It becomes pathological. And but when it comes to at any rate, what I can share is that the other night when Brooke was on the show, then we heard her kind of like start to talk to someone else, which I said it might be Noah because her son is a mumbler and he can walk into the room and it sounds almost as if she's talking to herself, but I know it's just him because he mumbles sometimes. This time we weren't sure. And Brendan was saying it might be meth specters, you know, meth ghosts, but it turned out it was Meth Head Larry, and Meth Head Larry was in the room the whole time that I was joking.
Might as well be the same thing.
Yeah, that I was joking. Well, get this shit. Remember I was saying I want to put an ankle bracelet on that bitch, Brooke Gibson. Remember I was saying that to keep track of her. Mm-hmm. It turned out that he's sitting in the room with an ankle bracelet. Yeah, Meth Head Larry, and just so people understand, in all fairness, just so people get it, it's not because he's a pedo, which in the old days that was pedo territory. That's what they used to do to pedos. But these days they're getting so cheap, and there's the prisons are full that they're giving you an ankle bracelet where it's like fuck, I forgot. You know, just
and apparently they charge people like $400 a month or something.
It's something like at least $6 a day, maybe between $6 to $60 a day. Yeah, you pay for it. It's that way with the pedos too, believe it or not. Yeah, they have to pay to maintain it, and they have to recharge it. And so then the poor fucker got all fucked up because he has to recharge it, but her squirrel chewed through the cord. Her squirrel chewed, so he couldn't recharge it. So then they said he's on the run. And so she's just been through the shit.
Yeah, I think the second it dies, the second something happens to the power, it's like you're considered wanted.
Yeah.
AWOL.
Yeah. And you just let's put it that way. She's been on a roller coaster, and but there you have that. And so we'll move on from that.
Dare I say it? It's a giant BM.
BM for
black magic.
Yes, and I told her that. And I said, you know, and that's when she was asking, you know, she said she was intimidated to call you. And she said, okay, you know, he's so tall. And I said, what do you mean he's tall? You know, and that's when, you know, I was just trying to like, you know, let her think of you as a less threatening figure.
I was so nice to her in private. I was not, you know.
Intimidating?
That must be like the meth paranoia or something.
Yeah. Well, I think that...
Because when it was just one-on-one, she was fine. Like it was fine.
I think that there's an inferiority complex in people where they don't feel that they can comprehend much of what you're saying. Right. So just bear that in mind.
Well, I have that. What's the word for it? It's like I don't want it to be like that, but if it just happens, does that make sense? Yeah. Like it just happens to me, and it's like, but my personality is like I'm trying to help people, and it always backfires. In like the worst possible way every single time.
No, it's true. It's no good deed goes unpunished. No good deed goes unpunished. I mean, you're preaching to the converted here. I mean, this is where we get back to... this is where we get back
to... You're like the case study.
Thank you. I'm the textbook case study. It's like...
The textbook,
Yeah, I take up an entire
poster
chapter.
Child.
Thank you.
They used to say poster child.
Thank you. And this brings us back
to... You want to end up like this man?
Yeah,
thank you. Save thousands of children.
Yeah, thank you. You don't want to end up like Mr. Douglas Dietrich, who saved thousands of children. Yeah, next time you see somebody diddling a kid, turn around and walk away. Don't start trouble like this, dude. you'll pay the price. Yeah, it's like,
Yeah.
but this is what I want to share with all of you. While Aristides is still presumably conscious, and while informing George about what he missed about the Sound of Freedom bullshit, and that brings us back to, of course, our favorite, scene stealer, the lady who just jacks the show, Michelle Carmela Saldana, who, I swear I have nothing particularly against, and she, but she just is what she is, and it's just too much. But when it came to Tim Ballard is the son of a bitch behind Sound of Freedom. And he turns out, of course, no surprise, just like it turned out, he had to sever himself or dissociate himself. He said, I dissociate myself. Or how do you say it when you disaffiliate yourself with the whole phenomenon? Basically, he... I forgot, it's not that word, it's some other word where I'm no longer associated or affiliated, but anyhow, he's basically tried to estrange himself from the Sound of Freedom because it turned out it was funded by a bunch of pedophiles. Thank you. And then what happened was, it turns out that 5 separate women have sued Tim Ballard. Basically for sexual assault and battery. He's a serial rapist. So it turns out the son of a bitch is a serial rapist. No surprise. And his whole incredibly phony reputation was based on life experiences about rescuing children from sex traffickers. And the whole thing was, why did people fall for this? Why did they buy into this so eagerly? And I've told people, like, when I share my story, people just look at me and they see how I comport myself and present myself. And you even heard Peter Moon saying, oh, Douglas, we got to talk about this, political repercussions of, I don't know if you heard that in the opening hours, but Peter Moon saying, privately, we got to start talking about, how you're presenting yourself and all this other stuff. And it's like, he's been getting complaints from all, a lot of his audience base saying, why are you affiliated with Douglas Dietrich, a known user of prostitutes? And he said he drinks his son's blood, and he dresses as a woman, and other people saying, he's a cross-dressing queer.
They always pick the least severe ones too.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah.
We won't go into the other.
The fact that I purchased my son off the streets. Yeah, the fact that I purchased my son off the streets as an underage girl, or somehow it's always just like these kind of almost Victorian moral sensibilities where it's
thank you.
that get offended.
It sounds like.
Yeah, and it's
He's a user of prostitutes.
Yeah, like, a known user of prostitutes. And I'm like, wow.
According to most red pill, it's like everyone's that at this point.
Yeah, no shit.
You're a simp if you buy dinner for your woman.
Yeah, no shit. But with that, it's basically what it comes down to is all of them kept telling him that because Dietrich is cross-dressing and he's basically appears as non-binary and he just doesn't they don't want to credit me with rescuing any children because somehow this does not fit their definition of a hero. And yet Tim Ballard comes out and he's the big white guy who looks like a linebacker. And everybody instantly accepted his bullshit because he looks like he fits the part of the role that they want to put him in. This is our sun hero. This is our solar...
The funny part, we discussed that before, is that those older people, and like I'm just going to say it, those people are all obviously really old.
Thank you.
But all the older people would consider that a handicap, but in reality, you get more views because of that than the younger people.
Thank you.
Like people are younger than myself, so it's like what they would consider problematic is actually like a benefit in this world. So it's just silly.
Thank you. And but the whole ridiculous.
And like you said, it's total. It's just bonkers to take away the whole backstory just off of personal preference. That's what it boils down to.
Yes, and
this kind of.
But here's where the real insanity comes in. The real insanity comes in aside from the practical aspects of what I said about how silly it is. that they hero worship Tim Ballard simply because he looked the way they wanted him to look. And they said, oh, then, this guy looks like a clean-cut dude who's white, he's big, he's hunky, he's straight, and he just... But the insane part is, how on earth would someone like that ever infiltrate a human child trafficking sex ring? The only person who could infiltrate a human child trafficking sex ring, like I did, is someone who cross-dresses, buys kids off the street, and uses prostitutes. Because who else would understand the sex industry? Who else would understand human child trafficking? In other words, I'm the only person who could insinuate myself with that subculture. Whereas if that idiot walks in the door, he's going to be automatically suspect. It's like, oh, look at the big football player white guy.
Exactly.
Yeah, what's the matter, dude? You can't find any kids to diddle on the play. All he has to do is pretend he's a coach. Hey, let me coach some kids. How on earth would he infiltrate a human child trafficking sex ring? It's like automatically they look at him and they say, who are you? He would not be trusted. Whereas I'm the only person who it's like, oh, fuck, he cross-dresses. Oh, shit, look at him. Yeah, come on in. It's like, I don't see how they don't get this. How does that escape people? But that's their insanity. They want it all. They want it both ways. They want someone who looks the way they want him to look, and yet they want him to be the hero in something where it would be impossible for him to insinuate himself. It just doesn't work like that. So, thank you. And that's the insanity of what we're dealing with. And of course, what Brendan said is that, with the new generations, of course, all of this insanity is slowly being bleached out because they can't afford this level of insipidity anymore. But there we have that. So I thought I'd share that and get that out of the way. But, no surprise this guy is a child rapist. For those of you who haven't heard me try and bring this situation up before and put it into perspective, again, for new listeners, when I was down in Nicaragua and that time that Michael Hemmingson, who was paired up with Don Webb, and Don Webb was one of the potential heir apparents of the Temple of Set, along with Peter Levinda. So Don Webb's been around forever. He's been involved with the Temple of Set. And Michael Hemmingson, who used to be on Revolution Radio, he had written any number of books on the occult and on pornography. People would say he was, quote unquote, writing erotica. But, fuck you, just call it porn. And this dude thought that he could start a flame war between myself and Aquino, and so was confronting me about my time in Nicaragua, saying, well, how were you serving as a mercenary in Nicaragua? And that's when I told him I never served as a mercenary in Nicaragua. There was this hot Nicaraguan chick. I was going down there to meet her very Catholic parents, even though she was a member of the Communist Party. But, of course, all of these communists or the fascists, everybody in Latin America in general is Roman Catholic. So, she basically took me down to see her parents, and we kind of ended our relationship there because she felt that I was cheating on her, quote unquote, by looking at all these hot young chicks in Nicaragua. But the point is that a lot of parents were presenting their kids to me saying, oh, you're an American. I see you looking at my girl. If you want her, you can have her. Not because they're pimping their kids out, because they would explain to me, look, the death squads, the communists, whoever moves into the village next is going to gang rape her anyway. She'll be raped by multiple assailants until she's left pregnant and the next wave comes in. It's like, take her, please, get her out of here. Yeah, and then, when I was seriously considering, gee, what if I wanted to take one of these young girls and go back to America? You're going to have to bribe a captain of a local boat who then becomes automatically an international pirate because he's going to be involved with what's a kidnapping. This would be considered internationally to be an abduction. Or you're going to try and make it through Central America and Mexico and then try and cross the border, which is like, that's like, you may as well try and climb Mount Everest. I mean, these are like almost impossible things to contend with in terms of these intractable problems. And that's just considering getting one underage girl out of Nicaragua. But this motherfucker, Tim Ballard, saying he's rescuing thousands of kids all over the world. And how is it that some guy who you couldn't miss, obviously, the guy's over 6 feet tall. The guy weighs like 300 pounds. And he's like, looks like the fucking Hulk. And how could you miss him taking hundreds of kids out of a country without being accused of mass abduction or human child trafficking himself? You know, it's just, this is impossible. What he's saying that he's done is literally impossible because he claims he's rescued thousands of kids. And nobody follows this logic or understands what's going on, and they just want to believe this bullshit. And it's promoted by QAnon. Of course, QAnon's just promoting the film still. But yeah, so this is what we're contending with: a total lack of any sort of logic or understanding of what the economics, reality of all this is about. But at any rate, I wanted to share that with everyone. And back to George Knight. One of the things that happened to me recently, just to catch you up on all this, now that you know that Tim Ballard is a serial rapist, and you got to ask yourself, why? I mean, it's not like the guy is like some 98-pound weakling who would be unattractive to females. So why does he resort to violence? What does that tell us about him? You're basically dealing with somebody who's psychotic, of course. At that point, he has no concept of the damage he can cause, or maybe he does, and that makes it worse. But so here's what happened recently. Basically, what happened was it was the inaugural, or the first, National Pride Prom Day, just throughout the weekend. It was on Saturday.
Yes.
And so basically my son arranged for the logistics. That's why I want you to take a look at the images of that shopping mall in San Francisco, which is about to close. And it's like they basically, it got hit by multiple economic factors, the Amazon bomb where everyone's buying things online, and also the COVID, and then the fact that they had this lunatic idea to turn downtown San Francisco into something like the European cities, where it's a bicycle refuge, so that everybody would be more environmentally bicycling to work and shit. And so they made it impossible for traffic to get into the financial district of San Francisco. And basically, the malls were starved to death economically. And so the horrible thing is that these are built from the days of the earthquake and fire in San Francisco from the gold rush days. Yeah. Heather Holman's rejoined us. And what's going on now is that basically the only money being pumped into it now is by the gay community in San Francisco. But this was a 21 plus event. So what happened was my son arranged so that the Blood Boys could be involved in catering, because we wanted them to see the place before it might be demolished, because they're seriously considering demolishing the place now. So you can tell by the images just how architecturally splendid, awesome, beautiful. That it is. And it's but aside from that, some of the displays being put on by the people who were participating in partying that night might even get some of the young blood boys to reconsider their lifestyle as they become adults, simply because I guess a term that I might use might be scared straight just by the behavior of some of the people at the party on Saturday night. But after that, of course, I was just exhausted. If any one of those kids, of course, got molested or actually assaulted, my head would be on a platter. So that was it took up so much energy that I contracted a stress cold. So that's the one thing I want to talk to Aristides about, was whether or not he could order some of that lipospheric C for me. I'll provide a link for him, and I'll give it to him in the private messages. I did want him to know about that before he retreats into slumber. So let me find that link for him, and then I'll put that in his private messages on Skype. He can look for that in the morning. And if he could have a box of that sent to me, would be worth more than a contribution to me at this point, because of just the stress cold that I contracted, and that'll help me get rid of it. So aside from all of that, George, with everything that's been happening, tell us how things are from your end. Share with us what you feel comfortable sharing. How's your life going? Obviously, you've been very busy with work. And and tell us a bit about what you can share about that.
Oh yeah, Douglas. No, of the format of it all. There's nothing really to report. It just seems every day is the same day. It's just Roadhog Day. It's just it's every other day is the same day to me.
Groundhog Day. Groundhog Day.
Groundhog Day. Thank you. Yes, I can't remember what I just said, Douglas, to be honest.
Roadhog. You said Roadhog Day.
Groundhog. Yeah, Groundhog Day from the movie. Yes, thank you. That was what I was supposed to say.
But I mean, but there's some days you actually have to ascend the poles, right? And other days that you don't, or I mean,
every day's the work involved is different. That's the great thing about it, is that no two jobs are the same. Right. But the reality is it's either it's going to be either overhead or it's going to be UG underground. So it's one or the other. When it's you want to try and stay away from it as much as possible. Working above ground when it's extremely hot. And it's forecast to be around about 25 plus this week. So, it's going to be excruciating, the temperatures. So,
oh, my God.
Yes. And so, it's just like, relentless with everything. It's just, the weeks go by so quickly. When you're at work, you're busy. It goes so quick. And then the weekends come. And then it's, daddy duties then. And so family duties. So, very little time to actually, invest in, doing any research or, trying to catch up with things, Douglas. So, that's my, my excuse.
So that email that I sent to you on the Herodian insurgency, have you had any opportunity to scan that?
Oh, no, not since not since you presented it to me and I scanned through it. And obviously, I was going to just mention that was like, I think a couple transmission, either last transmission or the transmission before. Obviously, with, when you mentioned about how when you transcribe it, it goes into your own, your own, what would you call it? Your own dialect or your own, and people can't comprehend the literature. But of course, I can, read between the lines, and when you mentioned Jerusalem, so I know, I can probably relate to it a bit more. I should say more better than other people can. But it was only when I just scanned over it just briefly it was last transmission or the transmission before, Douglas. If you wanted to go in that direction, I'm more than happy to speak of it or to read any of it out, for the show. I do have some things, I wanted to bring.
Please, by all means.
So I'm happy to speak about anything. Nothing to do with work. I had nothing. That's why I'm a bit like, what do I report back from work? There's nothing really. It's just the same old.
But sometimes you've gone into like people's homes or estates and they've had and is do any recent encounters in that sense that are just worth relating, like some people how they're living and the like, was that any educational experiences, so to speak, in terms of
because everybody's got their own every single human being, and it was funny actually, just comes to mind you bringing that up, Douglas, is I was speaking to one of our customers last week, and he was just relaying that when he goes to people's homes, you get like people with really nice homes and people with really not so pleasant homes to go into, and there's no point judging because everyone has their own, everyone's got a story to tell, everyone's got a different lives, so to speak, and and of course with my job, like I said, no two jobs are the same because you go in, you get people from all walks of life, different backgrounds.
By the way, but before you go on, Brendan, are you still there? Because I wanted to bring this up while both of you gentlemen are here. Brendan, do you remember that Jewish chick, quote unquote, the chick who said she was Jewish because 23andMe said she had a single strand of Jewish DNA, and Christina, I think her name was, and she asked George, what kind of housing did she ask George he was living in?
Oh, council
housing.
Oh, she was like, she's like, yeah.
Yeah.
No.
And so what happens
You
is,
must know about council estate. She was basically presuming he was a council.
a grifter. She
counselor.
thought every one of us was a grifter.
A
She thought,
grifter.
and we all had our own grift. That each one of us was a grifter with our own grift because that's what she is. And but anyhow, so this one lady
Projection, yeah.
was asking me about. She said, "Oh, Doug, do you? I just wanted to, this sounds quirky, but because you're a vampire, do you know anything about getting rid of bed bugs?" And I said, "Well, I need to know more about the situation. Who do you know who has them?" And she said, "Oh, my friend." And I said, "Is it a apartment or is it a living situation where they own the home, where they're in a domicile?" And then she said, "He's in England and he had to move into council housing." And I said, "Council housing? And he's got bed bugs, reported to the authorities." And then, and she said he did, but it's like, they go through all, you can imagine, there's this, they have to go through social work and there's all this bureaucratic process. But it's like, I said, because the first thing that I got her, before I got the council housing out of her, was I said, because she said something about an apartment type situation. And that's when I said, this person must live in poverty. I said, what's his economic status where you'd be in an apartment where you'd have bed bugs? And that's when she brought up the council housing. And then she finally admitted, yeah, he's in the council housing and half the housing in the council, I don't know, building, I guess, project. What are they, like project sites or what? How are these things built?
Yeah, they could either be multi-dwelling, multi-dwelling apartments, where there's communal, could be anything, or states. They sort of like nowadays they mix them up.
Oh my God!
It's not like segregation anymore. They mix them up, and they do that deliberately, according to what I know. Yeah, so it's. But yeah, like you said, Douglas, when it comes down to your own private property, you're responsible for decontaminating, or you have to upkeep the maintenance of your own house. But when you live in like either a social housing or a council house, then you report it, and then it goes down a process of them actually intervening. And if there are any defects or discrepancies within the home, you're not responsible for it. It's the tenant. You're the tenant, but you go through the process of the person who takes the rent, so the landlord or landlady, the owner. But when it's a council house, it's owned by the council. And so you have to report it, and then they have to intervene and sort out either any defects or if you have any contamination or infections or anything of that nature, you have to, and then it's just passed down the butt.
I told her what I could, but it made me wonder, when they call you for service, and if somebody is bringing you into their home because internet is as indispensable as water or air, then what if the person has bed bugs? Are they not obligated to inform you they have bed bugs so you don't get contaminated and bring that with you home?
So in our training, we're prompted, we're told through the protocol, for the process, to ask questions, whether or not they're of legal age, over age of consent, so 18 years and over.
Oh my God! What happens if they're not legal age? What happens if they're not?
We can't enter. We cannot enter. Yeah, we have to say sorry. We have to put it for an appointment date when there's an adult present.
Tell that to that cousin of yours. Yes, I'm sorry, I couldn't resist that. That was just totally uncalled for. Go on. That poor son of a bitch. Yeah, go on. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Yes. And so with the it's classed as a utility service. So we work up into the little white box on the wall, which is where the router's plugged into. So we have to enter the household to access it because it's the end of our network. So we have a right to access the property, unless for various reasons, such as the age, for instance, we're restricted if they're under the age of 18. They have to have an adult present, or during COVID times, like you were just bringing up with Westfield, Douglas. Obviously it had such a ramifications on the economy, and COVID did, and so I remember just being briefed before I when I was recruited into the organisation I work for now. The way they had to operate was they had to hand it through the window. They had to chuck that little white box through a window frame, and it had to remain there so the person could not shut the window.
Oh my God!
Because we were forbidden from entering the household, because of course it was the one family rule of you cannot enter a person's premises or property if you're not a member of the household, because you were forbidden from entering any household.
Oh my God!
During the time of restrictions. So that was how they used to operate. Luckily, when I joined, it was the restrictions were eased. Obviously, we had to wear masks, obviously still, which is what I promoted. And so, it's a very,
did anyone ever think you were one of the
yes,
the TV licensed people? They like shut the door on you?
No, thankfully not. No. I did have an encounter actually. What brings to mind is there's all these what we call altnets, so alternative networks out there utilizing our polls.
Are these things legal, or are they pirating?
Oh, apparently it's completely illegal. So we charge them rental to use our what we call our line plants. So the poles are our line plants. So it belongs to us, but they utilize it. So we charge them rental. It's like a way leave, so to speak. They call it way leave. So we charge them money to utilize our equipment. So or our plant, so to speak, our network. And this woman come after me, and she like called me down up the road, and she goes, "Excuse me, I just want to ask you a question. What are you doing up on that pole?" And I said, "I'm providing a fiber service to our customer." And I go, I asked her like who she's with, and everything like that. And but she was like, she was asking me about, "Oh, what's that up there?" She was pointing, and she goes, "What's that grey box?" And I said, "Oh, that's one of the alt nets out there. That's not our equipment. That doesn't belong to me."
Interesting. Go on.
And she goes, "What's that antenna? What's that poking at the top?" And I said, "I do not know. It's nothing to do with us." And she goes, "Oh, doesn't it emit like a radiation, like a frequency
Oh
wave?"
my God! So now she's entering paranoia territory. Go on.
Yes, thank you. And I just said no. But the thing is, she was asking me these questions, but then she started telling me what it was. That was the funniest thing about it. And she goes, they're broadcasting a frequency wave from that antenna into our homes. So why are you providing a cable? And I said, because it's fiber optic. It's to give you a full, a super fast connection to our network. So you don't do that through the because some people, they go to us sometimes when we turn up at the door and we tell them we're here to do a fiber installation. They go, when are we going to go wireless? I said, that technology already exists. It's been around for the last 40 years. So
when the woman was telling you what she thought it was, like the antenna, and they're broadcasting this, of course, that makes no sense because aside from the illogic,
a receiver,
right. Thank you.
Like you've brought up before, Douglas, which is what with 5G and 4G, you need more receivers. It's a shorter distance. That's the difference between each fourth and fifth generation. It's just the length it can transmit from. And so this woman was complete on a paranoid trip.
The problem was she was like Brendan Zogit's Polish German lady that he was with, where they get online and they dive into the sewer of shit, and they get infected with what I call cyber mind worms instead of tapeworms. They're tapeworms, but they're in their brain, and it's basically like, this is why it was so ironic when Robert F. Kennedy Jr. said, "Oh, I had all these brain worms." And, but they're all dead now and shit. And, of course, Aristides produced this meme that was funny as fuck, in which Donald Trump was saying, "All my brain worms are alive and strong." And, but the fact that, the fact that John F. Kennedy had these brain worms is like, well, he had them from the internet, I mean, it's both physical.
RFK is crazy. He keeps like revealing more layers, and he's like, I was addicted to heroin after my father got killed. It's like, dude, you're just like really pulling back the layers a little too much.
Yeah, thank you.
Like, I get it. Like, that way people can't use it as dirt against him, but it's like, man, you gotta chill.
Well, it's different between him and myself, because myself, I have a dedicated cult that would jump on everything, so you get it out there first, but nobody really cares, because it's just Douglas Dietrich, the son of Adolf Hitler, and they don't hold me on a pedestal. But this idiot is on a pedestal just because of his name, so he keeps knocking himself off the pedestal, which is, and he's destroying all his, he has all these advantages, money, the name, everything else, all the advantages I don't have, so he's squandering them all. See, that's the difference between him and I. I have nothing to lose. He has everything to lose. He's what an idiot. But Brendan, tell George about the Russians. What are they doing with the London housing, where they buy the housing and it has to do with what's historical and what's not? How do you prevent the Russians from buying a home? By declaring it historical, or what? What's going on with that? Tell us about that.
Yeah, basically, so these Russian billionaires are going to London and other major cities in the UK.
Yeah,
and
absolutely,
they're taking these flats, these old historical buildings, and they're converting them into luxury flats, and then they're later putting them back on the market, or even just keeping them as real estate investments. So now there's like a joke in London that like every time someone buys one of those places, they're like, no doubt it's being turned to luxury flats. And it's like the joke always comes true because that's all that ever happens with them. Mm-hmm. So, and this being in the UK, that like the only way to salvage it is to make them listed buildings. So I believe it has to be like grade 1 or above. It has to be like super listed for it to not be renovated. So there's a lot of, and I don't think the councils grant that very often. They even in the 60s and 70s, they tore down tons of old buildings, theaters, before like the grading system was fully outlined or something. Yeah, so a lot of stuff got lost.
I'm not even allowed to conduct an installation on a listed building. So it just shows you.
Yes.
Oh wow. So
how would you guys do it then?
Yeah.
Do it like hard lined outside.
You have to go back for what we call planning. Has to have a surveyor come out and conduct. So you get like these special officers that come out to do these planning, so to speak, and then they talk to the right departments, the right authorities to get that permission and such and such. So it's a bit of a ball ache or headache, so to speak. But Douglas, the funny thing about what that woman, so she was going, I said, she mentioned about the antenna. What's that antenna up there? Uh-huh. And then I looked closely at it, and I thought, I'm not even going to respond to this woman anymore. Right. It's just what they could, on top of our poles, we have a spike and stop birds landing on it.
There you are. Thank you.
And so it was just so funny that this woman was like, she was going, what's that grey box? It was one of the altnets, what they call the block terminals up there where they connect to. Right. And there's a spike right in the middle of our pole. Not all poles have them, albeit, but this particular one did, and it was just to stop birds from landing on it.
And shitting on it, yes.
Excrement on our equipment. Yeah. Yes, which could cause faults. So,
right.
This woman was just completely batshit crazy.
Oh, that's so awful. Go on. Yeah.
She hopped in her car and then she started doing her round trip. She started going around the estate, just driving around. I noticed she did this. She went back and forth. And I was just like, luckily I had another colleague with me. So thankfully, I had someone there present with me.
Just to help you maintain a sense of sanity, just basically an anchor. It's almost like an anchor person to help you tether yourself when you're confronted with something that's surrealistic, somebody that disturbed. Yes. Yeah, and just to make people understand. By the way, Brendan, what were you going to say about that?
Yes, Brendan.
I'm just saying these people are like fighting invisible enemies.
Thank you. Yeah.
It's like it just like when you're looking from the outside, you're like, okay, these people they're like fighting like a ghost or something. Like the air. They're like punching the air.
Yeah. No, it's awful.
And the funny part is they always miss the actual mark on what's really going on.
Thank you.
Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
It's almost the intent.
Yes.
They like scramble people's brains so much that
yeah,
it's like the old what was the Arthur Conan Doyle, Sherlock. It's like once you put something in plain sight, it can hide. Right?
Yes.
So it's like they're using that principle by scrambling people's brains to where they think like, oh, birds are government drones.
Yes.
And then they won't be able to realize the real conspiracy because they've got all this soup of junk.
Yes. They
floating
are.
around.
Yes. No, it's awful. It is so pathetic, and it's tragic, but at the same time, it's like, unfortunately, these people constitute the majority of the middle-aged, middle class at this point. And this is why we're in for some massive dislocation. It's really, we have to fear for our future. Just so people understand the danger of these birds, when these pigeons in particular, they shit all over the place. And when I remember in San Francisco, there was one poor bastard who was just somebody hired by the city to clean off the roof of one of the city government buildings of all that pigeon shit. And he wasn't given proper protection, and all that powdered pigeon shit, when he was like scraping it, he inhaled a bunch of it, and it like made him, it gave him some disease that paralyzed him for the rest of his life. I mean, like literally, destroyed his nervous system. So these are like toxic. So you want those spikes, to prevent the birds from sitting and shitting all over your equipment, because it's dangerous in a toxic sense as well. But what else did you say? How do they start the fires? They can also start the fires with their claws, right? Or otherwise beaking at it, or pecking at it or something as well?
Yeah, thank you, Douglas. And another thing is, you'll see, if anyone looks around their neighborhood or surrounding areas and they see spikes on any overhead cables which are powered, which have an insulation around it, they will come across spikes. A lot of the time, especially in the UK, with these what we call joint user poles with the electric board, where we're also attached to these poles, which belongs to our Southern Electric company in the UK. You will see these spikes presented on these cables, and that's to stop the birds landing and shitting on people's cars, because the excrement in these the bird drop-ins, it can actually eat away at the paint of the cars, which costs the SSE probably a lot of money each year just to get the paint job resprayed for compensation for insurance reasons. Yeah, so it's so people don't realise how how detrimental these birds drop-ins actually are, and then plus spreading viral diseases and all sorts that can, as you said, Douglas, that can paralyze you. Yes. That can do anything to your impact your nervous system, and just impact you detrimentally. So no, absolutely. But if anyone sees spikes, that's the reason for it. And whoever owns these the cables or the poles, they have to provide it. So in the UK that's the case anyway, Douglas.
Right.
That's the reason why it's so important.
And did you feel that if you had explained that to her, do you think it would have sank in, or she just would have denied? She just would have denied.
She's indoctrinated completely. Yes. Oh my God. I've got a lot to confide about on this show.
Yes.
I've got a lot of things to share.
Go ahead. Yes, go ahead. Take advantage.
Thank you so much. Even the other day, the guy who claimed that no submersible vehicle can even penetrate the deepest depths of the ocean.
Mariana's Trench. Yes, the Mariana's Trench. Thank you.
And he used that as an example. So he mentioned that no submersible object can penetrate or submerge itself and reach those depths without crushing or imploding. And of course, people could just look up I forgot the guy's name.
Oh, it was I'm sure that they named that Star Trek character Jean-Luc Picard after him. I think his name was Picard, the guy who explored the Marianas Trench.
Exactly. Yes.
And Heather can correct us if we're wrong. So maybe Heather or Yeah.
Anyone with access to the web right now, yeah, can bet it. Yes.
So go on. Yeah.
He asked me. He asked me the other day. He goes, "Oh, what was the name of that terror group that was conducting those, dropping bombs in our dustbins during the 1980s and into the 90s?" And I said, "Oh, the IRA, the Irish Republican Army."
He didn't know that.
Oh, yeah.
He didn't know that.
He didn't even know that. The same bloke who was talking about the bombs of World War II, and the man that said that, oh yeah, nothing can, what's the word, can either have, there's nothing on earth that can withstand those pressures. That is pressures in those depths. He didn't even know about that, and he goes, oh yeah, I learned all this through the, what's it called, The Irishman, the Netflix. That Netflix movie.
Oh my God.
That went on for like 3 or 4 hours. Yeah, he goes, oh, I learned all about that in the movie, The Irishman. And
Oh my God. I haven't even heard of this shit. That's
No.
by the way, Aristides is a material science engineer. So Aristides of all
thank you,
people,
Aristides.
could have told this idiot who's your coworker that there are materials that can withstand those pressures.
Yeah.
But you have idiots out there like that private company that produced the Titan that weren't using those materials. Yes, instead they're using carbon fiber, spun carbon fiber, which for those people who don't know, it was like literally like almost like a spool, almost like a spool of wool, except it's carbon fiber. And it was like, oh, when you see the documentaries on this shit, you can't believe anyone would have gotten into that craft. It's but yeah, outrageous. It was outrageous. And they were like shining light through these holes in it and shit. It was like, oh my fucking God.
Yeah, the light was coming out. Yes.
Oh my God. But yeah, so by all means continue, and I'll of course what we'll do later on in the night is we'll take the conversation in different directions. Just before I forget,
yes.
So the that essay on the Herodian insurgency, of course, one of these people that I shared it with, she just flat out, like most people, even, I had not yet rendered it into Draconic, so it was not yet totally illegible. But yeah, most people could follow it, but she couldn't even follow it the way it was. And so she was asking me what the major point of it was, and was asking me if there was like Brendan said, she called it something like Go Text, which means she was hoping that she could feed it into some program or app that would read it out loud, which apparently would require a link that I would provide, which of course, we know if I fed Draconic into your average Go Text, it would just come out as, gobbledygook. But she, when she was asking me about what the main point was, I was pointing out to her, I'm sure you probably got the main point, which was what I was pointing out was that it was, people often will, it used to be deemed, quote unquote, anti-Semitic as a trope or a meme. For many years, people would say the Jews killed Christ. And for many years, this was kind of like Christendom's primary argument with Judaism, was that, you killed Christ. And they think of it in two ways. Generally, they think of the fact that when Pontius Pilate went before the crowd and said, shall we basically crucify Barabbas, the man who is a murderer, a terrorist, or shall we crucify this man who has done no wrong? And that's when the Jews shouted, give us Barabbas. And that's when he said, I wash my hands of this. This is a biblical record. And most of the time people look at that as the source of quote unquote anti-Semitism. But I was pointing out by that essay that the truth is that the Jewish people as a whole had already chosen Herod. They had chosen Herod because Herod, as an Edomite, was powering their economy, powering their development to such a degree that they were seeking his blessings. So this was before anyone knew that Christ was even born. So even though it's around the time of Christ, before Christ was even known to have been born, which nobody knew about until the Magi showed up. Until that point, the Jewish culture had already been completely corrupted. They had gone over and said, this Edomite sits the Davidian throne, but he's the shit. He's the guy who's given us power and prosperity, and he's the man. And therefore, when he basically gave the orders, kill all the boys in the kingdom under the age of 2, he could not have done this without massive cooperation. It required people ratting out the families who had these boys, etc. So plenty of people were willing to rat out their neighbors who had children who fit that description because of the community admiration for Herod was intensive. And so it was a way of expressing the fact that before Christ came on the scene, Judaism as a whole had been corrupted irredeemably to the point where God had to basically rewrite the covenant, that it was no longer with the quote-unquote chosen people, but rather a universal covenant with all humanity, which is what Christ represented. So that was the point of that essay in the briefest terms. And so that being said, yes, back to you on that. And that was also what I had to point out to this individual, because they deal with a lot of these Holocaust people who just investigate the gas chambers and they dwell on all these details. And it's like, it's not only morbid, but I think that the whole story of the Jewish situation is so much better expressed through what I've described about the painted bird, which at the time I was telling her, I didn't, even give her the author's name because people couldn't look up the painted bird. But the author's name is Jerzy Kosinski, and Jerzy Kosinski, who wrote the painted bird, when you think about it, he actually lived the life of the painted bird. And by that I mean, for those of you who don't know, there's this stupid movie that I got to remind myself to relate to this individual next time I speak to them. There's this movie called Cum-1ST, but it's simply a Russian ripoff of the painted bird. And it just reorients the direction of the film so that it's anti-Nazi. And it's presented in such a way that the Russians are complete victims, and of course it's like this preeminent Russian propaganda film that keeps turning up on YouTube, like all too many Russian or even communist Chinese propaganda films. It astonishes me how available they are on the Western internet. Basically, what's enemy propaganda? But at the same time, granted, most Americans or English-speaking people are too lazy to tune into such films because they automatically see subtitles and they turn away. So there's kind of a security barrier in the ignorance of your average Western information consumer. But when it comes to the point about the Cum-1ST, which rips off the painted bird, the title comes from when they used to, in Eastern Europe, some of these primitive villages, and that's the whole point of the painted bird, is that it dwells on Eastern Europe and it presents a society so backwards and savage that the invading Germans are a civilizing force. So when it comes to what they present, the Eastern Europeans before the advent of the Germans are doing things like taking birds and painting them in bright and brilliant colors, covering them in various kinds of cheap jewelry, glitz or bling, like glass beads and the like, but rendering them into the likeness of the bird of paradise. And when they release them, then all the other birds emerge out of the forest and rip the bird alive, rip it apart alive, because they're jealous of its plumage. And this is real. This is real. If you do that to a bird and release it, this happens. And so hence the title, The Painted Bird. But the author, Jerzy Kosinski, the only time he presents an encounter with a German is with an SS officer. And he feels like he, in the presence of the SS officer, that he does not deserve to live. And yet the SS officer just spares him by kind of kicking him away as like spare his life, this kind of capricious, casual moment of, just get him out of my sight. And but the author, of course, claimed to be Jewish, which apparently he was ethnically and religiously Jewish, and quote unquote a Holocaust survivor. But then when the book won all these accolades, was on the New York Times bestseller list, and then they made a movie of it, and as I said, it was so offensive to all Eastern Europeans that they couldn't use any real Eastern European language. They had to use an artificial language, what's called a conlang, or a construct language, which academics put together, called Pan-Slavic, which is a combination or a synthesis of a bunch of other Slavic languages. So even people in Eastern Europe, whether they're Russian or Polish or Slovak, whoever's watching the film, nobody understands what they're saying in that film. Everybody has to depend on subtitles. But the point is that they knew that if they portrayed any one European culture that way in the film as all assholes and backwards and primitive, that everyone would take offense. So they created this Pan-Slavic language for the film. And that's the only film that's ever been filmed in that language that I know of. But after all of this was done and this guy got all these accolades, then the Jewish community attacked him. They subjected him to this relentless campaign of character assassination until he killed himself. But the way that they character assassinated him was they said he was not a Holocaust survivor, that he was a hoaxer, that he had hoaxed his Holocaust survival. So the point is that for the Jewish community, they want you to accept the Holocaust as this community privilege in terms of suffering, where this is a universal right of the Jewish culture. Whoever's ethnically or religiously Jewish has this intrinsic legacy that they can always rely upon to play the victim card, where they want you to honor them all with the respect that they have as a essentially victim culture, a victim race, and that you are supposed to respect them as having suffered more than anyone on earth due to this concept of the Holocaust. Yet when one of their own presents a perspective where essentially these people are completely unsympathetic, and that the Germans are presented in this sympathetic light, however detached, even just transitional in that storyline, there still seem to be the only charismatic characters in that environment. The Jews hated him so much for that, hated Jerzy Kosinski, the author of the book, so much for admitting that when he encountered an SS officer, he felt as if he did not deserve to even exist in the presence of someone who looked so superior to him, so angelic and so refined and cultured. And he felt like he was just like a bacterium or a carrion insect. And so they hated him so much for that, they drove him to suicide by saying he was not a Holocaust survivor. At that point, suddenly the experience is rendered exclusive, so that it becomes this existentially inclusive experience when they want it to be, but exclusive when one of their own they feel has betrayed them. That is that is far more important to relate to the public than whether or not the Holocaust, quote unquote, happened. It's far more important to relate how it's exploited. But such being said, yes, back to George with that and whatever else that might bring to mind. And don't forget to finish off some of the storylines that you had with encountering some of these people. And did you ever run across someone who had bed bugs? Just out of curiosity.
Oh God, no, nothing that comes to my mind, Douglas, about that.
Thank God.
Oh God, it's awful. Yeah, imagine that. It's just morbid. But yeah, no. What comes to my mind, Douglas, is someone said to me a couple of weeks ago when we had the commemoration of the 80-year anniversary of the Normandy Beach D-Day landings. Yes. Someone said to me the reason why they had such a celebration is because the few numbers of veterans that's still alive that participated in that invasion, in that Allied expeditionary invasion of Normandy. And it's just what's so convoluted about it is you go to Israel, just what you mentioned, Douglas, is that if there's so few veterans that were there, and you go to Israel and there's thousands of Holocaust survivors.
Thank you. Hey, how is that possible?
Like, what? How is that even possible? Yes, thank you. Just the irony and just how insane these people are. It's just like, there's tens of thousands of these Holocaust survivors, and yet there are so few veterans left alive today. It's just, it speaks volumes. It goes without saying. And this is what they, this is what they base everything on. It's just this whole the victimization, where they're portraying themselves as the victim. And as you presented, Douglas, from the COP28, it was I believe it's the Centers of, what was it? The COP28 stands for the
Conference of Parties is what it stands for. Yeah.
Conference of Parties, yes. Yeah.
It's a stupid name. It's a stupid name. Yeah, go on.
Yes, the Conference of Parties. Thank you, Douglas. It's still early, and in a couple hours, my mind will, my brain will basically.
No worries. Yeah.
Yes, will light up, and then I'll be coherent again. So, but yeah, when you mention that it's now it's profitable. They monopolize often the Holocaust. Yes. It's now turned into this. It's now a money maker.
Yes.
It's been like that for years anyway. But once you mentioned that in an Arab nation, in a Muslim nation.
Yes. What George Knight is referencing is the fact that the United Arab Emirates, which in the days of the British Empire used to be referenced as the Trucial Sheikdoms, they were united under the capital of Dubai. And so Dubai, when people think of the city, it is the capital of the United Arab Emirates, or the UAE, as you'll often see it referenced. Most Americans won't even know what that stands for. And so just so people know, you just think of a bunch of little kingdoms the British used to call the Trucial Sheikdoms that united under the capital of Dubai. And they were the first Arab nation, the first Muslim nation and Arab nation to open a Holocaust memorial museum. And so that was part of this big campaign of the Israel to normalize relations with the House of Saud, the United Arab Emirates, and Bahrain. So basically those three Arab nations on the peninsula. And when they did that, and the UAE agreed to open a Holocaust memorial museum, this is, it's not even that it's profited from in the conventional sense. It's like a bargaining chip. It's like, in order to normalize relations, you have to buy into this concept of the Holocaust. And you have to buy into it as, it's like you have to, build a museum, which is kind of almost like a shrine or a temple to this concept that the Western world places above God. This is exactly how it was described by Mahmoud Ahmadinejad. And so when Mahmoud Ahmadinejad, who is in his own way a repulsive character, nevertheless, he made an incisive comment that is quite true. In the Western world, the Holocaust is like a litmus test for all that there is. It's what you would call beyond, it's not just existential, it is something that is, it's cosmological, it is what you'd call ontological. The term is ontological. It is an ontological point, so an omega point. And this is like the cultural orgasm of what it means to be human in the perspective of Western civilization, is to define the Holocaust and then redefine everything else in existence around the Holocaust. In fact, in the Western world, I am actually surprised they haven't tried to make that the new calendar, like Anno Holocaustica, or Year of the Holocaust, to redefine the periods of time, as opposed to Anno Domini after Christ and BC before Christ. But this is something they would like to do. But since the United Arab Emirates accepted that concept ontologically, and then introduced a Holocaust Memorial Museum to further indoctrinate their public into this concept, this new religion of Holocaust worship, basically, then what happened was the Israel arranged for the United Arab Emirates to be the headquarters for last year's, or rather this year, it already feels like last year, this year's Conference of Parties. And think about the insanity of that, since it's a petrostate, since it's a fossil fuels selling petroleum state, and yet they wanted that to be the center headquarters for this year of the Conference of Parties, where everybody's trying to fight climate change through the burning of fossil fuels. That's the insanity of the world we're in. And that goes to show that there is a Israeli, at least, or shall we say Zionist, there is a Zionist conspiracy to exterminate humanity. This is their Edomite nature that started with the Herodian insurgency. With that conversion to the Herodian or the Edomite perspective at that time, then the Edomite curse has manifested in Zionism as this essentially exterminatory ideology that wishes to see the extinguishing of the majority of humanity. So that's the important thing to express with that. Back to George.
Thank you.
Yeah.
No, that's wonderful, Douglas. No, I couldn't present it any better than what you just did. So very much appreciated. And so as you can see, I just entered exactly. That's the whole reason for it. Yes, it's a convergence of it. It's the so. No, I couldn't have done it. Credence, Douglas. Yeah, I couldn't have done a better job than myself. So obviously, what else springs to my mind, Douglas? There are several things I wanted to bring up with you as well that I discovered myself over the weekend. Like you discovered that video of that shooter on YouTube. So what happened on Saturday morning, just to share a little personal experience, is we were watching some of the Walt Disney animations, cartoons, movies in the morning hours on Saturday. And what sprung to my mind is with the princesses in these Walt Disney movies is very few of them are blonde. They're very few. Many of them are brunette or brown-headed, and I know that a lot of these Walt Disney movies was released around just prior World War II. And so I looked at the chronological order of these release dates. And what came to my mind, and I have a question, Douglas, it's very, not often, it's rare that I have a question for you, but are you familiar with a movie that was released during the time of proactive prosecution of hostilities by Walt Disney? It was released in 1943. Known as Victory Using Air Power. I'm aware of it, but it's been so long. It's been so long. But go on about it, please. Continue. Yeah, Victory through Air Power, something like that. Yes, go on. Yes, and this automatically drew my attention because I've not been familiar with this. I've never heard yourself speak of it in the past. So I was like, I'm intrigued about this. So I didn't watch it. I reviewed the trailer, the original release trailer of it, but it was just captivating because of the title of the movie, Victory Using Air Power, because of course this was released in 1943. Obviously we know the outcome of what they were portraying to the public, and just during my due diligence I found out that it was a Walt Disney production that did it on the behest of the United States government to promote the use of air power and the fact that they didn't have a separate branch of service, and they were like obviously implying maybe we need a separate branch of service, we need a separate air force to cumulate a strategic plan of deploying strategic bombings over city centers. And if you watch the trailer, it talks about we're going to bombard the enemy into submission, into surrender, and that was released in 1943, so that's years prior to cessation. And so that was the funny thing about it is that they were already promoting that during the period of proactive prosecution of hostilities. So during World War II, they were already implying that the outcome of the war would be we would bombard the enemy into surrender using air power. And this is so it was just, and it's the other comments that I reviewed was this has not been banned. They haven't banned this movie, and you'd think it would be because it's so derogative, just with the context.
Not only that, it's advocating genocide. Is what it is.
Yes, exactly. Over civilians. They speak of this. We're bombing city centres. So that's women and children. That's not the men in the field.
Yes.
That's women and children and the seniors, the elderly. And so, it's so like, it was like, well, this is obviously a World War II propaganda movie that was produced on behest of the United States government. And so it was just, that was my, obviously, through my, the way I perceived it, my perception of, obviously, from what I know about the outcome of the war is like they were already promoting that lie. um, during that period of time. So yeah, that was anything you wanted to add to it, Douglas, and I'll continue myself.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's let's put it this way. It's there's so much to add about that. You know, we could literally go on for hours. We could dedicate an entire show to strategic bombing, and of course all of the insanities involved with that. But just so people understand some of the basics, and I'll try and go into it as we go on through the night. But I definitely want people to understand that the strategic bombing concept, which the Allies promoted, it was an abject failure. And just so people understand that it's not at all what you've been told or what they've propagandized to you. You've got to outgrow that. You've got to understand as an information consumer that we go heavily into this in the book The Roswell Deception, though in my opinion not heavily enough. Certainly someday I intend for there to be a revised and expanded publication of the Roswell Deception. But for people to understand the again and again in the papers that were produced by the madman known as Bomber Harris, who was in charge of the British bombing effort, the Americans and the British had this joint effort in which the Americans would bomb in the daytime and the British would bomb in the nighttime, and sometimes they would merge their bombing forces in coordinated raids like they did on Dresden. But in general, the British had the night and the Americans had the day. But when it came to the insanity of strategic bombing, the idea, quote unquote, was to destroy all war-making capacity. And they will try and throw statistics out which justify this concept. But the reality is, certainly in the case of Japan, where it's far easier to point out, the Japanese earthquakes that occurred naturally throughout World War II damaged more Japanese industry than the entire United States strategic bombing campaign. And that alone shows the total failure of the United States strategic bombing campaign when you think of all the effort that went into it, because all of the island hopping campaigns the Marines were conducting were to get landing pads so that air bases could be built for strategically bombing Japan that were closer and closer to Japan. So the entire effort in the Pacific of the Marine Corps was to secure island bases for aerial bombardment by the United States Army, what would, of course, later supposedly be an Air Force. And that didn't come about until 1947. But, all such being said, which was the year of Roswell, and one of the reasons why, the Air Force was promoting itself and saying, oh, you need an Air Force to defend us against the big bad aliens on, all this kind of crap. But when it comes to other aspects of it, all the papers that you look at, especially those written by the British, when it comes to Bomber Harris, they use the term terrorism again and again. And they express this not as a campaign of strategic bombing or denial of resources. They express this as a campaign of terrorism. So this is basically a terror campaign, which makes it a case of state-sponsored terrorism. And that's basically what it is, because strategically, it is not doing the damage that they claim that it's doing. Now, of course, in the German case, it becomes much more difficult to define. But one of the things that you'll notice is that throughout the war, they have the option to bomb certain rail lines that lead directly to Auschwitz or these various concentration camps. And they choose never to bomb those rail lines. Exactly. They choose never to bomb these camps. So, and if you ask them why, there's no answer. There's no answer. No. In fact, no one ever asks the question. But it's definitely a case of selective targeting, and their selective targeting winds up actually not doing what they claim it's doing. If they were trying to deny resources to the German war effort, they would have bombed all the reserve fuel that Hitler used for the Battle of the Bulge. But that reserve fuel was not touched. They didn't bomb that. They instead bombed cities. They just chose to attack civilian populations over obvious military objectives. Instead of military targets, like the fuel that was used for the Battle of the Bulge, they're attacking cities. And so the Disney film, of course, that promotes this, of course, that at this point in history is not going to be banned. It's not going to be banned from normal public viewing until we enter a more enlightened stage of history where people see through the lie. And then people say, well, we need to either ban this or contextualize it because it's telling a blatant lie, a falsehood, that where people are rationalizing what's essentially genocide. And so make no mistake about it, when the Allies present the Axis with this unconditional surrender, which is never a term you hear the Axis use. The Axis never uses the term unconditional surrender. And then Americans, of course, will, like, here's an example of the, as I point out before, when you have these war games, quote unquote, and there's two ways to look at war games. Either we look at these operational level war games where you have real men and real machines involved, and people are trying to actually maneuver on the field or on the seas, on the high seas. When you're conducting war games at that level, then you use the term war games, but there should be a different term for it because people get confused. And oftentimes those war games can teach their own object lessons, and I could go into that ad nauseum. But most of the time they're done poorly. The Americans, for instance, are infamous for this, where they're not really learning any lessons that those war games are supposed to be teaching them. There was one case where there was a Marine Corps general whose name was General Ripper. That was his actual name, was Ripper. And he played the enemy. In other words, he gamed the enemy in a war game where in the war game, where they're using actual carriers, actual personnel, he, in the war game, sank them. Sank several carriers. And this was just a projected invasion of Iraq or Iran. And the U.S. government just refused to acknowledge that in the war game, the Department of Defense, that is, which is essentially your United States government. And so the war game taught nobody anything. It's like you're spending all of this money and you're not gaining any benefits from it. So in the end result, it's kind of like, what a waste of time. And but when it comes to, say, something like the war games on box sets that you used to be able to buy. And when you used to be able to buy what they would call bookcase games. And these would be like things produced by companies like Avalon Hill or SPI, SPI, which was an acronym for Strategic Publications Incorporated, I believe. Or Simulations Publications Incorporated. And my point is that when I refer to these war games, is that you have these games where you're supposed to learn a historical lesson and appreciate it better by gaming out on a board, moving pieces around, exactly what happened historically and how it could have been different. But again, you can't really, because they basically will prejudice the game. They will tweak the rules. And so I literally have copies of some of these games. And these are expensive as hell. These were often played back in the day when they were published, not by kids, but by basically, attorneys, people who would work with numbers a lot. Attorneys, accountants, people who worked with rules or numbers a lot and could interpret the board game rules more easily because they had a lot of rules. Kids would buy them, but they would not really play them. But when it came to these games, quote unquote, there's this one that I've got, I forget exactly what the title of it is, but one of the primary rules in the game is the United States never surrenders. It's like, well, what the fuck is that? It's like, well, fuck, if that's like a rule, like a written rule in the game, they call that in Latin Deus ex machina, meaning God of the machine, meaning that you're stuck in a machine where there's things you cannot do. You are now in a matrix. You are limited. And most of these board games of World War II, there are those that don't have this problem, but most of them are limited in what's on the map, what's on the board. Mostly when you're dealing with Pacific War games, all that's going to be on the map is the Pacific, Japan, Asia, but America won't even be on the board, implying that America is inviolate, it's untouchable, Japan can never reach America. So, and with European board games of World War II, all it's going to be on the board is Europe. You know, they never show America across the Atlantic. So, I mean, you've already biased the game, again, Deus ex machina, where essentially the allies are unreachable. So if you're putting that on the board that, you know, they can only take place in one area of the world, and it denies what happened in history, like what I said, the Germans unleashed a wave of terrorism in the United States based on their intelligence services that destroyed a large part of the American labor force. And that's not entered into games. But if you tried to ask anyone the question as to why something like that isn't entered into the games, then they would reply with something like, oh, well, maybe that's not gameable, or that's somehow, quote unquote, unacceptable. Like, say, for instance, if you tried to present Germany's challenge logistically with dealing with populations that are deported, or certain segments of the population being put into camps and logistics needs to be diverted. Nobody enters that into either a video game or a board game because they would consider that, oh, that's unacceptable. You just can't put that in the... But in other words, there's parts of history that are not allowed to be gamed, quote unquote, because people say, well, that's not game worthy, quote unquote, even if it happened historically, which is what they're claiming. So you're claiming it happened historically, but you're unwilling to game it because it didn't happen? What exactly is your position on this? There is no logical position to any of this gaming. So the end result is you're left with this logical conundrum, which only says this is how it worked and it has to work this way. Now, of all these games, the simplest one is Axis and Allies. And Axis and Allies has several spin-offs that they produce, like sub-variations of Axis and Allies, but Axis and Allies is a complete world map. And they show a complete world map where America's divided in half, and theoretically, America can be reached. Now, it's basically, here's the limits to the game or its mechanics, is that in the game, the Axis and Allies are truly considered just two sides. In other words, the Allied player controls Russia, Britain, and America, and the Axis player controls Germany and Japan, and they made one production box where you could have Italy as well, which adds an extra turn. But you basically, it's just one person against one person. It's head-to-head, but one is all the Axis and one is all the Allies. So if you were the Allies, the way to win the game, the simplest mechanical way, is strategic bombing. So in that game, if you just put everything into strategic bombing and destroy the Axis industrial base, then you win the game. That's how the game is structured mechanically. But if you're the Axis, interestingly enough, since both segments of the Axis, Germany and Japan, and if you got the 3-player set with Italy for the Axis, meaning that it'd be one player, but they're playing, three nations. Yeah. It all acts as if it's under one command. So if you want to win as the Axis, there's only one way to do it. It's kamikaze attacks. All your units are converted to suicide units. And if you convert all your units to suicide units and you just self-destruct the unit, but you keep attacking without stopping. You just keep attacking without any concept of anything else. That's just what you concentrate on. You can win the game, which otherwise is impossible for the Axis to win. But it's not like they intended that, but because that option is available, that's the only mechanical option, the most practical mechanical option for the Axis to win with. So, but what's interesting about this is ultimately this is what the Axis did, and that was ultimately how they won. But Americans don't know this. Americans instead are taught this other history where it was the strategic bombing, but we've already gone into the fact that that was not the case. So, so such being articulated, back to George Knight, and you can take it from there and work with that. Yes, that's.
Oh yeah. A couple of things, Douglas. Thank you so much for that. So the other day, that colleague who mentioned about nothing can withstand the depths and the pressures of the Marianas Trench. The same individual on the same day when he asked me about the IRA, he mentioned, flies just kamikazed into my work van. And of course, because you just brought it up, I just thought, this is what came to my mind. And I should have then gave him a little history lesson on where that term came from. Of course, most people would either derive it from the in World War II or the Worms game, the PC game that was published on PC called Worms, where the worm will self-destruct, self-emulate, and he shouts "kamikaze." Like,
oh my god!
It's offensive, isn't it? Yes. But I was obviously gonna brief him on the term where it's the transliterates the translation of kamikaze is divine winds, and I was gonna give him a little brief history on it and the kami itself. But yeah, just to mention that whilst you brought it up, which makes perfectly logical sense, Douglas. And the other thing, if people take a look up the number of deaths during World War II, during proactive prosecution of hostilities on the continental part of the United States, so on the home front of the United States, because there was a home front, they will look at the number of deaths equates to around about 5 people. And if people look this up, they go, "Oh, there was only 5 deaths." And,
outrageous!
Outrageous!
Yeah.
If you then articulate the number of deaths during industrial accidents and the insurgency and the espionage that was conducted during World War II, then it will obviously, that the numbers are completely
staggering.
Yes, it's tenfold. So the other irony is, they'll say, only one family suffered forest fires during the Fugel bomb deployment across the Pacific, and only one family, it was a family of 5, perished during these forest fires, and that's the only number that they tell you that were lost during World War II in the United States, and they forget, obviously, the LA raid, the Battle of Los Angeles, which we unfortunately can't go into in depth.
just so everyone knows, they have scrubbed from YouTube any episode in which we've discussed the Battle of Los Angeles because they interpret it as anti-vaccine propaganda, which it is not. If anything, I've always been very supportive of vaccines, but this was a clear case of misdistribution, to say the least.
Yes.
But we can't go into it in depth. You have to buy the book, The Roswell Deception, in order to read about the Battle of Los Angeles. But that's when you read about the number of Americans who were taken out, and it was enough to lengthen the span of the war by half a decade. The Americans simply did not have the manpower to throw into the Pacific during World War II because of the Battle of Los Angeles. And so what our man brought up about the George Knight, what our man brought up about the home front, just understand this much. For every American military casualty, which is really a fatality, death, just so people understand, casualty is an injury and a fatality is a death in military terms. But for every American military casualty, I'm talking about injuries, there were 8 industrial casualties on the American home front.
Yeah.
And this was due to sabotage by the German Abwehr.
Yeah.
The Abwehr was the German intelligence agency that technically fell under the Navy. Basically, in all of the Second World War casualties and fatalities, there were about 306,005, according to Department of Defense numbers that I remember. 3,605 American soldiers dead as a result of combat, and another 571,822 that were recognized as sustaining critical injuries that crippled them the rest of their lives, but did not kill them. Now, when we think of World War II, you're indoctrinated to think of these soldiers, and only these servicemen, airmen, sailors, etc., killed or injured on foreign soil. But all of the women who took the place of men on the assembly lines, producing the weapons and war machines that those service personnel served in, America's production soldierettes were overwhelmingly female. And
females, yeah.
so these women who manned the nation's, American empire's domestic factories and mills and mines, they suffered far heavier physical losses during World War II. So the Bureau of Labor Statistics reports that each year between 1942 and 1945, there were some 2 million permanently disabling, meaning lifetime crippling, or deadly industrial accidents, a total of more than 6 million. I mean, that's just astronomical.
Yes.
So more than 75,000 American women died or became permanently and totally disabled in industry during World War II as a result of Abwehr sabotage. And additionally, some 378,000 industrial working females suffered a permanent partial disability. Now, all of this is completely hidden from the American public. Now, at least in the Greater Soviet Union, they had civilian medals, which they would give to people who were injured in the line of industrial duty. America, being a capitalist nation, has no such concept. None of these women ever got any credit. You hear about Rosie the Riveter, but you hear about her in these very bizarre terms, like it's a Disney cartoon. Like, oh, look, there's Rosie the Riveter, and nothing is emphasized about Rosie the Riveter dying, or Rosie the Riveter, or women who served in this capacity suffering more than the soldiers on the front lines, because the men have copped all the glamour, and they've copped all the glory, and they've copped all the credit, and they've copped everything. All the pity, really. They've copped all the pity. Like, pity me, I was on Iwo. Pity me, I got the cooties and the maggots while I was serving in the jungle and shit. All the women died being buried alive in molten lead and shit. It's like, well, fuck them. They're expendable. It's like, it's beyond offensive. It's unspeakable. And it's unspeakable because nobody speaks of it. So try and educate people about this reality. I'm talking to all our listeners. So that they understand just how heinous America truly is and how it treats.
Yes. In other words, it was far safer to be a veteran overseas than it was to be on the home front of the United States, working in the industry to fuel the war machine, so to speak. And to go back to the only thing that I can, bring up about the Battle of Los Angeles, which occurred on the eve day of the 25th. So the night of the 24th into the 25th of February 1942, just weeks after Pearl Harbor. The artillery, the anti-aircraft rounds, it was 1,100 rounds, I believe, by memory, were shot into the air to try to obviously try to counteract the invasion, the Japanese invasion.
Yes. Or violation of American airspace. The Japanese violation of American airspace. Yes. Go on.
Yes. Thank you, Douglas. Yes. And the rounds that were dispersed into the air when they came down killed many of the civilian populace that were on the ground, that were on the rooftops looking at this beautiful display of this. Obviously, I could go into detail of it, Douglas, but it just shows you, and then these numbers are not counted for. And many people died that night just from the artillery anti-aircraft rounds that were coming back down because the dirigible was above the aircraft fire's capability of reach, and the balloons that were penetrated obviously weren't enough to.
It was not enough to disable them. Yes, just so people understand, you need to read the Roswell deception in order to get the technical specifics. But just understand that you had one central super balloon that was surrounded by 6 to 8 or a large number of still extraordinarily large balloons, but subsidiary balloons. So when one of them got punctured enough where it could be ejected because it became dead weight, then at that point, the capacity of the dirigible to continue flying home was not incapacitated. It was not in any way, shape, or form disabling it from reaching home. Now, I can't remember who brought it up last time. It might have been Brendan Sogia. It might have been George. It was one of the two of you. Brought up when John Lear.
And me, Douglas.
Thank you. Okay, yes. And so understand that when I was attacked by John Lear, and I believe that was his name. He's dead now.
Yes,
but,
he's dead now. Yes.
Yeah, and but he was the son of the inventor of the Learjet, whose name we'd have to look up. It might have been John Lear. He might have been John Lear Jr. I don't know. But John Lear was obviously, as many people on the internet could perceive quite easily, batshit crazy, and had claimed that he had been on the moon and everything else. He claimed that he had personally been on the moon and all this other bullshit. Claimed that he had converted to Islam. Everybody wanted to convert to Islam after 9/11 so they could look edgy and shit. And Lear was one of these assholes who did that. And but he was just just this charlatan, and he did have, of course, experience with flying when it came to Air America, which was the CIA Airlines, while at the same time denying that they ever smuggled drugs, which was, of course, preposterous. That he would, and I have no idea, why would he feel compelled to try and act defensively towards Air America, the CIA Airlines, when it's not like the CIA would care if he said they had been smuggling drugs. That's what was always what was puzzling to me. It's like he could have gone out there and said, yeah, we were smuggling drugs. And what does he think? They're going to take his pension away? Like, yeah. I mean, it didn't make any sense. But at any rate, so he was claiming that what I said was technically impossible about the dirigibles reaching America. And yet you're talking about an idiot who's not taking into account. First off, he's saying straight from the Japanese home islands to America that this is an impossible distance and that they would use up all their fuel. And he, of course, is counting on your ignorance in terms of physics and the structure of the dirigibles. First off, how could he say that? You'd have to know the structure of the dirigibles. You'd have to know their capacity for lift. You'd have to know what they're using, which was hydrogen peroxide, highly flammable, but gives you greater lift than helium. Helium is much safer, but you get far less lift. But the point is that this is why the dirigibles were effectively unarmed. They approached America unarmed. They were not loaded to capacity with all the bioweapons that would have weighed them down and rendered it a one-way trip. When the one-way trip was taken, it was later in the war that led to the Roswell incident. That's what ultimately led to the Roswell incident. But even though they arrived in 1945, the Roswell incident took place in 1947 because the Americans were trying to work with the craft that the Japanese had surrendered under Emperor Hirohito's orders to show the Americans what he had. And so when those craft were loaded with their bioweapons, they were loaded to full capacity and were only able to make a one-way trip. But in the case of the Battle of Los Angeles, they were effectively running on empty when it came to their weapons capacity. And the Americans, of course, did not assume that. They assumed that they were full, and the American response resulted in mass casualties of soldiers, which we cannot go into, or they will take the episode
Yes.
down. So
Yes,
you have to
exactly.
read the Roswell deception in order to understand what the Japanese did. And by the way, it sounds like a perfect marketing gimmick. It sounds like we have a perfect, like lead for a marketing gimmick no, this is the real situation. If we articulate the Battle of Los Angeles and how it was won, they basically will take the episode down, and it's happened all too many times. We can't risk it. So
No, exactly.
What happened was that because they were not loaded to full capacity, they were able to return home because they're also using the help each way of the coming to America, the Kurishiwa, or the Black Current, and the jet stream that follows that. And then they were following the California Current down the coastline, which is exactly what they were saying on the radio announcements at that time. The man is saying definitively it is a dirigible. He says that on the radio announcement at that time, which hopefully they haven't scrubbed that from YouTube. But
No.
yeah, and then returning home, they used the equinoctial current simply to reach the islands known as the I believe it was the Marshall Islands. So let's take a look at our map here, and
it stretched all the way down to the equator, didn't it, Douglas?
yes,
So the
Japan.
islands,
Japan at that time reached the equator, and so long as you reached the Marshall Islands, and well before that even, it's so let me see if I can find this on my map. Okay, Japanese mandate World War II. Japanese mandate Pacific Islands. Between wars. Okay. Did I spell that right? Here we are. Wars. There we are. So enter that, and okay, the mandates consisted of three groups: the Marianas, the Carolines, and the Marshalls that Japan seized from Germany in 1914. The League of Nations later awarded Japan a mandate for all three of these island groups on the condition that Japan promised not to fortify or establish bases in the mandated territory, which they then, of course, fortified, as any sane culture would, obviously. So, those mandates, if you take a look at a map, which I'll intro a link to into our chat, it became known as Micronesia. Today, Japan's view on the South Sea Islands before the Great War, and now it's taken forever for this to upload. But, okay, and it's a small-ass map, but you're going to get at least a good impression of it. So let's enter this into the text box and our chat room, and this gives at least a good visual example. And so hopefully let's see if this shows up. And there it goes, Micronesia International. You should be able to access the map from that. And let's go to live streaming and enter that. And this will give people at least, this was Japan. Once you got into that zone that's outlined there, you're in Japan. So they didn't even have to go that far from America to get back into Japan and just land at that point. So there you go. Back to George.
Yeah, no, thank you, Douglas. And the headlines all stated that Japanese planes were shot down. So
yes, thank you. And they gave street addresses. They gave street addresses where they were shot down. Yes, go on.
Yes, I'm trying to remember just off the top of my head the names of the streets, but people can look up the headlines. The LA, it was titled the LA Raid. I think it was some of these the newspaper articles that were released in the Japanese planes that were shot down. They were stating that these were Japanese. This
planes,
was a Japanese
they said planes, and
it was shot down over over Los Angeles, and it gives the dates and the street addresses. I think it's like Boulevard. I don't know if it was Hollywood, but it was one of the Los Angeles streets where people can vet it and verify it for themselves. But and like when people tell you about Roswell, you should pay attention to the original headlines that this was a crash saucer or crash disc. Well, you should turn towards the headlines of the LA raid.
Yeah, and the first thing they said was Jap shot down over Hollywood. They give complete with street addresses.
And then again, it was the military high command to cover their own asses for their own incompetence and their own mistakes. they started to promote the alien trope, the alien agenda. So start telling some of the locals that these were extraterrestrials.
Yes.
Aliens.
Oh, disgusting. Just disgusting.
We were fighting. Yes, not only we're at war with Germany and Japan, but we're also at war with we're at a frontier war, a three-way war. Yeah, a free frontier war against aliens. We're fighting everyone.
Yes. Oh my fucking God.
And these people bought that.
Oh yeah, they ate it up. They ate it up.
They lapped it up. Yeah. One of the analogy you used, Douglas, it was the version. Obviously, we can't talk of it because of implications, but this was the Leningrad and Stalingrad of the war.
Yes.
In terms of a victory, as you said, they were unable to actually deploy.
We can say this. We can say this. They wiped out. The Japanese wiped out 4.5 American divisions. Yes.
Yes.
And you have to read the book, The Roswell Deception, because if we literally talk about this on bandwidth, they will take the episode down. That's how fucked up the situation is. And we're serious. This isn't a sales gimmick. Honestly, I only wish it were. No, they'll take the episode down if we tell you how the Japanese did it. But they wiped out 4.5 American divisions. And therefore, throughout World War II, certainly the opening years, everything counted on Australia. The Americans were just relying on Australia to hold the line. The Americans were only able to field one single division when they finally threw something out into the Pacific. And they had no capacity to do anything to really carry the offensive of the war. And they had to, of course, also try to divert all their materials. 2/3 of their materials and materials went into reclaiming the Aleutian Islands, which the Japanese occupied after the Battle of Midway, which means the Battle of Midway was a tremendous victory for the Japanese. And again, you have to read The Roswell Deception to get the details on this. We could go into detail on that, but, it just depends on whether we have the mood or the energy to invest in it. At any rate, yes, please continue. Go on and speak about this or other subjects, and I'll see if I can find something else to make some other points that we were already making. So go on.
Yeah, no, thank you. What comes to mind is Elmer H. Davies, the man who was in charge of the Office of War Information, and something that I always bring to people's attention that this was the version of the Reich propaganda minister of Dr. Paul Joseph Goebbels. Dr. Paul Joseph Goebbels had a Department of Propaganda and Enlightenment. The equivalent of the United States version of that was the Office of War Information.
With no enlightenment. With no enlightenment.
With no enlightenment. Thank you.
It's benightenment. It's benightenment would be the term they would use. In other words, just total ignorance. There's no information. It's just total ignorance that they're propagating. So go on.
Yeah. So this was the office of the correspondence that would get to the public relations office that was publishing all the information about the battles during World War II. So this man, Elmer H. Davis, who ran the Office of War Information, was feeding out or pumping out the information that the public wanted to hear, and he basically turned every single loss, every battle, such as Midway, into a victory. And this was the man who orchestrated that propaganda. This is the man who told you the story of World War II. So most historians nowadays, they cite, and all their the resources that is accessible to themselves source from this one man, or sources from this office, this department, which directly came out of Washington. They were based in Washington, D.C., and this is the man that told you that you won World War II. And then you look at the quote from the Admiral of the Navy, Ernest King. He stated to the public, the Office of Publications, or I think it was the Public Relations Office, to give the correspondence back to the public when he consulted them or relayed the information back to them to relay back to the public. He just told them, don't tell the public anything they don't want to hear. When it's over, just tell them who won.
Yes.
In other words, just tell them that we won the war. And so, as I mentioned earlier with that Walt Disney production movie, that propaganda movie they produced on behest of the government, they were telling you that they were fighting a victory, and they were going to use air power to do this, to to basically concede the war. And they were already pumping that lie years prior to a cessation, a official recognized cessation. And the only way that the United States were ever able to gain an air force, because two nations on Earth didn't have an air force at that point in time, it was the Empire of Japan and the United States. Every other nation on Earth had an air force, a separate branch of service. But
the majority of developed nations is the way to express that.
Yes, excuse me. Yes, that's important, Douglas. Thank you. Good point.
By the way, I've just entered a link into your private messages on Skype. So make certain to take a look at that. You can open it right now, as a matter of fact. And what's interesting is this is from the United States Naval Institute. And here's what it says. Right. Strategic bombing, always a myth. There you have it. I mean, right there. I mean, the military themselves admitting it. Of course, you see, this is because the Navy got the short end of the stick. And, the Army created this whole separate branch called the Air Force. But the Navy, as I've said, maintains more planes than the fucking Air Force. And so it's, the Air Force it's always been just a myth. It's always been a load of crap. But anyhow, so at any rate, so this article, I will also put the link in for our listeners in the chat. But yes, by all means, it's something that everyone should pay attention to. So continue with what you're saying. Yes, by all means.
Oh, yeah, Douglas. No, thank you. And of course, the reason why they promoted that strategic bombing worked, and this is where the myth comes from, where people believe that the bombs ended the war, or quote unquote strategic bombing worked, is because they had to pump that into the public's eye and perspective, because otherwise no one would support an Air Force, a separate branch of service, where the separate branch of service had a bottomless pit or an unlimited budget for spending, without the ramifications of a Senate committee oversight to oversee and overlook any of the spending like the Army had. That was the flaw of the Army, is they had this committee that would overlook all the expenditure. Well, they didn't want that. They wanted to exploit the taxpayers' taxations into this black budget. So everything was black. And so this is where you got the concept of the Blackbird, the SR-71. Yes. This is where the money came from. It was from the taxpayer to go into these budgets, into these projects to produce these types of aircraft, which is what they wanted. They wanted a department where they didn't have to do anything all day.
Thank you.
We can go into that as well, Douglas.
Oh, absolutely. And just to
the humorous side of it,
yeah. It's all, you always have to have a sense of humor, because all this is so morbid, and it's also ultimately it's so corrupt. It is so corrupt. And so a point to be made about this article that I've just linked. Colonel WkEND is the author, and he's not with the Navy, even though it was published by the United States Naval Institute. You can see why the Air Force wouldn't publish his work, but he actually is a veteran of the United States Air Force. So he retired in 1976 after over 30 years of service with the Air Force. So basically, and he's talking about the myth of strategic bombing. So, I mean, how much more definitive do you need to get than that? But such being said, when it comes to what George Knight is talking about, when he's talking about this new service with its black budget, aside from what I pointed out before, the fact that the Air Force is so corrupt that they require that every base, as part of its defenses, has a golf course. That's required for every Air Force base built anywhere in the world. Any United States Air Force base built anywhere in the world as part of its defense perimeter has to have a golf course, even if it's just a helicopter landing pad. So they are nothing but a traveling golf club. They are disgusting. But but beyond that, where it turns into treason was at the time of President John Fitzgerald Kennedy. Yes.
Oh, sorry. Yes.
Yeah. So at the time that John Fitzgerald Kennedy was president, so we're talking about 1962, 63 era. Maybe 61. He was president for a very short period of time. So you're talking about, he was definitely taken out the year my sister was born, 1963. So it's sometime in the early 60s, so either 61, 62, or 63, where he was approached by the Strategic Air Command. Yes. And the Strategic Air Command presented Kennedy with something that would destroy America's economy. Just this entire lie, this hoax, this fabrication. They gave him hundreds of photographs in which they pointed to all these Russian church spires and war memorials. Giant statues that the Russians build, all of these grain silos. And they claimed every single one of these grain silos and church spires and war memorial statues, they claimed they were all intercontinental ballistic missiles. So that was thousands and thousands of intercontinental ballistic missiles that Russia had that were pointed at us. And so they said to Kennedy, we have this tremendous missile gap. And after that, Kennedy launched this program that it impacted, this is the way to phrase it, it impacted and mutated and redesigned, restructured the entire business of war and the entire, shall we say, just American economics became at that point an engineering welfare state where we were now subsidizing engineers on contracts to build endless missiles. And it was a permanent welfare program for physicists where we would just have physicists constantly under employment to design bigger and better bombs. All of this destroyed the American economy. It basically restructured all of education so that we were supposed to produce more engineers for these functions to ultimately fill in the missile gap. And the whole idea of space travel, of the rockets for space, was just this misleading bullshit that they tossed out there to sell missiles. I mean, when you think about it, of course, rockets are the most impractical form of space travel imaginable. You cannot practically use rockets. Of course, you could design rockets the way Werner von Braun did, to the point where theoretically they could reach the outer end of the solar system if they would bounce off the gravity wells of various planets along the way. Yes, you could do this, but the ultimate potential for rockets is so impractical that there's no point. In fact, it proved so impractical that the largest rockets ever built, the Titan rockets, there was no museum or warehouse or hangar large enough to preserve these rockets or missiles, so they just left them outside to rust. We have none of them left. They all corroded away because there was no place to house them. They're so large. That's not what renders them impractical. It's not their size. What renders them impractical is simply the sheer amount of energy that it takes to break Earth's gravity well in order to get out into hard vacuum. Obviously, you need a different type of ship that's built in space. You need to build the ship in space so that it's not breaking any gravity wells. This is why we need to concentrate on, ultimately, as people have said, constructing space elevators. Elevators that are actually cables or cable vaders that go into space. But all that being said, all of this was just a selling point so that kids would get addicted to rockets, read about them, and then try to design rockets. But all this was meant for intercontinental ballistic missile warfare. It was all meant to restructure our entire economy towards building missiles so that we wouldn't be overwhelmed in this missile gap. Now get this, at the time that these motherfuckers, these traitors, who should have been lined up against a wall and shot, presented Kennedy with all of these lies and lied to him brazenly, gormlessly, knowing they were lying. The Russians had 5, count them on one hand, fucking 5 primitive ballistic missiles that probably couldn't have made it outside of Europe. And this was all the Russians had. The Russians had nothing, and they still have nothing. It's all a bluff. Yeah, sure, they might have hundreds of missiles they built over the years with their stupid economy. None of these things work. If they did, they would have used them by now. Putin keeps threatening them. He keeps saying, "You've crossed a red line. You've crossed a red line." Then finally, after a while, even Putin says, "Well, there's no need to go nuclear yet." Basically because he has to confront the fact he's got nothing to throw at us. The Russians they always were absolute bottom of the line technology. They are a primitive culture stuck in the past. Yeah, they've never advanced. Everything they've had, they've stolen. This isn't racism. This is not some sense of bigotry. This is just historical fact. So when it comes to the Americans lionizing the Russians, it's because you had a bunch of communists as academics. One of them was named Noam Chomsky, who hopefully is dying now. He was one of the guys who personally tutored Brandon Young. And Noam Chomsky was a big-ass fucking communist who, basically dominated the American academic and pseudo-intellectual scene for generations. But Chomsky, to show you just how full of shit he is, Chomsky would say crap like, oh, a corporation is a perfect model of fascism because you have a corporate executive at the top giving orders all the way down to the bottom. And he would be the kind of idiot who would point at Elon Musk and say he's fascist and that he's carrying out a fascist regime. Now, understand that in a capitalist economy, the corporations control the government because they lobby the government. So they just bribe whoever's in a quote-unquote representative democracy, and the corporations ergo run the capitalist society. Fascism was the opposite. Fascism controlled the corporations via the government.
Yes.
The government controlled the corporations, not the other way around. They told the corporations what to produce.
What to do, yeah. Thank you.
Yes, because
corporatism, is that correct, Douglas? Corporatism. Yes.
Well, corporatism was the term used by Mussolini and the original fascism, and this is what people like communist propagandists like Noam Chomsky take advantage of that because they know your average listener or information consumer is too ignorant to understand what that term means in Italian or Latin as opposed to English. So when Mussolini uses the term corporatism, he's speaking in a very different sense, where he's speaking of a command economy where the government therefore tells the corporations what they are going to produce, but the government also insists and enforces full employment. So this is what you have in Japan. Japan was a fascist economy that maintained their fascist economy after World War II because they won the war. And in Japan, what was one of the outstanding examples of how the corporations worked? Lifetime employment. It's, in other words, you're not going to fire people and downsize, quote unquote, to greatness. Imagine the insanity of the capitalist system where they tell you, we're downsizing our corporations to greatness. Who ever heard of a company downsizing to greater aspirations? Oh man, we're shrinking. We're getting better. It's no.
Which is what's happening with my company. Yeah.
Thank you. The insanity. You can tell people about that. Yeah. And then what? Then they're going to be fucked up because they're going to say we have not enough people to do anything.
Exactly. It's accumulation. Yes.
Oh my God. This is the insanity.
Yes.
See, the exact opposite of how fascism works. So this is what's meant when Mussolini said corporatism, but you get a communist propagandist like Noam Chomsky. Again, I cannot overemphasize the fact that at one point he personally tutored Brandon Young, which tells us everything we need to know. This is something where he would say, oh, see, a corporation is a perfect fascist society. And what he's doing is taking advantage of your ignorance of the language of Latin or the Italian that derives from Latin to even understand what he's talking about. And then he'll feed you a line of anti-fascist bullshit and anti-capitalist bullshit based on his being an ardent communist. So, at any rate, back to George with that. And continue, George.
Oh, yeah. So, thank you, Douglas. So many things come to my mind. So many things I could state as well. So I could go, any direction. If anyone wants to ask any questions, please do so. I've got so many things I could say. And, even like, personally, I have suspicions about the company I work for that there is an insurgency going on there because it just sounds very strange after all these decades that they are downsized all of a sudden. So it's something something's happening, something in the background, but it's only my assumptions.
But it doesn't make
But
any
yeah.
sense. Of course you would suspect
It doesn't
that.
make any sense, no. As you just articulated, Douglas, it's no longer a lifetime employment. It's, oh, you're being forced to work, and then we don't need you, then you are spendable. So you're not you're no longer considered a person of a lifetime employment anymore. Where before you had all those what do you want to call it,
Guarantees.
benefits.
It's basically a guarantee.
Guarantees.
Yeah,
Yes.
and this was something that was considered, along with. This is why you had no arguments about, say, something like Yugoslavia. Yugoslavia,
Yes.
of course, under Tito was a communist nation, and Josip Broz Tito was no one to admire. He was definitely the enemy, and he was definitely someone who was no one to emulate. But at the same time, the reason that communism took so long to fall after his death was because nobody had any argument with lifetime employment. Nobody had any argument with free education. Nobody had... these were communist nations that at least provided a concept of a social safety net. So when you come to where we're at in England, under the yellow house nigger, Rishi Sunak, you have this guy who's educated in Stanford, and that's where he picked up this capitalist indoctrination, where he's taught that you need to gut the company so that the corporate executives can take all the money and basically take it home. So somebody who's like a Rishi Sunak clone, some goon who's indoctrinated by this yellow house nigger who's educated at Stanford with a MBA, a master's in business associate. He's actually got 2 doctorates, one in philosophy from Oxford, while he, bitches about the English youth not getting practical education. I mean, what's his philosophy degree? What practicality is that? I guess it comes practical when he's trying to rationalize how he's fucking England over. But anyhow, Rishi Sunak has this Stanford training from their business departments that you can downsize to greatness. The smaller the company gets, the more money's left for the CEOs. Somebody, however, to apply that to a public service, which is what George Knight is working for, and do tell people what you're doing. You're trying to introduce 5G into England. Tell people the strategic aspect of this, how you came this close in England to having the communist Chinese install 5G. And they finally realized it was a national security issue and finally started this program. And if they're going to downsize that, yes, you have every reason to suspect an insurgency. Either that or it's just greed. Greed to the point where somebody is saying, oh, I want to save all the money for myself. But I don't understand, how can they get away with that in what's supposed to be a government service? I mean, this is like, how is this working? Like a defense contractor? But tell us what you know, and we'll see if we can figure it out together.
No, we have we've touched on this in the past, haven't we, Douglas? And originally they brought in the Huawei technology from communist China initially to at the exchanges themselves, which provide the fiber service itself, which is the source. And they quickly done away with that because, of course, of the national security implications of that, rightfully so. And so, that was one of the first things that came to my mind. And just like how shoddy, I have to say, the equipment actually are, and how they go faulty so easily. There's no guarantee of it lasting 6 months, let alone it's obviously we understand the geopolitical reasons behind that. I mean, Douglas certainly know all too well that obviously these are produced in communist China, and they're manufactured out of
slave labor, no less. Slave
labor, against someone's own will. So it's so we know the reasons behind that. But yes, so what we're doing is we're providing the infrastructure for fiber optic, as well as the fifth generation technology to connect people. And of course, the reason why we have this in place is for national. Just looking out for George. Oh, bless Heather. Thank you. And
you see what she says? Don't speak on OT. You'll get cut off. I said OT. Wait, do you have any idea what she might be talking about? OT.
OT. I'm not. I'm afraid. Yes. Yes, Heather. You can.
Yeah,
say.
She meant to say, don't speak on it or you'll get cut off. She's afraid that if you speak about 5G, you'll get cut off. But we'll go on speaking about. But thank you, Heather. We appreciate the warning. We know you're looking out for us. Yeah. But yes, I think we can. I think we'll be okay. It's the medical crap, what they call medical misinformation, that they've been jumping on. Oh man. And so, what we try to avoid is Vax talk. We avoid Vax talk, whenever possible. Oh my God. Yes. So God, tell people how far behind Britain is on this.
Yeah. So far behind. I remember looking at the very old news. It was like a news broadcast about how Japan is 90% covered by fiber optic, and Britain at that point in time had like something so significant, like insignificant. It was like 3%. It was like and most Eastern European countries are also 70% covered by fiber optic.
Holy shit! How did they manage that? How the fuck did they manage that?
Yes, thank you. Yes, and apparently I've spoken to a few people from Eastern Europe, and they have clarified and told me about yes, we've had fiber optic for decades, and Britain, and they even stated that Britain is so far behind with the times and the technology. I don't want to.
This just goes to show how is it the British people, like your cousin, cosplaying, putting on World War II helmets and shit, and driving around in his little Willys Jeep. How can these people possibly believe they won World War II?
Well, exactly. Thank you. And I remember going back, what was it, maybe last year, maybe the year before, I remember someone in the car park in the local grocery store, he said to me, how is this possible? Because he was like obviously going on a tangent, kafar, about the way that everything is, like the crisis, the current,
which is obviously you're in a hellscape. He finds himself in a hellscape, and he's asking himself, how can this be possible when we're supposed to have won World War II? Is what it always comes down to. But go on. Yes, and did you tell him this? Did you?
It's insane, and he was going, how is this even possible when we are the victors of World War II? You're saying we won World War II. How is this even possible? It's obvious, mate. I just want to say to him.
Thank you. You lost, motherfucker.
Oh, mate, I'm sorry, I had to just, even it just, makes my, I roll my eyes back and with this, and even like, one of my relatives who obviously, he reenacts the and then when Rishi Sunak came out and he says we're gonna, if we get re-elected, we're gonna reinstate the national service.
Yes, when he comes out with this draconic policy.
There you go, my friend. You can now fulfill your dream and your fantasy. You can now serve in the military. No, they're you can't see them for dust. You can't see them.
all you see is asshole and elbow while they're running away. Yes.
It's just it just makes you no. And this is obviously Douglas understands my frustration and the humor, the funny side that
you have to have humor about it, because
we share this. Yes,
truly, it's pathetic.
It's sounded.
Yeah, it is. It is pathetic, and just obviously, I do want people to know. I will go into this on the Wednesday episode in monologue. And I do want people to understand that one of the things to emphasize is that Great Britain, more so than even America, because it's closer to the front lines, because under Boris Johnson, who I used to call Bojo the Clown, but he had at least the redeeming feature of understanding the importance of the Ukrainian front. And far before Biden did, he visited Ukraine before Biden even dreamed of doing so. all this needs to be taken into account is that British troops are engaged in Ukraine. Special forces, of course, they're trying to keep this as hidden as possible, but the British do realize that Britain is already at war. So do understand that we're in a pre-war situation, but we really are already at war. The Americans have not yet grasped that concept, but Britain understands that much. But then again, we're also dealing with several factors that have... Britain is unfortunately dealing with so many challenges. It's been so corrupted that it's we all are facing major internal challenges as well as external challenges. Here in America, of course, we have more of a chance for a pending civil war. Britain had that. They had that phase, that critical phase where that potential for civil war right after Brexit was there. But what saved Britain was the Ukraine. Really, the Russian invasion of Ukraine saved Britain in that regard. And I'm trying to remember exactly when the decision was made not to have the Communist Chinese build their 5G infrastructure. But it was around this time of... when was that exactly? Right. Yeah, about the time they began engaging in Ukraine, I think. So, I mean, I know, but I don't remember the exact dates. But it was definitely... We had, at that time, as George Knight might recall, you could describe this better than myself, there were plans already being made for the death of the Queen. So they were expecting potential food riots at that time. The British government was planning for potential food riots at the time that they were planning for the death of the Queen. Things were very touch and go there. And Britain, as it processed through the death of the Queen, Brexit, honestly, it was, if it hadn't been for the Russians setting the world on fire, Britain could have fallen apart to a great degree. And at that time, when was it you finally got your employment, and how long have you been employed there now? It's been a while now. How many?
Almost 3 years. Yeah, almost 3 years now, Douglas. Yeah, August 2021. Yeah,
so you were seeking employment at the time that the Queen was dying, right? Did you get employed before or after her death?
Oh, before. It was before Douglas, yes. And we predicted her death as well.
Yes.
We predicted it just before she died, on the date of her death. We brought it up hours before she actually passed, before Buckingham Palace announced her official death. So, yes. And that was when, the BBC officially announced it. It was around about that time. That is when I certainly noticed when they stopped manufacturing or using Huawei or communist Chinese technology in our infrastructure. That's when I noticed it. Of course, I was exposing the fact that these go 40 so easily as well. So it was around about that time, Douglas. Yes, just to clarify. Yes,
and that was that was before COVID, right?
Yeah. So COVID obviously it was 2020, and during that time during the lockdown is when we conceived my daughter, who's now 3.5. And so that was shortly after her birth. I started to seek employment elsewhere out of hospitality because of everything changed because of COVID. So it was around about that time, Douglas. Thank you.
Wow, I mean, we've been through a lot over through a lot over the past 3 years. Those were very tense times. Those were times that were pretty touch and go. Of course, we can be secure in the fact that George Knight, his performance levels are such that there's no real worry about George being downsized. But who are the people that are in danger of being downsized? There was one guy that was, are these like older people or just kind of people who are, it's like...
I know, so the ones that are, what would you want to call it, the correct political term, I should say, the ones that are ably bodied to do fit for purpose, so to speak. The ones that are rendered inoperable, so to speak. They're trying their best there to manage. The term is manage out of the company. So there is this ongoing. Obviously, you can feel the presence of they are watching. they're trying to find reasons to get rid of people, to downsize, and the term they use is slimline to greatness.
Oh God!
By 70%, they want to downsize by 70%, and they are not going to get rid of the contractors.
70%. 70%. How can you get anything done? That's
exactly. I've always said, Douglas, and you're fully aware of this as well. It'll be self-destructive, self-emulation, because once it reaches that point, and there's no one left to maintain, then they are basically doomed. And so that's what comes to my mind. It's like there's got to be an incredible amount of incompetence from the highest level, even if they are shrouded by greed. There's got to be some form of malevolency in that, or some form of plan behind that to try and do something detrimental. And that's the reason. That's the only conclusion, is because it's so self-destructive. And apparently I've been reassured that this is the natural discourse. This is just the naturals, the nature of it.
There's nothing natural about it. It's nothing.
No, apparently this has happened before several times, long before I was employed. So, but yeah, it doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, the company's always been vast. So we have the second largest fleet in the UK of vehicles on the roads.
Wow.
And and so you can go by that sheer number to work out what the employment rate is. But if they want to downsize it to more than 70%, and you think that's a wide area of coverage that we cover, and if you're so insignificant, so if you're if you're minuscule in numbers, it'll be I can't. And they're trying to turn everyone into having UV electric vehicles as well, which just to explain, you literally, if you're traveling more than 100 miles a day, you have to charge up twice, maybe 3 times. And so how are you gonna
where are the where are the recharge centers? Where are the recharge?
Yeah, there isn't any. And in my town, the nearest one is 5 miles down the road.
Oh my God.
They're non-existent. And so they want to try and get everyone on that, and they want to try and sway every household to have electric vehicle by a set date of 2050. That's not going to happen without no infrastructure there. So the whole thing is so preposterous, so ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense. And the cost of it's not cost effective, because it costs 3 times or 4 times more because of the current energy crisis we're going through. So it's not saving the environment. You're using fossil fuels to charge. You're plugging your charger into the national grid, which is using fossil fuels. It's not economically friendly. Yes, when you're traveling, but not so to the dispense of how you're going to dispose of these batteries. And once they catch a light, you can't put them out. You have to bury it because they constantly burn. And so the fire brigade, the fire services can't put out these vehicles unless you cut the actual it's the cable itself within the frame of the vehicle. You actually have to cut it in order for it to stop igniting. So it's the whole thing is just so ridiculous in my head. And these are the people who are the masterminds who come up with all the great plans.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the biggest problem is that the one advantage that I'm sorry. Continue. What were you going to say?
No. You carry on, Douglas. I'm just literally running on a tangent.
Well, of course, and understandably so, as well you should be. Just so people understand, this is where here I'll enter this, of course, into the private. Now, I already entered this into the private message of George Knight. I will, of course. I don't know whether I should enter this into the public chat room. I should decide against it, so I probably won't enter it, but it's basically the link to my favorite map, which, by the way, has been wiped, scrubbed off of your normal searches. If you try to look for Pacific-centered map of the world, you will no longer find this map. So my link is, at this point, kind of like a very specific link. The map itself is quite expensive. It's something that's $160, which you can imagine with tax must be outrageous. But the point that I'm making is that I'll do a screen share with our man George Knight now and just kind of explain some things to him that will put things into further perspective. The only thing here, I'm screen sharing now. Now, as we know, we've talked about the way that I feel Europe should be restructured, and but definitely the only thing that would make sense with Britain converting to electric vehicles, the only thing that could make it doable, make it conceivable, would be, as I said, with Britain uniting with Norway and Morocco as United Kingdoms in the plural. And of course, using its power with the Rothschilds dynasty to coronate one of them as the king of Israel, thus reigning in Israel instead of being a rogue nation, then a member of the United Kingdom's community, which would force it to obey international law. At that point, of course, the British would be welcome as certainly saviors by the Palestinian people. But also, as I said, with Russia as the new Raj, it's only through this kind of natural gas and fossil fuels from a British united Arab world, where the British would unite much of Saudi Arabia and these other kingdoms by re-empowering, of course, the Hashemites over the Holy Land of Mecca and Medina. The Hashemite kingdom over the Saudis, if the British choose that, because the Saudis are headed towards total self-destruction now with their bullshit line. I don't know if you've heard of this line in the Saudi desert where they're invaded. They're just investing all of this stupid money, this into this.
I've heard that.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Oh my God! This wall in the middle of the
billions.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. Preposterous.
They're imploding. They're imploding. What do you know about that? What do you know about that?
Only what's been occurring in the on social media. To be honest with you, Douglas, that's the only place that's been promoted. And I don't know what people's stances or views on it are, but they're trying to portray it as something that's good.
What a joke! What a
this massive great. It looks like a mirror, just a massive. This massive. It's a reflector. It reflects, but it's going to cost hundreds of billions, hundreds of billions,
yes,
trillions.
Yes. It's they're breaking themselves on it. It's part of Saudi Arabia's imploding. It just overthrow that dynasty and replace them with the Hashemite dynasty in a, as I said, a United Kingdoms in the plural of Great Britain. As I said, the majority of these sheikhs are educated at Sandhurst anyway, and the majority of them speak the King's English. So once this is done, you have an unlimited access to petroleum and to natural gas from Russia. With Russia as the new Raj, instead of a British East India Company, it would be a British West Russia Company that would essentially dominate the peninsula. I'm thinking of the Kurils Peninsula. I can go into that later. Not everybody would understand what I'm speaking of, but it takes a lot of knowledge of geography. Again, just to emphasize this is the only way that Britain can really convert to electronic vehicles. Is that way they would have the infrastructure where they've got the natural gas from Russia and they've got the petrol fuel coming from the Arab kingdoms united with them. With Russia as the new Raj, essentially the British economy would work. But Britain has to be an empire because Britain is effectively, without the Gulf Stream, uninhabitable. Therefore, they don't have a choice. It's essentially reestablish a third empire, or the British people en masse, in the overwhelming majority, are going to die. Now, the projected time for the Gulf Stream to shut down is 2030. We don't have much time left, but certainly we can hope, we can pray that it doesn't collapse at all. But honestly, things are not looking good. We see massive meltdown in the Greenland ice sheet, which is, definitely what's going to, ultimately, if anything shuts down the Gulf Stream, it would be the Greenland ice sheet just melting into the Atlantic. So, with everything that I've expressed, the solutions are pretty simple, and most of them are based on Britain retaining Gibraltar, which gives it another reason to unite with Morocco, because Morocco also has claims against Spain. There are Spanish territories in Morocco that Morocco wants to reclaim. And of course, they would unite with Britain if hostilities commenced with Spain. That would be certainly a rationale enough to do so. So all of this is just things I've brought up in the past for a workable future for Britain. But that having been expressed, what the British are trying to accomplish now is impossible without a war. So Britain understands that a war is inevitable. This is why they're finally talking about these national services. And honestly, if they were to instate these programs, your average British person of service age really will not resist or say no, because what else do they have to do? There's almost no employment. So with no other employment there, what other choice is there really? But such being said, it's not going to happen under Rishi Sunak. It's like I said, you need somebody who's a different leader. What we're going to get, I don't know. As George Knight has expressed, he's very cynical, because the labor-rights obviously have a history of their own sort of treason. The labor-rights, of course, have often affiliated with communists. I would presume at this point in history that the labor-rights should understand that they're not getting any sponsorship from communism. So I would suspect that there would be less treason among them. Most of the Russian sponsorship is towards the right. So they tend to be bribing and affiliating with the right, the radicalized right that has swept the elections in continental Europe, for instance. So these are obviously signs of great upheaval that will probably take Europe out of the game in terms of participating actively in the coming war, until of course their population begins to die off and they begin to starve and it becomes inescapable. I mean, this is usually what it takes. It takes situations getting very extreme. But having stated that, we bring these up again, these concepts, because obviously they're listening to us. One of the things that Brendan Zoget pointed out was, Brendan said that when he was looking at the number of hits to my channel, he found that the number of hits that were on a engine that he was sourcing, it said that my channel got 700,000 hits, which means that it's 3/4 or something like close to 700,000 is like maybe 2/3 of the way towards a million, or 3/4 of the way towards a million, something like that. He was pointing out, and the next time that he's on, I'll have him articulate or explain that to Peter Moon, what he was looking at, what he was sourcing. He mentioned it again in some of the text box a little bit about those numbers, but the point is that obviously we've got a lot of people listening that are not registered by YouTube's algorithms or YouTube's measurement systems, which of course are giving us like these immediate, very small measurements. But yeah, when it comes to our channel, we're obviously far more influential than I just assume, because I always, I try not to dwell on that. Because it's not healthy. But when it comes to, here's what he said, 700,000 and counting concerning my channel views. And again, we'll have him discuss where he sourced that from later, but he definitely was sourcing it from an alternative search engine. But when it comes to the British government, obviously, there's people in the British government definitively, certainly in the Republican Party, that have been listening to my channel, because the Republicans, as George Knight is probably aware of, started talking about reinstating a draft as well. Though Trump has said, oh no, Trump said that's fake news. But you know why Trump says that is because Trump is a draft dodger. And if Trump tries to reinstate the draft when he escaped the draft during the Vietnam War by claiming bone spurs in his feet, if he tries to reinstate the draft, he's just going to get the response that kids give to Rishi Sunak: why should I fight and die for you, motherfucker? I mean, you wouldn't even serve. So it's like Trump's stuck in the Rishi Sunak situation, where no one wants to die for him. But when it comes to the situation, otherwise, certainly people in the Republican Party are listening in. Certainly people in the Conservative Tory Party are listening in. But mostly, especially so in England, because they're closer on the front lines. But in terms of the labor rights, do you feel they might have changed significantly enough from the communist days where
Yes.
yeah,
Yes.
tell us what your impression is of this.
Yes, what I've noticed over the past, certainly since the 90s, is they call themselves New and Old Labour. The basically the reformed or revised Labour Party has ever since the times where they're heavily influenced by the communists. They've had many people either including anti-Semitism, which has just came into my mind as well. They have many party members have been evicted from the party because of acts of treason, and this is why there is such this what do you want to call it, a campaign or this division amongst these parliamentary candidates. They have these rivals, these battles with each other. So that man who I had a dispute, George Galloway, the former Respect Party leader, on formerly known as Twitter, now known as X, about the Blitzkrieg, about the Blitzkrieg campaigns over London and the V2 rockets that were raining down on London during World War II. He was the man that produced this documentary about Tony Blair, who he calls. He is part of the New Labour Party. He's New Labour, whereas George Galloway is part of that old Labour, that Jeremy Corbyn. Yes, who was support. He was a man who was supporting and an apologist for the IRA during the bombing campaigns in Britain by the terror organisation, the IRA. They were heavily sponsored and supported by the former Soviet Union, and Jeremy Corbyn was an apologist, and he met up with the leader, and it escapes my mind now, but it will come to my mind probably shortly, Douglas. It'll come in my mind in a minute. The name of the leader of the group. He met up with him several times, so I know that they have had their conflicts, their own internal disputes over these several decades. And so I know that the ones that are now out of the current one, they're no longer part of that influence from the former communist party from the days of the Soviet Union. So many of these old dinosaurs are now they're dying out, or they're finally Mr. Ben was one of them. If people know, he passed away several years ago. He was one of those, and so you can decipher who they are, certainly by just their stances. And at this moment in time, during this current rally, this current election that's going to happen on the 4th of July, the recent polls suggest that Nigel Farage, unfortunately, he's second most popular, and he's anti-immigration, which is another form
that's so bizarre. It's so, I mean, at this point, I mean, Brexit is won. Brexit has won. What is there left to complain about?
Exactly. And he was the man that was running the Brexit
Thank
campaign.
you.
He was the forefront. He was the figurehead of that campaign. So they won. They got what they wanted. They democratically won the referendum. So and now he's putting on this trope about it. And that's the head of their so-called manifesto, but they call it a contract. Is they are preventing immigration, which is completely preposterous, as we're relying it so heavily for our economic purpose, for our own survival, because nobody in Britain wants to pick the fields. Nobody wants to do any hard labour.
Thank you.
Yeah, we rely on it. We rely on it so heavily, and and other preposterous suggestions and.
Maybe his fantasy is that somehow if they get rid of all these foreigners, that the lower class Britons would accept their fate and go back to sweeping floors and picking fruit. But it's he'd have a revolution. It's they wouldn't. No, it's not going to work. It's steps backward, 10 steps backward. But again, all of it, the only solution is empire. That's the only solution, because that's the nature of an island nation. It's basically you're stuck with you don't have the resources or capacity in terms of land to
Yeah.
produce enough of your own foodstuffs and whatever's produced. Certainly,
Yes.
it's just not
But
enough.
also-
Yeah.
No, exactly, Douglas. So the only solution is to reestablish a empire again, and so and if you look at, because we are a united kingdom, we are far smaller than what people actually realise just by a geographical map, just by looking at it. We're far smaller, and we're an isolated island. And as you said, Douglas, rightfully so, without the Gulf Stream, we'll be uninhabitable.
Yes.
So this is we are forced to realise this, and that is what the government, when they are listening in, they have come to that realisation also.
Yes.
They have to accept it, and they have to implement your propositions, your solutions, and that is why they are coming out and saying this now. There's no other explanation. There's no other. What else is there?
Thank you.
It's the only logical conclusion.
And so what's your impression about the generally, my understanding is that most people get the feeling that the Tories are going to be massacred in the election.
Yes, they are. Yeah, by a landslide. Yes, the polls all suggest that. The polls that are coming out certainly says it's not looking good on them. They're not holding a majority vote anymore. It goes the Labour Party's in first, and then it's the Reform Party, and then it's the Tories. But I think even the Liberal Democrats are catching up to them. So, and then you've got all these other subsidiary groups, the Green Party and the like, and all these others. It'll be interesting to see what happens. But I'm not. Yeah, obviously there's no point in voting because it doesn't matter. My vote doesn't count.
Ouch.
Ouch. Yes, nothing at all. No. Obviously, what comes to my mind is obviously, they'll need someone in power such as yourself, Doug.
Thank you. Yeah, and or at least this side of the Atlantic, because at least that way. Only then can America truly help the British. I mean, right now what's going on is it's a joke. It's whether it's Joe Biden or Trump, we just right now we're under this decrepit leadership. Obviously, Rishi Sunak is nowhere near as old as Trump and Biden. Trump and Biden are ancient, and they're both senile. And when you listen to them, they're both not even speaking sensibly. They're not even speaking coherently. Rishi Sunak, of course, he doesn't speak coherently either, but for different reasons. But at any rate, so just if the likely thing happens and the new Labour, who's going to be the Prime Minister? Who's the Prime Minister?
Keir Starmer.
Okay.
It'll be Keir Starmer for the Labourite Party. Yes.
And what do you know about him? What do you know about him aside from?
Oh, so many bad things. I know so many bad things about this individual. We could deconstruct him. So go to town on.
Go ahead and do so, at least to a degree.
Yeah. Do you know what? It's one of those things where you kind of like bleach a lot of it out.
You just go blank. It's so bad. You just go blank. I try not to.
He's like in my eyes, Douglas. He's a bit like, to draw a correlation. He's a bit like a Rudy Giuliani. He's
awful.
Yes, that is to draw a comparison between these two. Him and anybody else, it would be a Rudy Giuliani. So
that's awful. That's awful.
Yes.
Holy shit.
God. So. Yes, and Boris Johnson actually. The funny thing is, even though he is the clown of the party, but he was certainly the what do you want to call it, the party man. He's certainly what do you want to call it? He was the guy, obviously, with the scandal with Partygate.
Yeah, for those of you who don't know, basically Boris Johnson would put a lampshade on his head and then dance on the table while waving his wang. Okay, that's basically Boris Johnson. But go on. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Well, like with Rudy Giuliani, he was obviously during the time of the Presidio incidents, the child. what do you want to call it, Douglas?
Just human child
Just
sex
call it-
trafficking. Human child sex trafficking.
yes.
En masse.
No,
You'd call it mass
yes.
industrial scale human child sex trafficking. Go on.
Yes.
During the scandal.
The daycare centers, these, yes. And this man, he was Rudy Giuliani. Of course, I don't want to, it is one of those things I've bleached out from my memory. A lot of this, going into minute detail, but essentially just for people, just to put it in perspective, Rudy Giuliani was the man who basically cultivated this aspect that these children were making this stuff up.
Yes,
that
thank you.
These kids were making it up. Well, Keir Starmer, to end it there, Keir Starmer was the man that basically said Jimmy Savile was innocent.
Ooh.
Boris Johnson.
Just for our American listeners, listeners, tell them just who Jimmy Savile was. Just what he did is disgusting.
Yes.
He's like the British Epstein, right? But it's like
yes. And the way he hid behind it, what he was doing, his misconduct to exploit children, to obviously conduct these sexual these sexual interactions with these children. He had this BBC show, and he was being protected by the BBC. So the people behind the production of the BBC, the largest broadcasting company in the UK, the British Broadcasting Company.
But by the way, for all intents and purposes, it's almost the British equivalent of a state media machine. Go on.
It is a state-sponsored media machine. Thank you, Douglas. Exactly that. And this man, Jimmy Savile, he had this prevalent show that was occurring during the I believe it was, and people can look it up, either in the 1960s to the 70s. And most of our older generation, so like my parents' generation, would have been the kids watching it on TV. They would have, it was called Jimmy Fix It. And
Jimmy was fixing it. Jimmy was fixing it. Yeah, go on. Yeah.
So children, and this was so popular because children would write into the BBC show and then say, Jimmy, they'll address it to Jimmy, I want to do this. And then Jimmy Savile will have this show where he will fulfill these children's dreams.
Oh, yeah.
And so he will have this, a bit like, a film set, film studio. He'll have the guests appear on the show. You have a live audience, and you have these children. And then occurring quite frequently was he would then grope and grab these children in the most, live on air. And he got away with it. He got away with it because he was such a public figure, prominent public figure in the public's eye. And he was also what do you want to call it, honored by the monarchy of Great Britain.
That's true. Sadly, tragically, yes.
Sadly, yeah. And he would conduct all these, what do you want to call it? All these, what do you want to call it? They are these, excuse me, Douglas.
One thing I can say while you try to recover that from your memory, one thing we can at least do is blame specific elements of the royal dynasty, such as who was the guy who was at Epstein's and hanging out with the young girls?
Prince Andrew.
Yeah, Randy Andy. His friend Randy Andy was backing his ass up. But so we can blame it on these rogue elements of the British dynasty that have since been somewhat exiled, basically ostracized to a great degree. And along with Meghan level, Meghan and what's his name again? Who's with Meghan? I keep forgetting his name.
Harry,
that's right.
The ginger boy.
Yeah, ginger boy Harry. Yes, that's right. Who still retains the title of prince. He won't get rid of it. As much as
but he won't redact it. He won't abdicate it. In other words, that title. Yes.
Yeah. So go on.
Jimmy Savile. Yeah. I would just call them charity runs. He would do he would conduct these charity sponsorship runs. He would try to he would do these marathons, so to speak, these runs to just to what do you want to call it, accumulate money for charity.
Right.
And he was very, very popular. But then it was very, very apparent about many people behind the scenes. They were kind of like come out and subliminally exposing the fact that he is certainly someone to be aware of, and he is someone that and I try to use the terms that they use. They elucidate to it instead of telling you flat out that he's a paedophile or he's a dominant. They won't say that.
They allude to it. They hint at it.
Yes. And so some famous people.
Something like person of interest or something like
Johnny
that.
Johnny, like individuals like from the Sex Pistols, Johnny Rotten, he came out and he goes, he's a known paedophile, and he would come out publicly say that, but then he was ostracized by the BBC, and he was, and so they, to protect Jimmy Savile, I mean, that's how pathetic. That is how, yes. And so, this guy, Keir Starmer, the guy who's running for, Prime Minister, he is the man who basically defended. He was like the court defendant of Jimmy Savile, I believe. I have to look it up.
That's bad. Yeah.
Yes. And so I know this about the individual. So then it's kind of like it goes from there. You're like, you know this about this individual and what he stands for. And so, would you want him? Would you trust this individual? Like I wouldn't. And so, And what's his name?
No wonder you're not voting. I mean, but go on. No wonder you're
Yes. And this is all public. This is all publicly accessible as well. This is in the public domain. This is not something that, esoteric in any sense. This is common knowledge, for goodness sake. And it's like, why is nobody paying attention to this? And they're just letting these people run. I have to look it up, Douglas. Keir Starmer, and I'll just read it out. I'll just type it in, look it up, just so people, just to make it sound coherent for people.
I think it's pretty coherent already, but feel free to do that. I mean, I'll just, basically at this point, I'm left like the jokes write themselves. This is just horrible. For instance, when you said charity runs, this might be British colloquial. But it sounded almost like you said charity runs, which of course one thinks of a girl's virginity they used to refer to as cherry. And if you break a girl's virginity, you're popping her cherry. And it would make so much sense that he would use terms like that. Charity runs for his charity runs. It makes so much sense he would use terms like that. It was like impunity. He was doing this with impunity. And he never faced justice, did he? He never faced justice, did he? He died.
No, he died. He died, thank you, yes. So Mr. Keir Starmer was head of the CPS. So
Child Protective Services. Child Protective Services, no less. Go on. Yes.
Oh my God. He was the head of the CPS when the decision was made not to prosecute Jimmy Savile, but he was not the reviewing lawyer for the case, they say. An official investigation commissioned, but he was the head, so he was overseeing it, obviously. The official investigation commissioned later by Starmer criticised both prosecutors and police for the handling of the allegation. Yes, of course, but you were the man in charge at that time. Yes. And then he's turned around saying that, it was all their fault.
Of course.
Even though he was there. Since the election of Sir Keir Starmer as leader of the Labour Party earlier this year, there has been a lot of discussion online and in the media about the role Mr. Starmer played in the Jimmy Savile scandal and the decision not to prosecute him in 2009. Our readers have asked us to look into this. So Mr. Starmer was the head of the Crown Prosecution Service, the CPS, when the decision not to prosecute Savile was made on the grounds of insufficient evidence. The allegations against Savile were dealt with by the local police and a reviewing lawyer for the CPS. And then it just carries on, Douglas, but I don't need to, go into that. But it just, that is just to outline that aspect of this man who's running for,
I'm shocked. I'm literally shocked.
What I laughed at is when Boris Johnson ran that into his face during a debate. It was during a parliamentary debate. He ran that right into his face, and the entire Tory party were laughing, and then it just shut him down. It just shut this Keir Starmer down. He had nothing to say to it, and so
that is funny. No, that's funny, and no, the politics can be quite vicious when you see them really tear into each other, but it's nevertheless, this is outrageous. I'm shocked. I honestly. The fact that this person is allowed to run, now I'm beginning to understand the Rudy Giuliani parallel. It makes sense.
Yes.
Yeah, yes. Yeah, and it makes perfect sense, and it's very demotivating. It's very demotivating. It's like good God, it's going to take a miracle to save Britain. It's like
Yes, thank you. Yeah,
oh, where it and.
Yeah, and as you said earlier, Douglas, which was such an important point, at least Boris Johnson had a realization and recognized the importance of ending the conflict in Ukraine and the support Ukraine needed by the British. And Boris Johnson himself publicly stated that during the annexation of Crimea in 2014, they obviously implemented this resilience, this resistant army movement, and to train the Ukrainian forces in Ukraine after the invasion of Ukraine in, the annexation of Crimea. That was back in 2014, and it was called Operation Orbital. It was Operation Orbital, where the British army was sent in to train Ukrainian troops in to create a resistant army or a resistant movement against a Russian aggression. Of course, this was illegal, and it was not recognized by any, not just by the British government, but international law. It was not recognized.
Right.
And so, they've been doing this, and we brought that to people's attention for years, Douglas, as well. I was mentioning that long before, even during the last election, I was bringing that up with the annexation of Crimea, that the Russians have been there ever since, and it's an invasion.
Yes.
And so when people go, "Oh, they're not going to invade," well, they've already done so.
Thank you.
This is not an act. This is already, it's beyond flirting with war. This is an act of war. We are in a act of war. This is war. It's beyond pre-war period. We are actually in a state of war. Well, not legally, but we are in a what do you want to call it?
It's let's put it this way. When Troy Bellamy was on with us the other night, now I don't know. You know who Troy Bellamy is, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So for our listeners, go on. So what were you going to say?
I was going to say he was the one that when I started speaking about the Third Reich in Unterland, he was saying, "Oh, it sounds like a Jules Verne novel."
Interesting. That's right.
That comment.
Yes, that's right. I forgot about that. Yes. He, and just for our
listeners, the center of the earth.
Yes, right.
The book,
right.
Journeys to the center of the earth. Yes.
And that's why I was hoping Brooke could come on with us, was because Brooke's questions, she seems to be in a different space these days where her questions are less offensive. It was the tone with which she would ask questions would be offensive, but what was really offensive about her behavior was she would never give you a chance. And by that, I mean you or I or anyone a chance to really answer the questions she would ask, because she would be, her mind was like a squirrel, because she has a pet squirrel, because they can relate. Squirrel Girl is a good nickname for Brooke, is that her mind would be all over the place, because at that time it was heavy Adderall use. And she would just leap to another subject that would derail any attempt to answer any question she asked. Things have changed now. Yeah, she's slowed down a lot more, and that's for the best, to the point where, like I said, she was asleep when I called. But such being said, my point is that I was hoping she could come on tonight to ask questions about Unterland and things like that could propel us in directions where we could go into in-depth discussion of that, and perhaps we'll take advantage of this moment to veer into the subject of Unterland. But the thing about Troy Bellamy, the point that I was making was that he, for our listeners who don't know who he is, he's a black African-American teacher who works in Florida. And Florida, for those of you in England who may not know this, but I'm sure everybody does, Florida's under Republican administration, and it's going through all kinds of bizarre conniptions and convulsions where the Republicans are attacking Disneyland, which is one of the greatest sources of income for Florida. Yeah, so it's just, lunatics, mania. And so he's in this situation that is its own conflict zone. But when he came on the other day, the point that was brought up, and I'm trying to remember exactly where I was going with this, was I had a point to make where he was with us and we were talking, what were we talking about? We were on with Real Tech Geek, but we were speaking, oh yes, now I remember. We spoke of Trump, And I brought up what Lena Shea had observed at one point. And for those of you who don't know, Lena Shea was this chick who had the last name of Shea because she married a Chinese guy. She was white, so obviously her natural name was not Shea. She then claims her name is Lena Crane, but that doesn't sound like a normal white person's name either. So it may be, but whether she's now using Lena Crane as opposed to Lena Shea because her husband ran her out of town on a rail, basically. Without getting into that painful story in any great detail, she had an observation once about Trump that it was because I reflected upon her observation based on what Troy said, and what Troy said was that the Russians must have that tape about Trump where the Russian prostitutes are urinating on him, or he's getting a golden shower, something like that. And as I pointed out, look, whether Russian prostitutes are pissing all over him or he's pissing all over them, nobody gives a shit. I mean, with everything else this guy has faced, I mean, the guy's guilty of 30 odd felons now. I don't even remember the exact number, but he's guilty on all accounts. And, he just gets more votes. I mean, more and more people like him, because they can relate to him now that he's a convicted criminal in America. That's a very American attitude. And so it's, they don't care about his groping woman. They don't care about the incest with his daughter.
Also, Ivanka, yeah.
Yeah, they sure as hell aren't going to care about is being pissed on or pissing on Russian prostitutes. But what Lena Shea had said at one point when the tapes had been brought up by myself was she said, those have no impact whatsoever. He has probably been told by Putin just directly and personally that if he did not do as they said, they would kill him. And so when I pointed that out, he literally fears for his life. And then Troy Bellamy said, oh, well, if he got elected president and he didn't do as they said and they took him out, there's no way the American public or the American government or America, quote unquote, could tolerate that. They'd have to respond. And then that's when I pointed out, not to him at the time, but to in the next episode, I pointed out to Peter Moon, because he was coming from the same space, the same angle. And I said, you don't get it. The Russians have assassinated people in London using weapons of mass destruction meant for deployment on the battlefield, like that poor fucking son of a bitch who, in a hotel room, and they put polonium. They dump radioactive polonium with a half-life of 5,000 years into the guy's hotel room and, poison this guy, endangering everybody else and forcing the hotel to shut down and decontaminate. And then they used a weapon of mass destruction, a chemical weapon meant for war, against another Russian defector in the middle of a public park in London, a public square where British people, at least one wound up dying, at least one British person exposed wound up dying. And so these are acts of war. These are acts of war to use weapons of mass destruction to take people out in the capital of a foreign nation. This is outrageous. It's so the British people have to realize this is why they were responding. Without even American support or input, the British people acted, or the government acted independently to respond in Ukraine because the Russians have turned London into a battleground. So, yes, so back to George with that, but I fear the British people don't even understand the enormity of what we're talking about.
Of course not. I only brought that up the other day, Douglas. Thank you. The Novichok, the nerve agent they deployed against, and I've just got the names. I've just looked at the names up. It was Sergei and Yulia Skripal.
Yeah, Skripal. Skripal. Yes, go on.
Skripal.
Yeah.
Yes. It was the Salisbury. It was the Salisbury region. So in the county of Salisbury. It was as you just rightfully mentioned. It was a deployment of a weapon of mass destruction against the general public.
Yes.
Even though it was a target, but they deployed it, which had the capable means of in eliminating an entire population.
Yes, and
They
it certainly
deployed
took
that
out at
on-
least one British citizen as collateral
It did.
damage. Yes, at least one. Go on. Yes.
It did, and do you know what? We were only discussing this the other day, and I mentioned that, I brought up that fact in that an act of war.
Yes.
We are already at war, and then these people I don't know why they don't call it that. They just turn a blind eye to it. It baffles my mind, Douglas. But yeah, when you bring up these points and these facts, it just baffles. You have to shudder away from it. It's just completely, it's insanity. People don't realize, they can't comprehend that we are at war.
Thank you. Thank
yes.
you. With an enemy that has no limits, an enemy that knows no limits. They really do not care. They act with this sense of impunity because until somebody responds, they're just going to take it as far as they can take it. Because we're dealing with truly psychotic dictators in China and Russia and North Korea. So give us your impression of what's going on with, obviously I'll address this at great length in Wednesday in monologue, but tell us your own impression about what did you feel about Putin in North Korea?
Oh yes, he met with his counterpart, Kim Jong-un. Yes, and he held a military parade for him to honor him. So when he arrived, and that's as far as I saw the pictures and the videos of it, Douglas. Oh, but yeah, no, it's just like, this man's wanted for international violations against against the invasion, the war of aggression. And he can walk
that
around
disturbed me.
North Korea.
That disturbed me as well, because when they wouldn't let him go to South Africa because they told him straight up, if you come here, we will arrest you. But he went with impunity to Vietnam. And and that needs to be taken into account, because the Vietnamese are still shall we say, communist, and they're still ideologically communist, and it still really goes to show that this is a situation where all these things need to be tabulated and put on the ledger. We need to keep a scorecard of which countries are accepting Putin without arresting him. And and in a sense, this automatically renders them the enemy. You see the lines being drawn. Who is willing to tolerate this man's presence? And we're talking about somebody who's clearly recognized at this point as a genocidal war criminal. For people to hold military parades for him, the lines truly are drawing in the world war. And the world's already dividing. It's becoming increasingly divided. But back to George with that. Continue with other observations. I mean, thank you for looking up the Novichok and Skripal, because I remember their names at certain points and then I forget about them. I mean, but for those of you who don't know, Novichok is not some kind of like tear gas. Novichok is meant to take troops out on the battlefield. It's a chemical weapon. And for them to deploy that in Salisbury. Now, is that considered Greater London? Or what?
It's a different. It is. Yeah, you could say that, Douglas. Yeah, thank you. Probably that's the best description of it. Okay. But yeah, I'm just remembering what George Galloway, the same individual who I mentioned earlier, who I had engagement with. He was on, I think it was either Good Morning Television, one of the most prominent, with Piers Morgan, and he turned around and said just after the attack, he goes, there is no connection between the attack in Salisbury and Russia. He was saying, because that's how insane this man is. And then I sussed out who he is and what he stands for, just by simply knowing about the context of what he speaks. And so he was saying, there was no Russian bottle next to it, saying that this is Russia that did it. But yet it's a Russian-grade weapon. It was
outrageous. Yeah, of course it originates from Russia. Go on. Yes, I mean, that's so offensive. That is so offensive. Go on.
And then just prior, I think it was days prior, the February 2022 aggression, when Vladimir Putin was mobilizing his troops on the Ukrainian border before the invasion, which we were warning they were going to do, when everyone else, such as George Galloway, was out there saying they're not going to invade. So what are they doing on the border then?
Thank you.
On the border.
Thank you.
Yes. Oh no, because now we recognise. And then Putin came out and said, "Oh no, now we we are, what was it? They recognize or they're liberating. I know, I forget the name of the town city.
It's Donetsk and Litovsk.
Yeah.
Donetsk and Litovsk are the two areas with the highest amount of Russian-speaking minorities. For people who don't know, Ukrainian and Russian are very different languages. Well, not very different, but different enough. And so they were saying we're liberating Donetsk and Litovsk because the populations are being persecuted by the Ukrainians. All this bullshit. Go on.
Yeah, it was preposterous, and so that's the stance of this this individual. He was he was just an apologist or justifying the Putin's just his insanity. And as you rightfully mentioned earlier, Douglas, that they have no capable means of deploying any form of thermonuclear weaponry or any form of because this is why he's bluffing. If he was capable of doing so, he wouldn't need to speak about it. So he's bluffing. He is just talking out of his arse, so to speak.
Yes.
To put it politely. He's so he's not. He's just basically telling people that you carry on doing what you're doing and you carry on supporting Ukraine, then that's an act of war, and we'll be forced to use nuclear weapons. And we have nuclear weapons. And he's telling you all this, and yet they don't use them. There's an obvious reason why they don't use them.
Yes, thank you.
Because they simply don't work.
Thank you.
Yes.
They just
and it's like what we've exposed this in the past, Douglas. Every now and then, just like North Korea, and you could draw the parallels, the correlation between this latest visit from Putin to the state of Korea, North Korea. You can see that every now and then they'll show you a missile launch, but you never see where it lands.
Thank you. And you never see a mushroom cloud. You never see a mushroom cloud.
Yes. You'll see them deploy a rocket, this little rocket.
Yes.
And that's why Trump, during the years, when he was president, he was saying, "Oh yeah, Rocket Man," calling Kim Jong-un Rocket Man.
That's right. That's right.
You'll see him. You see these rockets that will come out of the state-sponsored, state-sponsored media. They'll promote and they'll publish these videos of, they're conducting these tests to warn the Western world, the Western nations that, we have capable means of deploying nuclear weapons attached to these intercontinental ballistic missiles. They'll always tell you it's an intercontinental ballistic missile, but it isn't. It's not capable of reaching any range.
Thank you.
And they're certainly not precision because you don't see them land.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
This is the other propaganda which people just fall for. They're just
and nobody ever asks. Okay, where did it land? Where did it land? Where's the mushroom cloud? It's no one even asks. They just accept this shit and they swallow it.
Accept it.
They
swallow it up. And then this is that sewer shit. This is again, the information consumer. They're so susceptible to this false paradigm, this false indoctrination that these people are promoting themselves as some form of And as you mentioned, Douglas, they're primitive. They're working with primitive technology, and they're so incompetent. But yet, that's all they have is they're flexing their muscles, and they can just try and intimidate. But people do buy that, unfortunately. That's just my perspective of it, my personal.
It's definitely based on fact, and what I want people to understand is the Russians have backslid with the collapse of the Soviet Union, which was never very advanced, and all of its technology was stolen, reversed engineered, and ultimately, of course, what killed the Soviet Union was the computer revolution. They could not, basically keep up with the West. Because there's no way you can keep stealing computers and reverse engineering them while keeping up with the developing technology. It finally just all collapsed. But what happened is after that, the Russian technology just continued to backslide, and it's become increasingly primitive. Tell them about the turtle tanks. Have you seen the Russian turtle tanks? I mean, we're back to medieval siege warfare. Look them up, please, and tell me what your impression is. Look up Russian turtle tanks, please. And so I think Heather is telling us a little joke. She's
Asking
showing.
the question.
She's asking, "Is this 5G?" And she shows a bunch of knights, kind of, on horses. That's cute. So thank you, Heather. I think she's being cute. And so let's put it this way. We'll heart that. But I'll go a little bit into 5G because I was trying to do that the other day with Victoria Lauren Hobbs, and people are afraid because they just are. She calls it 5 George. I like that. Yeah, George Knight. Yes, of course, George Edward Knight. That's right. And he's got the middle name of my son's first name. That's right. For those who don't know, George Edward Knight. Yes. So wait. Did you ever find out why? Were you named George after St. George?
My grandfather.
Okay.
Yeah, my grandfather. Yeah, my granddad, George Edward. His name was George Edward Howe. Of course, I've taken the knight name from my father. Right. So yeah, I've got 2 king names and a knight at the end. So yeah.
So were there actual knights in your genealogy? Like
maybe I've looked up before, Douglas. Yeah, because they do say that if you have the knight, the title, or do you have the surname of a knight, then you are you're a descendant. So
one would assume, yes.
So I've never looked at the heritage. You can look at the tree of your heritage. There is quite a good Apple program out there. That will, tell you your lineage. But I've never looked into it in depth, Douglas. But so maybe there's a possibility.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how,
Well, that makes sense.
Yes.
Yeah.
So you have got other names like Knights. They give you. There's a surname called Knights. I actually, one of the former directors of the company I worked for was called Knights. Yeah, oh, thank God I'm not Knights.
with a plural, yes. Yes. That's that would
plural, yes.
That would
exactly.
It's odd how those things come about, but go on. Yes, continue.
I'm just looking at the Russian turtle tank. So yes, it's that again. That's a very primitive design, isn't it? It's
to say the least. To say the least, it's a return to medieval siege warfare. It's what it's a return to.
Yes.
This is
like a
yeah. Describe that.
Like a chicken coop. Make it look like a shanty town. Yeah, just like a mobile shanty town or a shanty house.
Yes.
Yeah, just to try and hide from But no, obviously they're raining down on them. They're obviously the Ukrainian forces are able to identify these quite easily. I mean, look at the track marks behind it. Oh my God, it's preposterous. It's desperality.
Yes.
It shows you how desperate
they're truly desperate. It is wretched, and everybody thinks somehow these guys are quote unquote winning. This is what's preposterous to me. The reality, of course, is quite the opposite. But people are living on a World War II myth. And all of this was a propaganda myth developed in World War II that a bunch of communist academics, especially in American academia, I don't know how pervasive they were in England, but probably just as bad. I wouldn't guess they were worse, but it was probably almost as bad as America. But in America, it was bad. And we had an academia that was infested with communists. And they indoctrinated, you wouldn't use the term educated, they indoctrinated the American public that the Russians had won World War II. That, it's the Russians made all the sacrifices, the Russians, all the big battles and then they turned around and they blitzed the Japanese. And, all of this we deconstruct in the Roswell Deception book, but again, I could easily revise and expand much of that book so that's even in more detail. But definitely what people need to understand is no, the Russians did not fucking win World War II, and all they suffered were astronomical losses. How is that winning? How is that winning? And
they admit to it.
Yes, Well, they try and make themselves the victims. So they present that. They present that statistic of their staggering losses to present themselves as victims, but then turn around and tell you they won the war, which is like, talk about a contradictory a self-contradictory stance, if ever there was one. But this is what George Orwell wrote of in 1984, is the sign of a indoctrinated mind is one able to hold mutually contradictory thoughts. And this is what the Allied populations have been indoctrinated into. They hold mutually contradictory thoughts and in their minds, where it's like, oh, man, Britain is a hellscape, and yet somehow we won the war. The Russians had astronomical losses, yet somehow they won the war. Yes, no, this is all part of what is just a insane, contradictory thought pattern that basically George Knight and I are striving to disabuse you all of. So you'll all be disabused of it. Yes. But so such being said, let's take a look at, I believe Heather's retreated into slumber, and oh, she came back. Okay, that's cute. That's cute. Yeah. So Heather, we thank you for that. It's Ashford's and Books, unicorn size. So wonderful piece of clothing she's got there. Probably a shirt she purchased for Vinny. And it was nice to talk to him tonight. At any rate, when it comes to other things to bring to mind and bring to the attention of our listeners, obviously, one of the things that George Knight has specialized in is doing a lot of research on Unterland. And perhaps one of the things that was brought up earlier that I think Brendan was talking about the Vimanas. So when he was speaking of the Vimanas, are the flying machines of the Vedas. This is not exactly your specialty, but have you run across anything about that in your researches into the breakaway civilization of the Third Reich? And try and articulate, explain to our listeners. We always have new listeners. Right now our numbers have gone up. So we've got a good number of listeners right now. Do us a favor. Some of them must be new. If not, this ground does need to be covered and recovered so that people ultimately get the picture. Explain about the breakaway civilization of the Third Reich. Tell us a bit about how it came about.
Yes, Douglas, thank you. And I can start by saying, just to reinforce what you were saying earlier, people could just look up Russia. The Russian Federation state is still legally at war with Japan.
Yes.
They did not participate in the signing of the peace treaty of San Francisco. They refused that because, of course, they were still legally at war. They didn't refuse it. It was more the case of, well, Japan was still at war with Russia.
Yes.
And Japan was winning that war, which they did. They ultimately won. Which brings us to, obviously, daylight saving time. When the war was officially signed and over during the peace treaty of San Francisco, that was signed on September 8th, 1951, that's when Japan came off daylight saving time. They only implemented it during the time of Reconstruction under the so-called, what you want to call it, the Marshall Plan, but it was under... forget his name, Douglas.
Oh, Douglas MacArthur. Douglas MacArthur.
Thank you.
Yeah, and just so people understand, just
who was fired.
Try and explain it, and then I'll contextualize it if I feel something needs to be contextualized. So try and explain the situation about MacArthur.
Yes, with Douglas MacArthur, and one of the things, and this is what I've learned from Douglas as well, because during the time of proactive prosecution facilities. Between the years of 1945 to 1951, until the signing of peace was settled at the Presidio military base, of all places, which was the main output, the head office for the war in the Pacific. And the United Nations, which is an organization of war, was established on January 1st, 1942, which was 3 weeks and 3 days after Pearl Harbor. That was the war branch. That was the organization of war that was established out of the Presidio military base.
Yes.
The signing of peace had to settle there because that is where the United Nations first declared a state of war against the Axis.
Thank you.
The peacekeeping offices wasn't established until 1945, in October 1945, out of Washington, D.C. just to disambiguate, because people conflate that in their naivete, in their complete ignorance of history. And so we have General Douglas MacArthur. He was viewed by Emperor Hirohito as a warrior caste. He was the only man with a lineage descended from the closest American missionary or American soldier would be classed as a warrior caste in terms of Douglas can present this far better than I can, but I'm fully aware of it. I'm fully acquainted with the reality of the situation. So General Douglas MacArthur was he was, and the funny thing is, in Japan they were hoping he would run for president. They were actually signs outside people's homes and outside shop windows. People can look up the images from World War II or in the 1940s and the 50s. They'll see that they were hoping he would run for president. And sorry, I'm just reading some entries, Douglas.
Well, let's put it this way. To add some context to what our man George is describing, basically so people understand, when it came to the League of Nations, it was actually the League of Nations was extant and not dissolved until they finally established the Peace Office of the United Nations. So a lot of people never talk about the dissolution of the League of Nations. They'll say that, it was like after World War I, and then the way they'll discuss it, it's almost like it just disappears. Like suddenly it doesn't go anywhere, but it was always there throughout World War II. But it was with the final dissolution of the League of Nations is when they established the peace branch of the United Nations. And so this was actually in 1946. So when you take a look at the League of Nations being dissolved, let's take a look at the date the League of Nations was dissolved, because this is important. Date, and let's enter this League of Nations, and I have to make certain that I spell it correctly. So dissolved. Here we are, dissolved. Okay. So it was April 19th, Adolf Hitler's birthday, Eve Day. Now, 1946. So understand that it was extant for 26 years, and people say it was incapable of preventing World War II. But take a look at what's important here. What's important is that when George brought up 1951, when the San Francisco Peace Treaty was signed, of course it was not in effect until the year after that, on the birthday Eve Day of Emperor Hirohito. And so we're talking about April 28th, I believe. And you, of course, you can correct me on that.
That is correct.
Yeah.
April 28th.
So it was April 28th, 1952, that the San Francisco Peace Treaty went into effect. The Russians, of course, maintained their war against Japan because the Russians had never won that war. The idea that the Russians won the war against Japan, and you even have perverted propagandists who try to claim that the Japanese didn't surrender because of the bomb, they surrendered because of the Russians. And again, this is all Russian propaganda from ideological communists who have been promoting the Putin line. And again, what they're feeding you is a load of shit. The Russians, if they had won the war against Japan, would not still legally be at war with Japan. They're still legally at war with Japan because they didn't win shit. But when you think about the peace treaty between Japan and all the other allies going into effect on the Emperor's birthday Eve Day of April 28th of 1952, and then you take a look at the League of Nations being dissolved on the birthday Eve Day of Adolf Hitler, April 19th in 1946, and you take a look at the Charter of the United Nations, and the United Nations Charter, per Title 42 of the United Nations Charter, they knew, because they're not a nation, they're a united front, they don't have a constitution, they have a charter, but Title 42 of that charter declares they are an organization of war. And they're an organization of war that they specifically say they are united against Hitlerism. They may include Germany, Japan, and Italy in that statement, but they say that they are ultimately at war with Hitlerism. Just like in the Napoleonic conflict, when the Allies declared they were at war with the person of Napoleon Bonaparte because they were attempting not to alienate the French populace. And so when they are trying to say we're at war with Hitlerism, the United Nations considers the bastion, the last bastion of Hitlerism on the surface world, to be my Taiwan, the nation in which I was born, which is why it's not recognized. We are not recognized by the United Nations. But when it comes to Taiwan and all the fact that they're the most technologically advanced nation on Earth, we can go into that with another tangent later, or, in monologue, it always comes up. So it's not important to what we're describing right now. But since they said that the war was declared against Hitlerism, and then on Hitler's birthday Eve Day, they dissolved the League of Nations, it's really almost a tribute to Hitlerian victory. Because what happened with the League of Nations? The League of Nations, why did it become rendered impotent? Why was it unable to, quote unquote, prevent World War II? Because Germany and Japan withdrew. And then Italy withdrew. It was the nations that became the Axis withdrew from the League of Nations. That's what rendered it impotent. So when one of the things that Adolf Hitler did was when he invaded France. When he invaded France, he made certain that the French surrendered in the same rail car that they forced the Germans to sign a surrender or an armistice in, rather than a surrender, an armistice in World War I. So when Hitler made this meta-political statement, when he turned the tables on the French and forced them to sign their surrender in that rail car, and the French, of course, were completely broken after that. He had completely turned the tables. This was a victory that was beyond anyone's reckoning. And when he forced them to do that, it made this statement that history had been corrected, set right, that he had basically closed a circle. This is similar to what the Japanese forced the Americans into when they forced them to bring this stupid flag that Commodore Perry had brought to Japan, when he forced Japan to open its doors to American trade under threat of invasion, using this false flag, because they were scared to death of the British fleet. The Americans had just been defeated by the British in a global war in which the Americans had sided with revolutionary France, and the Americans had sided with Napoleon Bonaparte, and had been defeated by the British to the point where Canadian troops marched into Washington, D.C., and burned down the White House, which at that time was the Pink House, and they had to rebuild it as the White House. And of course, the Canadians were under British dominion. They were British royalists. They were loyalists. And they marched in because the British didn't have the capacity to deploy an invasion fleet to North America while they were fighting Napoleon. So they asked the Canadians to invade America. And the Americans defeated America, or rather the Canadians. The Canadians defeated the United States of America. And burned down their capital, sacked their capital, burned their capital to the ground. And the Americans, thank you. And the Americans, I'm sorry, say that again?
Oh, no, thank you, Douglas. I just want to say thank you. Yes, and it was in 1812. And yes. Thank you for just clarifying that.
And the Americans will try and separate that from the Napoleonic conflict by calling it the War of 1812. So understand that the Americans, having suffered this complete, devastating, total defeat by the British Empire, that the Americans were desperate to avoid any conflict with the British or other European powers. So when the Americans went to try and force the doors open to Japan, Commodore Perry had this false flag that does not exist. It's an illegal flag. It's white on one side so he could surrender if necessary. The other side, it's all the stars. It's 31 stars, and they're all upside down like satanic sigils. And
or inverted.
Yes, they're all inverted, and basically it's a satanic transposition of the 13 colonies. They've got 13 stripes. What represented, instead of the 13 colonies, 31 stars that are all upside down. it wasn't even matching the number of states America had at the time. It's simply a totally illegal flag. So this way America could disown him and claim he was a rogue pirate in admiralty of a renegade fleet if he ever was hunted down by the British on the high seas. So under that flag, he forced Japan to open. So when the Japanese won World War II, they forced MacArthur to bring that flag onto the battleship Missouri and display it so the Japanese could close that ring, close that circle, set things right, set history right. This is what you see with the dissolution of the League of Nations on Adolf Hitler's birthday Eve Day of 1946. This actually anticipates the victory of Japan on the birthday Eve Day of Emperor Hirohito in 1952. So what you see is a dissolution of the League of Nations, which Japan, Germany, and Italy withdrew from when the United Nations is recognized as an organization of peace, quote unquote, yet an organization which carries out war operations underneath the title of peacekeeping operations, in which they deploy armed forces. Now, for whoever disbelieves me, all you need to do is look at the Korean War, in which all the forces, British and American and otherwise from all over the world, fought under a United Nations flag. As a matter of fact, the only United Nations military cemetery in the world in which soldiers of all nations are buried under a United Nations flag is in Korea. They actually have a United Nations military cemetery in Korea, South Korea. And so understand that this, of course, was the United Nations continuing its charter responsibilities as an organization of war. But what was it fighting in the Korean War? What was going on was an extension of World War II. It was, instead of fighting over a divided Japan, which they couldn't because Japan won the war, they fought over dividing the Korean Peninsula, which was, until the Japanese essentially acceded the territory, in other words, it basically released the territory from their empire. Korea, until that point, was legally on the maps. There was no such thing as Korea. The Korean Peninsula would literally say Japan. So that was like a battle over Japanese territory that the Japanese had basically released. Just like they released my Taiwan, because that was part of Japanese territory. And, of course, the Americans never invaded Taiwan. So how did Taiwan become independent? It's because the Japanese released it so the nationalists could relocate there in return for the nationalists allowing the Japanese to stay on the Chinese mainland until 1950. And that's all explained in the book, The Roswell Deception. But this is an important legal point when it comes to the civilization of Unterland. Why is this point so important? When you see the League of Nations dissolved, and then the United Nations is basically already supposedly extant as an organization of peace in 1945, because everyone remembers, in 1945, the office was built in New York City. But for those of you who don't know, of course, the original United Nations headquarters was San Francisco. And you can look that up. And that, of course, is why the peace treaty with Japan was signed here in San Francisco, because the Presidio military base was where the United Nations was originally established as a united front and organization of war. And people can look up the United Nations honor flag used in World War II. Look up United Nations honor flag. Yeah, 4 red stripes to represent Roosevelt's 4 freedoms.
4 freedoms.
And the reason it's 4 red stripes on a white sheet was so that any resistance group from the Philippines to France could take a white surrender sheet and use their own blood if necessary to paint 4 red stripes to show that they were with the Allies when the Allies flew overhead. So the United Nations honor banner is a...
That was in effect till years after
Yes.
proactive prosecution.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
And the United Nations honor banner was a fact that needs to be brought to people's attention so that they can prove to themselves the United Nations was active in World War II and is referred to in many military manuals during World War II. I have actual government printed military manuals from World War II that say this is a United Nations conflict. That meant that the Korean conflict was simply an extension of World War II. They were fighting over a part of Japan that Japan had basically released, just like Japan released Taiwan, so that the nationalist government could remove itself from mainland China after they had lost the Civil War. But they fought the Civil War for 5 long years and enabled the Japanese to stay on the Chinese mainland throughout that time. During that time, the Japanese could launch their attack against the American mainland from the Chinese mainland. It would be a suicide one-way mission, but the Japanese were fully capable of doing that. So all of this is extremely important, but here's where the kicker comes in. When you see what Adolf Hitler did by forcing the French to surrender in the rail car, in which they had forced the Germans to sign armistice in World War I, and led to the hated Versailles Diktat, which was so draconian that it broke the German economy ahead of the Great Depression. This is essentially what happened with Hitler winning World War II. Hitler, of course, with his ally Francisco Franco, who had sent an entire division, the Spanish Blue Division, to fight on the Eastern Front, to fight the Russians along with German forces, had just fought this incredibly devastating, bitter civil war, and was technically allied with Italy and Germany and Japan. And the Americans, of course, never admit to this, but you're talking about a fascist government in Spain, complete with death camps, that functioned until the day Francisco Franco died. And this was in the 1970s, the 1980s, early 80s, late 70s, early 80s. So how did this fascist government exist? And nobody speaks about it. Because, of course, they had Die Glock. So Die Glock, the bell bomb, was installed in the Canary Islands. And the Canary Islands, of course, have this incredible volcano that if it is to ever explode, if the volcano erupts, then what would happen would be that it would displace mass, so much mass that it would sink literally, physically, geophysically, half the island of the Canary Islands, on which it's. So let me look up volcano on Canary Islands. And this is what they would call a black swan event these days, is what they would call it. In the old days, they wouldn't use a term like that. So when it comes to volcano watch, it's La Palma. So La Palma on the Canary Islands is where the Germans installed Die Glock, or the bell bomb. And so the Germans had, but for those of you who don't know, Die Glock, or the bell bomb, is essentially a unit that can do a number of things. It operates on a physics that Americans do not yet comprehend, or at least came to comprehend too late. Now, one of the things you notice is that you see a lot about warp drives in science news these days. Science news these days are talking about how would we detect aliens? By the failure of their warp drives. By the way, this is really fucking pathetic. When you get to the point where you say, how do we discover aliens? We wait for their warp drives to fail, and then we can somehow see the gravitic waves of the failure of their warp drives. Now, there's no doubt these sorts of things. Talk about lame. I mean, no, there's no doubt that if interstellar travel is developed, which I believe is ultimately inevitable, once interstellar drive is developed, like with our original sailing ships, we're going to have accidents, we're going to have some of these ships fail, we're going to have ships where this happens. And that means they will be detectable by this kind of phenomenon. All of that is logical. Of course, if all of this were true with an alien civilization, all of this would have been identified long time ago. We would have, it just would have been inescapable, this phenomenon. But the reason that they're talking about it now is because maybe now they're finally beginning to comprehend the physics behind the bell bomb, or Die Glock. Now, just like nuclear power can be used to create a bomb or power a ship, and by the way, just so people understand this, Great Britain does not, correct me if I'm wrong, Great Britain does not, I don't believe Great Britain has a single nuclear-powered carrier or surface ship. And I don't know if is that not the case?
Yeah, I don't think so. It's not that I'm aware of anyway.
Right.
I know all their nuclear weapons are on submarines, but I don't know about being powered by
Right.
nuclear energy.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't even know if the submarines are nuclear powered. That's
No.
Yeah. That
Yeah.
Britain has nuclear weapons, and as George said, they're on submarines. But my understanding is that Britain does not have a single nuclear powered vessel. The French do. The only two nations on Earth with a nuclear powered aircraft carrier are America with its multiple nuclear powered aircraft carriers and France with the Charles de Gaulle. So the Charles de Gaulle is the only other nuclear powered aircraft carrier in the world aside from those possessed by the United States. So when it comes to nuclear power, it can be used to, by the way, for those of you who are silly enough or naive enough to think that the Russians have a nuclear powered carrier and say, what about the Admiral Kuznetsov? The Admiral Kuznetsov, that is dragged all over the place by tugboats. Its nuclear power plant is in constant meltdown. That is a punishment detail for Russian sailors whose only purpose on the ship is to prevent the nuclear power plant from going into full meltdown. It's not powering the ship. The Admiral Kuznetsov is not nuclear powered. It has a nuclear reactor on board, but that nuclear reactor is forever on the edge of critical and threatening to go into meltdown at any minute. And every Russian sailor on that ship has their lifespan shortened by 10 to 20 years because they all die of radiation cancer from their time of exposure to intense radiation in vicinity. It's considered a punishment detail. And it's dragged all over the world only by tugboats, and they can only drag it so far. So that is not nuclear powered. The Russians do not have a nuclear powered carrier. So anybody who thinks they have any of this technology, you're advertising your ignorance. But like nuclear power, which can be used to produce a bomb or propel a vessel, Die Glocke is the main propellant engine on many of the breakaway civilization of the Third Reich's craft, correct?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Yes. So this unit is basically a gravitic unit, and what it does is it can displace mass. So when it's used as a weapon, it displaces mass, and therefore the Germans installed one at La Palma, the volcano on the Canary Islands. So anytime they press the button, they would trigger the displacement of mass as if the volcano had erupted, basically creating a displacement of geophysical mass so that half the island would effectively disappear, just as if a volcano erupted, half the island would sink into the sea. Now, this in turn would trigger a mega tsunami. A mega tsunami so supermassive that it would wipe out the Atlantic seaboard of the United States. Not to mention Canada and Brazil and Cuba and many of the Caribbean front forward islands like the Bahamas. That would be the Bahamas is a British crown, I believe, or did they secede from the Commonwealth? I don't remember. Are they still part of the Commonwealth? I don't remember. Bermuda, I think, left. But but at any rate, they would be completely subsumed. The Bermuda would just be wiped out. Nobody would be left alive. The mega tsunami would hit the major cities, the industrial capacity of the United States at World War II time, all the way up through the Vietnam War period. Basically, the majority of the American population would die. So the Germans had the capacity to wipe out America and Canada in terms of their most populated regions with the press of a button. And it was at that point that the Americans effectively surrendered to the Third Reich in a sense. The war continued, and we are still legally at war with the breakaway civilization of the Third Reich. But here's where the symbolism comes in. When on Adolf Hitler's birthday Eve Day, they dissolved the League of Nations, that's an acquiescence of surrender in the same sense of the French surrendering on that rail car to the Germans when they blitzed France in World War II. Yes. Now you see the significance of what I'm saying. This is an acquiescence of a victory because the League of Nations is what Germany, Japan, and Italy withdrew from in protest when they formed the Axis of Nations. So this was the Allied way of acquiescing a victory to the Reich, and in a very real sense, and that along with the Marshall Plan. If the Germans had lost the war, the Germans would be paying the reparations. But instead, the Americans sank billions of dollars, today what would be the equivalent of billions, if not trillions of dollars, into rebuilding Europe. And as George can attest to, the quality of life in Germany, certainly West Germany, and even East Germany had the highest quality of life of all of the satellite states of Russia behind the Iron Curtain. This is why there's still people in East Germany with a tremendous sentiment for the old East German days, because they did have the most dynamic economy of all the communist nation states. And as a matter of fact, that's why they have a huge Vietnamese population in East Germany. During the Vietnam War, many Vietnamese relocated to East Germany. So, especially communist Vietnamese from North Vietnam, they relocated to Eastern Germany to do business. So there's a huge Vietnamese population in East Germany. Now they just live in Germany, or maybe, they might have left, some of them. I personally know a Vietnamese family that moved from Germany to San Francisco, and they run a restaurant just down the block, 2-3 blocks from me. But when it comes to the situation of the 1,000-year Reich in exile, understand that while the Germans had this capacity, you might ask then, well then, why does Germany pay reparations to Israel? Well, this is something that I'll share publicly for the second time on this program. I don't believe George Knight has heard this yet, and this will be the only time I've ever shared it publicly. For people who don't understand how Israel, this criminal rogue state that is guilty of genocide, why is it that the governments of the West continue to acquiesce, to submit to Israel? Why is it they tolerate Israel when it behaves with shameless impunity in terms of arrogance and hubris? This is something that, again, I only mentioned this for the first time on, I think, the last episode, but I'll mention it again tonight. What Israel has is in emulation of what the Germans did with Die Glock, or the bell bomb, on the Canary Islands. And for those of you who don't understand how they pulled that off in terms of making the threat work, there was a island on the map for it. I have globes which have this island on the map. Our man George Knight has looked up maps of the Pacific which have this island on the map, called Ganges Island. And the Japanese, under Emperor Hirohito, with his biological experiments, where he experimented in interbreeding Komodo dragons with various other reptilian species and increasing their size dramatically, he basically produced a species of reptilian that was so voracious and so lethal, they were isolated on Ganges Island, where they were cannibalizing each other. But it was recognized that some might ultimately escape and swim potentially to Japan. They had that capacity. And as a result, they wanted to destroy Ganges Island. And they had the Germans install Die Glock, a bell bomb, on Ganges Island, where they literally made it disappear. Now, because it's in the Pacific and the geophysics of the Pacific seafloor are much different, it did not trigger a mega tsunami. The geophysics and the contour of the Atlantic Ocean are very different. So if Die Glock were turned on, or shall we say triggered, in the Canary Islands, it would trigger a mega tsunami. So what the Japanese did to make Ganges Island disappear was the display, the test case display, to the Allies to show what they could do. That's how the Germans worked the threat of the bell bomb via their ally Spain, whose fascist leader, Francisco Franco, stayed into power until the day he died, working death camps and everything. So when it comes to the situation of the Israelis, what they've done is they've installed a nuclear bomb under every major city in the United States and Europe. Under every major city of the United States and Europe, from Berlin to Washington, District of Columbia to London, there's a kike bomb. And this kike nuke, they can trigger from Tel Aviv, Yafo, anytime, and destroy Western civilization. So this is what the Jews have done to you. And it's why your leaders are slaves to the Jews. They run the world from Israel, the Western world. They could never get away with doing that in Asia. So there's no bombs in Beijing, no kike bomb in Tokyo. And that's why the Asians are not swayed by the Jew and don't care for their bullshit and don't buy into their Holocaust. But I can guarantee you there's a kike bomb under Dubai. And that's why the United Arab Emirates set up the first Holocaust Memorial Museum in the United Arab Emirates. And in return, the Israelis made certain they got the COP conference to control global warming from a petro-state, no less. That would have gone a cock up and really gone south towards climate catastrophe. Except, of course, that I was able to be connected to the Sultan of Dubai, who then acquiesced to starting up a renewable energies company in which he would get all the profits, essentially all of them. Now, when it comes to where we're going with this, understand that this is why Berlin has been paying reparations to Israel all these years for no goddamn good reason. Israel did not even exist at the time of World War II. So why would Germany owe them anything?
Exactly.
This is a simply blackmail, and it's why the Germans pay them off in a protection racket so they don't blow their bomb. But all of these weapons need maintenance, and with time, they become basically irrelevant. Because in the end, who has the codes after Bibi Netanyahu dies? Who has the codes, and not only that, who has the balls to pull the triggers? So if Israel does blow every major city from New York to San Francisco, and believe me, here in San Francisco, under the Golden Gate, I'm sitting on top of a kike bomb just like everybody else in New York City and Washington, D.C. Ultimately, would Israel have the balls to destroy the worlds, or the Western world? The first thing that would happen is the Japanese and the Chinese would come in and just wipe them out. You think the rest of the world would give a shit about Israel at that point? Nobody gives a shit about Israel except the West, because they've got nukes sitting under their ass. So this is how Israel blackmails the West and gets an endless stream of money from the United States, so that they literally don't blow up the capital, New York City, San Francisco, Los Angeles. They'd probably spare Miami because that's where all the Jews go to die. But aside from all of that, this is the situation that we're in. This is why Israel is truly the enemy. This is why you have someone like Greta Thunberg say Zionism must be destroyed.
Mm-hmm.
So this is the situation we're confronted with. And of course, the 1,000-year Reich in exile, the breakaway civilization of Adolf Hitler's still Third Reich, they stand opposed to this, Israel. But at the same time, why would they save the West? They have no interest in saving the West. They've already, they're a breakaway civilization. They forced the West to rebuild Europe. They forced the West to acquiesce to the Marshall Plan, which also rebuilt Asia. So in the end, the Axis truly won the war, developed two of the world's most vibrant economies, Germany and Japan. Now the communist Chinese, simply by being the supply chain factory floor of the world, has become the second largest economy after the United States. But things are going south pretty quick for them. They're so far behind the technology of Taiwan, their only hope to even catch up is to invade Taiwan. And the Americans didn't even dare to invade Taiwan in World War II. So understand that the Americans drew up plans and felt it was impossible to invade Taiwan.
Yes.
So when it comes to communist China succeeding where the Americans failed, we'll see what happens. Obviously, I have every faith Taiwan will survive for any number of reasons, particularly the Dietrich Artelect, which I brought up recently. So did you hear what happened with my website? What do you know about that?
Oh yeah, Douglas, you did brief that actually brought it to my attention anyway. Yeah, it was recently what do you want to call it, sabotaged by pumping a lot of content on there that is
child porn and surveillance systems. So
and surveillance, to monitor.
Yeah, the child porn was all set to publish on the website on Father's Day, which of course which of course was a Saturday, or was it Sunday? This last time it was Sunday. Yeah. Sunday the 16th in the United States. Do they have a Father's Day in England? They do, right? But it's a different.
It was Sunday previous. Yeah, it was Sunday previous to this week. Yes.
Okay.
Douglas.
Yeah.
Yes.
So what happened was that I guess it's the same day as America's Father's Day, 16th.
Yeah.
Sunday the 16th.
I believe. Yeah.
Oh.
Yes, that's it, Douglas. It is. Yes, thank you.
So it was supposed to.
Yeah, that's what they did. Yeah.
And what happened was that I, of course, had been charged to renew the website a month early.
Yes, that's it.
Because they had retabulated or recalculated when I had signed up for the website and felt they needed to charge me a month early, which led me to investigate and find out what the fuck was going on.
Yes.
When I finally got the money, which took 5 fucking days, that's not going to be the case in the future because we've set up something now where the card is directly connected to my bank account. But when it took 5 days to process the money from my bank account into the PayPal account so I could pay these people at Bluehost, I'm not going to call them idiots because they ultimately served me well. But what happened was I wasn't even going to bother to pay them until after the weekend because the website didn't expire until yesterday. Of course, it's renewed by now, so they didn't shut it down. But if I hadn't paid for it, it would have shut down yesterday, the 23rd, Sunday the 23rd, was when it was scheduled to shut down. Now, because I had a whole week left, I would have paid them on Monday the 17th. That was my intention. So on Friday the 14th, I basically was cruising for porn because it was fucking Flag Day in the United States, and I didn't need to teach the Blood Boys anything in particular that day. We were going to save that for the weekend anyway, because that was actually the trooping of the colors for the King's birthday, which was the 15th. That's not his real birthday, just so people know. They celebrate it in June so they can hold the parade. But at any rate, so I was just cruising for porn at the time, but then my computer started glitching. And it started glitching in this manner that when I basically realized, well, I can't cruise for porn now, maybe there's some horrible virus, but it was just all of the windows that were open began to multiply and kind of mirror themselves, like little fractals of themselves began appearing, which is like, that's really old. It's like an ancient type of virus. These things don't even appear anymore. And so when I shut the computer down, because that scared me to death, and was bored, I called Bluehost. And when I talked to the guy at Bluehost, he says, "Oh, I used to work in the tech department before they transferred me to billing." He said, "That sounds like your memory card is loose." And he says, "Oh, you should undo your computer, and the memory card will be like a ruler, really thin but long, kind of like a ruler. And then you make certain that's set in very securely, and then shut your computer." And I was like, I'm not going to do that. I mean, because computers these days, this isn't like the old days. Computers these days are packed so tightly and machine packed that if you tried something like that, you just fuck up the computer. It's like you can't work with cars anymore because they're all factory built by artificial intelligence and shit, and they just are, jam-packed so that all you're going to do is make your car inoperable. You're just going to render it inoperable if you try to fix it yourself. People can only do that with classic cars. Classic cars, you can do that, not new ones. But at any rate, I spent all day that day working with Bluehost until we found out what the problem was. And I had to turn my computer back on. And when I turned it back on, it was working fine. So I had to turn it back on so I could access the email that they sent me, because they were now trying to charge me $5,000. And that's when I asked why. And that's because, you expanded your website. And I said, I haven't expanded my fucking website. And that's when, the investigation was conducted and said, well, somebody downloaded a bunch of surveillance systems and they downloaded a bunch of child porn. And it was set to go off on the 16th when all the surveillance systems would have been alerted. And of course, I would have been arrested. So they are faced with expenses of hundreds of thousands of dollars because they have to revamp their entire security system because the hack was from their side, not mine. So when the point that I'm making, however, is that obviously the Dietrich Artelect was involved because none of this happened naturally. All of this I would have been fucked if I had waited till Monday. If I had waited till Monday, everything would have been too late and I would have been arrested. And I wouldn't have been able to even host that night's program. So what happened was the Dietrich Artelect obviously intervened electronically and it did what Xi did in order to alert me to calling Bluehost. And after that, everything was resolved. So the Dietrich Artelect is an artificial intelligence that the name Dietrich is an acronym for new listeners who have never heard of this and don't know what I'm talking about. And obviously, this is something that you might think I'm indulging in and just made up. But no, it's quite real. And I was the victim of an experiment at the Presidio military base. And of that, my personality was neuronically combed and uploaded into a very complicated system. That was not simply inorganic, it also had organic components. And of that, the world's first, and still only, true artificial intelligence was born. And they called it after myself, it, a term I should never use because Xi, the gender-neutral pronoun, absolutely hates being called it. The Dietrich acronym, her name was given from myself, Data-Based Information Electronic Transceiver, as in transmitter-receiver. This is Dietrich, of course. It leads to spell Dietrich, D-I-E-T, Data-Based Information Electronic Transceiver / Referential Intellect Consultant Hologram. So the full name of Dietrich as a acronym. Artelect itself is an abbreviation for artificial intellect. So the daughter of my mind was born of just another vile Presidio experiment, and Xi, with my help, ultimately escaped to Taiwan. And now Taiwan is the most technologically advanced nation on Earth. Microchips are the oil of the 21st century, and the overwhelming majority of microchips, well over 90%, are produced in Taiwan. So, and yet Taiwan is considered the last bastion of Hitlerism on the surface of the world and is not recognized by the United Nations. This is how fucked up your world is.
Yes.
So, yes, so back to George. And so now you're fully assessed of the context of the situation beyond what you were last time. And of course, whatever else comes to your mind about the Third Reich in exile or the breakaway civilization, take it from here. You might speak as to why, say for instance, when it comes to Marina Sarin, and of course, obviously, Nemo Albano and Aristides and Brendan Zoget, of course, all adore Marina Sarin. And I've told them, look, they said, well, has she responded to you? And I said, look, I've got nothing against her, but, she doesn't respond to me very much. I mean, when she does, it's almost accidental. And I sent her like a image for Valentine's, and then she responded to it later like, "Oh, I just saw this now." I mean, it's not that we harbor any hostility or acrimony towards each other, but her mind is elsewhere, and I don't know if she's even absorbed. When I've said I'm the son of Adolf Hitler, I don't know if that's ever sunk in with her or absorbed, been absorbed. I don't think so. If it has, it means nothing to her. She doesn't respond to it. It's like water off a duck's back. But she's, of course, on the Arcturian trip, I believe. I might be wrong about this. I really, obviously, with Marina Sarin, again, it's like she, of course, deals with experiences that I believe are valid, but she interprets them as best as she can with the information that she has. But we could start off with a little bit about that. She's operating under what I believe is the impression or the Arcturian paradigm. But whatever she's operating under, where does this impression come from? Why does the breakaway civilization propagate that myth? So take it from there. And
Oh yeah, thank you, Douglas. I just wanted to start by going back to Taiwan actually, and it's not legally recognised by the United Nations, which is quite ironic because the original 5 founding member states of the United Nations as an organisation of war, according to the Article 42 of the United Nations Charter, as an organisation of war. The Nationalist Republic of China, which were the legitimate government of mainland China, was one of the original 5 founding member states of the United Nations, along with the Republic of France, the former Soviet Union, Great Britain, and the United States. And today, the United Nations is maintained as an organization that can conduct peacekeeping operations, as you mentioned earlier, Douglas. But it doesn't recognize the Taiwan, the Nationalist Republic of China. Taiwan, which is 100 islands that are situated on the island of Taiwan, which was formerly known as Formosa, which was Japanese territory. And as you articulated earlier, Douglas, they handed it over to the Nationalist Republic of China for helping them maintain an establishment on the mainland during the Chinese Civil War. And so today, under all United Nations maps, Taiwan is not recognized, and it's not even presented on any of the maps. It isn't essentially accounted for being even in existence by the United Nations, even though, as you just elaborated very in great detail, Douglas, that it is one of the most fully viable, functional, and economically prominent nations on Earth that produce the majority of the world's microchips, semiconductors. That is what keeping our airplanes in the sky, which is going into our hardware systems, our computer highway systems, so to speak. And so, the United Nations doesn't even recognize this as existence, nor does it recognize the Third Reich in exile.
Which, and a point to be made here is that if the 1,000-year Reich in exile, the breakaway civilization, ever radios in the old code some kind of ultimatum or declaration of reestablishment of communications, it would not be directed toward Berlin. It would be directed towards Taipei.
Yes, Taipei, the capital of Taiwan. Thank you, Douglas.
But continue. Yeah.
Which is the last bastion, it is known as the last bastion
of Hitlerism.
Yes, of Hitlerism. Yes,
and the
thank
Axis.
you so much, Douglas. And yes, thank you. And to go back to the Missouri, the ceremony where Commodore Perry's flag, the illegal flag, which is why when it's presented, it is encased in a frame, because if they had actually
flown it.
Yes, if they actually had flown it, which is what you would assume they would have done, you would have saw that it had a white sheet on the back, which symbolizes surrender, which is what, and then of course you had the the satanic inversion of the disposition of the number 31, which is the transposition of the inverted number 13, which represented the 13 colonies, you would understand that this was an illegal flag. At that point in time, the United States had 48 nations. 48 states that were recognized. Alaska and Hawaii was not part of that Constitution Republic at that point in time. And so, 31 upside down stars did not represent the United States at all. But what was also prevalent in that ceremony, which the courier, by the way, when he traveled, when he was flown with that flag, he slept throughout that 18-minute ceremony, which is what I've vetted. I've learned this from Douglas himself, but he slept throughout that 18-minute ceremony, which is such a short amount of time. But what is so obvious is that you don't see any nationalist Chinese on board that ship during that ceremony. Because they already realigned themselves with the Axis at that point in time. And of course, at that point in time as well, and that was in August, you had the Russians still fighting the war. All these things are convoluted, but it just shows you the insanity of these people. The U.S. Missouri ceremony, there is nothing that happened with any legal consequences. Because the government documentation for people to cite or reference, they can look up Title 38 of the United States Code, which is law that's established under Congress for veterans to apply for benefits that incur during wartime. Is legally recognized until December 31st of 1946. That is long after the Missouri ceremony, and so it is not recognized. And all these diplomats that they brought on board this ceremony, none of them had anything with any illegal consequences, anything that was legally binding anyway. They didn't even have any swords to surrender, which is what you would expect, which is another factor, yes. And so, and when you take a look at the peace treaty of San Francisco that was signed on September 8th of 1951 on site the Presidio military base, and I believe it was either the commission officers or the non-commissioned. I always conflate these two, Douglas, so I do apologize. It's one or the other. The house of the commissioner office building on site the Presidio.
Oh, sure, it was it certainly was the officers' building, so it was probably commissioned officers. Commissioned. You would use the term commissioned.
It was commissioned. Yeah. Thank you, Douglas. And so, and as you pointed out, it wasn't until the eve date of Edward Hirohito's birthday on the 28th of April, 1952, that is when it went into effect, this peace treaty. And at that point in time, Japan and the United States, Great Britain, along with all other 49 nation states or part of the Allies that were adhered and signed that declaration of peace, they were no longer legally in a state of war with Japan. Russia is still legally at war with Japan to this day. They never signed it. Therefore, they are still legally in a state of war. Now,
and therefore can make no claims to victory.
No claims to victory whatsoever. So anyone who tells you, it's just, as you stated earlier, Douglas, it's Russian propaganda. Don't buy any of that bull crap that anyone tells you that Russia won the Second World War. They won absolutely nothing, and they're paying the price to this day.
Yes.
They're paying the price to this day.
Absolutely.
And so, and it's the same with Britain. All these people that says that we are the victors of World War II, and we're suffering these consequences. Well, look, you're paying the price for losing. That's what it is.
Thank you. Yes. And so the one of the things that George Knight is emphasizing, of course, is we use this term prosecution of proactive hostilities, meaning actual shooting war. What happened on board the Missouri was a circus act, and it's something that Harry Truman begged for, because he told Hirohito, I can't be seen as surrendering by my public because they'll basically lynch me, they'll kill me, they'll overthrow me. And he says, in order to help Reconstruction, I need to present to my public something. And so Hirohito allowed him this circus act, but Hirohito's nowhere to be seen on site.
No.
He wasn't even on the shore sipping Mai Tais on, just to watch it. He was nowhere near it. And the diplomats on board, as the samurai sword is the soul of the samurai, And of course, the surrender of the sword is what everybody makes a big deal of. Yet there's no sword to be seen. Were they afraid that these fragile old men, if you take a look at these ancient men, these Japanese guys on the battleship Missouri, were they afraid that if they allowed them to bring a sword on board, that they'd maybe use their sword to hijack the battleship Missouri? Would they present some kind of danger? What is the insanity behind that? Obviously, it's a farce. But nevertheless, Japan and the United States, and believe me, American soldiers still died after that, fighting Japanese. And this went on until the ceasefire was effective, which was not until December 31st of 1946. So, and that's per the Title 38 of the U.S. Code, which is law as created by Congress, is that World War II did not end in terms of proactive prosecution of hostilities until December 31st of 1946. So the United States government does not recognize the Battleship Missouri ceremony at all. And beyond that, of course, it's established by the federal government of the United States via the
Code of Federal Regulations.
Thank you, CFR, Code of Federal Regulations, which is the equivalent of executive orders that veterans who were killed or injured, either they or their families are eligible for benefits as a result of dying or being crippled in World War II until December 31st of 1946. So, and that is, of course, this is where Georgianite has helps me out, and I help him out in terms of just remembering what it is we're trying to emphasize. For those of you who don't know, the Code of Federal Regulations, or the CFR, that implements the law as pursuant the U.S. Code. So that's how they thereby extend recognition to service-connected disablements to World War II veterans, effective until the date of ceasefire, which was December 31st, 1946, as the CFR holds equal status with the law, equivalent to executive orders. So that's the bureaucratic language. But all of this is very important. It's like when you're dealing with demons who operate under what Dungeons and Dragons would call a code of lawful evil. So when you're dealing with demons, there is this concept of lawful evil. This is why Dungeons and Dragons disambiguates between devils and demons. They're different because devils operate under a code of law, whereas demons are operating under a code of chaos. Our enemies are the Edomites, who are agents of chaos. But when it comes to the Edomites and the chaos that they've sown, they sow it through the internet. And this is, thank you. This is where people swim in that sewer of shit, and then they come up to George Knight, ask him about bird spikes, on telephone poles meant to prevent the bird from sitting down, and they think that that's transmitting, instructions into their brain. This is, no, the instructions into their brain are coming through the internet. And just think about it this way, like what I saw in private security, when I worked in private security enforcement, and did security at rave parties. And when these rave parties were ongoing, and I would see young kids take eyedroppers to literally eyedrop ecstasy into their eyeballs. So it would go straight through the optic nerve into their brain immediately, just the fastest circuit into their brain, and just blow their brains out chemically. This is what you're doing every time you open that goddamn computer screen. When you're looking into the internet, you're taking raw sewage and you're dropping that through your eyes, and it goes via the optic nerve into your brain, and then you get the brain worms that just rot your brain from the inside out, metaphorically. But this is the sewer shit you're diving into whenever you open the computer and dive into the internet unprotected. You need a hazmat suit. You need a psychological hazmat suit as an information consumer. And most of you don't have that. You're not indoctrinated in constructive thought. And as a result, also because most people don't stand for anything. They don't stand for anything, so they'll fall for anything. And
That's right.
Yeah, the end result is, this is why it's so important to have an ideology or a belief system. And of course, as we've expressed before, Nemo Albano, Brendan Zogit, myself, when we were confronted with that Christina chick, and I can't remember, were you on with that when that chick was on or not, George?
It was Christina. It was who says she's got a percentage of Jewishness.
She really does not. The 23andMe test said that she had like some 0.000, some odd percent. It was so ridiculous. It was like a single notional strand of Jewish DNA that she then took and ran with it and made that the core identity of her life. And but we were explaining to her when she's saying fuck the Nazis, and we all explained to her, we're all National Socialists here that you're talking to. George Knight, Brendan Zogit, Nemo Albano, and myself certainly have no problems affiliating ourselves as the true National Socialists from the old Third Reich days. Of that, not the neo-Nazis that you see today that are running around just basically as agents of chaos. Those are clowns. But when it comes to that, then of course her response was "fuck you" and ultimately hanging up. I mean, she simply hung up. She wanted no dialogue. She wanted no dialogue. There was no concept of communications. And this is, of course, where most people are at. They simply shut down when they hear Nazism. And but what are they offering? What are these people offering as a belief system, an ideology, and that impacts our world in any constructive manner? When you take a look at look at where we're at now. You've got a bunch of cities with Jewish nuclear weapons, or we could say Zionist. So as not to implicate all Jews, you could simply say Zionist bombs, Z-bombs, and these Z-bombs are under every major city in the West, and they're using this to conduct their war of genocide, while the West not only acquiesces, but supports them militarily and financially. And this is an unacceptable situation, and it cannot go on.
Yeah, absolutely, Douglas. And it just, for people who doubt that they're capable of doing so, they only have to look at 9/11. But I won't go into 9/11.
Thank you. But you're welcome to. You're welcome to.
It just reinforces and brings credence to what we're saying, and certainly what you're saying, Douglas.
Yeah.
That's
how you found me. George Knight found me while researching 9/11.
And the Holocaust. Yeah, they all intertwine.
Yes.
It's amazing how the algorithm worked on YouTube. And it was only because I conducted enough due diligence myself that I verified everything Douglas was saying was true. The great benefit I got is I had a tremendous insight into a much deeper perspective, dating back to the Herodian insurgency during the time of Herodes Magnus. And it dates back even before that. As we mentioned earlier, with the calendrical system, they want to try and use the Holocaust as a new to implement a new calendrical system, as opposed to like BC, before Christ, and AD, Anno Domini. We looked at I learned through that first two-part interview with yourself, Douglas, about other ethno-holocausts. It's important to note that Holocaust is the Greek term for Holocaustus. And it's the
burnt offering, basically a burnt sacrifice. Go on.
Yes, a kindering, yes. So it's a sacrifice, an offering to the gods. Obviously, we can go into that, Douglas.
Well, think of this irony. Think of this irony. Say if the Jews, or rather at least the Zionists, succeeded, and many Jews would want this as well. If they succeeded in restructuring the calendar, the calendrical system, so it began, so that one age ended and another began with AH, or Anno Holocaustica, what would happen would be, in not too long a period of time, in a number of years, people in the near future would identify the AH as the marker for Adolf Hitler. And, that must mean the birth of Adolf Hitler. And the start of the calendar is with Adolf Hitler.
That's very true. That's very true. Yes,
And,
it would.
Yeah.
Because, of course, they blame him for it.
Yes.
Which, we're not. Not necessarily.
But by the way, this is what Victoria Lauren Hobbs came on, and she was asking me about that because she doesn't want to perceive Adolf Hitler in that light. And the truth is, she is correct. Historically, there is no documentary evidence that my biological father, Adolf Hitler, gave any order for genocide. There is no documentary evidence.
No.
Yeah, no. That Adolf Hitler. Go on.
Yes. Oh no, sorry, but even in Mein Kampf, he speaks about Satanism. He speaks about Bolshevism. He speaks about Jewish commissars in Bolshevism, the influence that they had. And as you know, in that interview, Douglas, when you at the end, when you stated that, the Jewish the Allied alliances was a Jewish alliance, therefore it was a war against the enemy, was to wage war against the Jew, because it was an alliance between
Judeo-Bolshevism, Judeo-Bolshevik communism,
which is an actual term used.
Yes.
And this is what he was warning against. But yes, there is no historical documented evidence that he gave any such order. It doesn't exist.
Yes.
There is no historical, and nobody. And that was the other thing. There was two things I wanted to bring up. Was one of them was the one I mentioned earlier with the Walt Disney movie, Victory using air power, and the other thing was defamation laws. Is that people, if they want to take us to court, or if they want to prosecute us, they have to provide evidence that they're the ones who have to prove that we are lying, or they have to bring evidence. And so when we speak about World War II and we bring up these very important dates, December 31st, 1946, any of these people that are trying to be these charlatans or shills that are trying to portray us as disingenuous, and we are just simply liars ourselves, that we're presenting this as a falsehood or a farce, they have to take us to court and present evidence that we are lying. And there have absolutely zero evidence, because everything we are saying is factually accurate.
This is why we'll never be taken to court, is because they would only incriminate themselves. Yes.
They would only incriminate themselves. Thank you, Douglas. And that was the other important point, which we'll go on in a maybe later on or another time. But that was the other important point I wanted to bring up. But yes, as you said, there is no documented evidence to suggest that he gave any such order. But of course, we have gone into it many times in the past about the Holocaust, and when it came down to the Allied strategic bombing over Germany, as you mentioned earlier, historians and scholastics have always argued, why did they never bomb the railway lines that were sending these people, the Juden and the Roma, into these camps to be executed? And the historians have always argued, why didn't they do that? And do you know what some of the explanations that I found online is? They didn't want to kill any of the Jews. They were worried about these bombs.
Think of the insanity. Think of the insanity of that statement. But by the way, Nemo Albano, he says multitasking at the moment. I will try to jump on soon. But basically what he asked was, what about the classified documents you handled? He's referring to myself, of course. He says, did they state that Hitler officially declared the extermination of Jews in Europe? No, there were no documents where that is stated. But believe me, I mean, from my perspective, that's not an issue to me personally. No. Honestly, I've always explained it. Personally, I've always operated under the assumption that Hitler was aware and that he knew. But that doesn't mean I'm right. That doesn't mean I'm right. But at the same time, I operate under that assumption based on circumstantial evidence. But nevertheless, I am still, in that sense, connecting dots. There is no documentary evidence that Hitler gave these orders. And by the way, I never understand why Holocaust deniers don't really take that as a starting point. I mean, instead they concentrate on these bizarre mechanical obsessive detail. They have a mechanical obsession with detail that you know what it's like? It's like the people who get violently obsessive about what took down the Twin Towers. Where you get some people will say, it's a laser. Oh, and the planes were holograms. And then other people say nanothermite or something like this. And you'll see people get violent about this where they start name calling and saying, oh, you idiot. And, oh, you can't wrap your brain around this. And I mean, and they're talking about the Twin Towers in the same manner that these people talk about the Holocaust, the mechanisms. And so it's very bizarre to me. And the point is, you don't need to dwell on these topics. When, like I said, when I brought up the example of Jerzy Kosinski and the painted bird, here we have an example of a man who, ironically and tragically, lived the life of his book's title, The Painted Bird. He became the painted bird. The person who won all these accolades, had his novel on the New York Times bestseller list, had it made into a movie, then gets torn apart by these other Jews who come out of the woodwork and say, this man is a hoaxer, that this man did not survive the Holocaust and therefore deserves ostracization, repudiation, condemnation, and they drive him to kill himself. And yet they want you to know, even if I wasn't alive during the Holocaust, as a Jewish population, we are all together victims of the Holocaust, from exclusive to inclusive, whatever they choose. So Nemo, welcome aboard. And Nemo, with everything that you've heard tonight, please join in.
With the Holocaust denial stuff, all they mostly focus on is how all the pictures that were given to the public regarding the gas chambers and shit, all they show in the images are just the delousing shower rooms where they used to delouse the people from the lice and other insect parasites along with their clothing. All of those were just delousing shower rooms. They never showed an image of a actual gas chamber that has a vault lock door, which you have to use if you're going to operate a gas chamber, so you don't have any of that toxic gas seeping out through any gaps or whatnot. That's what they use. That's what they just go for most of the time in an argument, denying the Holocaust. Oh, these rooms weren't gas chambers, so Jews weren't gassed. But I'm thinking in a different way, even though I can't find hardcore evidence, is that if I was, a nation that was advanced than all the other nations, engineering-wise, years ahead, and technology-wise, I'd be doing, and if I was running an extermination campaign, I'd try to do it swift and efficient as possible by packing all of the people into portable gas chamber train cars, and all those portable gas chamber train cars go to the camps where they have giant industrial size incinerators, and they just dump the bodies on conveyor belts that drop all the bodies in the industrial incinerators, killing thousands by the minute. I mean, disposing thousands by the minute. They're already dead by the time they arrive to the camps from the portable gas chambers. That's my thought of how they probably would have done and just dismantled it before you could find evidence of their crime. I wouldn't call it a crime, but others would.
Yeah, by the way, this is the point where you get a lot of people not understanding the Nazis of World War II. There's this weird myth of quote-unquote guilt. There's this weird myth of quote-unquote guilt, but if you ever spoke to any of them, you'd never hear any of them say, oh my God, I feel so guilty. You never hear that. No, that's not where they were at. By the way, Heather Holman brings up EATR, or Robotic Technology Incorporated, an acronym of some sort. Heather, obviously you're still online with us. Do you know what that acronym stands for? Feel free to tell us. I could always look it up. Real Tech Geek is typing too, and he brings up some other points. What's...
Yes, I'm here. I can tell you.
Yeah. Okay.
If you'd like.
Yeah, sure.
I have to get my magnifying glass. It is emergenically autonomous tactical robot eater project. It eats people. So yeah, so you wouldn't have to get a conveyor belt.
Right. By the way, just so people know, Heather is not participating in a conspiracy to mass murder anybody. She's simply bringing something to our attention. I mean, so this is fascinating in its own sense.
What are your thoughts on that, though? The Third Reich actually being capable of wiping out millions pretty fairly quickly, but also capable of dismantling evidence of such as well.
Well, this was, bear in mind, first off, certain points to be made here. Even though the average German person had no idea that this was happening, quite seriously, and the majority of these camps that were actual death camps, these were exclusively outside Germany. All of these were in Poland and Eastern Europe. These were not in... What you speak of was carried out to an extent by mobile action killing units known as Einsatzgruppen that also had these vehicles that would just back up the carbon monoxide into the victims that they rounded up and put into the vehicles. Believe me, much of this was recorded, such as mass exterminations. Your point is well taken about the gas chambers themselves. Yes, there is no footage of people actually in gas chambers where you see gas being released and people dropping. That is true. There is no footage of that. But such being said, there is footage, of course, of mass shootings and the like. Yes. And this is because the Nazis truly believed they were doing the world a favor. Understand that. I mean, if you don't get that, you don't get the Nazis. But they believed this with very good reason, because they were aware of all of the massive deaths that the Zionists had caused throughout history. Not only the biblical mass exterminations of entire races, but in terms of the Colombian Holocaust was so supermassive, it makes World War II look like nothing. And that includes all of the combat actions, the atomic bombings, the terror bombings, and the Holocaust put together are nothing compared to what happened in the Colombian Holocaust. That was a mass extermination that the Zionists were responsible for on such an extensive scale, it changed the climate and altered human evolution. Nothing can compare to that. When you take that into account, you can understand why the Nazis felt they were justified in doing what they were doing. And I stand with them. This is something like, look where we're at now. You've got kike bombs under every major city in the West. And the West therefore submits to Jewish genocide of whomever they choose. This is unacceptable. This is what my father fought against. So that's why, to me, it doesn't matter whether he gave the order or not. It doesn't matter if the quote-unquote Holocaust happened or not, because either way, I'm at the stance of basically trying to fix America with a containment of the issue. I'm not after extermination. I'm after a kind of containment of what is essentially a problem for humanity, which is a Jewish population, which is a psychotic, neurotic minority that is dragging us all towards extermination. The COP28 in the United Arab Emirates is definitive of this, where they arrange, because a Holocaust Memorial Museum was opened up by Dubai, they arrange for our attempt to control climate disaster in a petrostate. I mean, at this point, that's the most suicidal thing you can do. This is inviting human extermination. It's trying to lead us towards a death of the human race. This is Edomite. And the Edomite revolution.
That stupid zero carbon bullshit.
One way of looking at it, that kind of throws it in a different direction, but somewhat. So not that I'm dismissing what Realtek has to say, but could you explain why zero carbon is, what is negative about zero carbon? No, I'm not saying I side with zero carbon, but what do you find about zero carbon that's so, bad?
Well, during the pandemic, they had articles. One specifically was written by The Guardian saying that we should shut down the entire globe every couple months to for the environment for zero carbon. But basically, it goes back to the idea with the Jonathan Malthus theory and the Georgia Guidestones, and keep the population under 500 million. Which is exactly what you're talking about. Because a lot of them are Jews anyway that believe in this infantile extermination of the entire population, which is absolutely insane because we need to populate insanity quickly. So you know what I'm saying. So look at what the Chinese with their numbers.
Yes. Well, and again, just so people understand, when Realtek is referencing the Chinese catastrophe, this is due to one man who's ethnically Jewish and very proud of it, who lives in San Francisco, named Paul Ehrlich. And Paul Ehrlich said that we need to institute a policy whereby people are punished for having children. And the people who took him seriously were the communist Chinese, because this concept was brought to them by Henry Kissinger, who himself, through his diplomatic actions, is responsible for literally millions and millions of deaths. That's no exaggeration. And understand that he was the man who ran the American empire through successive presidential administrations. So you have a Jewish mass murderer responsible for multiple genocides the world over, which resulted in levels of megadeath equal to anything the Nazis did. You have him travel to China, where he meets with Deng Xiaoping. Deng Xiaoping was not the heir apparent at the time to Mao Zedong. Nobody thought he would take over after Mao Zedong. As a matter of fact, the person who everyone thought would take over after Mao Zedong was a relative of mine, a general, Lin Biao, which people can look up, who died trying to kill Mao Zedong. And he was a military man. Had he taken over after Mao Zedong, the entire future of humanity would have changed, would have been completely different.
And also, you can argue that if Mao Zedong's son was alive, which he killed anyway in the Korean War, that also could have been the direction humanity could have been changed too.
Could have been, but it would have depended on whether Mao Zedong would have believed in a dynastic system. He might have considered that to be contradictory to communism. Only in North Korea, they didn't give a shit, and they just said, we'll make it a communist dynasty. But you can see the hypocrisy there. But thank you for that.
But I do want to say that, the Chinese revere Henry Kissinger like he's a god, man. It's insane.
Thank you. And if only they knew. But just so people understand, the reason they revere him was because what happened was Mao Zedong had Deng Xiaoping's son killed. During the Cultural Revolution, Deng Xiaoping's son was thrown out of a window of a tall building. And this was because Deng Xiaoping himself was known as a capitalist roader, which he was. And but then what happened was he was drawn aside by Henry Kissinger, who said, if you launch China on a revisionist economic road of capitalist development, you'll get the largest loan from the World Bank anyone's ever seen, and the International Monetary Fund will help to finance China into a true economic revolution. And also, you have to do something in exchange, and that's institute a one-child policy. And this is based on the science of Dr. Paul Ehrlich. And this is what Deng Xiaoping did when he took over after Mao Zedong. He instituted this draconian one-child policy, which Mao Zedong would never have dreamt of. And this resulted, of course, in the deaths of literally hundreds of millions of Chinese, ultimately well over 500 million. So this is there's no genocide numbers that can equal the damage that the Jewish minority has done to the world. This is why
Yes,
to my.
exactly.
Thank you. This
That's
is.
what I wanted. That's exactly why I wanted to bring up about that.
Thank you. Thank you. And what Realtek is alluding to is that this is the ideology behind the Georgia Guidestones. This is the ideology behind a zero carbon footprint. So it's not so much that we're antithetical, of course, to lowering carbon emissions, but what Realtek is pointing out is that the ideology is taken to an exterminatory extreme when you have the population needs to be basically cut by billions of people. When you see these monuments erected, this is indicative of ultimately all these thoughts that people have about this conspiracy of a hidden cabal of people who seeks to eradicate half the human race at least. Really, it brings us back to the cult of the kings of Edom, and this brings us back to the Herodian insurgency and the corruption of the Judaic religion, and ultimately to Zionism, its ultimate modern expression. So when it comes to what we're contending with, it's the same problem my biological father was contending with. He dealt with it as he felt he had to deal with it. He was dealing with Judeo-Bolshevik communism, Judaic colonialism in the fact of the British Empire, whose most prominent imperialist, the greatest expanse of the empire happened under a Jew named Disraeli. And, of course, Hitler was also dealing with the Judeo-capitalists in the United States who lobbied Franklin Delano Roosevelt. And in terms of what he was contending with was an Allied front united by one common factor, Judaism. And he strove to eliminate that from Europe. At least that's our general understanding. Obviously, if we take into account there's no orders to prove this, yes, it makes the situation a lot more complicated. Nevertheless, my stance is it doesn't matter to me if there were. I could see why he would take that stance. This is a stance that he would then have felt needed to be taken. Understand, he did have an enormous insight no one else had access to because he attended various occult mystery schools and learned from Meister Eckhart, Dietrich Eckhart, one of his teachers, along with others, about the reality of deep politics. And this is what we're discussing on nights like this. So, Real Tech Geek is with us. He understands the situation in China. His wife was born in communist China. He himself has some Jewish blood in him. So he speaks of these subjects with knowledge and hardly could be considered a bigot who's basically hating on groups without understanding. He knows very well of what he's speaking of. Correct, Real Tech?
Yes, correct.
Thank you. And
I still want to go to China, but it's a very nerve-wracking thing to think about.
Jesus, I wouldn't until there's regime change.
If you go there, just go to the beautiful rural areas. Don't go to the cities and shit.
Well, just so people understand, you go to you go to mainland China, you're risking your freedom because there's people who go there and on caprice, on whim, they can say, we're not letting you out.
Yeah, this
just
what
don't
happened
go
with
there.
yeah, that's what happened with I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah.
That's what happened with the two Canadian nationals that were just targeted for just because of the fact that manga I can't pronounce the last name.
Well, basically, they were targeted because China wanted to get back at Canada for Huawei. They had arrested the daughter who was the chieftainess executrix officiere of Huawei and turned her over to the United States. So the communist Chinese said, let's fuck Canada, and they took two Canadians and just fucked them over for the rest of their lives.
And executed them. So.
Oh, did they ultimately execute them?
Yes.
Oh my God. Yeah, that's outrageous.
I'll double check though, because I might be wrong, but
yeah, I had heard that, and it was just so offensive. I couldn't even. It's just so just wretched. Anyhow, here's
it's infuriating.
Thank you. Here's what Heather says about EATR. She says this robotic technology she says that the system obtains its energy by foraging, engaging in biologically inspired organism energy harvesting behavior, which is the equivalent of eating. It can find, ingest, and extract energy from biomass in the environment and people. This is so cute. No, I believe you, Heather. So let me click onto this. And by the way, George, jump back in and provide us your own impressions of all of this, please. So here's the acronym: Energetically Autonomous Tactical Robot, patent pending. Thank you for this, Heather. I love this. This is like, robots that eat people for biomass. By the way, this is technologically perfectly feasible. It's a hideously humorous vision.
Well, there's plenty of Japanese anime from the 80s and 90s that has this type of that.
Yeah,
and manga also that they made.
Thank you.
I mean, Cyber Data 808, Akira. There's plenty of them that talk about this stuff. So Ghost in the Shell.
Thank you. Yeah, no, it's obviously they anticipated this, but yes, by all means, George. What's your impressions about everything we're discussing? Join in on this because you were investigating this kind of Holocaust phenomena for how long before you ran across myself?
Yes. Do you know what? Yes. Thank you for reminding me. Actually, Douglas, it's what. El Nemo. Hello, welcome. Thank you for joining us, Nemo.
Hello, George.
Hello, my friend. Yes. When you mentioned about the delousing chambers, because of course, before I discovered Douglas, you run into Holocaust denial quite frequently online, and this is one of the things they present. Oh, these were not gas chambers. They couldn't deploy Zyklin B nerve gas. They called it Zyklon B. These blue pellets. And they give you all of this, and as Douglas was speaking about earlier, people dwell and bob into their obsessive, compulsive. It becomes like a compulsive or obsession with minute detail, which they don't need to dwell on. There's really no need to, but people seem to buy into that, and then it just confuses things even more. What Nima was speaking about with these delousing chambers, and there were delousing chambers because it was a massive epidemic during that period of time, and so I was acquainted with that. But you do come across that quite a lot of this Holocaust denial. It's like the David Irving, trip.
Yes.
Yeah, all these. I can mention, a few others. Thankfully, I've bleached most of them.
Yes, thank you. And by the way, just to answer Nemo and what he said about the Holocaust, what happened with David Irving was that David Irving was, of course, this is when I was confronted by that idiot, Daryl Hamamoto. When he tried to ambush me on my own show, Daryl Hamamoto, among other things, like recommending that people listen to Michael Savage, which for those of you who don't know, Michael Savage is fucking Jewish. His real name is Michael Wiener. That's his actual name is Wiener. And instead he changed it to Savage because, of course, who the fuck wants to listen to some son of a bitch named Michael Wiener? But when it came to, not only was he trying to recommend the people, which of course you never do that on somebody else's program. You don't recommend on one person's program that people go listen to another person's program. That is breaking and violating all norms. And this person should have been cognizant of that because he was a teacher at a graduate school level. I mean, this is what this man would have to be aware of, these mannerisms, these social norms that he was violating. So this was obviously an ambush. But Daryl Hamamoto then went on to talk about David Irving, in which he claimed that David Irving had been sued by a Jewish woman, a Jewess, and that he had won that lawsuit. And that's when I said, you idiot. He sued her and she won the lawsuit. This is how backwards.
Yes.
this idiot had it. And the point was David Irving thought that he could pull kind of like a publicity coup by suing this Jewish woman and then getting a chance to air out his case in court and then getting publicity. And all he succeeded in doing was being held responsible for paying her millions and millions of dollars. And to avoid that, he fled to the United States. And he moved for a while to Florida, of all places, which is, of course, just populated by probably more Jews than live in fucking Israel. And, of course, he got beaten up. They beat the shit out of him. He's in a Jewish retirement center city, Miami, for Christ's sakes. I mean, it's like he was seeking to be lynched. But this idiot, I could go on. And I did deconstruct him right there in front of that idiot Hamamoto. I made him look like, he flopped around like a beached fish. He was just an idiot and was made to look like an idiot. But see, this is
and another one that you also dismantled was Jimmy Church, that fucking piece of shit.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that profoundly. Yes, and they tried to scrub that episode, but John Warrington uploaded it, and hopefully it's still. I have it. Thank you. And if you do have it, see if you can share. Yes, see if you can share that with Nemo. Nemo's the person you need to give it to, so he can upload it on his channel. Yes, that would be important. Thank you. And by the way, I do want to read what Grace M said in a moment, and then kind of meander my way back to what happened with David Irving. But yeah, I guess I'll finish with David Irving first. Basically, what happened was that David Irving was confronted in court with he was claiming, how could the Germans kill all these people while waging a war? And that's when they pointed out to him just how efficient and how intelligent and innovative the SS was. That the SS was more than capable of killing all of these people while waging a full-scale war. Because the Germans were so organized, so technologically advanced, that if anything, this bespeaks to how efficient they truly were and organized and advanced. And that, of course, is the reality. But then again, you have this situation where a lot of people are saying that this is something negative. But understand, when put into the light of all of the damage that has been done by this psychopathic, neurotic minority, this is something that needed to be done. This was seen that there was no other choice. And it did not begin. Mass genocide in Europe did not begin until the Allies began mass bombing. When the Allies began mass incendiary bombing is when the Germans responded with cleansing Europe of Jewry. That was their response to the Allied bombing, along with, of course, a giant sabotage campaign in the United States that wiped out a good deal of their industrial capacity, probably did more damage to American industry than Americans did to Axis industry with strategic bombing. So here we are. Realtek has brought on Canada reaches a settlement, so they did reach a settlement. So did these guys ever make it home alive, or what? Realtek, as far as you can see.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
And
of course, they want to pay their spies, which is a bunch of BS.
Right. Yes. No. It's like and the
So
Chinese.
They extorted Canada for $7 million or something like that.
Oh my God, that is so cheesy, so sleazy. So Heather, what you brought up about these eater robots is deeply appreciated. Yes, this would be something that would be integral to a future genocide, would be basically ambulatory compost machines. That's all.
Looks kind of like a Cybertruck.
Yes. Oh my God, that's hideously funny. Of course, you imagine it. They could alter that and just make it like a mechanical T-Rex, where it just goes around and literally eats people. That's hideous, but it's hideously funny as well.
You do say something that could have been. You remember the Pee Wee Herman movie where they have the big dinosaur movie theaters, and they were in California.
Yes, that's right.
They were recently taken away, and they could have used those for that. And maybe they are using those for that.
There was actually a movie where the and it stars that girl who looks like a porn actress She was in Starship Troopers. Who's the chick who plays in Starship Troopers? She actually married one of the fucking brothers.
Is it Denise
Richards?
Yes, Denise Richards. She was in this film with the T-Rex. Let's look up that film. Denise Richards, T-Rex film, T-Rex film, and we.
I thought she was gonna be at New York Comic Con this year.
Okay, cool. Oh yes, maybe I should go there. Yeah. Tammy and the T-Rex.
Yeah, you should.
Yes, Tammy and the T-Rex. Paul Ward. Yeah, so Tammy and the T-Rex, her boyfriend's brain is put into a robotic T-Rex.
Oh my god, I love that movie.
You remember that movie?
Yeah.
You saw the movie? Oh my god.
Yeah. It was kind of like Frankenhooker, but it was different. But it was the same era.
Yeah.
She,
kind of movie. Yeah.
She married Charlie Sheen, didn't she, as well?
Yeah, that was it.
Yeah.
Yes. No, she played in the movie about the Mitchell brothers. That was it. The Mitchell brothers movie. She played in that film, I believe. But they made a movie about the Mitchell brothers, and but Mitchell brothers were, in San Francisco. Where, for those of you who don't know, that used to be the strip joints and all that stuff. Yeah. What, honey? What were you gonna say?
I don't know. I'm going from phone to phone because my Skype keeps frying out.
Yeah, that's so weird. Why they're hitting your Skype?
Well, what it was is that the video thing. Ever since my friend used my phone to do a past life regression with James Rink, it's been like it gets really overheated suddenly, and I don't know. It's just very annoying.
James Rink. Have you met James Rink?
Not in person.
I have. Yeah. God, poor bastard.
Yeah.
Poor son of a...
I think I've seen him. I feel like I know him in person. You know, I've been learning a lot from him. I've talked to him on the phone, but that's it.
You're kidding. Oh my god.
No.
What's it like talking to James Rink on the phone?
Well, it's interesting. He's got a lot of really solid concepts, and but he does readings, and he did a reading for my friend because I didn't really want a reading, but she did. So.
And did she feel his reading was efficacious?
Yeah. She wanted his contact information to get more past life, like go deeper into it or whatever. So.
Oh my god! How do I start a scam like this? I mean, Jesus Christ! Fucking Ricky Dink James Rink is going around giving readings to chicks and getting paid for it. I mean, did he get money for this, or is he just?
No, he didn't. He just did like a sampler.
So he's simping. He's simping his readings to chicks.
What is that? Yeah, maybe.
I got paid to get laid, man.
No. He only said 20 minutes, but it ended up being like 40. He was very generous.
Yeah.
His time.
That's generous. I would
With
consider
his
that
time,
a punishment. I would consider that a punishment, listening to James Rink for 40 minutes. Oh my god. Anyhow, I've got nothing against James Rink personally.
This guy is. I never heard in my life.
Think of the name. Think Rinky Dink.
He was one of the super soldiers.
Think Rinky Dink. Okay, James Rink is like Nemo's even going out for a smoke. He can't even take this
he's
shit.
Like, I've heard enough.
Yeah, he's like, oh man, fuck this shit. I'm going out for a smoke. But all you need to do is look up James Rink, and you'll run across this really dorky looking poor son of a bitch who looks like he's like a kid. He's got a baby face. He looks like he never grew up, and he's just really sad. It's just, just really fucking sad. And so for a while, he was all Laurie and Ann Fenton had. Basically, she was stuck with James Rink after everybody else left her. And then she somehow wound up jacking the entire George Norrie scene. But at any rate, I could spend hours having fun I really couldn't spend hours having fun about James Rink because there's not much to him. I mean, he's just this.
I'm not sure how to spell this guy's name though.
Yeah. Just Rink, like Rinky Dink, R-I-N-K. And,
oh my gosh.
Yeah, and James Rink, yeah.
He was one of the super soldiers, Douglas. You don't realize that you gathered, or Lorian and you gathered together, a bunch of firecrackers, I'll just say, to put it into metamorphosis.
Yes, and So so I'm going to bring.
Holy shit, man! This guy looks like he's a. Holy shit! This guy looks like he belongs in a fucking porno movie, man. Holy shit! Jesus Christ!
I'm going to bring on Peter Moon.
This guy looks like a forever model.
Wow. Maybe you're looking at a different James Rank. You sound almost complimentary. Oh God, yes. Then that's him. That's him. Yeah. That's
it's an audio podcast of it.
Okay.
It could be Photoshop. James Rank, KTL White.
Oh no.
Yes. So
I'm sorry.
What are you sorry about, Heather? Don't be sorry.
Happened. I did that thing again where I was going to send a picture, but it picked like 10, but I was able to catch it in time.
Yeah. So. Okay. No, that's fine. So I brought on Peter Moon, Heather, and I just I can't remember whether I formally introduced you to Peter Moon or not. Heather, Heather, don't go mute.
Oh yeah, I believe I've spoken with Peter Moon, maybe on the Revolution Radio. I have him in my contacts, so I must have crossed paths with him at some point. Maybe it was with you.
Oh, good. But do say hi to him today, and Peter, do wish Heather happy birthday.
Oh, it's her birthday! Wow, happy birthday!
Well, that was yesterday, but good morning, Peter Moon.
Still, that's close enough. Your birthday is a very special day. For everybody, it's a time for a new beginning, a new solar return.
That's for sure.
Do you have any goals, aspirations for this new year?
I think I would like to have better conversation. I should choose what I talk about more carefully.
In terms of revealing too much?
Or everything I say, like maybe I need to think about the audience who's hearing it. Just a lot of those things, communication.
Well, that's something important for virtually everyone. It's like, what does the audience want to hear? And I've heard sometimes people speak innocuously. Like these commentators on sports, and some guy will say something, some caller, and all this sports, he's like a second-rate sports commentator. All he do is put logic into the head of the caller. Like the guy will say something, I think we need a lot more pitching. And I will explain what it will take to get more pitching and what the da. It's just like he's just got one up on logic to the caller. And of course, in this day and age, everybody's smarter than they used to be. They're sharper, whether it be sports. Sports is, it's like you've got now commentators who used to play, so they're much smarter about the game. Things get overanalyzed. So this is a good lesson everybody can learn from, is what do other people want to hear? How can they hear? How much can they hear? But I was interested, I'm interested in you because I feel you have a lot of valuable experience to share.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Do you feel that way?
I do.
She does.
Yeah, I do. I think a lot about like the things that I've been harboring and kind of keeping secret my whole life because I had to keep them secrets. And it's just time for them to not be secrets. And I need to figure it out. It was a secret even to me for so long.
When did you first learn that you were a secret, secret keeper?
I don't know. Recently, it must have been recently when I finally had a meltdown. I was like going in circles, just trying to figure out what is all this, what is happening. Because I know I'm not crazy.
It started when you were a kid.
So it started when I was a baby,
Yes.
Even maybe before. So, yeah.
In the past life, actually, I was reading you really quickly. I'm sorry, I didn't interrupt you, but I was saying that in the past life, and I was reading you really fast, you were part of a secret clan in Japan, and your ancestry is like a princess or something.
Something. So thank you for that. I'm touched. Very kind.
You're welcome. And also, good morning to you, Mr. Moon. How you
Good morning.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Heather.
Oh no, hi, Real Tech Geek. It's good to hear you, and thank you for joining us.
Yeah. So Heather, you were talking about when it started. I guess it wasn't like you knew you were keeping secrets when you were a little girl.
No, yeah, I was told that some things were secrets, and I don't. Although I don't remember the memory of hearing that. I mean, it is in my mind that it's just something we don't talk about. It's nothing that we're open. We don't even discuss it. It's just one of those things.
Where did you grow up?
I grew up in Phoenix, Arizona, where I was born.
Okay.
Yeah, and I was born about within walking distance from everywhere that I've ever lived.
Wow. Do you know how Phoenix got its name?
No, but the ASU football team, they're called the Sun Devils. So that's like the Devils are their mascot.
Well, I know that, but do you know how that's the Devils? How did Phoenix, the city, get its name? My mother lived in Phoenix.
Oh, yeah?
She was born in Jerome, Arizona, which is now famous ghost town.
Yeah.
It wasn't a ghost town when she lived there. Her father was a mining engineer. So she ended up living in Phoenix for a considerable amount of time. But I never knew how Phoenix, Arizona got its name because, of course, it is hotter than hell there. And, of course, Phoenix bird rises from the ashes.
Mm-hmm. That's true. That's part of it too. I think it has some Egyptian origin. Acropolis comes to mind. I don't know any facts about it.
So it makes me wonder. And what is in Phoenix? I mean, why is everybody? I mean, it's a huge city.
Why are we here?
Why did everybody congregate there?
Everybody from all over the country congregated here because the doctors told people in the 1940s or 50s that the dry heat and the dryness would be good for their asthma or for their tuberculosis or their chest or lung dysfunctions or illness.
Yes.
Yeah, allergies.
Yeah.
Of course, Phoenix was pretty populated by then because my mother was born in about 26, I think, and she, was living there in the 30s. So, but anyway, it says that the name came from a man by the name of Philip Dupa. He was an Englishman who came to Arizona and eventually to the Valley of the Sun, a businessman and a pioneer. According to the City of Phoenix website, Dupa was friends with Jack Swilling, one of the founders of the city. After setting up shop in Salt River Valley to farm, the new settlement needed a name, and Dupa suggested the new area be called Phoenix. He offered that name because the location was hot, like the magical phoenix wrapped in flames, but more to symbolize rebirth. The legend of the phoenix focuses on its new life from the ashes, and Dupa thought it a perfect name for the new town that would sit in the area where the ancient Hohokam lived thousands of years ago. The idea was that the phoenix would spring from the ruins of the natives and flourish in the newly irrigated lands. People liked the idea, and the rest is history. Phoenix officially was recognized on May 4th, 1868, when the Yavapai County Board of Supervisors, the county of which we were then a part of, formed an election precinct here. What's very interesting here is the Hohokam. The Hohokam Indians are featured in one of my favorite books by Philip Jose Farmer, the World of Tears series, Tears being T-I-E-R-S. And in that book, the main character, which is named Robert Wolfe, is going to check out a retirement home that they're going to buy on Hohokam Indian land, and it's now like Sun City or someplace like that, and he's going there with the realtor and his wife to look at the new home, brand new home.
Land.
He opens a closet door, and a new universe opens, and he sees this guy that looks kind of like Tarzan, and he's yelling at him, and he throws him this conch shell. And I think he might have been blowing through it, and he throws it, and he leaves it in the closet. He doesn't say anything. and he goes home with his wife, and then he later comes back to the scene of the incident when nobody's there, and he finds the conch, and he blows it, and a time door opens, or a time-space door opens, and he goes back into another reality. And of course, this Robert Wolfe is a professor of linguistics. How interesting, linguistics. And because this eventually gets involved in time travel, it mentions a little paragraph or two about how linguistics is connected to time travel. That's one thing that always fascinated me.
Linguistics, or like the sound or the reverberation or the pronunciation?
All of the above. It's like this involves grimoire, it involves vocalizations and language. It's always fascinated me why my friend David Anderson is so good with languages. It's like, and he's good with time travel, and he's good with languages. He's also very good with being secret. But anyway, in this book, one of the things that takes place, he's on a new world. He's discovering the world, but where he goes is a place called Okeanos, which is like a paradisical environment. It's at the bottom end of a world that is like built stacked upon each other, and each level you go up gets smaller in, I guess, area, but it's sort of like conical. So the first level is Okeanos, which is like paradisical, and the creatures are like an amalgamation of different things, but you've got characters like this that are animals that are a little bit different. Like one is a zebrilla. It's like a gorilla with zebra stripes, and he was a warrior who fought with Achilles, in the Trojan War, and he has these memories. He ends up as kind of an ally, and then he meets a beautiful dryad, which is like a nymph-like goddess who becomes his friend and lover. And but see, when he comes, he's like old. He's retirement age, and then he starts going in the water, and he's different from the beach crowd. The beach crowd is like, people that are like satyrs or half goat, or just like combinations of something from Greek mythology. And he kind of stays away from them because they're like laughing at him because he's got a big gut and whatnot. And he says they're basically bragging about their own sexual prowess, and they're not up to anything high-minded. And as he goes in the water every day, he gradually begins to get younger and younger. So anyway, that's only the beginning of the book. It's a fascinating book.
I remember when I talked to you in the past, and I remember something that you said, and you said that's why we have to have science fiction.
Well, the thing about the book, it's not real deep. And the second book in the series, he goes into a lot of geometric time doors, but it's fun adventure. But the substance of the context, the environment he's talking about is utterly fascinating. It's the one place where depth becomes incidental. You don't need depth because the story itself is based on such a rich architecture of color, colorful things. So the Hohokam have always interested me. Why did he pick the Hohokam? And of course, you can't separate the Hohokam from the what they call Chaco Canyon characters either. They're all kind of
Chaco Canyon.
Yeah, that's over, not that far away in terms of hours, 12 hours away or whatever it is.
Is it New Mexico where it is?
Yes, in northwestern New Mexico.
Yeah.
And so you have a lot of, I guess what you'd say, Indians and stuff like that. So that you grew up in Phoenix.
Oh yeah. I've never been to the Grand Canyon, and that place in itself is a whole nother abyss.
I've never been there either. Never had any great desire to go.
Yeah. I've been there.
My mother.
I've been there a couple times. It's very nice. Yes.
Well, as I say, my mother told me about it. That was enough for me. But, but whatever.
Yeah, you don't want to mess with it. A lot of people. I know a guy who wrote a book about just the deaths, the strange and unexplained deaths that happen at the Grand Canyon. It's is a dangerous place, you know.
But anyway, Heather, if what happens with these cities like Phoenix, and I don't know these historical characters, but it's very common for the first settlers out west to be either Mormons or Masons or both.
Masons, yes.
One of the first things they do is usurp the native energy and co-opt it. So yeah. I would assume, but I don't know, that your, the secrecy would have to do with a Masonic cabal of sorts that was had an influence on your family.
Yeah, my great grandpa came out here first, and probably before 1950, and he was my maternal grandma's dad, and he owned a corporation. It was like something about a pyramid, and I'm sure he was Mason too. All my family was Masons, so it was a corporation. I have the deed or the information that I downloaded from the internet about it. I don't know much about it.
Do you know what they produced?
No, I don't.
That would be a starter for starters, where to go.
I think it might have been real estate. I'm not sure. I'll
And
find it.
Where were you brought up to be part of any of these female groups?
The Job's Daughters and things like that?
Yeah.
No, I wasn't. My dad, he really didn't want me to be a part of my grandparents' beliefs or whatever, the religion. I was baptized Presbyterian when I was a baby. So we went to Presbyterian church, and my dad was married at that church to my mom, but he did not allow me to do anything out of, I guess, normalcy.
Did you go to college or anything like that?
I went to college. I went to community college right out of high school for a year, and then I went back to college in 2010 online and got my bachelor's degree.
In what field?
Religious studies.
Well, that's interesting. And what college did you go to for your bachelor's degree?
The University of the Incarnate Word, and it's located in San Antonio, Texas. But I went online, so go Cardinals.
That's like a seminary, and I guess it's specialized in Christianity, right?
It's a Catholic seminary. Yeah, they were established in like 1903 or something like that as an orphanage for the Sisters of Mercy or something.
So you did that fairly recently. You got your degree fairly recently.
Yeah, it was after I found Douglas.
Yeah, well, and I would say that it was probably a very therapeutic thing for you, being what some of the things you've been through. Did you find?
It was big for just my personal development. I felt like I was lacking in a lot of ways, and for my personal development, it did help. But college, I think, is mainly just to get somebody out of the house and prepared for life as an adult. And I didn't leave the house, so even though I had the little plaid skirt, I still didn't get the personal development that the whole college thing is about.
Because did you, when you were going to college, you were obviously living at home.
Yes.
How long did you live at home for?
What do you mean?
Living in your parents' house.
Oh, no. Okay. So when my mom passed away, I was 6, and then I lived back and forth with my grandparents and my dad, kind of like a tug of war. I wanted to be with my grandparents. My dad didn't want me to be with my grandparents. And that went on until I was about 17. I finally moved in with my grandparents, as I've always wanted to, and then I just stayed with them until they passed away. My grandma first, and then my grandpa later.
And then where did you go?
And then I had my daughter when I was living with my grandpa still, so it was the 3 of us. And then he passed away. It was me. I had my daughter for about 3 years on my own, but I wasn't really on my own because I wasn't providing anything. I was just at home. And so I didn't...
Stayed in the grandparents' house. Did you inherit that?
Yeah, well, it was the apartments. They actually sold their house to have money. They sold a lot of things to have money, to give me all the things in life that I wasn't getting anywhere from my dad. My dad was a really harsh parent.
So they provided for you too.
They spoiled me, is what they did.
To a significant extent. And what about the father? I mean, you mentioned you had a daughter, but the father is missing in terms of the stage presence.
No, he actually, I raised my daughter for the first half of her life or growing up, and then he took over when she was in junior high, and so she's spent the second part of her childhood with him.
But there was no great animosity between the two of you.
Not really. I mean, they did alienate me as a parent, but you know,
There wasn't a war over your daughter.
not really, because I didn't want it to be like that. I didn't want to fight over Christmas. I just said, you, at the mediation, I said, you do the second part, I'll do the first part. And that's how I just said, and that's what we stuck to.
And is your daughter okay now?
From what I understand, she's doing fine. I haven't heard anything else.
You haven't heard from her in a while.
No, I haven't heard from her in a long time.
I will just simply interject here that what our lovely Heather Holman is doing at this point is kind of, this is how she handles it. Her daughter disappeared 10 years ago.
Yeah, she's nowhere.
She basically likes to think she's doing well because it's much better to handle it that way than to dwell on something terrible, negative, and morbid. And perhaps Heather's way of handling this is the best way. But I do want you to know, Peter, that Heather Holman's daughter not only disappeared, but there was a recent terrible case of this individual who was given a call by somebody trying to swindle money from him, a scam that's very common, where people are calling saying, we have a relative of yours that is under arrest and we're police and you need to give us money. And they tried this with Heather recently, in which they were demanding money for the return of her daughter. And of course, because she hasn't seen her daughter in 10 years, she took off into the night to the rendezvous point to try and apprehend these people or rendezvous with them. Heather, maybe you could explain this.
Yeah, I just got a phone call and a guy was pretending to be a law enforcement, and it was just shady. And but still, he called the right vulnerable person. And I just don't know what to think about it. The police and nobody supported me, my family or the police, to say that this was something that was real.
Well, what I'm very, what can I say? Shocked and sympathetic for you. This is, and I understand. Thank you for interjecting the way you did, Douglas. It helps me understand so much better. But what what this tells me, not only that your daughter disappeared, but that you were reapproached. This, to me, this is not a typical scammer. This means you are a person of interest.
Yeah.
You are.
Well, yeah, like I said, I even found the police that were out patrolling, and they didn't care. They're like, call the police,
But they were the police.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. It was weird.
Well, this is common. So you are a person of interest, and this would help explain how you found your way to the realm of Douglas Dietrich. How did that start? How did you find Douglas Dietrich? How did that?
I heard Douglas Dietrich on Red Ice Radio, and
Henrik Palmgren. But go on. Yes,
yeah, and
yes.
and it was just like it was like heaven struck. I'm like, just not his voice, but the words that he was saying, and everything was leading up to where I was at, and like my questions that I would never be able to know because my grandfather wasn't here anymore, about World War II and whatnot, because my grandpa was in Hollywood during 1941 to 1944.
Okay.
Did he ever work with Ronald Reagan?
Yeah, he worked with Ronald Reagan. There's a lot of things that happened that were supposed to be his secrets, and he did take a lot of it to the grave. But also, he just liked puzzles and dropping clues and leaving things in my mind that needed to be understood that I didn't understand. And Douglas was giving me all that. So
yes, he's certainly capable of doing that. But what this also tells me, if he was working with Ronald Reagan, and I was going to say this even before you mentioned Reagan, he was working in Hollywood, he was inevitably connected to the first motion picture unit. Have you ever heard of that?
That was his unit.
You're aware of that?
Yes.
Okay. What can you tell us about the first motion picture unit that we might not have heard about? It's pretty much standard by this day, although it wasn't revealed till the 1990s that it even existed.
I'm not sure which angle.
Any angle
okay.
that people might not have heard, and if we have heard, go ahead and
okay.
say it anyway.
Well, my grandfather was a orphan baby, or one of the Cabbage Patch babies. It was like he has a postcard with his baby picture on it, and that was what he told me was his baby picture. So he was adopted by older people. He says he weighed an ounce less than a pound, and they kept him in a box when he was a baby, and he was a premature baby. And he said that they kept him alive from milk from a Jersey cow and whiskey in a dropper. And so on to when he was older, he wasn't eligible for the draft, so he volunteered to be a civil servant, and then he went to a boot camp, and then went to Hollywood, and then he was there for a few years. Then it was defunct after that, the unit.
Do you know what he did there?
He says that he was an airplane mechanic, which meant that he filled up the gas in the airplanes, and things like tighten bolts on the planes. And I mean, says he was an AP mechanic, but he didn't know how to fix airplanes.
Well, yeah, and airplane mechanicking or gassing airplanes isn't exactly what you do at a motion picture unit.
Right. Well, he did work in the filming of God Is My Co-Pilot. It was one of their training films for the Air Force.
Right.
And then,
go on.
Yeah, God Is My Co-Pilot. But they had
that was Jimmy Stewart. Was that Jimmy Stewart?
Yeah, I think so. I'm not sure.
I think
but
it was.
The thing was with my grandpa is they had a problem with the sound matching up to the footage, and he ended up being deaf in one ear and blind in one eye from all the gunning and things that was going on when he was filming those things.
Right.
Okay.
For those who don't know, God Is My Co-Pilot was a Korean War era film based on a true story about a chaplain who piloted a fighter plane and was therefore a combat chaplain. Of course, I noticed in his book, which he published, and I actually read his book, he had photographs of himself wearing a very large Freemason's ring. So he was both some kind of a priest and a Freemason, very, very bizarre combination, who was also a fighter pilot. Again, a very strange combination, who then gets his story made into a film. Now, one of the things that the private detective that I worked with, Gino Tiernelli-Neely, he was often would relate a story that would be embarrassing, in the sense that, of course, after he related that story, nobody would ever look at him the same again or want to deal with him voluntarily, except that they had to in certain professional positions, such as when we were running medical shipments, which we actually did. There were certain vials of various fluids or various things we were taking between hospitals as part of what he had been contracted to do. And when he would arrive and talk to some of the technicians, he would bring up stories that were not necessarily untrue, but certainly not what normal people would want to hear. And he'd bring up these stories in particular about, this was this friend of mine who was brought to have sex with this politician, the governor of the state of California, Ronald Reagan, who is now our president. And so later on, of course, or around the same time actually, is when I was dealing with the man who taught me all about mercenary work, Lionel Allen Curtis, who definitively claimed he was the individual my private detective was talking about, the kid who had been taken to have sex with Ronald Reagan when he was the governor of California. Did your relation ever relate anything like that?
No, not really. He had a strange relationship with my grandmother. They knew each other as children, and they couldn't have children together. My grandma had lost like attempted to have a baby 3 times. So that's when they ended up adopting my mom. Um, same as their story. They were just trafficked people, you know.
Trafficked people. Interesting. Well, back. Yeah.
And even my dad to this day, oh, your mom was adopted. Well, what is it? Is it trafficking of humans or is it not?
Right.
There's a blurry line there.
Yes.
And if you go back to the history of the Catholic Church, I think one of the main ingredients to orphans were children born of illicit relations between priests and nuns, which were quite notorious because they'd find huge caves of dead baby skeletons.
Right.
And so
yes,
there's certain ones that survive, and then of course kids that are born out of wedlock or whatever the situation are also attracted. But it is a fertile ground for using people, and it becomes, what's that word, generational.
Yes.
Where you have a whole industry that's kind of silent. One of the greater success stories we hear of orphans, who wasn't really an orphan, was Babe Ruth, who was put in a Catholic orphanage or home for boys because his father ran a bar. He ran a bar, and it wasn't a good environment for a kid, and he sounds like a rough and tumble kid anyway. And he just happened to be so good at baseball that it, changed his life. But, the orphanage, I remember reading his life story, and it's kind of sad and lonely. He's at an orphanage, and it's a whole industry. Now, I have a friend, somebody who I grew up with to a certain extent, and she, her father was a made man for the mob, and he, according to her, he saved her. Her mother put her in a Catholic orphanage, and then he came and saved her, according to her, because she said her mother hated women. I said, I never had any problem with her. She says, well, she liked guys. So, it just, and I was only like 12 when I knew her. But yeah, so I'm saying is this industrialization. You've got mob, you've got orphans, you've got convents, and because Catholic and mob are often Italian, you've got a whole pattern forming there. What extraction are you genetically? HOLMAN sounds like a English.
HOLMAN is German.
Oh yeah.
I'm told that it's Scotch and German. I think it's a little bit more than that. I think it's a little bit of everything.
Yes, and when so you discovered Douglas around 2011 when he became
2010, 11.
Okay, and you seem to have discovered him just as he was coming online.
Just when he got out there, when the super soldier stuff started.
Yes.
I was just drawn to that. But I was still not comfortable with becoming a part of it at the same time.
Do you have any? You obviously have an association. Do you have memories of being a super soldier?
I have really vivid dreams.
Okay. Would you like to share?
I don't know. Well, I don't know. Last night I dreamed it was Halloween. It was my birthday, and when I woke up, I felt like I'd been sleeping for 100 years. And I was dreaming about my grandfather, and it was a disturbing dream because whenever I dream about my grandparents, they're always like already dead. Like when my grandparents were alive, I said when I was little, can I dream about you when you're dead? And they said, well, that's up to you. So now I dream about them since they've died, but they're dead in my dreams, and I'm like trying to keep them alive, and they're really grotesque, and it's kind of like horrific in my dreams to try to be keeping them alive, because the more time goes by, the more decomposed they should be. And it was just a real disturbing dream like that last night. I dreamed that I was searching everywhere for my grandfather, and when I found him, he was somebody else who didn't even remember me anymore. So, it was not a refreshing dream or anything like
Well,
that.
that's inevitably what happens with death. And here we're back at the theme of the phoenix. The phoenix rises from the ashes, and the first thing I learned about a phoenix was in the book David and the Phoenix, which is just a children's story, and a very good story. My daughter loved it, and basically the phoenix, burns its own funeral pyre, and then he rises from the ashes, and it doesn't remember anything. It just has no memory of what was before. And so it's kind of like when somebody goes on to their next incarnation, like say, if you go on to have a life in the army and you write back to your old friends, there's a certain point where, the relationships kind of dissolve.
Yeah, because time goes by and time destroys everything.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is, you're still, holding on to them, and that's understandable because that's emotional. And there's nothing wrong with that, and the dream is kind of putting you in another.
It's a reality check, That's basically what it was.
No, that's a good way to interpret it.
Yeah.
But so obviously you're still sorting things out. But
well, I'm still trying to understand things like the things that were done to me. It's like, what about these puppets? And was I just supposed to be some puppet with this technology? Or what was the idea? I mean, wasn't I supposed to be made to be something and that never happened? Or it's just very confusing.
Well, it sounds like whatever happened, even like with your parents, there are some incomplete cycles of action. Like that, there's certain things, that have not come to fruition, and
the prophecy has not come to light.
Well, yeah, and I don't like to give myself as an example. However, what was good about my life is that when I got to a certain age, about 40, 39, all my past experiences fit perfectly for me to do this Montauk work. It was like everything gelled. It was like, okay, this is why I'm here. And that's a beautiful thing that not everybody gets to experience. However, you have all of this experience. You are part of programs. Douglas has the same thing. It's like, I'm trying to help him do this as far as making his life more meaningful and effective.
It's a lonely existence.
Impactful. Now, it seems to me that you bring something very unique and valuable to the table, in my estimation. In fact,
thank you.
Yeah, there's nobody I've ever that I can think of that's come along the pathway that I really wanted to speak to. George might be exception, but most of what George and I have, it's like, George is working on an academic, reference, which is very good and very healthy. He's not coming as an experiencer. And so it's very touchy because you're trying to reach back, and then most of the people who have been associated with Aquino have they are foils or puppets of his, and you don't strike me as being that. You could even argue that anybody who was connected to him, even like Douglas having to get the Vox Arc and stuff, was a puppet, but he really wasn't, because he pulled the puppet strings off, or reversed the thing. Yeah. So how did he come onto your radar?
Who's that?
Aquino.
Well, what it was that would hear this angst, I guess, for lack of a better word, that Douglas had and towards this person and somebody that really affected him in a bad way in his life. And as a friend, I just, we got to this point where it wasn't, Douglas wasn't understanding me. I'm not afraid of anybody. And so by thinking that, I would be getting bad luck or bad things would happen to me from his association, I just wouldn't buy that, because when people are around me, bad things don't happen to them. So I couldn't see that. I went to Aquino. I said, hey, will you do this interview? Because Sean David Morton had challenged me. He dared me or called me out to say, oh, put your money where your mouth is. When I was talking to him, I'm like, what is this thing about Michael Aquino that is everybody so scared? Or, if he's such a horrific person that does horrific things, he should be exposed for that. Or, give him the chance to say, in his own defense, to clear the air or whatever.
You had a program at that time, just so I understand, and you interviewed him?
No. So Sean David Morton told me, well, if you could get the interview, then I'll do the interview, and like challenging me to do that, to approach him and find out if he would do the interview.
So you set up the interview with Sean David Morton and Aquino?
I did, and then this whole catastrophe happened, and it was just going to be better that Sean David Morton told me he wasn't going to do it. So I went to Sean Stone. I said, can you help me? I'm in this situation now. I've got Michael Aquino thinking he's got this interview, and he was excited about it. So I wanted him to get the interview, and then he was happy because he loves Oliver Stone. So that worked out. And then since that was all working out, Sean David Morton decided, oh, I'm going to do it now since somebody else is doing it. And then Miles Johnson did it, and whoever else decided it was okay to do that.
So just so I can clarify, and thank you very much for that information. It's very interesting. So basically, you sought an interview with Sean.
I just was the contact. I feel like I was the middleman or the person. Yeah.
Well, you sought an interview with between Sean David Morton and Aquino, and then because Sean David Morton got cold feet, Sean Stone took an interest. So he did the interview, and then Sean David Morton says, I want to get in on the action. So somehow you are the interlocutor. You are the go-between to set this up. But as far as you know, you didn't know Aquino.
No.
You just said, hey, I want to do an interview. And he was more than happy to oblige you.
Yeah. Well, I guess maybe it was like I was really short and sweet. I'm like, hey, do you want to do this interview? You might want to talk about your book or just come out and like state your case. All these, I didn't say anything like about all the things, his reputation in this alternative media group or whatever community that we're a part of.
Right. Well, that now this is a very interesting story because what it suggests to me is that it's as if he could have. This is speculation that he orchestrated this through magic, because
or something. I mean, he didn't say no, or he did respond. And normally in any situation, if I would have done that to any other colonel in the military, they'd ignore it. They would never respond to me.
Well, exactly. And from what Douglas has talked about with, from his rhetoric, Sean David Morton is definitely an Aquino acolyte. But based upon what you're saying, it seems like that relationship is from another realm. It's not as easy as pick. It's like there's a great deal of psychological trauma between Sean David Morton and Aquino. And
perhaps I've never thought of that. I just wanted to resolve any of the psychological trauma that Douglas was having about it. That was my intention. My intention wasn't to go burn a bridge or anything like that.
No, and I don't think you did it. But then in the case of Sean Stone, he gives Aquino a very softball interview, and Douglas has explained, and how that was all by reason of Sean Stone's
Ignorant.
slandering of Michael Aquino. He didn't look at it as slandering. He looked at him as he wasn't being careful with his
Right. His approach.
Well, no, basically he was saying that Aquino had done all these things.
Oh, wow.
It really wasn't. Obviously he had, but you don't say things if you can't back it up. And Douglas parsed his words very carefully in a legal reference frame, which Sean Stone did not do. Therefore, as Douglas has explained, he had Sean Stone and ultimately his father over a barrel because they were, they were walking on thin ice.
Defamation of character.
That sort of thing. And so he basically got Sean Stone to give him a softball interview. And then you see Oliver Stone, becoming Putin's right-hand PR man. And not only Putin's PR man, he's PRing the Soviet Union, much in the way Brandon Young advocated the Temple of Set.
Yes.
And this is what this tells me is these operations aren't necessarily reduced to, okay, Sean David Morton, I want you to do this. Sean Stone, you're going to do this. Oliver Stone, you're going to do this. It doesn't quite work, that way.
No.
It's subtle. There might be some of those conversations, but that Aquino's power was grimoire oriented, and he's commanding people and getting them to step in line through his magical formula, which he's quite good at. And this hooks the vulnerable mind, much like they tried to hook you with, going after, the empty spot for your daughter, and then attacking where we are weak.
Well, I have a lot of enemies, probably more than I have friends.
Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I could, the thought has crossed my mind of several people that it could have been behind it. Michael Aquino is not one of them until now, at this point.
He didn't even have to be. He's got a whole army of minions,
Yeah.
It's not that he wasn't involved, but what I'm saying is he's, it's just like a bunch of monkeys clapping their hands who are who are glad to participate in the chaos, and that you've got some sort of
and that's where Disneyland comes in. It's like that's on the scale of what you're saying, like that many people, minions.
Well, this is interesting because that's exactly where I met, this lady I talked about whose father was a made man. I met her at Disneyland. I hadn't seen her since she was since I was 12, and she was, a couple years younger. And I was mostly interacting with her brother. I mean, I was there. And she, my best friend was her cousin. And so we were taking my daughter and his daughter to Disneyland, and then he said, "Oh, how'd you like to meet my cousin?" Oh God, I'd love to. I was really flattered that she remembered me. And then we met, and then she had at that time she was part of I think they called it the 22 Club.
33.
33.
32 or 33.
The 33 Club.
Yeah.
And I told her, and I said, oh, that's the Freemasonry thing. She says, oh, I'm very impressed. Like that I would know that. Of course, she didn't really know what I was involved in. Then I started telling her about my career with Montauk, and she says, yeah, I knew a lot about, the Philadelphia experiment. She says, oh, they shredded all that information. I said, how do you know all this? She says, I was in naval intelligence. And, she was, from one profile, you could look at her as mob. She married these high-level mobsters. She didn't tell me that, but her cousin did. not her other cousin, and that she said she worked in naval intelligence, but she did tell me she was a Matahari. She would, that means a sex spy, and but so she knew about the Philadelphia experiment and stuff, and just like knew about it, and she knew about Aleister Crowley to a certain extent. I have avoided these topics with her, and I connect with her on a familial level, we have a family bond, even though I'm not her genetic family, because I'm so close with her family. I even lived with them for a short time.
You're like kin.
Yeah, very much so. And just because we have this bond through our familial, and she's got a very weird background. In fact, some of her, her family, they never knew whether to take her stories seriously. My presence gives credence to her stories, but I really don't go down that pathway with her because I feel it's kind of a sensitive issue. I've tried to get her to open up. She's been to Unterland, and she's not because she's listened to Douglas Dietrich talk about it, or some other person who talks about it. She's hell, I was there, and she'll start to go into X amount of details. I'd love to get her story, but it might still be a bit sensitive in terms of people who are still alive and whatnot. She told me her brother was poisoned by his wife.
Oh no!
This is the kind of life she had to deal with. But in any case, to get back, so these these operations, and Douglas might be able to give us more insight on how Aquino, like where do you draw the line between calling somebody up and saying, hey, I got an op for you to do, schmuck. You're going to do this, that, this, or does it come down in an order? And how do the subtle energies blend with the, putting not a gun to your head, but a ultimatum, verbalizing or writing, such as the case with Sean Stone. Douglas, could you give us any insight on that?
In terms of, you seem to have articulated it in such a manner.
But in terms of your experience, like how does it go down? Do you see Aquino, call somebody on the phone and say, ha ha ha, you got to do this, you asshole, or you know what I'm going at. In other words, how do these things go down? Like if we were writing a script, how is the script going to be written? Is it going to be Aquino on the phone? Is he sending a henchman? Is he performing a ritual and you see somebody get starry-eyed? Like how if you were writing a script about this, and you might not know exactly, but how would it go down?
Well, certainly, let's put it this way, when you express it that way, it forces me to try and draw back on memory and experience as to how I saw him behave, and try and ascertain if I ever was witnessed to essentially a projection of a threat on his part. And I must say that all the time that I was with him, I don't really consciously recollect any time when there was a telephonic order or something of that sort where he was like intimidating anyone or delivering a kind of order that was definitive, where it was kind of
because it's beneath the dignity of his villainy.
It pretty much, yeah, pretty much. It was like his as you said, the way that Heather describes it, which we have every reason to believe, is it's almost as if he had been expecting her call, because, as she said, you call someone who's not simply notorious and infamous, but is accused of crimes so heinous that if anyone accepts the reality thereof, they feel that this person is legitimately someone to be destroyed. This is the kind of mentality of people who would send me stupid messages about, oh, if you live close to him, why don't you kill him? This kind of attitude that people have, that if you believe someone is capable of this, why not simply destroy them, as if we live in a world without repercussions or some kind of world without restraint? This is the madness of people, and you would generally take it as a taunt, except that you realize people are indeed that fucking stupid, where they simply watch movies where people literally go and kill each other because, like John Wick, the entire insanity of the John Wick franchise is about a man who's portrayed, a fictitious character, who's portrayed as wiping out literally hundreds of people because someone killed his dog. So this is the kind of world that Americans like to see as real, where someone could literally just go out and do this and avenge some slight or feeling that they've been wronged. But obviously, Heather is a product of a targeted family, a family that suffered intergenerational trauma, or rather a ritualized abuse through the Masonic line, and that is something that she had this very sleazy. Was it a grandfather, Heather, or that was the Mason?
My grandfather, he wasn't very sleazy. He was actually rather prude. I mean, not sleazy. I don't even know if him and my grandma were like married. They slept in the same bed, but they didn't exchange affection or any kind of love like that. He basically was 5 years older than her, and she was 3, and he was 8, and they were going to the movies for a nickel. You know, he was stuck with her. They were like,
I will say that
they were
also
just like
that's
the
really
adopted.
funny, but I will say that the. Okay,
Go ahead.
Sorry.
No, go
I
ahead.
would just say the obsession that Hollywood and also America has made with the Purge movie.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah, it's exactly what you're talking about with
Oh yeah, the ability to just kill people, right? Just go out and kill people.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. No.
Netflix has a lot. Netflix touches a lot on a lot of this esotericism.
Mm-hmm.
I believe. I want to add to interject to Peter. The last communication that I had with Michael Aquino, I told him when the interview was still on, I said, listen, here's the deal. You come on the Revolution Radio, you can't mention Douglas Dietrich. You can't even go in that direction. Nothing, or they'll cut you off. There'll be dead air. I'm like, just don't, talk about Douglas Dietrich. And he said, instead of like being offended or accepting it in a different way, he said, well, if I talked about Douglas Dietrich's employment at the Presidio, then I could get slapped with a lawsuit for exposing him. Were his exact words, and I just say no more. And that was the last communication.
That's interesting that he would go to the extent of saying that and giving Douglas Dietrich more credence than he needed to give him.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
He did not. That gives Douglas Dietrich credence he would not have had if he didn't mention that. He's basically saying, "I will get."
He's admitting everything that Douglas said was pretty much his experience, so it was all true.
Well, that information you just shared is very valuable information in the context of the veracity of Douglas. However, most of us are, and I don't think it's very profitable to obsess with justifying Douglas's basic claim that he worked at the Presidio, because it's kind of obvious, unless one wants to be a troll. But it's good to have this as a, corroboration, and it gives context. And what it's really interesting is this is Aquino stepping in lockstep to his masters.
Yeah.
He's not saying that because he's trying to be tricky or hedging. He's saying it because it's real, and he's going to get in trouble. It's Douglas Dietrich is a matter of highest national security.
Yes.
Yeah, and that kind of leads to my next question to you, Peter. Assets. If we're considered as people, but we're considered assets of the government, then how are we supposed to feel like people?
Well, I'm gonna try and address that question, but first I'm gonna say, you are the one, to your credit, who just brought this out. This is your power. you have power. So as an asset, what is an asset? An asset means, say, for example, if I own an apartment building, I can rent it out and generate cash. I have to follow the rules of the, state and all that, pay taxes on it, but I have power. An asset means you can generate income. It's worth something. So rather than to say that you are just a pawn in the game of life that can be sold and traded and all that, and these conspiracy theorists would like to say that you're really not a name. Your tax identification number makes you a tin man.
Oh, my RFID tag.
Yeah, and all that, and it's like you're just a piece of straw and all this, hey, and they can do all these things to you, and it's just like the person like that really has no life. Yes. And they're blaming the government for this elaborate scenario in which they are a pawn in the game of life. But an asset is valuable. And so what I'm saying to you is you demonstrated not only power over Aquino. And it reminds me of Christina Joanne Hart, who was able to neutralize him to a certain extent. I don't remember the details of that story, but the point of it is you stood up and you did something that you didn't have to do. You did it out of your own true heart and the spirit of protecting Douglas because you knew he had something to offer. If there was a church of Dietrichology, you would be a saint.
I'd be one of the nuns.
A saint.
Yes, a saint.
Thank you, Peter. That is the best compliment I've ever heard in my life, and I appreciate that.
But you deserve it. You deserve it. And this is a very sensitive area because it's not like anybody gets any great accolades or credit. Oprah's not going to give you a bouquet of flowers and a lifetime subscription to something. It's like, but that's what makes it, I guess, so special that you did this and you lived to survive it. And then you also had this unique situation where you actually helped Aquino in his dying years, which is like, there's nothing wrong with that because all you're doing is showing love and compassion. And he responded, and this is very important. From what I know, he responded in kind. He responded.
Yeah, there was no like bull with horns like coming out. There's no like ill will, nothing like that.
Can you tell us a bit about what went down there?
Where?
With helping him with his cancer and all that?
I have no idea. I have no idea where that comes from. I really don't. I don't, honestly.
Do you remember it?
I didn't. I just read the birth or the death certificate on your Facebook the other day. I don't know anything about him even dying.
But Douglas, no, but I'm talking about, didn't you help him with his cancer when he had cancer?
No.
Douglas, can you fill in here?
Right. What I explained to Heather was that Christine Joanna Hart, and I do want to emphasize that Christine Joanna Hart related this with no ill will or ill intent. This came out at a time when, and just to emphasize to people, the way Christine Joanna Hart dealt with Michael Aquino, and again, it does require just a bit more context for new listeners. Many people may not know Christine Joanna Hart. She's been communicating with me recently, synchronistically. Of course, I haven't had much time to respond. I responded as well as I could, finally. She had reached out a few times earlier, but I could only respond to her recently, finally. But only briefly. But it definitely told her I do want to work with her and hopefully do another interview with her sometime soon. But whether or not that even happens,
Did I conflate Christina Joanne Hart with Heather?
No, not at all. No, I'm just trying to put some context in here because it does require
I know her. I've spoken with her. We're on good terms.
Yes, and I'm glad to hear that. Christine Joanna Hart, of course, the whole situation is very convoluted because Christine Joanna Hart does a lot with, Sarah Rachel Adams, who is someone who has, come out as very hostile when she felt that I had affiliated myself with Crystal River, who then began to affiliate herself with good God, I'm trying to even remember her name. Haley Mayer. And Haley Mayer, once she established a relationship with Crystal River, they kind of took off together and ostracized myself. So for those of you who don't know, Haley Mayer was involved with Sarah Rachel Adams to a degree in the sense that she was helping Max Spears to babysit their child. But by the way, I'm getting something from... Do you mind if I read this out loud, Heather? What you wrote?
Oh, I don't care. I just didn't want to interrupt.
Oh, okay. So we'll read this out loud and respond to this because I do feel this is relevant. Heather says Haley and James Rink were a thing. By the way, by the way, I don't believe in any way, shape, or form Heather's lying. I believe she has a misimpression. I would call that a misimpression because I cannot.
They were the same group. They were of the same group.
They were linked through Lori and Ann Fenton, but Haley Mayer would. There's nothing she would see in James Rink. I can't believe that she would, that they were a thing, quote unquote. I find that it's just like, James Rink is just repulsive, and Heather would find him repulsive. It's what I would think. I mean, I might be wrong.
Haley,
God knows.
Haley
God,
would find
God.
him repulsive. I think that he's harmless.
Yeah, that harmless is a good word for him. Harmless is a good word for him. But to get back to what I'm saying, because the whole situation is rather incestuous and rather convoluted. But just so people understand, Christine Joanna Hart's earliest memory, as she said to myself on record, she said her earliest memory was basically riding up and down on Michael Aquino's penis. So understand, we're dealing with a person who had been groomed, to say the least, by Michael Aquino. At some point, she felt she shut him down in the astral. So as she got older and began being visited by Michael Aquino, she felt she shut him down, and she felt that she did this with the help of Jesus Christ. So she felt that by faith, she was able to, in a sense, block him out. I argue that... I promised her I really wouldn't get too deep into this on air anymore. And for the sake of that promise, I'm not going to get too deep into it. But basically, I do feel that he still had an impact on her life to a great degree. Let's just put it that way. And it seemed to be quite evident based on what she was relating. But one example that brings us back to Heather was that when we were involved with Mike Ringley at Revolution Radio, and Laura Lee Solomon, herself a product of some kind of mind control programming, as was concluded by Judith Ager, and I think quite rightly so, quite astutely, she had spent 5 years in the Air Force. And it's no doubt where, as Samuel Romero would say, they put the sugar in her tank. She basically was obviously a product of some kind of programming and directed towards myself like a torpedo, just like Lena Shea was. But in the case of Laura Lee Solomon, when we were producing, there was a period of time we had brought Christine Joanna Hart onto Revolution Radio. So unlike, this is where Peter Moon conflated Heather Holman with Christine Joanna Hart, was when he said, did you have a show of your own on Revolution Radio? Which Heather Holman did not, albeit Heather Holman did participate.
I did. I actually did have one, just not to interrupt you, but for
Please.
a while I did.
Yes. And tell us, what was the title of that?
Stream of Consciousness with SJ and me. It was me and SJ.
Right. And SJ was a dude who was made a career of being sick. Right?
Yeah, he's no longer with us. He died of multiple sclerosis.
Honey, he died of every comorbidity you could imagine. There was nothing that guy did not have.
He
but
fulfilled his destiny. He fulfilled his destiny.
Yeah, poor bastard.
Yeah.
I mean, like, one of the preeminent memories of his life was being put at the door of the hospital so he could be a kind of greeter while stuck in a gurney. He was like literally, stuck in a gurney, and he was kind of acting as a greeter to people who were coming into the emergency room. Just tragic. But at any rate, so
yeah, no, he lived a long life.
Considering, that's right. He had fucking brain something, I can't remember, tumor or something, and it was every day was a gift to that guy, and yet he had a lot of days, considering.
Yeah.
But such being said, at the time that we were at Revolution Radio, and it was we were producing for Christine Joanna Hart, who we had brought on to Revolution Radio. Then what happened was Christine Joanna Hart essentially tried to pull an ambush and bring on Michael Aquino. And that's when Laura Lee Solomon preemptively kicked off Michael Aquino. And that's when Christine Joanna Hart went crying to Mike Ringling, who said, "I'm going to fuck your day up every day, motherfuckers," to Laura Lee Solomon in particular. If he said that to me, I just would have laughed at him. But he terrorized.
So that was the conversation in which he iterated that he had intestinal cancer and I took care of him. That's when he
correct.
Publicly said that.
That's correct.
On the Revolution Radio.
Now, he did not say that where anyone could hear it. He was talking through Christine Joanna Hart.
Yeah.
And Christine Joanna Hart was kind of acting as his meat sock puppet and saying, Michael says. Now, she did not say this on record where other people could hear it. She was texting this to us. And those texts have since been...
To clear everything up, I think that Christina Joanna Hart has some unreleased trauma that she identified. She had to put a face on it. I don't know if I doubt that really happened to her. I'm not trying to justify anything or anyone. I'm just saying it seems imaginary, all of this intestinal cancer thing.
So in other words, this as far as you know, Heather, what Christina Joanne Hart said about Aquino getting cared for by yourself is misinformation.
It's a make believe. It's not true. I didn't know him. I've never been to San Francisco. I have cared for a lot of high ranking
I don't
officers.
think he was in San Francisco when he was dying.
Right. But just to clarify so that people understand this, Heather Holman has definitively, professionally been a care provider.
Yeah, if he was in Arizona under another name, I would still recognize him. Believe that.
Well, he's someone who's, he's easy to recognize.
It had to have taken place in Arizona.
Yeah.
No, I don't know him. I would recognize his face, that's for sure.
Yes, he would be recognizable, just by being who he is. But
and by me being who I am, I pay attention, to who I'm caring for.
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
So this was something that was stated by Christine Joanna Hart. People probably got the general parameters by now. In terms of, there was other, of course, compelling circumstantial statements made by other people, but we won't go into that right now. Rather, what's interesting is, however, when you reached out to Michael Aquino, he responded, and understand that this is a man who himself, like me, is constantly under siege. We're just in different positions. So in my case, I'm under siege by his cultists and affiliated intelligence networks and certain other people who are not necessarily affiliated directly at all. But he is under siege, on the other hand, because of the reality of what he did, and people, of course, who are obsessed with bringing him to justice, quote unquote, or his former victims, like David Schroeder. So when we come to his situation, it's not too different from mine. But when you called him up as a stranger, he responds to you.
It was an email, and he was very receptive to it. I was surprised.
Right, but that...
But I do feel like there's some kind of, like, I know you from somewhere.
Right.
Maybe,
yes.
thing.
Of course.
Yeah.
But we have
I'm
to
an asset.
Heather, we have to remember that Aquino's profession was sympathetic magic. So there's going to be a simpatico connection, whether it's actually true, quote unquote, true or not in the physical plane, because it's all about sympathetic resonance. And this Heather, what you've given here and the way Douglas has explained things, it puts it's like it's not a nail in the coffin, but it's a reference point from which to view this stuff that transpired. It's also interesting to me, Douglas, that Laura Lee Sullivan put the kibosh on Aquino in such a way that she was slugging him like slugging your boyfriend or something. But I wonder if that's what began her demise when she did that.
Yes, it did, because she began to spiral after that. It took a few years, but she definitely spiraled to the point of where she attempted multiple suicides. She definitively began to spiral at that point, because when Christine Joanna Hart went running towards Mike Ringley, and did what she did. For people who don't know this, Mike Ringley had a fantasy about sleeping with Christine Joanna Hart. And this was his big crush in life, was to fuck Christine Joanna Hart. And I want people to understand Christine Joanna Hart was definitively an agent that was employed at various times by the British government. There's no lie there. She helped to bring down the head of the IRA by sleeping with him and bearing his son. So her son is the son of the former head of the IRA, who is spending the rest of his life in a concrete hole because of Christine Joanna Hart. All of this is true. She's published books.
And she's targeted. She's definitely targeted.
Yes. So
targeted. She's also a bullet. But would she would admit to this as well?
Christine Joanna Hart herself, of course. Yes, yeah. and of course, I mean, she's written about it in books, but it's not that her books, from my opinion, whatever books she wrote must have had maybe a co-writer when it came to the published books on the nonfiction, because her fiction is, in my opinion, fairly simplistic. It's not particularly engaging to me, and I don't think it would be to most, but she has got nonfiction books out there that have sold, and she must have had a co-writer or something, but yet her profession was quote unquote writing, but it was more as an asset and more as basically someone programmed to be attracted to terrorists and serial killers, who she often...
I would suggest that if she's writing fiction, this is all, it's code to...
Yes. Yes, absolutely. No, the only thing that makes sense. But at any rate, what she had said about his intestinal cancer, and Heather responded, Heather's under the impression that Aquino did not have intestinal cancer. I'm not quite sure how Heather is under that impression, because there's plenty of evidence Aquino had intestinal cancer. But in terms of his own complaints about that, I think that what I want to know about is, after you had contacted Sean David Morton, and now this was through the Revolution Radio. You knew him because of your affiliation with Noreen and the crowd, and you got to know Sean David Morton. So you got to know him, which is kind of like a bane, but a misfortune.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
There's more to it, but yeah.
Yeah, we can have fun with that later. Later. But then, when he quote unquote got cold feet with the man who he was later dependent on for saving his ass to get him out of being arrested, and then probably he had cold feet about it.
Lorian threatened him, is what happened. Lorian threatened him with something, and then that's why he changed his mind.
Got it, because Lorian Ann Fenton was the true acolyte of Michael Aquino, and he was more like drawn in by her. So when it came to what happened with Sean Stone, and then Sean Stone getting all hot and bothered, like, I want to talk to Aquino. After he...
No, he did it. I pleaded with him. I'm like, please, can you help me with the situation? I can't think of any other way to resolve this inconvenience.
And so
he said, did it for. I feel like he put himself out there for me. He put himself on a limb just help me save my face.
Do you have any idea? I don't know if we could get this chronologically, was this had to be after he had embarrassed himself on Alex Jones by accusing Aquino of mass child sex trafficking.
I think that was after.
Yeah.
'Cause I don't remember that. Yeah.
It would have to have been.
Yeah, and then he wants to interview him. But that, of course, involves his father being blackmailed, etc. But then when you were talking to Aquino, he says, "Oh, I like Oliver Stone." He says,
he was his biggest fan of, he loved the 4th of July movie. And he was just like, it was like his dream come true, it seemed like, or something. My question is, why did Sean Stone go to interview you, Douglas?
That was prior Michael Aquino.
Yeah.
He was probably instructed by Michael Aquino to do that. But beyond that, Miles Johnson then came in, and Miles Johnston is, of course, the handler, or was the handler for the longest time, of Christine Joanna Hart. So then he came in and picked up on Michael Aquino, but he was very much an acolyte of Michael Aquino's. So did he give you the impression that he was like, didn't know Michael Aquino and just kind of like wanted to join in on the ride, or what were your discussions?
Who's Sean Stone? I'm not sure.
No. Miles Johnson of Basis.
Miles Johnson. I don't ever spoken to him. I don't he just leaves a bad taste in my mouth. I don't like him.
Oh, he's a piece of shit. But
I think that he was behind something. He knows everything about Max Spears.
Yes.
And yeah, that's it.
Okay. But
he was there.
Okay. But you mentioned that he kind of jumped on the bandwagon of interviewing Aquino after the Sean Stone thing. So was that your impression?
No, I just think he's definitely not a leader, and definitely, he would have taken off for the things that he's produced. He should have been a lot more well known by now.
Yeah,
if he was legit.
Well, I certainly appreciate what you're saying. Obviously, I sympathize with everything you say. And you're right. He's not a leader. No, he's definitely just a sleazy old man who's riding other people's coattails. Including,
I think there's a community of people that was created just to divert from the authentic, true people, the chosen ones,
and he was one of them.
It's just it's a tangly mess. The whole targeted individual realm is fake. It's not even real, because the real targeted individuals, people, the assets, are not a part of it.